Chapter 641. It didn't take long for Scarlet to return to the Imperial capital. A large-scale warp spot was always in operation for supplies, so as soon as she received permission, Scarlet was able to return to the Imperial capital immediately, though the distance was incredibly vast. With a mass teleport cast by several archmages, people and supplies could come and go at any time. Some had returned to the Imperial capital during the winter, but it was Scarlet's first time returning to the temple since the coalition forces had set out. In fact, most of the battle-capable personnel from the temple had been roaming the battlefield, so there were hardly any cases of them returning to the temple. Who? Thunk after coming back and taking a shower, Scarlet collapsed onto the bed as if crumbling. Scarlet could feel that the end of the gate incident was not far off. Her sense of crisis grew bigger as well. The anxiety of whether she could survive until everything was over was always present. Scarlet was incomparably strong compared to ordinary people, but because of that, she had faced countless life-threatening situations. Therefore, she had no certainty that she could survive until the end. However, everything suddenly came to an end. She wasn't injured, and the gate incident hadn't ended yet. Her abilities posed a danger to her allies, so she didn't know if staying on the battlefield would actually cause more problems. Lying face down on the bed, Scarlet lay there as if dead, staring blankly. Scarlet knew that the coalition forces wouldn't have a significant problem if she were gone, just as it had been in the past. There was the Titan, and some strange armies with unknown identities. Would the battle end like this? Though many unresolved issues remained, was the battle against the unidentified monsters coming to a conclusion? Scarlet knew that all of this would eventually end in either death or survival. However, it was sudden. She had never thought that her battle would end so abruptly, and honestly, Scarlet was in a daze. It didn't feel real. Truly, without any warning, everything happened so suddenly. Now she could rest. And those words, the ones she had heard from Anna, what was the story that she should never tell Christina? What did it mean? For now, she did as Anna asked because her gaze looked so desperate, but Scarlet couldn't help but feel uneasy. Trusting Anna meant that she didn't trust Christina. Once everything was over, she would ask about it. It might not be a big deal after all. Scarlet suddenly realized while lying on the bed. The smell of the soft quilt was unfamiliar. How long had she been wandering outside for the dormitory bed, quilt, and the room's scenery to feel so unfamiliar? Her days of roaming the streets as a beggar now felt like a distant past. The war had swallowed everything, and everything before the war had faded. Everything felt like a distant past, and all the things that had once been familiar now seemed strange. She had clung to the temple because she couldn't survive outside of it. But now, Scarlet could live outside the temple as well. Even if the war ended, there would still be work to do in clearing out the remaining monsters on the continent. There was a use for Scarlet's sword wherever it was needed, and it was needed everywhere in the world. Scarlet could now survive even without the temple. Scarlet rose from the bed and gazed quietly at the familiar yet unfamiliar scenery. Temple Royal Class Dormitory, second floor. The landscape turned green as summer approached. Could the temple start anew? Too many had died, with countless students among the deceased. Scarlet should have been in her 5th year. However, everything had come to a halt during her 2nd year. The dormitory, the education, the scenery, everything had stopped and refused to flow. Could humanity ever regain its original tranquility? Suddenly, Scarlet felt a profound sadness. It seemed nearly impossible for the temple to operate again. Even if it did resume operations, those who had already vanished would never return, no matter what happened. Asher, Delphin, the two could not come back. Even if the temple miraculously resumed classes, their empty spots would remain empty forever. Even if peace returned to the world, the countless empty spaces left by such people would never be filled. Scarlet finally bit her lip and began to cry softly. In the end, Delphin's face, who had died in her stead, surfaced in her mind, and Scarlet buried her face between her knees and wept for a long time. Was it okay to be alive? Scarlet felt she could somewhat understand the feelings of Ludwig, who had been forced to retreat from the battlefield. It didn't seem like this was the end. It felt like there was something more she could do. Ludwig, who had finally undergone some sort of treatment and returned to the battlefield with an unhealthy body, wrapped a bandage around his arm, insisting that rear support was enough. Scarlet could somewhat understand his feelings. While others were still risking their lives, it weighed on her heart to be back here, regardless of any justifiable reason. However, Scarlett's situation was quite different from Ludwig's. While Ludwig's situation was due to insufficient strength, Scarlett's presence on the battlefield would cause problems. She had even more reason to withdraw from the battlefield than Ludwig did. Scarlett knew better than anyone that it was inevitable. But like Ludwig, Scarlett was not someone who could become complacent, claiming she had no more battles to fight. Somehow, her heart felt tormented and uncomfortable. Scarlett stared intently at her own hands. She thought about her supernatural ability. What a useless power it was. In fact, it wasn't exactly a useless ability. Her power had its uses ever since monsters began using strange powers. However, the number of monsters that used magic-like powers wasn't very high among the various types of monsters, and since most of them possessed overwhelming physical strength, her ability often lacked significance. Thus, her supernatural ability was merely a supplementary tool, and she couldn't rely on it alone. Moreover, her ability had now reached the point where it could neutralize even the magic equipment affected by her powers. Her ability's development had become a problem. Fortunately, she could control it consciously. It was an immense relief that her ability didn't completely nullify magic, allowing teleportation spells to still function. If it had been that extreme, she would have had to walk back alone from the faraway location to Imperial capital. To the enemy, it was a meaningless ability, a supernatural power that neutralized the allied golems and magical equipment. If it had been a battle between humans, Scarlet knew her power would have been of immense help. The enemy's mages would not have been able to lay a finger on Scarlet. However, in a battle against monsters, it was of little significance. Of course, that didn't mean Scarlet wanted to participate in such a fight. It was a useless power, but it was good to be useless. A power that neutralized magic and supernatural abilities. Scarlet sneered to herself. Her childhood, when she had been ostracized as a witch, now seemed absurd. In reality, she was the furthest thing from a witch. She couldn't even use magic, nor was she affected by it. Having red hair and red eyes had subjected her to ridicule and torment, and now those days seemed ridiculous and lonely. In the end, Scarlet left the battlefield. Her ability was harmful to her allies, but upon further thought, there was nothing she could do about it. Yeah, Scarlet thought quietly. For someone like me, it's better to be useless. Depending on one's perspective, it was a strong ability, but it was better if it wasn't used too much. Such power. She wished for the war to end and for a world where people could live in peace, even if things couldn't go back to the way they were before. That's what she hoped for. As she thought so, she decided to sleep deeply for the first time in a long while. Meow. Scarlet turned her head at the sound coming from beyond the window. It was definitely a cat's cry. What is it? A cat's cry. Outside the window. A cat was sitting on the windowsill outside Scarlet's dormitory, crying. It was a cat that Scarlet knew. The cat was looking at her and crying. Ah! Scarlet finally remembered the forgotten existence. Ellen had gone back to the dormitory for a moment, claiming she had left a cat behind. Since then, Ellen had hardly left her barracks, so they hadn't had a chance to talk, but it seemed certain that she had left a cat. So that black cat must have been living in the dormitory all this time. Meow knock knock, the cat knocked on the window with its paw as if asking her to open it. Ellen had a cat. Scarlet had seen Ellen take it with her. She had seen it struggling while locked in a cage. It wasn't strange for a cat to be around. Meow knock knock, but there was something strange. This is the second floor, isn't it? This was the second floor of the dormitory, and the floor height was higher than that of an ordinary building, so the second floor of the dormitory was much higher than that of a normal building. How on earth could a cat be up there? Scarlet couldn't help but be baffled as she looked at the cat. Anyway, she didn't know how the cat had managed to get up there, but if it jumped down carelessly and got hurt, that would be a big problem. Could that be the case? The cat had managed to climb up there, but it didn't know how to get back down and was in trouble. But that cat. Scarlet had seen it since it was a kitten, but why hadn't it grown at all? Was it a slow-growing breed? Scarlet had various thoughts as she cautiously opened the window, worried that it might be dangerous. With a start along with the sound. With a leap, the cat dashed into Scarlet's room. However, thunk, as it happened. The cat that entered Scarlet's room had transformed into a human. Ah, that's what happens with humans. If they're too shocked, they can only stammer incoherently and their mouths gape open, utterly speechless. Ah, 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 Scarlet was too shocked, afraid, and appalled, as she struggled to find words. "I'll ask quickly. I'm in a hurry." The cat turned human. "You before coming here. So from yesterday until now. To be precise, the cat that had taken on Reinhardt's form asked Christina, Louis Ankton, Anna de Journer, Ludwig." The cute cat was gone, replaced by the stern-faced Reinhardt, that despicable and bad-tempered Reinhardt. "Have you met any of these four people?" He skipped any explanation and went straight to the point. Naturally, Scarlet wasn't in any condition to respond, let alone think. Thunk, unable to say anything, Scarlet collapsed on the spot. "Please, spare me." As if understanding why she was reacting this way, Reinhardt furrowed his brow while looking down at the cowering Scarlet. "Hey, I don't know if you're aware, but we're in a damn hurry. Hurry up!" Though it was urgent still, he didn't explain. However, the Demon King's face turned red as he looked down at Scarlet. Certainly, there was no trace of anger that might indicate he was furious. "If you can't answer quickly, at least put on some clothes first." On top of that, Scarlet had just finished showering and fallen onto the bed, so she was in her underwear. Scarlet almost fainted. The world-renowned intruder who broke into Scarlet's room turned red and urged her to put on clothes if she couldn't answer the questions. Trembling, Scarlet hurriedly dressed herself. He barged into her room without permission and even gave orders. The Demon King really was a bastard. Scarlet wasn't even embarrassed. She was just bewildered by the situation unfolding before her and curled up in the corner, shaking. What was with the cat? And the Demon King? What about the questions? What had happened up until now? If the cat was actually the Demon King, what on earth had been going on? Scarlet shivered, huddled in the corner, unable to open her mouth. Regrettably, the problem wasn't only with Scarlet. I didn't mean to look on purpose. But anyway, I'm in a hurry. I'm sorry. I'm also in a rush. I know there's no excuse, I know. The Demon King seemed to be aware of what he had done and was rambling on. What did it matter if he saw her in her underwear? Considering the state of the world, this was nothing. And here he was apologizing for it. Scarlet was only scared by the fact that the Demon King had suddenly appeared in her room. Scarlet had seen her fair share of hardships after the war. However, in this entirely bizarre moment, with the Demon King she should never have encountered right in front of her, her mind went blank. The Demon King was frightening. However, as much as she looked, the rambling Demon King appeared embarrassed and awkward, but not murderous. "Are you not going to kill me?" "Why would I kill you?" Reinhardt snapped back, almost madly. "I know you must be feeling confused, scared, and curious about why I've been doing all of this, and you probably don't trust me. I get it, I understand. But try to calm down, even though it's confusing." He was even more so than before. But Scarlet couldn't help but think as she looked at Reinhardt. He seemed even crazier than before, but he looked just like he did back in the temple. He was always a ruffian, then and now. Scarlet's trembling slowly subsided. He didn't intend to kill her. If he didn't have that intention, then why on earth was he here? "What on earth are you doing?" "Hey, when I hear something like that, there are so many things that come to mind that I can't figure out what exactly you're curious about. You need to be more specific." Was she talking about the gate incident? Was she asking what he had done up until now? Or was she asking about the current situation? He had done so many things that it was impossible to tell what she was asking if she asked ambiguously. Scarlet gestured toward the window. "The cat. Yes." Though there were certainly more pressing matters, Scarlet was disoriented and wanted to know what was going on. Regardless of the importance of the matter, the fact that the Demon King was masquerading as a cat was the most intriguing. This is, actually the most complicated part. And for Reinhardt too, explaining the other matters was quite complex and difficult, but explaining the cat impersonation was the hardest. From the original intention to how it had come to be, it would take at least 30 minutes to explain. As Reinhardt stuttered, Scarlet quietly asked the most important question. "Does Ellen?" No, she doesn't. Despite the terror of the situation, despite the fear of the other party. "You crazy, perverted bastard." Scarlet couldn't help but frown. I mean, you're right. You're right, but I should be getting scolded by Ellen, not you. Why should I be scolded by you? Call me a pervert for that other thing instead. You shameless piece of trash. Regardless of anything else, the act of deceiving people as a cat was an indisputable perverted act, even if he had 10 mouths to speak with. Fine, I deserve to die. The Demon King had no choice but to admit it. Chapter 642. Scarlet cursed at the Demon King and then found herself surprised by her own actions. This was the first time she had ever cursed in her life. That's why she couldn't help but be startled. She would never have said such a thing if the person before her had been the Demon King. And so she realized that she was thinking of the person in front of her not as the Demon King, but as Reinhardt. No matter how she looked at it, he hadn't changed much from the Reinhardt she knew from their time at the temple, except perhaps that he had become more of a rascal. Of course, she had been afraid of Reinhardt even back then. It was a fear mixed with admiration, to be precise. But in the end, Scarlet couldn't understand the situation at all. At this very moment, why did this happen to her? What did she do to deserve this? Just as Scarlet was confused by the unresolved situation, so was Reinhardt. He seemed to understand that the situation was bizarre and that Scarlet had no choice but to be flustered, which Scarlet could sense clearly. Setting aside all other emotions, Scarlet could distinctly feel one thing. The Demon King was extremely anxious. He tried to calm Scarlet down while constantly glancing out the window. "All right." "No, it's not all right, but just ask quickly. I know that you won't believe me just because of what I've said. I'll try to explain as much as I can. I'll tell you everything." "No." Scarlet was bewildered and afraid. She slowly calmed her startled heart and took several deep breaths. However, she asked about the cat first because that was what she was most curious about. But she didn't really need to ask about the other problems. "I called you a pervert and shameless, but I didn't say I didn't trust you." "Huh!" She was bewildered, surprised, and afraid. But when it came to trust, Scarlet didn't distrust him. On the day the gate incident occurred, Scarlet wasn't there, but in another place, in the underground prison where the Demon King was imprisoned. I remember it clearly. Scarlet remembered the Demon King, who was pouring out all the truth with sorrow back then. Not knowing if the Demon King would use a curse, Bertus had brought Scarlet along to interrogate Reinhardt. The Emperor, Savel Turner, and even Scarlet hadn't believed the Demon King's words at that time. I wished for peace. I wanted to save everyone. I knew the future. All those words had sounded like the ramblings of a madman, even back then when the Demon King claimed to have created the world. "I trust you." Scarlet remembered it clearly. Those who knew the truth were silent because they knew the truth. Scarlet was one of those who knew the truth but had dismissed it as nonsense at the time. However, now she knew that the emptiness and sadness in his eyes, which seemed as though he had lost everything, were not a pretense but the actual truth. Even the Demon King had said that if they couldn't trust him, they should kill him before everything went wrong. If they had followed the Demon King's words and beheaded him, then hung his head in the street, would the gate incident have been avoided? That was something they could never know now. But she knew that if they had trusted and released the Demon King, the gate incident wouldn't have happened. She knew that the despair and sadness she felt from the Demon King were not feigned, but as genuine as they appeared. Scarlet knew then that all the words of the Demon King, which had been considered lies at the time, were true. She knew about Arkasha as well. But even if Scarlet believed the words of the Demon King, there was nothing she could change. She was only there according to the needs of important people. And after everything had happened, she was one of the silent ones, knowing that telling the truth to people would have no meaning. Scarlet did what she could. She believed that silently killing monsters and saving people was the best she could do. So, without saying a word about the Demon King, Scarlet simply did what she had to do. Revealing the truth to people was not her domain. She grieved and sympathized with the Demon King's existence. She was simply where she needed to be. So, Scarlet had no reason to ask about things like the gate incident from the beginning. She already knew. The Demon King didn't need to ramble on, saying it would be difficult for her to believe him. She already believed. It was just that trusting the Demon King and fearing him were two different matters. "Don't tell me. You think I came to seek revenge on you?" Yes. It was possible that he had come to take revenge on those who didn't believe him back then. The Demon King might have held a grudge against those who didn't believe him, as their disbelief led to the world turning out this way, and Scarlet was one of them. Only then did she realize why she had been trembling, even though she believed in him, fearing that she might be killed. "Why would I do that? It was only natural that you didn't believe me back then. I have no intention of doing that, and I don't resent you." "I see. All right." From the way he insisted he wouldn't kill her, Scarlet couldn't help but know that he didn't hold any grudge. Reinhardt was still the same. He was the Demon King, but not very much like one. He was still just a person with few opportunities. He was still just as bewildering. Believing in him was one thing, but she wasn't an important person. Why had he come to see her? Why did he ask if she had seen her friends? Reinhardt struggled to figure out how to persuade Scarlet, only to realize there was no need to persuade her in the first place. Scarlet was just too surprised. She just needed time to calm down. There was no need to go into great detail. She had already heard everything before. Scarlet just needed time to calm down. Now that I've calmed down a bit, please tell me slowly what's so urgent. Wait. Just as they were about to have a proper conversation, Reinhardt's expression hardened as he looked towards the window. I don't think we have time to talk. Reinhardt roughly pulled the curtain, wondering what he had seen. Pardon. I'm grateful and relieved that you believe in me, but let's do this for now. I'll tell you everything later. Reinhardt stared straight into Scarlet's red eyes, as if to say never forget. From now on, never leave my side. Pardon. Scarlet's face paled at the strangely confessional words. Did you understand? Whatever happens, stick with me. Just remember that. Even if someone tries to tear me away from you, we must never be separated. If you understand, answer quickly. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. So, attempting to sever the connection. Scarlet soon understood the meaning behind Reinhardt's sudden words. Whoosh! Suddenly, Reinhardt shrank. Meow. The message was clear. Take him wherever she went. She trusted him, that much was true. Although she didn't understand the situation, she could guess that Reinhardt wasn't there to harm her, but to help her instead. However, the sight of the black cat's round, shining eyes overlapping with Reinhardt's dirty, sly gaze made Scarlet feel nauseous. I feel sick. Meow, looking at the cat, who seemed to say it wasn't happy either as it waved its paws. Scarlet's nausea grew. And then, soon, knock, knock. Scarlet's muscles tensed as she heard someone knocking on her door. Scarlet, it's me. It was Ludwig's voice. If cats could have expressions, this one would certainly have a very serious face. He had missed the timing and now couldn't discuss the important matter at hand. The Demon King had become a cat with its mouth sealed shut. However, it was clear that the Demon King had no intention of harming Scarlet, and Scarlet herself pitied Reinhardt. Why had the Demon King come here? And why had Ludwig come here? Knock, knock, Scarlet. If you're there, can you open the door? Scarlet felt an odd sense of fear creeping through her body. It was certain that unknown events were unfolding and spreading around her. Scarlet looked at the cat. Nod as if to say it was okay to open the door. The cat nodded its head. Gulp, as she opened the door, Ludwig stood there. With a bandage still wrapped around his right arm and unkempt hair, Ludwig looked much different than before. His expression had somehow become sharper and his face much darker. Ludwig. Ah, you're here. Ludwig offered a faint smile. Scarlet hadn't been told what was going on, so she knew she had to pretend to be calm. I thought you had gone somewhere else. Scarlet felt uneasy at Ludwig's words. He was a superhuman with senses far superior to ordinary people. There was no way Ludwig couldn't have sensed someone on the other side of the wall. I thought I might have to go looking for you. Ludwig would have known she was inside, deliberately not opening the door if she hadn't. Somehow, Scarlet couldn't help but notice Ludwig's blatant lie after just a few words. She had to pretend to be calm right now. As she didn't know what was going on and hadn't heard anything, she had to act as if she knew nothing. She had to pretend as if nothing had happened. Have you returned as well, Ludwig? No, not exactly. I'll be leaving soon. Ludwig gestured outside with a nod. The weather's nice. How about we take a short walk? Under normal circumstances, Scarlet would have agreed at the sight of Ludwig's gentle smile. Though they weren't very close, all of the Temple Royal class members were comrades in arms. The camaraderie that came from crossing the line of life and death together was in a different league from ordinary friendships. Each of them was incredibly precious to one another. Though they might not have been intimately familiar with every aspect of each other's lives, they could die for each other. Camaraderie was a very peculiar form of friendship for that reason. Moreover, Ludwig had saved Scarlet's life at the risk of his own. As a result, Delphine had lost her life, and Ludwig had even lost his right arm. Of course, Scarlet had saved Ludwig first, but in the end, they were in a relationship where they owed each other their lives. That's what it meant to be comrades. Fear in this unknown situation was inevitable. All right, sounds good. Nevertheless, Ludwig was incredibly precious to Scarlet, as he was to all his other friends. Scarlet could still die for Ludwig. so there was no reason they couldn't go for a walk. Just give me a moment. Sure. Scarlet hadn't forgotten what the Demon King had said. Ludwig watched as Scarlet disappeared into the room for a moment, only to reappear with a trot, holding the black cat in her arms. Ah, there you are. Ludwig grinned as he looked at the black cat, as if seeing a familiar face after a long time. Afraid of being misunderstood, Scarlet forced a smile on her lips. She felt extremely awkward knowing what she was holding. Should the cat, come along for the walk? Scarlet tried to say something without feeling awkward, but her tongue got twisted. Meow. Fortunately, the black cat's sharp cry interrupted Scarlet. Ludwig might not have known, but Scarlet understood the meaning of that cry well enough. It meant to shut up. This one, always sticking around girls, huh? Ludwig cast a meaningful smile at the black cat. Meow. The black cat desperately avoided Ludwig's gaze. Chapter 643, 6th month. It's getting warmer, feels like winter was just yesterday. You're right. Ludwig and Scarlet walked along a path near the royal class dormitory. As if the heavy snowfall that had tormented them was a distant memory, summer had arrived, and it was time to worry about the heat. Could the war end before autumn came? The coalition forces had reached a point where they could finally discuss the true end of the conflict. Nevertheless, it wasn't yet the season of unbearable heat, so the weather was, quite literally, at its best. Beyond the temple domain, the desolation and starvation of the wastelands were not felt here. The well-kept streets, neat shrubbery, and beautiful, elegant buildings could still be seen below the hills. The temple remained vast and beautiful. Only the students were missing. The massive campus that once gathered the continent's top talents for studying was now empty, either dead or on the battlefield. There were still a few students left, but their numbers were minuscule, and the majority of the teachers who should have been educating them had gone to the war. Though still beautiful, a space without what should be there was nothing but dead. Only a very limited number of people could see this place, as the temple still maintained strict access control. Scarlet walked quietly beside Ludwig, holding a black cat in her arms. And then she glanced at Ludwig's bandaged right arm. Ludwig had said that he could regain his arm through some experimental procedure. It moved well and caused no discomfort, but he couldn't fight, so he was doing something in the rear lines. Although they were comrades, they all had their own pressing matters to deal with. Scarlet had vaguely thought Ludwig's situation was fortunate. But then, if Ludwig was with the rear support unit, which unit was it, and what was he doing there? Scarlet had no idea what Ludwig was doing and had never asked. From the beginning, after Ludwig returned to the coalition forces when spring started, he had only briefly visited the royal class base and was hardly seen. She had thought his work with the rear support unit he'd been assigned to must have been busy. Ludwig was so busy working with the rear support unit that he didn't even have time to see his friends. But now that she thought about it, it was strange. After their spring departure, the coalition forces had fought only once, in Wallen. Their first destination, Grenosia, had already been crushed by the vanguard. The main force had nothing to do but move, so why was Ludwig, supposedly in the rear, even busier? Scarlet didn't know what the rear units did, so they could indeed have more work than the main force, but she couldn't figure out the reason. Ludwig had said that, although he had regained his arm, it was unsuitable for combat. Could such a person easily use an essential warp spot to return to the wasteland like this? Using a warp spot required procedures and permission, like Scarlet had. Unfortunately, Ludwig was no longer that important. Yet he had calmly returned to the temple during the coalition forces' advance and sought out Scarlet. With the end of the war approaching and the upcoming battles, there was no time to focus on other things. However, now those things started to catch her attention. From 1 to 10, everything seemed strange. Ludwig's arm, Anna's warning. Suddenly, the Demon King came for her, and then her power to neutralize. Naturally, Scarlet had an intuition that she had somehow become the core of these inexplicable events. Ludwig, that bandage on your arm, when will you take it off? I probably won't be able to for a while. Is it painful or something? I can't say it's not, and it looks quite unsightly. That right arm. She couldn't help but realize that it was very strange as well. She merely hoped that somehow she could use her arm again. But upon closer inspection now, something odd stood out. Compared to Ludwig's left arm, it was unnaturally long, and the size of his hand and thickness of his forearm were also slightly larger. Strange. It was as if it belonged to someone else. Scarlet's imagination filled her with fear. What on earth was that arm? When the war is over, will we be able to live in the temple as we did before? Ludwig was talking about something entirely different. It would be nice if we could. Right. Even if the gate incident ends, there are still many monsters on the continent, and everything won't be completely over until all the monsters are dealt with. Ludwig chuckled. And when the temple is operational again, will we be second-year students or fifth-year students? I'm not really sure. If the temple started operating as it had before, it wasn't just Scarlet who considered that possibility. Ludwig was thinking about it too. By the way, yes, was he finally getting to the elusive main point? Scarlet tensely awaited Ludwig's words. This cat, however, instead of the main point, Ludwig pointed at the black cat nestled in Scarlet's arms. Isn't it a bit strange? Ha! At that, Scarlet flinched greatly. The cat, trying its best to appear as if it didn't understand anything, desperately feigned composure. Strange. Wah. What do you mean? Scarlet bit her tongue due to the sudden timing of the unexpected question, but Ludwig didn't seem to mind. No, it just doesn't seem to be growing at all. Ah, it's been quite some time now. Shouldn't it have grown a bit by now? Scarlet felt the same doubt that Ludwig did. The black kitten. By now it should have grown into a full-grown cat, but it was still tiny. The default appearance of the shapeshifter who found being small cute hadn't changed. Maybe there's a breed. I don't know, but maybe that's not the case. Could be. I don't know much about cats either. That might be possible. Fortunately, both Ludwig and Scarlet could pass it off as not knowing. Scarlet sighed with relief in her mind. From behind Ludwig, who was walking slightly ahead, Scarlet glared at the black cat cradled in her arms. You invite suspicion by transforming thoughtlessly. Her gaze was so intense that it conveyed that meaning, but the cat maintained its ignorance and yawned. Scarlet. Then Ludwig's voice suddenly became solemn. Yes, Ludwig. Now, at last, was he going to tell her the reason he had come? Instinctively, Scarlet could only feel it. Ludwig turned to Scarlet and spoke. Have you ever considered living outside the temple? Ha! It was an utterly unexpected question, and Scarlet couldn't help but be taken aback. Leaving the intact temple behind, there seemed to be no intention of staying outside. The attitude conveyed that it was natural for him to provide such a place. The temple is, well, not as safe as you might think. Not safe? Yep. Ludwig quietly looked at Scarlet. I think it's better to stay somewhere safer than the temple. That's why I'm suggesting it. At those words, Scarlet quietly looked at Ludwig. Ludwig. Yeah, you know that this situation is strange, right? The temple was dangerous. Therefore, he would find a safer place for her to stay. It was definitely strange that Ludwig, of all people, calmly returned to the temple and said this. However, Scarlet didn't ask anything, and Ludwig didn't provide any explanation. Ludwig slowly nodded to Scarlet's observation. You're right, it must feel strange. That I can come and go from the imperial capital as I please, and that I can provide you with a safe place. Even my bandaged right arm would seem suspicious. No matter how one looked at it, Ludwig didn't seem to be anyone other than someone plotting something. Still, can't you trust me? At Ludwig's words, Scarlet bit her lip. I trust you, Ludwig. Of course I trust you. You're precious to me. I definitely think highly of you, and I'd be willing to die for you. It wasn't because Ludwig saved her life that he was precious to Scarlet. All her friends and comrades were precious to her. The war had changed so much that everyone she knew had become as precious and important as her own life. Even Erich de Lafury, who had tormented her. As the moments spent crossing the line of life and death piled up, she could risk her life even for him. And she was confident that, conversely, Erich could risk his life for Scarlet. That's what comrades were. It was a request to trust from Ludwig, one of those precious people. Of course she trusted him. But Ludwig, I don't know anything. What's going on? I don't know anything. If you don't tell me anything. Suddenly hearing this, I feel so frustrated and scared. Anna's warning, the Demon King's question, and Ludwig's suggestion. Something was happening, but Scarlet had not a single definite piece of knowledge. What on earth is going on for things to be like this? That question was directed at Ludwig, and at the same time at the Demon King she held in her arms. What am I, that you suddenly come looking for me? What can my abilities do? Ludwig's expression became strange at Scarlet's question. Ah, as if he had realized something, Ludwig, with a bizarre expression, began to laugh. Ha, 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 ha. Ha ha! Whether he was drained or disillusioned, Ludwig laughed with an indiscernible expression, almost as if he had gone half mad. Ludwig! As Ludwig suddenly started laughing, Scarlet felt chills run down her spine and called his name. Ah, this, ha ha, it's like this, ha ha, that's right, ha ha, I'm no different, ha ha, and so it was. For some time Ludwig laughed a hollow, listless laugh, but at some point he suddenly stopped. I'm sorry, Scarlet. Sometimes it's better not to know. Realizing that he himself had become the kind of person who would say such a thing, Ludwig knew how absurd it was, and he laughed for a long time. To make someone aware, to keep someone ignorant. As much as he despised those who made such decisions, Ludwig found himself saying these words to his friend. It's better not to know. But while Ludwig might ridicule himself for this, he had no intention of stopping what he had to do. On the contrary, wasn't it a good thing? To befriend a monster, one had to become a monster. To kill a monster, one had to become a monster. Wasn't this proof that he had become a monster? If so, then he could truly kill monsters. To have such power, to wield such authority. No longer would he hear that he was worthless, that he was nothing, at least in that respect. Even if he were to fall and die, wouldn't he no longer be miserable? In response to Ludwig's words that it's better not to know, Scarlet looked at him with a determined expression. Even if you can't explain anything to me, are you saying it's safer for me to stay outside the temple? Yeah, if you know something, it'll only become more dangerous. So trust me, Ludwig said. Scarlet didn't doubt Ludwig's intentions at all. However, I'm not sure. What do you mean? Ever since a certain moment, it seems like you're not the Ludwig I used to know. The change in Ludwig, who had returned with a new arm, was not only in his appearance. Though she couldn't focus on it properly, Scarlet couldn't help but feel that Ludwig had become an entirely different person. From the moment he returned, and even now, as he spoke these unfamiliar words. Not just his words, but his attitude, gaze, and actions, even his aura. To Scarlet, the Ludwig before her felt like a completely different person. I don't want to say this, but you scare me, Ludwig. Scary. Yes. And so, faced with the changed appearance of her friend, Scarlet couldn't help but feel fear. Scarlet, I had no choice but to change. When Asher died, when Delphin died. No, from the moment the gate incident happened until now, how could I not change? Ludwig's words were true. So much had happened that change was inevitable. Without change, they couldn't bear it. Not just Ludwig, but Scarlet as well had changed, albeit to varying degrees. The only ones who hadn't changed were the dead. Rather, it was more peculiar that the Demon King, who still bore some resemblance to his former self after all that had happened, maintained even a trace of his old self. You're right, I'm sure that's true. But to tell me to do as you say without knowing anything, it's so unlike the Ludwig I've known. It wasn't that he had changed. He seemed like an entirely different person. If I were to refuse to do as you say, what would happen? What would you do? If it had been the old Ludwig, he would have accepted Scarlet's refusal and said there was nothing he could do. Had it not been for that, he would have tried to explain and persuade her with all his reasons. Nevertheless, he would not have been upset or resentful at Scarlet's refusal. But now, what would he do if Scarlet were to reject such a proposal from Ludwig? It seemed as if he would force her to listen, whether she wanted to or not. Ludwig gazed at Scarlet with deep, dark eyes. Scarlet, there's one thing I can tell you. There are people who want to use you. You might not know it now, but someday they will definitely try to exploit you. They want to use me. Yes, to use her. Was that the intention behind the Demon King's visit? To exploit her? But the Demon King, who was nestled in Scarlet's arms in the form of a cat, could not say anything. Scarlet, there are those within the Alliance who are colluding with the Demon King. Upon hearing that, Scarlet could not help but widen her eyes. It was already a shocking and strange situation that the Demon King was nestled in her arms. Did it mean the Demon King's influence had already reached within the Alliance? And their numbers are not few. Contrary to what the Alliance soldiers and people thought, Ludwig knew that a considerable part of the Alliance had already fallen to the Demon King, and that many more would continue to fall. The Demon King already knows about your power, and will soon discover that your abilities have grown stronger than before. No, he might already know. As Ludwig said, the Demon King already knew. Scarlet could not help but realize it upon hearing it from Ludwig's mouth. Was it just that he knew? The Demon King had been faster than Ludwig. The Demon King wants to use my power. My abilities, probably. She did not know in what way her power would be used, but the Demon King could not say anything now. Although the Demon King had come first, Ludwig was the first to explain. Scarlet could not help but feel terrified upon seeing Ludwig's grave expression. It's strange that you, Ludwig, would say such a thing. Ludwig was Ludwig. It's like you have to be the one to confront the Demon King, as if you can. The Demon King was too great and heavy a name. He might be a small cat now, but the Demon King was no ordinary being. On the other hand, Ludwig was an ordinary being. He was not Ellen, nor the Emperor, nor Saveilin Turner. But now Ludwig spoke as if he had to confront the Demon King himself, as if it was possible for him to do so. He spoke as if he was someone capable of doing so, or as if he belonged to a group that could do it. The Ludwig Scarlet knew was not that kind of person at all. I don't know whether I can do it or not. What's important is that someone has to do it. Without knowing whether it was possible or not, he said it had to be done. That was not Ludwig, but Ellen. Scarlet swallowed her rising words. The Demon King is not the person you think he is. He is not that kind of being. He only wished for peace but could do nothing. He wanted to save the world, but instead he made it this way. He was nothing but a pitiful and wretched being. I heard that miserable and tragic confession firsthand, and so both the hero and the Demon King were ultimately just pitiable people. Scarlet wanted to say that, and so whenever Ludwig occasionally expressed hatred towards the Demon King or made such remarks to Ellen, Scarlet would stop him from doing so. She would tell him not to torment Ellen. As it was, she hoped he would not cause the already struggling hero any more pain. Subtly dissuading those who criticized the Demon King, those who spoke such words around Ellen, was the best Scarlet could do. Although she wanted to argue on behalf of the Demon King while holding him in her arms, she couldn't. Scarlet couldn't help but feel it from Ludwig's expression. No persuasion would work on the changed Ludwig. The changed Ludwig merely spoke. The Ludwig who always sought others' opinions and listened to their stories was gone. Scarlet, anyone will try to use you. They will put you in danger. So let's stay somewhere else. Somewhere no one can find you. Stay safe until everything is settled. Can you do that? Before someone tried to use her, before it became dangerous, she would hide from the world. Then, wouldn't you, Ludwig, be using me instead? If someone tried to use her, there might be an opposite case as well. It could also be a situation where Ludwig was actually trying to use Scarlet. It might have been a statement that could greatly hurt Ludwig's feelings, but he simply shook his head. That won't happen. I won't put you in danger. Although she didn't know much, Ludwig had no intention of using her. The Demon King and others coveted Scarlet's power. Was Ludwig merely thinking of stopping someone from using her before they could? Scarlet couldn't figure out why Ludwig was saying this, or why the Demon King was looking for her in the first place. Ludwig, who said nothing, but claimed this was the best course of action for her. The Demon King, who promised to explain everything later and told her never to leave his side. Which side was right? As someone who had witnessed the Demon King's despair firsthand and knew the whole truth about him, Scarlet trusted the Demon King. And she trusted Ludwig, who had saved her life and even sacrificed his arm for her. She trusted both, but she was forced to choose. Would she follow Ludwig and leave? Would she reject Ludwig's offer to hear the Demon King's explanation? But was there really a need to make a decision right now? Ludwig, can you give me some time to think? At Scarlet's words, Ludwig fell silent. In his silence, an unmistakable sense of urgency was evident. His every action seemed to suggest that there was no time. But the fact that time was passing even as he remained silent did not change. I can't give you much time. In his words, it was already clear that he was not considering Scarlet's refusal. Scarlet couldn't help but know from Ludwig's words that if she refused, he would take her away by force. Chapter 644. Ludwig's anxiety was, in fact, meaningless. His anxiety stemmed from the fear that the Demon King or other forces might approach Scarlet. But at the moment Ludwig arrived, the Demon King was already with Scarlet. When Scarlet asked for time, Ludwig had merely said that he could wait for a few hours at most. At Scarlet's request to be alone, Ludwig told her to gather her thoughts while he went for a walk and left for somewhere. Scarlet didn't know that Ludwig had gone to the Temple Magic University. Ludwig had changed strangely at some point. She knew the truth, but she couldn't know what the Demon King had been doing and where he had been all this time. Ultimately, both were frightening to Scarlet. She trusted both, but she couldn't help but fear them now. She managed to return to her dormitory room. What? What happened? The cat had transformed back into the Demon King, and Scarlet demanded an explanation from him. Though she was afraid, she had to know how the situation was unfolding. The Demon King cautiously peered out the window. He was checking if Ludwig was nearby, possibly watching Scarlet's movements. With no eavesdroppers nearby, the Demon King began to speak. Do you remember the strange army we saw during the last Wallen battle? Yes, clearly. Everyone had witnessed the peculiar army's might. They all had some idea that it was the true power the Empire had been hiding all along. To explain it properly, it's a bit gruesome, but that army was actually similar to golems. Golems, you say? Yes, Reinhardt nodded quietly. Golems made from corpses. At those words, Scarlet couldn't help but gasp for breath. Just as Ludwig didn't intend to give Scarlet much time, the Demon King also didn't have much time to explain things to her. What power the Empire had tapped into, who those revived people were, and who were responsible for those experiments. Hearing all these stories in such a short time left Scarlet dumbfounded. There were too many horrifying revelations, and the ones responsible for those experiments all along had been Christina, Louis, and Anna, who had been calmly conversing with her. Recently, Ludwig received one of those arms as a transplant. Ludwig underwent a chimera procedure. Yes, what else could it be? At the Demon King's question of whether there could be any other magic capable of that, Scarlet had no words. War made too many things possible. Scarlet couldn't help but feel her heart sink at the thought that Ludwig wanted to return to the battlefield so much that he needed such magic. But at the same time, she couldn't help but wonder. It was a brutal and horrific army, but in the end, it was a necessary one. As an army created to end the war, wasn't it an immediately needed force? But why would I be important if I can neutralize that army? Before she could finish her sentence, Scarlet naturally realized. After the gate incident, the Demon King was talking about what would come next. Someone might try to use her, Ludwig had said. After the gate incident is over, do you want me to eliminate that army for you? It was not only the strongest force in human history, but also the most powerful in all of history. Scarlet could easily neutralize that army with her abilities. Just as she had turned the golems into scrap metal in an instant, she could do the same to that army. The most powerful force in history would be rendered powerless with ease. Yes, the Demon King nodded his head. Ludwig is right. With no intention to deny, the Demon King spoke. Ludwig really came back to protect you, and I intend to use you. There was no point in excuses or rationalizations. No matter how suspicious it appeared, Ludwig's words about protecting Scarlet were true. No matter how well disguised, the Demon King's reality was that he had to use Scarlet. Ludwig had hurried back to the temple to protect Scarlet from the Demon King's grasp, and the Demon King had arrived even earlier for the purpose of using her. Unable to help herself, Scarlet trembled at the Demon King's candid admission. Do we really have to fight? We don't have to, do we? You never wanted this. You're not the kind of person who wants this. Many people have already died or been injured because of the gate incident, and now, even before it's over, we have to think about the next battle. At Scarlet's desperate plea, the Demon King leaned silently against the wall. Yeah, maybe we don't have to fight. Who knows? Then, after everything is settled, can't we just live in our own places? If there's no battle, the army has no meaning. That's true, definitely. No matter how powerful an army, it holds no meaning outside the battlefield. In this vast land, where most of it had become empty from countless people dying, shouldn't they be able to live in their own places? Scarlet couldn't understand why they needed to prepare for the next battle right after one had ended. The situation has changed too much from before. Changed? How? Do you even know the situation in the Empire? You know even less about the situation of the Allied forces. Scarlet had been away from the Empire for a long time and therefore didn't know how it functioned. She naturally didn't know the atmosphere of the Allied forces either, as she wasn't in a position to make such decisions. We've come too far to stop now. We've done too much to just call it quits and live separately in our own places. This wasn't a toy that could easily be reset after having enough fun. The world was too big to play with. That's why things remained as they were once set in motion. Not everything could be nullified. I don't know. In the end, my actions might cause even bigger problems this time. It's possible. Just as all the actions taken to prevent the gate incident ultimately completed it, a similar outcome might be in store this time. But at least, Scarlet knew that the events unfolding in the world were not part of the Demon King's conspiracy. This was not the Demon King's conspiracy, but his failure. Even after experiencing that miserable failure, the Demon King had built something once again. It might be a selfish act. My attempt to do something again after failing once might seem repulsive to someone, even unforgivable, and there are indeed people who feel that way. But I've come too far to stop now. I don't know what kind of outcome my actions will lead to, but stopping now, as if nothing ever happened, would be the biggest mistake I could make. If he hadn't wanted to do it, he shouldn't have done anything at all. If something had been started, it should be seen through to the end. Everything that had been built up would collapse the moment he gave up halfway. The Demon King didn't know the perfect answer either. However, he did know one thing for sure, the perfect wrong answer. At this point, where half of the Imperial Army and half of the Allied forces had been swallowed up, running away from everything, pretending as if nothing had happened, that was the perfect wrong answer. I won't deny that helping me is a very risky choice, and I won't say that helping me is the right choice either. After all, I might be wrong. I don't know the answer either, and I know that there are legitimate reasons for those who want to kill me, and I have no excuse for their anger towards me. Anyway, all of these things happened because of me. Those who sought to kill the Demon King also had their own reasons, and no one could deny them. However, the Demon King had a path he wanted to follow. He had come too far to turn back. Now, he had to follow that path, make it safer, and ensure its certainty. That was the only reality, and all other options had become unavailable. Scarlet, help me. The Demon King looked at the red-haired girl. I need you. In her life, Scarlet had never heard such a short yet sincere request. Scarlet stared at the Demon King, her body tense. No, she looked at Reinhardt. Memories from long ago brushed past her. Memories that seemed to have been forgotten and vanished amidst wars and countless deaths. But those memories, hidden somewhere deep in her heart, were undoubtedly resurfacing. The Demon King. Reinhardt was an odd fellow. An A-class, he was rumored to have abilities even weaker than those of B-class mages, yet he was always getting into trouble. Not only within the A-class, but also in the B-class, there were rumors that he was a strange guy, a person who shouldn't be involved with. Reinhardt was definitely that kind of person. But to Scarlet, Reinhardt had a slightly different meaning as a strange person. One day, "What's wrong with being red?" He had said those words out of the blue when he saw her being bullied by Erich de Lafury. Strong guys were the bosses, he said. It must have been after he had won a duel against a senior. After achieving victory through a strange miracle in what was surely a reckless fight, Reinhardt had said that. In truth, at that time, Scarlet had been more afraid of Reinhardt than Erich. Their paths hadn't crossed much. But Scarlet had always watched Reinhardt from a distance. If only I could be like that. If only I had that kind of courage. To Scarlet, who had been cowering in fear of being expelled from the temple, Reinhardt had been a shocking figure in many ways. Before she knew it, she was always watching Reinhardt. She wanted to be like him, and so Reinhardt became her idol in her heart. In that way, recalling the past naturally brought other memories to mind. As the memory of that time surfaced, Scarlet couldn't help but smile in this situation. No, rather, she couldn't help but laugh at herself for having such thoughts in this situation. Do you remember the tournament? Ha! Suddenly, the Demon King nodded his head with a flustered expression at Scarlet's question. I remember. Reinhardt couldn't help but remember that moment when Scarlet, who had no connection to him, had told him that he was her idol. Those times and events from the past had been buried in countless deaths and sorrows. Yet, because they were so insignificant, they had become precious moments. After all, the days when everything was peaceful and there were no problems could never return. I told you back then. There are people who dislike you, but there are also people who like you. That's right. You did say that. Due to Reinhardt's strange personality, there were many people who disliked him. But even then, strangely, there were people who didn't dislike Reinhardt. Even if it wasn't Ellen or Harriet, there were quite a few people who got along well with Reinhardt. There were many who disliked him, but there were definitely those who liked him as well. Why would anyone like that guy? Why would anyone hang out with someone like him? There were many people who talked behind their backs. Seeing that, Scarlet realized. Just as I can't make everyone like me, I can't make everyone hate me either. I realized that by watching you. Right, you did say that. Scarlet had come to that realization. If it was impossible to be loved by everyone, then it must also be impossible to be hated by everyone. Strangely enough, a lot has changed. Too much has changed. Scarlet looked at Reinhardt, the being now called the Demon King. You're still in the same situation. Just as there were people who hated Reinhardt, but also those who liked him back then. The same was true for the Demon King. Some may hate the Demon King so much that they want to kill him, but some cannot hate him. Or perhaps some still love the Demon King. Only the scale had grown from the temple to the whole world. Is that how it's going to be? As if understanding what she was saying, the Demon King smiled bitterly. In the temple of the past, Scarlet was one of those who had liked Reinhardt. It was different from the others in that she liked him not as a romantic interest, but with a sense of admiration. Reinhardt, who was once her idol, had now become the accursed Demon King, whose name was hardly even mentioned. No, he had been the Demon King from the beginning. Such a being had sought her out across a vast expanse of time, and he sincerely asked for her help, to help him, that he needed her. What should she do? The Demon King had his own circumstances. He said he hadn't wanted this to happen, but who among those who knew his situation could say that he deserved to stand on the blade of judgment? But what about the opposite? How could the cries of those who claimed that the Demon King had to die be unjust? There was a justification for righteousness, but there was also a justification for death. The Demon King was a contradictory existence. Just as the Demon King had his own reasons, those who desired the Demon King's death and destruction have their own reasons as well. If everyone was justified and everyone had their own reasons, then what should she choose? At the crossroads of choice, Scarlet slowly opened her mouth. Chapter 645. A short while later, Ludwig returned after a brief stroll. To be precise, he had stopped by the Magic University, but it hadn't taken much time. He couldn't leave his post for long due to his anxiety. Scarlet was in a very dangerous situation. It was only natural for her to be flustered since he had told her to follow his words without properly explaining the situation. It was only right to give her time to think, but he couldn't afford to give her much. Upon returning to the temple dormitory, Ludwig cautiously knocked on Scarlet's door. "Scarlet, it's me." Standing in front of the door, Ludwig quietly waited. There was no response. Was she pondering somewhere else rather than in her room? Knock, knock. "Scarlet." He knocked again, but Ludwig didn't hear a response. Ludwig silently waited in front of the door for an answer. Knock, knock, and then, for the third time, Ludwig's expression had hardened. He knew as well. There was no sign of life in the room from the beginning. He had only knocked on the door just in case. Ludwig knew that Scarlet wasn't in the room. Could it be? No way. It couldn't be. Absolutely not. It couldn't be. Scarlet couldn't be like that. Ludwig hypnotized himself as if trying to convince himself. As he thought that, Ludwig's eyes sank deeper into the abyss. In that case, what should he do? How could he? How could Scarlet? No. How could he help Scarlet? What should he do? As the ominous shadow of his thoughts shifted toward an ominous decision. Ludwig. It wasn't the door, but unexpectedly, he sensed a presence in the lobby. Ludwig turned his head. Scarlet was walking towards him, dragging a large trunk from the lobby. "I had to pack some things." Ludwig barely heard her words. He walked straight towards Scarlet. Seeing Ludwig approaching with a terrifyingly hardened expression, Scarlet couldn't help but be flustered. Unknowingly, she took a small step back. "Ludwig, why that expression?" Bang! Ludwig suddenly and roughly embraced Scarlet. Naturally, Scarlet was flustered by his sudden embrace. Why all of a sudden? I'm relieved. Pardon. I'm relieved." Though it wasn't hers, Scarlet could vividly feel Ludwig's heart pounding as if it would burst while embracing her. What on earth was he relieved about? What was he so relieved for? "I'm relieved, truly relieved." Scarlet didn't know, but somehow she felt like she knew a little. She couldn't help but tremble slightly. Calm down. I won't go anywhere." As she embraced Ludwig back, Scarlet gently stroked his back. As they were embracing, Scarlet couldn't see how violently Ludwig's eyes were shaking. "I'm relieved, Scarlet." Since he didn't have to think about anything, since he didn't have to imagine anything. Ludwig muttered the same words endlessly like a madman. Contrary to Ludwig's ominous imagination, Scarlet hadn't suddenly disappeared. However, it seemed that she had gone somewhere to get something as she returned dragging a large trunk. We don't have much time. Let's go now. Ah, all right. Let's go, Ludwig, as if to calm him down. Although she had said didn't go anywhere, Scarlett held Ludwig in her arms, soothingly stroking his back. Scarlett was now busy packing, no longer asking or questioning anything. Yet Ludwig couldn't shake the thought that Scarlett might have disappeared. He wondered what he should do if that were the case. If Scarlett had disappeared, if she had other thoughts in mind. What should he do then? He imagined what he should do with Scarlett. For a brief moment he doubted Scarlett, who seemed willing to follow him. He even had fearful imaginings beyond doubt. I'm sorry, Scarlett. I'm sorry. It's all right. As she heard Ludwig's sudden apology, Scarlett hugged him even tighter. It seemed as if they couldn't see each other's trembling eyes as they held one another. I'm sorry. Ludwig also couldn't see Scarlett's twisted expression. Ludwig and Scarlett walked out of the royal class dormitory. Regardless of Ludwig's relief that his ominous thoughts didn't come true, he couldn't help but be curious. What did you go out to get? If there was anything to pack, it would be clothes. But the clothes were in Scarlett's room, yet she had appeared from the lobby. Ah, I got some books from the library, I thought. Since you wouldn't say, I might be staying for a long time. I see. It seemed as if she understood they would be away from the temple for quite some time, even without him saying anything. Ludwig had no choice but to accept her reasoning for bringing books to pass the time. You'll return them for me, right? Scarlett looked at Ludwig with a mischievous expression as she spoke. Returning books. It was such a trivial matter, but since Scarlett pretended not to know on purpose, Ludwig let out a bitter laugh. I'll return them, and if you need anything, I'll get it for you no matter what. So, it doesn't have to be a book, right? Of course. Although there wasn't much he could do in this world, he intended to provide anything within his capabilities. Naturally, she could only be grateful. Who wouldn't be when she obediently followed his request to find a hiding place, despite possibly exploiting her power? But what about the cat? It seemed like we could bring it. Ludwig found it strange that Scarlett hadn't brought the cat she had taken for a walk just a while ago. Wouldn't the cat be all right, even if a person wasn't? It would certainly be a boring life without it. It was just playing with me for a while. I'm not its owner. Wouldn't it be better off staying at the temple dormitory? Ah, I see. You just came back too, Scarlett. That's right. Scarlett silently watched as the temple entrance drew closer, a person who said nothing, a person who told bold lies. Who was the worst person? Obviously, it would be the latter. Scarlett thought so. As soon as Scarlett stepped out of the temple, she was confronted by a mage wearing a robe. The mage wore a plain, grey robe with no distinguishing features. Scarlett didn't ask anything of Ludwig, and Ludwig was secretly grateful that Scarlett didn't question him. However, Scarlett knew who the figure before her was. No, it would be more appropriate to say she knew what it was. An army composed of the dead. When she didn't know its true nature, it was mysterious. But now that she knew, she couldn't help but feel creeped out just facing it. In order to end the war, they had dabbled in dangerous magic, and what stood before her was only a small part of the outcome. In a flash, along with teleportation magic, Scarlett found herself in a room she had never seen before. The place where Scarlett arrived wasn't a street, but a room in some building. Scarlett looked around the spacious, yet unfamiliar room. She immediately noticed a particular feature of the room she was in. There were no windows. She couldn't tell whether it was above or below ground. Ludwig, where? Where are we? Scarlett couldn't even tell whether they were somewhere within the palace or in a different city. In response to Scarlett's question about their location, Ludwig quietly grabbed her shoulder. Scarlett, yes, just wait a little longer. I promise I won't keep you here long. Instead of answering her question, he made a promise. Ludwig's words said it all. It implied that she would essentially be imprisoned here. Ludwig explained various things to Scarlett. If anything was lacking or needed, or if anything happened, she should speak to the person guarding the door. There was plenty of food and other necessities prepared. I'm not allowed to leave. Am I, in the end, at Scarlett's direct question, Ludwig cast his eyes downward. I'm sorry, it's all to protect you. Ludwig tried to say that, but closed his mouth. It seemed unbearable for him to say such words while confining his friend. I'm sorry. ... It can't be helped. The words of resignation that came from Scarlett's lips carried a similar resonance to what Ludwig had once said. Ludwig left, the army known as the Immortals. Scarlet now knew that the rear support unit he had mentioned was that army. Ludwig would not have been in the rear support, but fighting at the front lines. It was clear that he must have been fighting in the most dangerous places. Both the Demon King and Ludwig were doing what they could. And Scarlet, too, had chosen what she thought she should do. A room without windows. The room itself was spacious, with a bathroom and seemingly no inconveniences for living. However, Scarlet found the appearance of the large room strangely unsettling. It wasn't like there were iron bars. All the furniture seemed to be made of high-quality materials. Yet, the lack of windows, the overall structure of the room that made it impossible to tell whether it was above or below ground, and the soundproofing made her feel a certain way. It didn't look like a prison, but it was a room made to be one. A prison designed to hold those difficult to treat as prisoners. Before the gate incident, who was this kind of room meant to imprison? Scarlet didn't know. All she could do was accept what had already happened and endure it. Scarlet began to unpack her clothes from the trunk. She would have to stay here for a while. The trunk contained more books than clothes. Among the miscellaneous books were specialized texts, novels, history books, and even dictionaries. She brought them to pass the time. That's how Scarlet explained it. In all honesty, it seemed like it would take years to read all those books. In a room with no one but herself, Scarlet took out an ordinary novel, but the content of the novel wasn't written there. Scarlet flipped through the pages one by one. What was written there were formulas and diagrams. Teleport, mass teleport, noise cancelling. Inside the novel was not a novel, but a magic scroll. I'm sorry, Ludwig. Scarlet carefully closed the scroll book disguised as a novel and tucked it into a pile of books in the trunk. Ludwig had locked Scarlet in an unknown prison. No, to be precise, he was under the illusion that he had locked her up. One item she received from the Demon King, the scroll book, and the second item. Scarlet fiddled with the purple brooch she had tucked away. When the time came, the Demon King would send a signal. Then all she had to do was carry out the agreed-upon action. Before she knew it, Scarlet's palms were damp with cold sweat. I'll help you. After much contemplation, Scarlet decided to help me. To be honest, I didn't expect Scarlet to be on my side. But as Scarlet had said, there might be people who understood me just as there were people who didn't. And Scarlet was one of the former. After returning to Lazak, I spoke with Charlotte and Harriet. Wouldn't it have been better to bring her with us? Harriet furrowed her brow, perhaps worried about leaving Scarlet behind. She seemed uneasy, having given Scarlet the scroll book and signal device, and then leaving her behind. Leaving Scarlet behind was dangerous, regardless of whether or not she could be used. I thought so too. You didn't tell her to stay behind, did you? Yes, Charlotte bit her lip. Charlotte had been the closest to Scarlet in Class B. It's dangerous. But at this point, Scarlet made the wise decision. Despite her anxiety, Charlotte had to admit that Scarlet's decision had been the best one. If I disappear, won't the situation become even more dangerous? Scarlet had said that clearly. Immortals automatically recover when destroyed. Scarlet is the person who can most perfectly neutralize immortals without any harm at this point. If Scarlet suddenly disappears, something even more dangerous might happen. Provoking those who had control over the immortals, including Christina and Ludwig, was a very dangerous act. Scarlet's disappearance had already excited the others, so the best decision to reassure them was for Scarlet to be captured for now. Scarlet had chosen to become a prisoner herself. She was grateful for the help she had received, but she had found herself in the most dangerous situation. That's why I had given her not only the scrollbook I always carried, but also a signaling device I had prepared in case our conversation with Scarlet unfolded in an unexpected way. If Scarlet was in danger, or if we needed her on our side, we would send a signal. In the end, Scarlet had to deceive her friends. A friend who had to imprison another friend. A friend who had to deceive a friend trying to imprison her. How sad, Charlotte murmured, her expression bleak, as if the reality her former B-class classmates now faced was unbearable. The possibility of Scarlet's power that had been conveyed through the Archduke. I had moved immediately upon hearing the news, so I was able to reach Scarlet more quickly than Ludwig. What would have happened if I had been late? If I had arrived at the royal class dormitory after Ludwig had taken Scarlet and disappeared? If I couldn't find out where Scarlet had gone, what would have happened then? This time I was fast. That's why I could use Scarlet. However, as I said with my own mouth, Using Scarlet ultimately put her in danger, and that fact remained unchanged. After all the twists and turns, because of me, the two original heroines, Delphine had died, Scarlet had to deceive Ludwig. Everything will be fine. I wasn't sure what my expression was like, but Harriet cautiously wrapped her arm around my shoulder. That's right. Charlotte, who was watching the scene, nodded with a determined expression. Everything will be fine. Please, it has to work out. We said it, but we didn't know if it was conviction, an assertion, or a prayer, or just a mere hope. We could no longer tell. Chapter 646, Nighttime. That's a relief. Having heard Ludwig's story, Christina closed the book and silently nodded. Almost everyone in the camp had fallen asleep after the day's march. Inside a portable tent, Christina was talking with Ludwig and two others. Everyone, except Christina, had grim expressions on their faces. Ludwig, in particular, seemed unable to forgive himself for what he had done and hung his head. They had essentially decided to confine their friend until everything was resolved. No matter how much they did it for Scarlett's safety, she had to endure confinement without any explanation, not knowing where she was or how long she would be there. The expressions of Louis, Anna, and Ludwig were grim, but Christina's was slightly different. There was definitely a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Scarlett agreed to do as we said, so what's the problem? Louis Angton asked Christina with a slightly sharp tone. After all, it was Christina who had suggested confining Scarlett, and everything had been carried out according to Christina's will. Don't be so sensitive. This was necessary. Louis Angton gritted his teeth. Eventually, someone had to make a decision. Christina was merely playing that role. Did Scarlett seem off to you? If it was off, then what? Ludwig couldn't hide his discomfort at Christina's seemingly suspicious question. No, I mean anything at all. Nothing. Ludwig cut off Christina's question as if it wasn't worth considering. At Ludwig's words, Christina sighed. I know I'm a bitch, but why do you guys seem more emotional than me? Christina's gaze turned cold. Do you think this is a time for petty arguments or emotional fights? The Immortals may be the most powerful army, but Scarlet is the only person who can instantly and perfectly neutralize them. With the Immortals alone, we can kill the Empire and the Demon King, but they can't even inflict a minor wound on Scarlet. If Scarlet wanted to, she could erase the Immortals as easily as erasing with a rubber eraser. So what are you getting at? That we should suspect Scarlet? At Louis's words, Christina clenched her teeth. I'm grateful that Scarlet followed our instructions, but is it so strange for me to say we should be prepared for anything? We're not the only ones who know about Scarlet's power. Adelia knew from the beginning. No way. Now even Adelia. Who do you think Adelia is with right now? Have you already forgotten who the daughter of Duke St. Owen is? When Christina raised her voice, the others finally realized that what she was saying was true. It wasn't Adelia they were doubting. It was the other three who were emotional, not Christina. Feeling wretched for confining their friend, they hadn't been thinking about what they should have. The Holy Order has already fallen to the Demon King. The Alliance is slowly turning everyone to their side. But don't you think Duke St. Owen is an exception? Duke St. Owen has undoubtedly, almost certainly, sided with the Demon King. He may have even joined that side before the Holy Order. As the Demon King began to show signs of movement, it was inevitable that he would make contact with Archduke St. Owen. It was a matter that could be understood without seeing it with one's own eyes. Discussing the possibility of Archduke St. Owen not siding with the Demon King was a ridiculous endeavor. The Demon King must be diligently searching for a way to neutralize the Immortals. Even if he knows the method right now, he won't use it immediately, but he will definitely want to have it in his grasp. The side that absolutely had to use Scarlet's power. The side that absolutely had to block Scarlet's power. All of them must have started to move as soon as they confirmed that information. It was rather strange that Archduke St. Owen did not side with the Demon King, and it was only natural that the Demon King would have acted. However, the results showed that Ludwig was faster. If we were faster, that would be a strange situation in itself. Though the other party could have moved faster, the side that obtained the information later ended up being faster. No matter how quickly Scarlet returned to the temple, if those bastards were in collusion with Bertus, entering the temple would be no problem. Everyone realized from Christina's words that they were more emotional than Christina herself and had failed to reach the obvious conclusion. But in the end, Scarlet is being protected by our side. Anna said, her face distorted as if using the word protection left her with a miserable feeling. Was it truly protection? Wasn't it more like imprisonment and surveillance? However, there was some truth to Anna's argument that there was no need to doubt, since Scarlett was ultimately in their custody. Yes, it's definitely fortunate. It's a lucky thing. But that's why I'm asking. We must eliminate even the slightest possibility. Christina looked towards Ludwig. Didn't you feel anything strange? Ludwig was the only one who had faced Scarlett directly. If something was off, he was the only one who could confirm it. Ludwig pondered. Was it strange or not? Scarlett was undoubtedly terrified in the midst of an unknown situation. She had said she needed time to think. Then, after a brief moment of thought, she decided to follow Ludwig. And so, in the end, Scarlett was taken. Ludwig had a dangerous thought, wondering if Scarlett might have disappeared during that brief moment. However, in the end, Scarlett had merely gone to the library to fetch a book and had not vanished. She returned, dragging a large trunk. Was that strange? Should he be suspicious of such behavior? It couldn't be called strange, but there was something. He hadn't checked what was inside the trunk. But should he have opened it and searched it, even though it probably only contained clothes or books? Scarlett, who had accepted being confined without any explanation, was for her own good. Was it really right to doubt her? No, there was nothing. Ludwig's answer remained the same. Christina asked, "Are you sure? If they had to doubt Scarlett any further, it would be better to be betrayed." "I'm sure." Ludwig came to that conclusion. "However, that has to be the truth." Under Christina's threatening gaze, Ludwig no longer had any response. The imperial capital, imperial city Imperatos, central palace Tetra. Now it seems that everything is slipping out of my hands. Your Majesty. I may be able to control the immortals for now, and the allied forces as well. The distance between the heart of the Empire and the allied forces was great, but that physical distance could be reduced at any time. The allied forces could always be observed and manipulated as if they were in the palm of one's hand. However, after the Demon King revealed his demonic power, the situation changed rapidly, and the allied forces were moving into an area beyond the Emperor's sight. It was a natural phenomenon. From the beginning, it was a situation induced not by the Demon King, but by Bertus. He had given the signal that it was time to start, and they had begun to move accordingly. However, since the beginning of that induction, the situation was slipping out of Bertus's hands. The Allied forces were now physically and politically distant from the Emperor. The leadership of the Allied forces was in turmoil, and they would gradually be devoured by the Demon King. The Immortals followed the Emperor's orders for the time being, but once everything reached its destination, they would no longer belong to the Emperor. The Empire was gradually losing power. Savelin Turner looked sternly at the Emperor, who had designed and orchestrated the situation to deliberately lose everything. The Emperor was constantly losing something. No, to be precise, he was letting go of something. One by one, one by one. He was not designing and arranging the situation to gain something, but to let go of something. The Emperor had not yet lost everything. Your Majesty still holds Shanifel and the Imperial Mage Corps. You have not lost everything. The Emperor had too much to let go of all at once. The Immortals were a very powerful army, but the Empire had Shanifel and the Imperial Mage Corps. Those two forces were also formidable armies that could not be ignored. Upon hearing Savelin Turner's words, Bertus stared at her. That's the problem. It was not a relief. Rather, it was a problem, as the Emperor said, and Turner bit her lip. Why do I have to drag so many people down with me, even though I don't want to? The Emperor smirked. The Emperor had too much, and some things could not be let go of, even if he wanted to. The Emperor had a lot. Some things could not be abandoned, so the Emperor could not die alone, even if he wanted to. Lady Turner, if I asked you to disappear with the Imperial Mage Corps and Shanifel, would you do it? At those words, Savelin Turner clenched her eyes shut. I don't understand why it has to be like this. Why you have to do this. Savelin Turner had been a knight who had dedicated her entire life to the Empire. She had no other way to live. She was someone who knew nothing of a life beyond that. The Emperor's last command to such a knight was to abandon the Empire. In the end, clear tears began to flow between her tightly closed eyes. Your Majesty is too young. I don't understand why you have to bear such a burden, why it has to be you. What did being young and mature have to do with being an emperor? An emperor must be an emperor. Savelin Turner, who had served the Empire closely for a long time, knew how absurd her words were. It was just regrettable. He had dreamed of becoming an emperor, but he had not become one in the way he had wished. Bertus had suddenly become an emperor without a proper coronation amidst the chaos of war. The crown prince, who had longed to be an emperor, had fulfilled his wish to become one. However, he had only become the emperor of an empire on the verge of collapse. The last wish of such an emperor was singular, to become the last emperor of humanity. Do you really need a reason to stay on a sinking ship until the end? When everyone was abandoning the ship, why did she have to stay on it until the end? The last emperor of a vanishing nation. Where could there be a reason to become a loyal subject in that grave? The last emperor of the Guardia's royal family. He would be remembered as a dark tyrant in history, never to be repeated. Chapter 647, The day I saw with my own eyes the scene of an immortal being created. Bertus spoke. Someone had to take responsibility for all of this. For a brief moment, Bertus and I had a conversation. We're not just talking about the responsibility for the gate incident. Then, what responsibility? The responsibility for the Great Demon War as well. Since everything began with the Great Demon War, we had to take responsibility for it from that moment on. That's what Bertus said. From that conversation, it was clear who Bertus was referring to when he spoke of responsibility and its subject. If the true cause of the Gate incident was the Great Demon War, then who was responsible for the Great Demon War? It would be humanity. However, not all of humanity was bearing responsibility, they were paying the price. Someone had to take responsibility for everything. So, humanity, who was the origin and beginning of it all? The Guardia's imperial family, who decided on that war. The royal family must take responsibility, Bertus said. Did you start the Great Demon War? Obviously, the occurrence of the war was not a matter decided by Bertus, and had that war ultimately occurred due to the unilateral decision of the Guardia's imperial family. Although the royal family started the war, it was bound to happen eventually. If it had been a war that no one wanted, the royal family would not have been able to mobilize such a large force in the first place. Do you remember when I said this long ago? What did you say? That everyone is equal beneath me. Yes, he had said that. But I'm not here because I actually did something. I won't deny that. Just as you're the demon king because you're an archdemon, I was able to do that because I'm the son of the emperor. Indeed, Bertus said he was above everyone else, but it wasn't because he was great that he said he was above everyone. It was inherited. Whether wise or incompetent, power is granted to the royal family. It was not a matter of right or wrong, but simply how things were. If you're born holding glory unrelated to your own achievements, you must also bear responsibility unrelated to your own achievements. If you enjoy glory and power, but claim that responsibility is not yours, isn't that a rather ridiculous and disgraceful act? If one was to deny responsibility, they should not have enjoyed inherited power and glory in the first place, since both were not derived from oneself. Now is the time to take responsibility. After all, I can't say that I had no role in all of this. Being treated as a noble existence from the moment of birth was not due to one's greatness, but because it was inherited. Therefore, one had to take responsibility for everything that happened due to the unrelated Great Demon War. If one inherits power, one must also inherit responsibility. In front of Bertus's solemn expression, I couldn't find the words to say. If you have enjoyed glory unrelated to your own achievements, you must bear the responsibility. Wasn't this story applicable not just to Bertus, but to me as well? Everything I had enjoyed because I created this world. Then, shouldn't the responsibility for everything that happened in this world be mine, rather than Bertus's? In the end, no matter how much was said, Bertus was a victim of my actions. The fact that I was the perpetrator of all this remained unchanged. There's no need to make such an unfortunate expression. I wondered what kind of expression I had been making. Nonetheless, Bertus said so. Is it harder to let go of the world or to swallow it? Do you have to compare them to know? What Bertus had to do was difficult. Then was what I had to do easy. It might sound ridiculous, but just as I bear my own responsibilities, you'll have to bear yours too. Yes, that was right. Letting go of the world, digesting the world. Both would be difficult tasks, but the latter would be even harder. There was a way for Bertus to take responsibility, and a way for me to take responsibility. Bertus wasn't giving me the world. He was passing the world on to me. If I could manage the aftermath of the violence brought on by the Emperor, the world would become mine, and I could survive. But if I failed, even if the world didn't perish, everything I had and myself would be destroyed. I think you should be angry, Bertus snickered, seemingly unable to comprehend why I was making such a strange expression. How odd. Then Bertus laughed. He laughed as if he couldn't bear it without laughing. I couldn't laugh in front of Bertus. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr ice, and lightning boiled. I didn't use Tiamata or Alspringer. Kairarak. I vaporized a liquid form monster that charged at me with just a glance, along with the flames. Flames of Tuesday. Many people mixed on the battlefield, so they didn't know that everything happening originated from me. I picked up a broken spear, its owner unknown, and charged toward the enemy lines. Quagic. The spear accurately pierced through the head of a huge monster that had been trampling soldiers on the battlefield. Cruel, but it didn't fall. There were countless times when what appeared to be the heads of differently shaped monsters were not their weak points. While not as much as Ellen, I had killed countless monsters. I dashed toward the still-standing monster and at the same time struck it with my fist. Pee-poong, the sound wasn't from my fist. Strictly speaking, it was the sound of the magical shockwave I detonated the moment my fist made contact. As half of the monster's body flew away in an instant, I passed by the bewildered soldiers who stared blankly at me. There was a benefit to the immortals appearing. If I wore a helmet with a faceplate, I would be roughly considered one of the immortals. Even if a soldier they didn't know slaughtered monsters and advanced, they wouldn't think the Demon King was participating, but that it was a hidden force of the Empire. That's why it's better to wear a helmet than to move around with a transformed face. Soldiers gawk at me but don't doubt me, and likewise, the immortals don't doubt me either. In the midst of the battlefield's noise and clamor, as I watched the trajectory of the Void Sword cutting down monsters and advancing in the distance, I, too, ran toward the warp gate as a part of the battlefield. It wasn't just me. Within the immortals, there were also mages. Golden light filled the battlefield, healing the wounded and casting blessings. Among the lights were the shots fired by Olivia Lands. And then, flash. In the rear of the battlefield, among the lights flying towards the city, there were those shot by Harriet. Rumble, from the lightning pouring down from the sky, some were summoned by Liana. How should one bear responsibility? Just as one's life alone could not bear all responsibility, there must be various ways to bear responsibility. Was this the right way to bear responsibility? However, I did not want to bear the responsibility of death. So, to pay the price or responsibility in another way, I swung my weapons as if possessed. Before arriving at the next major city after Wallen, Ruboton, the Allied forces paused at a distance. They waited until Immortal had taken care of all the warp gates in the smaller cities. After Immortal had completed their mission, the Allied forces advanced to Ruboton. The battle was more intense than the one in Wallen, and the fighting itself took longer. But in the end, there were fewer casualties than in Sarandia. The expressions of the Allied forces as they looked upon the ashes of Ruboton were somewhat different from when they had successfully captured Sarandia. While it was a great victory with fewer casualties, it wasn't because the atmosphere was heavy with sadness. There was only one left. Now the end was truly near. Everyone knew this, and on their faces, a sense of solemnity was felt more than joy in victory. Knowing that the moment they had longed for and wished for was not far away, the Allied forces cleared the battlefield with a solemn atmosphere rather than being intoxicated by victory. The clearing of the battlefield was the responsibility of the Allied forces. They returned to Lazak. Liana shrugged her shoulders as she looked at me. But did we really have to fight ourselves? It's better than nothing. Well, we're not wrong. At my words, Liana nodded with a gloomy expression. He wanted to fight directly rather than just watch the battlefield from afar. He could have disguised himself as one of the Allied soldiers using the Dreadfiend ring, but he did not participate in the battle since having an unknown but very powerful soldier would be strange. However, after the appearance of Immortal, it was no longer strange for the Allied forces to have an unknown but very powerful ally. So, he had planned to join the battlefield wearing a simple helmet. He just had to avoid wearing the eye-catching Tiamata and Alspringer. But when he tried to go alone, Harriet, upon hearing it, decided to join as well. As a result, not only Olivia but also Liana joined. In the battlefield, they could fight with their faces hidden by helmets or robes, and even the holy knights were theirs, so it was easier for someone like Olivia to operate. Moreover, Elleris and Lucinil joined the battle as well. While it may not have been a significant number, it was better than nothing. There was no harm in killing the monsters faster. Whether or not it was meaningful to insert themselves anonymously into a battle they were bound to win, they did not know. It was a victorious battle, but in the end there were still deaths. Some were injured, and some had died. It was not I who killed the most monsters in today's battle, but rather Lyanna and Harriet. Harriet stood silently on the open field in front of the Lazak castle as night fell, staring down at the valley below with a stern expression on her face. She must have had a lot on her mind. Eek, eek, eek. Meanwhile, Olivia sat on a rocky ledge in front of the castle, grumbling as she struggled to remove her plate armor, stained with monster blood. So annoying. Clang. Olivia cursed as she threw her armor to the ground. It was more like she tore it off than merely removed it. Can you believe I find her cute sometimes? Am I going insane? Lyanna laughed softly as she watched Olivia's antics. Well, calling that cute might have been a stretch. From a distance, Olivia glared at me with narrowed eyes. Reinhardt, stop staring and help me out, you idiot. I couldn't even put this on by myself. All right. I approached the grumbling Olivia and untied the knots in her armor. Why did you wear full plate armor instead of a simple breastplate like me? Rowan, the commander of the Holy Knights, kept pestering me to wear it, so I did. She must have sought out Commander Rowan right before the battle began. It's enchanted armor, so it does have some effects. Do you think the Holy Knights would wear something like this if they were fools? Olivia explained that the armor, blessed with divine power, enhanced physical abilities and sometimes magical power as well. Since she had disguised herself as a holy knight, like how I had disguised myself as a soldier, she had no choice but to wear plate armor. Her platinum hair was tangled in every which way, making her look rather ghostly. It was an inevitable consequence of close combat. Although Lyanna and Harriet appeared slightly exhausted, they still looked radiant. Eventually, Olivia was left in her undergarments once all her armor was removed. Because she had to wear armor, her inner clothing was light and simple. Well, if you're going to look, either look properly or don't. You're making it even more indecent by looking like that. Olivia glared at me with cold eyes. I didn't. I did look, but not like that. And I smell like blood right now. Don't come any closer. But you asked me to help you take off your armor. She tells me to come closer, then to go away. What's with her? That was then, this is now. But really, Olivia did reek of blood, just as she said. She glanced enviously at Harriet, who was still looking down at the valley from afar before standing up. If I'm reborn, I'm going to learn magic. So annoying. Damn it. Leaving her armor strewn about, Olivia hobbled back into the castle. As soon as she disappeared inside, Charlotte emerged. I heard the battle ended well. Although our group's combat abilities were quite impressive, Charlotte's role was not on the battlefield. She was dressed in her most modest gown. Well, fortunately, we did participate in the battle, but ultimately it was the Titans and the Immortals who played the biggest roles. Charlotte crossed her arms and took a deep breath. Now, only Diane remains. Yes. At those words, I couldn't help but feel a cold sweat break out on my hands. Now the end was truly in sight. The Immortals had taken care of all the other locations. The capital of Riceland, Diane. This was really the last one. Only the final assault remained. Everyone couldn't help but become solemn. Chapter 648. The battle had ended. As was always the case after an assault on a major city, they needed to clean up the monsters' corpses and kill the surviving creatures. However, now the Immortals were carrying out that task. They were an army that never tired and resurrected even when they died. Thus, at that moment, the outskirts of the garrison were being patrolled by immortal knights and mages, who were dealing with any remaining monsters. Soon, the outskirts of Ruboten were not only a coalition army garrison, but also the domain of the Immortals. It was a place where the living could not see. Now it was impossible to tell whether a person was alive or dead. Thwack, splat, gurgle. Ellen, who had been hiding, precisely decapitated the mole-like monster that had charged at her while it was leaping towards her. However, black blood spewed from the beheaded mole monster towards Ellen. The color of the blood itself clearly showed that it was a dangerous substance that should not be touched. The claws and teeth were not the only dangers of a monster. But the blood didn't even touch Ellen. Sizzle. Before the blood could even reach Ellen's body or her aura armor, a curtain of fire from the sun cloak evaporated the mole's blood. Even without the two sacred relics, Ellen was strong. However, the Void Sword Lament and the Sun Cloak Lapelt completed Ellen. The Void Sword Lament, shaped like a piece of the night sky, cut through everything it touched. And the Sun Cloak, now capable of unleashing fire, was originally a defensive weapon meant to protect its user. The Lapelt detected threats. Even those who had reached the master class and were among the strongest of humanity were occasionally sacrificed to the unpredictable threats of monsters. But the true power of the awakened Lapelt, whether Ellen knew it or not, protected her from all attacks that posed a threat to her. It was as if the will of an all-knowing deity protected the user. If a monster's breath was dangerous, it blocked the breath. If its blood was dangerous, it blocked the blood. It blocked anything that was a threat. A sword that cut through anything, a shield that blocked anything. The perfection of both offense and defense was what made Ellen Artorias a true hero. That's why, even in the most dangerous places on the battlefield, Lapel could protect Ellen against monstrous threats beyond common sense. Because she could cut through anything and withstand any attack, Ellen went to the most dangerous places. However, she didn't always just cut down giant monsters. Small monsters, like the one now, were dangerous to someone else as well. That's why, even after the battle ended, Ellen roamed the outskirts of the battlefield as if she were possessed, searching for monsters without anyone ordering her to do so. She was always the first to enter the battlefield and the last to return. Even now, as if she had become someone's puppet, Ellen repeated the same actions she had always done. That's why, even though everyone knew Ellen was strange, they didn't know how much stranger she had become. She had always been a woman of few words, and her actions were no different from before. "What's the point of you doing this? The immortals can handle it, you know," came a voice from behind her. Ellen slowly turned her head. "Why don't you take a break?" It was Christina, who had brought along 2 soldiers and 2 mages. Ellen silently stared at Christina. Christina tilted her head. "You're really mysterious. I know the taste of battle." "What happened?" Ellen didn't respond to Christina's question. "Have you gone mute?" Despite Christina's urging for some sort of reaction, Ellen remained silent. Christina narrowed her eyes as she stared at Ellen, who was as unresponsive as a lifeless doll. "Did you lose it in a different way than me?" It was ordinary for people to fall apart after enduring horrible experiences. It was unusually strong for those who remained intact. Ellen, who had spent time in the most dreadful and perilous places, might have naturally fallen apart. And so, Christina thought that must be why Ellen had ended up in this state. Despite Christina's continuous taunting, there was no reaction from Ellen. There was no sign of displeasure. It didn't even seem like Ellen was ignoring her. Christina frowned as she looked at the unresponsive Ellen. Yet Ellen didn't leave her spot. She simply stared at Christina. "You've become unlucky in a very different way than before." "Well, I actually came to make a proposal to you." Ellen remained silent. "You know about the immortal, right?" Finally, for the first time, a semblance of a response appeared. Nod. "Oh, so you've been listening." Though it was a simple expression of intention by nodding, Christina recognized that Ellen was indeed listening. "I won't explain in detail since you're busy." Christina smiled. "Be my hostage." Ellen stared silently at Christina's malicious grin. "If I have you with me, he'll surely show his face." He would try to reclaim her by any means necessary. If Ellen was with her, a certain being would definitely come looking. He was hiding somewhere, plotting in secret, and his whereabouts were unknown. No one could search the entire world thoroughly enough. He could hide forever and never be found. That's why she needed to secure a sacrifice to summon the Demon King. "Ellen, you'll have to be the bait to catch the Demon King." Christina smiled. She would take her as a hostage, but she had no intention of stopping there. "Of course, when the Demon King comes looking for you." Christina started laughing, as if the mere thought delighted her. "It'll be too late to turn back." The moment the Demon King revealed himself to save his hostage, what he would see wouldn't be a living Ellen Artorias, but Ellen who had become an immortal. What would the Demon King say, seeing the Ellen who had been revived by an irreversible death and turned into a mere shell? The feeling of having something taken away, the feeling of facing something irreversible. She intended to make him feel the same way. "Capture her," Christina ordered. unaware that they were trying to turn an already empty shell into an empty shell once more. It didn't take long, about 30 seconds, an immortal wielding a sword and an immortal casting magic. All it took was that much time for the four immortals to be neutralized, either by having their heads severed, their bodies split in half, or their waists broken. The void sword cuts through everything it touches, leaving nothing behind, and all attacks were neutralized by Lapelt. Even the aura armor of master classes was nothing more than a blood stain in front of the blade of the void sword. Nothing could withstand the cutting power of the void sword unless it was a sacred artifact. That was why Ellen simply swung and defended. Christina stared wide-eyed as the fallen immortal vanished with a flash of light. Was this not enough? The immortals that Christina had summoned were among the top tier of all immortals. Ancient heroes who have reached the rank of Grandmaster couldn't withstand Ellen for even 30 seconds. If these four were so easily neutralized, summoning more immortals would not change the outcome. What is this? Ellen simply stared at Christina after cutting down two Grandmasters and two Archmages. Only then did Christina realize how unfair a divine artifact could be. Not only Ellen, but also the divine artifact. She couldn't help but feel how irrational the Void Sword lament was. Ellen clearly reacted to the attacks directed at her. Now, after suppressing the immortals, Ellen slowly began walking towards Christina. In front of the approaching Ellen, Christina retreated while casting a spell. She summoned an immortal. Flash. In response to Christina's will, dozens of immortals began to block Ellen through short-range spatial teleportation. However, it was meaningless. Swish. With just one swing of the void sword, the immortals were cut down along with their aura armor. Boom, lightning and electric strikes were blocked by a wall of flames. An impossible situation where fire-blocked electricity was created. How? How can this be? Crash. Neither swords nor magic could penetrate the fiery barrier surrounding Ellen, let alone her aura armor. But the void sword cut through everything in its path. It was a mistake. The Demon King wasn't the problem. Ellen was the problem. Holding the void sword and wearing the sun cloak, no force or magic would matter in front of Ellen Artorias. The only reason they could underestimate Ellen so far was because she still had humanity left in her. It was impossible to bring Ellen Artorias, without any hesitation, to her knees through force alone. Only then did Christina realize. In the end, an alchemist was still an alchemist. Her life had revolved around the laboratory and her desk. She had no experience in actual combat or even witnessing a battle. Yet, having the ability to command over 1,000 archmages and master classes as if they were her own limbs, she believed nothing could stand before her. Why a hero was a hero. What kind of object a divine artifact really was. She knew it in her mind, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. The 20 immortals summoned by Christina were neutralized and disappeared as quickly as the first ones. Christina blankly watched Ellen approach, not in a hurry, as if to say, try to escape if you want, slowly closing in, just as Christina finally tried to dodge. Swoosh. Ellen, who had approached without being noticed, grabbed Christina's neck with one hand. Ellen's movements were not something a desk-bound person like Christina, who had never experienced real combat, could perceive and understand. Gah! A skilled battle mage might be able to cast spatial teleportation despite the pain of having their neck gripped, but that didn't apply to Christina. Battle mages had chosen their path because they had lower talent and potential among magicians. Among mages, there was no reason for the elite class to have real battle experience. So, it was only natural that Christina couldn't see Ellen's movements, react to them, or use magic while in pain. The formulas she had been thinking about became twisted and went awry in the suffocating situation. She couldn't breathe. It hurt. It felt like she was going to die. How could one calmly use magic with only these thoughts in mind? How could battle mages do that? Christina realized how difficult the task she once looked down upon really was, how powerless she was. It was too late to realize how arrogant it had been to stand in front of Ellen. Ellen had shown her, without a word, how foolish it had been for an alchemist who wasn't even a battle mage to rely on the power of immortals and act so arrogantly. Just by being gripped at the neck, all her magic had been sealed, and she could no longer call forth immortals. After all, calling immortals was also magic. Ugh! In the suffocating situation, Christina struggled to free herself from Ellen's grip on her neck. But even with all her strength, she couldn't move even one of Ellen's fingers. Everything was meaningless in the face of such an overwhelming difference in power. The immortals themselves had been swept away by the Void Sword, so there was no way Christina could control even one of Ellen's fingers. If you kill me, you'll regret it. In the end, Ellen just watched Christina as she made such a pathetic threat. Just before Christina ran out of breath, Thud Ellen suddenly let her go. Cough, gasp, 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 gasp. Christina, gasping for air on the floor, was still being watched by Ellen. Her gaze was emotionless, not even a contemptuous look, as if looking down on trash. Hick, hick, hick. Gasping for breath, Christina still couldn't escape. She needed to run. She had to run. But the thought filled her head, and her magic continued to fail, even though she wasn't being choked anymore. The pressure and fear made it impossible to use magic. How could one do this? How could magic be used in battle? How could anyone do that? How could a human be so strong? Christina couldn't help but tremble in fear as she experienced these things firsthand. No matter how justified her anger or hatred, the weak were weak, and the strong were strong. Those who did not know how to fight couldn't understand it. One could plan and scheme, but one should have known their place and acted accordingly. If one recklessly stepped forward without knowing their place, they would suffer. Ellen watched Christina, who was gasping for breath and crumpled like trash, completely powerless just because her airway had been blocked for a moment. Then Ellen's mouth, which had never opened before, opened. "You still have some use." Zeering. Christina couldn't hear the words coming from Ellen's mouth at all. It was a small voice. However, it had a strange resonance, as if it was a mix of tens of thousands of voices. Amidst the pain that felt like the voice itself was tearing her brain apart, Christina writhed. It was just a fraction of what Ellen had endured, but Christina couldn't bear even a single voice, the overwhelming resentment of the souls, and had no choice but to crouch and tremble. "I'll spare your life." Ugh! To Christina, Ellen had become something unimaginable. Even simple violence, even just a simple voice. Christina couldn't handle it. The only saving grace was that Christina didn't have to pay the price of her arrogance with her life. Ellen left the unconscious Christina on the ground, littered with monster corpses, and returned to the Alliance's garrison. Chapter 649. The Allied forces would be stationed for about 3 days to regroup. A few days passed as they continued to wrap up the aftermath of the battle. Royal Class Garrison, Cliffman's Barracks. Why does it feel like we're busier after the battle is over? Late at night, Erich brought a piece of bread from somewhere and lay down on a mat, mumbling to himself. Are there many wounded? At Lint's question, Erich looked over at him. When have there not been many? Erich, who could use divine magic, had been working tirelessly to heal people. In the barracks were Erich, Cliffman, and also Care and Lint, the 4 of them. As always, Cliffman lay on his makeshift bed, staring blankly at the tent. With Heinrich added to the mix, they almost always gathered like this. Of course, Cliffman had never once suggested using his barracks as a sort of hideout. At some point, Kono Lint began to frequent Cliffman's barracks, followed by Care and Erich, who came looking for Lint, and Heinrich sat down after searching for the others. Cliffman never had much to say about it. Where's Heinrich? At Lint's question, Care tilted his head. He's usually with his sister. There's probably a lot for him to do as royalty. Erich stared at him, still lying down at Kea's words. Even if Heinrich is with the temple, his sister is the commander of Kernstadt and the future queen. Is it okay for us to call her sister so casually? Is it? Suddenly faced with this question, not only Kea but also Erich tilted their heads. Is this disrespectful? Could commoners and royalty address each other so informally if they were friends with the royal siblings? They all began to ponder this unexpected dilemma. They decided to ask Heinrich when he returned. Only one more left. Word had spread that all other regions had been pacified. Everyone knew that the capital of Riceland, Diane, was their final destination. At Lint's words, everyone's expressions turned solemn. When the war is over, I want to visit all the people who have sent me letters. Lint's words made Erich's expression uneasy. Do you remember all those people? I've kept the letters, so I should be able to find the ones with addresses right. Why would you bother going to see them in person? Well, I'm curious about how they're doing, and if they're safe. As Lint stumbled over his words and Erich asked why he would go to such trouble, Kea clicked his tongue. This guy probably wants to see if there are any pretty girls. No, I have pure intentions. It was hard not to see through Kono Lint's flimsy cover. Of course, no one knew what his true intentions were, but Kono Lint began to chuckle. If there happens to be something like that, and if there's someone I want to see, smack, ouch! Before he could finish his sentence, Kono Lint received a powerful blow to the back of his head, causing his eyes to bulge as he rolled on the ground. The one who had suddenly struck Lint's head was Cliffman. "Why did you hit me out of the blue?" Kono Lint shouted, having received an unexpected blow to the back of his head. "Shut up! People who talk like that always end up dead." "Huh! What kind of superstition is that? Anyway, let's talk about it after everything is over." At that moment, everyone looked at the suddenly serious Cliffman with wide eyes. "Russell, oh, everyone's here." Heinrich entered Cliffman's tent. Kono Lint looked at Heinrich, rubbing the back of his head. "Have you finished your business?" "Yeah, more or less." Heinrich sat down on one of the chairs inside the tent. Since Heinrich had arrived, the topic they were discussing earlier had to come up. In the end, it was a pointless conversation. Whether they should treat Louise, their friend's sister, as a close friend or respect her as a noble, and whether Louise would be upset if they called Heinrich casually in front of her, and so on. Hearing the question, Heinrich furrowed his brow. "Why on earth are you curious about that? Just because?" "Yeah, just because." There was no grand reason or purpose for asking, they were just curious. What kind of meaningful conversations could friends have, anyway? Most of their talks were casual and without any particular reason. Come to think of it, except for Erich, everyone else here is a commoner. Everyone in this place, except for Heinrich and Erich de Lafury, came from commoner backgrounds. You just realized that now. I didn't just realize it, it just feels strange. Heinrich had almost forgotten his background, so thinking about it felt odd. "I think my sister wouldn't mind how you treat me, and her as well." Heinrich thought that Louise wouldn't care much about such things either. He didn't know their mother well, but Heinrich didn't think Louise was strict about social status. "Well, come visit Kernstadt after the war is over. There won't be much leisure time, but we won't treat you poorly," Heinrich said. Everyone fell silent and looked at Cliffman. Kono Lint had just been hit in the back of his head for talking about the end of the war. "So what?" Cliffman replied. "Why do you let him off the hook when you hit me so hard?" Naturally, Lint couldn't help but be angry after being hit for just one wrong word. "Is it because you can't hit royalty even though they don't say anything?" "Ha! Be quiet. I didn't hit him because he was too far away." In fact, Kono Lint was sitting next to Cliffman's makeshift bed, and Heinrich was too far away to hit him in the back of his head. "What on earth are you guys talking about?" Naturally, Heinrich couldn't understand the situation and didn't know what they were discussing. "No, they say that those who talk about what they'll do after the war before it ends will die." "Ah, that's what you were talking about." It was impossible to know if the superstition was true or not. It's not a good attitude to talk about the next thing before it's over. There's nothing good about relaxing. Heinrich nodded, as if he understood what Cliffman was saying. The moment they relaxed because the end was approaching, they could lose everything and their lives. And Diane was their final destination, as well as the most dangerous place. An incomparable number of people would die compared to before. Thus, it was absurd to discuss what would come after everything had ended. After hesitating for a moment, Heinrich cautiously added more. "And even if the gate incident comes to an end, it won't be the end of everything." At Heinrich's words, Erich looked at him. "What do you mean? It's not the end even if the gate incident is resolved." Heinrich fell silent in response to the question, for quite some time. As Heinrich suddenly remained quiet for so long, everyone had no choice but to look at him. It wasn't a look of having nothing to say, but rather it was clear he was choosing his words carefully. "Now, there's something you all need to know." This wasn't a signal for casual chatter among friends, but for a very important conversation. Heinrich was the only one in this gathering with remaining royal authority. Thus, Heinrich, although a friend in this setting, was the only person who could access information from the high ranks of the Allied forces. Heinrich looked around. "Lint, take us somewhere far away from the Allied base." Suddenly, "I'll tell you later, just don't ask anything for now." For everyone present, it was their first time seeing Heinrich so serious. Due to the sudden change in Heinrich's demeanor, everyone felt that it wasn't a situation for jest. As Heinrich requested, Kono Lint brought each person to a place very far from the Allied base, a place where the lights of the base could be seen from afar. Naturally, it was a conversation that others couldn't overhear. There was nothing to illuminate the surroundings, except for the uneasy moonlight. "Hey, why are you acting so scary?" Even Care asked with a stern expression due to the changed atmosphere. Everyone focused on Heinrich. "As I said, everything won't be resolved just because the gate incident comes to an end." Everyone was only looking at that. Once the gate incident ended, people would finally be liberated from the fear of monsters. But that wasn't the case. Of course, everything won't end just because the gate incident ends. We still need to deal with all the remaining monsters on the continent. That's an uncertain task as well. Lint's words were true and undeniable. "Yeah, you're right, but I'm talking about something else right now." While Heinrich was pondering how to broach the subject, "Are you talking about the Demon King?" The previously silent Cliff cautiously opened his mouth. Seeing everyone else fall silent, and Heinrich staring at Cliff with wide eyes, that's the only thing it could be. Cliff had some idea about what topic would come up. And Kono Lint, who had been pretending not to know, couldn't help but harden his expression. The topic of the Demon King had to be addressed at some point, and the Demon King's affairs would inevitably surface. With the gate incident resolved and the remaining monsters dealt with, the undeniable reality was that they would have to think about the Demon King's business. "That's right," Heinrich finally broke his silence. "Right now, more than half of the allied forces have sworn loyalty to the Demon King." "What? What did you say?" However, everyone couldn't help but forget their words at Heinrich's shocking revelation. "My sister had also decided to follow the Demon King." Upon hearing his next shocking news, everyone couldn't help but want to deny reality. There was no one who wouldn't be surprised by the news that a considerable number of the coalition's high command had already sided with the Demon King. Even within the coalition, obtaining information from the headquarters was difficult unless one was a special case like Heinrich or Ellen. Despite the fact that the members of the temple, especially the royal class, received special treatment. However, to understand why the coalition had chosen to side with the Demon King, there were several things that had to be considered first. The massive riots and massacres in the imperial city, the army of the dead, the immortals, the increasingly precarious position of the empire, and the movements of the holy knights and the 5 great religious orders. Heinrich explained everything he had seen and heard upon his return to the imperial city, the events he had been involved in, the secrets he had discovered, and the overall situation that had unfolded so far. "That army is made of undead warriors," Kerr muttered blankly. "Not just warriors, but also the deceased heroes of the past. Historical figures had been resurrected as undead and were fighting alongside them. The true identity of the mysterious allied forces turned out to be a more terrifying and formidable army than anyone could have imagined, leaving everyone speechless." However, Kono Lint's reaction was bound to be different. Although he didn't know the specifics, Kono Lint was aware that the Empire's scheme was related to resurrecting the heroes of the past as undead. That's why he had some idea about the true identity of the immortals. It was just that he couldn't tell anyone. There was one new piece of information. Christina, Louis Ancton, and Anna de Journa were deeply involved in the creation of the immortals. Not just deeply involved, but practically core members. What have they been doing? They were B-class, but they were classmates. He had thought they didn't do much on the battlefield, but they had been working on the most important tasks while hiding it from everyone. So, did Kernstadt side with the Demon King because they thought the Empire might collapse after the Gate incident? At Cliffman's question, Heinrich fell silent for a moment. "Yes, whatever reason you attach to it, you're right. Now, people within the coalition are wondering whether they should side with the Empire or the Demon King to survive. And my sister has already made her choice. It was no longer a matter of right or wrong, but survival. After the Gate incident, they would have to choose between the Demon King or the Empire. Such a choice could be made by the leader of a group, or in some cases, even by each individual." Erich muttered blankly. This doesn't make sense. The Demon King wants to rule the world. Is that even possible?" There was a mix of horror and disbelief in Erich's words, as if people wouldn't just stand by and let it happen. Whether it's possible or not, it's already halfway done. People just don't know it yet. While the High Command may be able to make that decision, whether others can accept it is another issue. At Cliffman's words, Heinrich nodded. "That's a problem for that time. Anyway, what I want to say is, now is the time to make a choice. The Demon King or the Empire. A choice had to be made. Now that the end of the gate incident had arrived, they had to recognize that another problem existed and think about it as well. It's impossible. Then, the silent care Voiden quietly opened his mouth. All of this happened because of him, the one who we couldn't find nor know what he was doing all this time. He's trying to swallow humanity and is actually succeeding. That can't be. In front of Kaya's restrained anger, Heinrich fell silent. Creating such an army might be a problem. It was a mistake. It must be a sin, indeed. But if the gate incident hadn't occurred, none of this would have happened. Yet, you're saying we should follow someone who wants to live and take everything away after just watching from the sidelines. That's, that's impossible. It can't be. He didn't do nothing. The one who cut into Kaya's words wasn't Heinrich. Only two in the room had met the Demon King directly after the gate incident. Heinrich von Schwarz, and there was Kono Lint as well. To be honest, I met Reinhardt last time. Heinrich, who had surprised everyone, was now the one who couldn't help but be astonished. Just as Heinrich had something hidden from everyone, Kono Lint also had something he concealed. The deployment of the Immortals to the front lines was recent, and even before that, suspicious events continued on the march. Cities that were destroyed after suffering preemptive attacks. Kono Lint found those incidents suspicious and went on reconnaissance, where he saw unidentified people fighting far ahead of the Allied forces. And he learned that they were the Demon King's army. He was then kidnapped by one of Reinhardt's subordinates and woke up in Reinhardt's castle. Afterward, he briefly spoke with Reinhardt. There was no detailed explanation, but he had been moving because he wanted to stop the gate incident. Now that everything was in disarray, he was doing his best to end the gate incident. It couldn't be a lie. Lint had really seen with his own eyes Reinhardt leading his army and fighting ahead of the Allied forces. So all those things that happened last year were all done by the Demon King's army. That's right. Now it seems like they aren't moving because of the Immortals. Kerr, who had been furious, couldn't help but lose his anger at Lint's explanation. The gate incident happened because of Reinhardt, but he never wanted it. That much is clear. He hadn't been just standing by and watching. He had been doing something in places where people couldn't see. But back then, he said that if others knew his truth, it would cause more problems, so it was better to leave it alone. He asked me to keep this a secret. That's what he said. Clearly, if the truth was something that would lead to the ruin and division of people, it was better for it not to be revealed. So Kono Lint remained silent. But now the situation has changed. If the Empire were prosperous, it wouldn't matter, but with the Empire on the verge of collapse and the situation worsening, I guess there's no choice but to step in. That's probably true. This was the first time Heinrich had heard a detailed account of the background, so he agreed with Cliff's speculation. Anyway, he sent me here safely. We did meet one more time afterward, though. One more time? Kono Lint's face couldn't help but turn red. After that, Lint met Reinhardt again. He had asked for help with an issue related to the undead, but there was one reason his face turned red. I was deceived by the beauty. It wasn't because the Demon King had asked him to come, but because he had been tricked by the situation in which Sarkigar, transformed into a beautiful girl, had lured him into seeing him. That was the problem. Chapter 650, everyone was shocked by the tale of the deceiving beauty, but the following content was even more astonishing. The Demon King's army had attempted to rob the royal mausoleum in order to replenish their death knights. To infiltrate the palace, they needed the assistance of Kono Lint. Lint had helped the Demon King. However, all the coffins were empty. So they went to the Imperial National Cemetery, but all the corpses there had been replaced. It was clear that something sinister was happening within the Empire. After replenishing the Death Knights from the underground tombs of the saints of the Holy Knight Order, the Demon King warned Lint not to investigate further as it might be dangerous, and then disappeared. Heinrich couldn't help but widen his eyes at Kono Lint's words. Was it you who did that? The incident that involved Ellen, Heinrich, Louise, and Ludwig. In the end, the real culprit behind the case remained unknown. Heinrich couldn't help but open his mouth at the revelation that the incident at the Saints' Cemetery was actually the work of Kono Lint and the Demon King. He had somewhat suspected the Demon King. However, it was shocking that Kono Lint was involved. So, it wasn't a good thing, but I thought it was necessary. I don't regret it. Lint looked at Kaya. That brat is the cause of everything, but he didn't do nothing. He tried to do something, like this now. Unlike what I said last time, reaching out to the allied forces like this, there must be a clear reason for it. Such a thing. Care couldn't see for himself that the one who did nothing tried to swallow everything. Moreover, Kono Lint had even helped the Demon King to some extent. Care was at a loss for words. You, but... Ha! Erich, who had been still, stared blankly at Kono Lint. Kernstadt's choice was for survival, but Kono Lint spoke as if he trusted the Demon King. It was a qualitatively different issue. It would be cowardly to join the Demon King for the sake of survival, but trusting the Demon King and joining him could be seen as just madness. Surely, trusting the Demon King is a bit strange. Yes, it can't be helped but to think that way. At Lint's words, Erich lowered his head. No, not that. As if it wasn't that perspective, Erich looked at Lint. How could you not have said anything until now? Ha! At Erich's unexpected words, not only the dumbfounded Kea, but also Heinrich nodded. I also find that the most surprising right now. Even Cliffman said so. Certainly, Kono Lint's ability itself was an ability, so he had many stories picked up here and there. So whenever something happened, he habitually relayed information about what had happened and what was happening where. It was inevitable to be astonished that such a person had kept such a big secret until now without any hint or expression. Are you saying? I'm tight-lipped now. Kono Lint was confused as he looked at his friends who were flustered by something that they should not have been. Didn't you know until now? I can't stand it anymore, you bastards. What do you think of me? Kono Lint couldn't help but be outraged at being treated like a pushover, a surprising fact to everyone. Kono Lint was a man who knew when to keep his mouth shut. Seeing the spectacle, Heinrich let out a bitter laugh. Kono Lint had his own secret. I've met him too. What? He thought he had disappeared without a trace, but that wasn't the case. Surprisingly, Reinhardt had been sneaking around here and there. It was just that those who had met Reinhardt were keeping the secret. You too? Kono Lint couldn't help but be shocked as well. It's different from you. I didn't help him. Rather, I received help. You received help. Kono Lint had to cooperate with the Demon King, half willingly and half unwillingly. However, Heinrich's case was different. But in this case, it was a very difficult subject to mention. If it weren't for Reinhardt, I might have died. Yes, because he had to talk about his brother's deaths. The topic Heinrich brought up couldn't help but be heavy, because he had to talk about a very distant past. The story of when he was so young he couldn't remember, awakening his abilities and burning his brothers to death, and being expelled to the Empire's temple as if driven out. That's why he couldn't help but earn the hatred of his other brothers. So that his friends could understand the situation in which his brothers tried to kill him, he had no choice but to tell the dark past entirely. And the brothers who became jealous and hated him for becoming a war hero. The letter from an anonymous friend warning that he would be killed by his brothers. The suspicion he heard from the Emperor that he might be a bastard. In the end, when the conflict reached its peak, Reinhardt came to find Heinrich. He suggested they leave together, as he might be killed as things were. He said that he could explain everything and discuss what they could do together. Heinrich didn't follow Reinhardt. As he pondered whether to tell the truth about being a bastard, Heinrich couldn't help but tell about his mother, although he felt guilty. Now was the moment to tell everything. When his sister killed their brothers with her own hands, Heinrich learned that his older sister was actually his mother. All of his friends who heard the story couldn't help but be shocked. Although Reinhardt didn't save me directly, he tried to save me. The actions I took because of that letter ultimately made it possible for me to survive. In fact, Heinrich was almost killed. Only Louise, who had spoken with the Emperor, knew that such an attempt would happen and stopped it. Although Reinhardt didn't save Heinrich directly, if it weren't for that letter, Heinrich would have died. I don't expect you to understand, but the reason my sister, no, my mother, sided with the Demon King is because she knows that. She knows the Demon King tried to save her son. That's why she could save him. It's true that she made the choice for survival in a situation where she had to live. But the fact that she knew the truth, that her son could survive to this day thanks to the Demon King, also played a significant role. Because Louise had undoubtedly experienced something that could not be denied as the Demon King's grace, just as Louise thought. Heinrich thought the same. He had truly been loved. The reason he had not died, the fact that he had been able to live, and knew the truth that the woman he had believed to be his older sister turned out to be his mother, and had pleaded with the king to spare his life, was all due to a letter sent by the Demon King. It was difficult for everyone to bring up certain words. The people he had believed to be his brothers were actually his uncles. These uncles had tried to kill the boy they had mistaken for the youngest, who was in fact the son of their sister, and the mother protected her son. I don't know how Reinhardt anticipated the circumstances under which I would die, but he certainly didn't want me to die. He might have tried to use me, but no matter how I think about it, that doesn't seem right. And considering his actions towards you, Lint, he just wanted us to be safe. He wanted everyone to be happy. Even though things didn't go exactly as he wished, he still hoped for it. That much is certain. In the end, it was Heinrich who had first brought up the entire story, looking at everyone, whether the real cause of the gate incident was due to Reinhardt or not. Yeah, Reinhardt might have been wrong. Even if the Demon King does something, it's not certain that it will always lead to a good outcome. I know that too. Whether the Demon King was right or wrong. As in the past, it was still something they could not know. Everything would be revealed by the outcome, and so it was meaningless to predict the result now. So I never thought I would say this, but when he had been treated like a stepping stone or a mere bonfire, Heinrich had sincerely wanted to kill Reinhardt. That's why it was most unbelievable for Heinrich himself to say these words now. I trust Reinhardt. He had not revealed his name, but he had received a worried letter from a friend. Now, he had to send a reply of trust in the name of friendship. It was still unknown whether the Demon King was right or wrong, but he believed. There had been too many incidents where he could not help but trust Reinhardt, and so he followed. In order to survive, Kernstadt had chosen the Demon King, an explanation that could not be taken any other way. But now that all the stories had come to an end, Heinrich said he followed not to live, but because he trusted Reinhardt. How long did the silence last? Me too. Among those who had been silent, Kono Lintz spoke. I also want to trust that bastard. Someone, somewhere, as a prince, believed in the Demon King. Someone, somewhere, as an ordinary person, believed in the Demon King. Although people have their own statuses, does faith have a status? Although those gathered here were special soldiers, they were ultimately no more than soldiers. It was unknown how much their belief or disbelief in the Demon King would affect the overall situation. However, the time had come when they needed to share such stories. At this moment when everyone was choosing sides, regardless of their will, they had to stand somewhere. Would they trust the Empire or trust the Demon King? Would the Empire survive or would the Demon King survive? It was merely a matter of choosing based on faith or survival. Regardless of whether we believe or not, are we saying that another war will break out after the gate incident is over? At Cliffman's words, everyone fell silent. What Reinhardt wanted, whether they believed or not, was a separate matter. In the end, as one cataclysm came to a close, there was no time to catch their breath before another storm began anew. Not everyone could side with the Demon King, nor could everyone side with the Empire. Must we choose one of the two? At Kaya's words, Heinrich shook his head. We can choose neither as well. What? Exactly as I said, choosing nothing at all. There are people who wish for both the Empire and the Demon King to disappear. Choosing nothing could, of course, still be a choice. Then, what should we do? Erich asked. What should they do? Did they hope for the demise of everyone, whether they were cowardly or not, and regardless of their choices? At Erich's question, Heinrich laughed bitterly. There's no way to know what to do. It was merely retribution. It was merely judgment. Everyone would have to figure out what to do afterward. The guilty had to be judged and punished. Heinrich knew that those who thought this way were their biggest enemies right now. Cliffman, who had been silent, spoke. Heinrich, I have a question. What is it? Ludwig's arm. Ah, Cliffman asked. Is it related to the immortal? He had undergone some sort of procedure. Christina, Louis Ankton, and Anna, who were involved with the immortals. Something about Ludwig's atmosphere had changed. At last, the pieces of the puzzle that had been missing seemed to fit together. Undoubtedly, it must be. Heinrich nodded at Cliffman's question. As long as they knew what an immortal was, Ludwig's restored arm must be related to it. So it couldn't be an ordinary arm, and Ludwig was not in a normal state either. Everyone here would eventually have to make a choice. The difference was whether they would choose to survive or choose out of faith. Unlike the two who had already made their decisions, he was one of those who couldn't help but agonize over the choice. Could you by any chance relay a message for me? Cliffman said that. Charlotte and I sat facing each other in the king's office, which had become the regent's office. Hmm. Um. Both Charlotte and I had ambiguous expressions. It was Charlotte who opened her mouth first. In truth, there isn't really a problem. Many unspecified people already know that we are involved in the Allied forces, and there are factions that do not side with us. Our involvement was bound to spread throughout the Allied forces. I knew that. As Charlotte said, there were those who had reasons to keep the secret, but there were also those who had no reason to do so and knew about the involvement of the Demon King's allied forces. Until recently, I thought that if such a fact spread throughout the allied forces, it could collapse. In reality, just because the commanders cooperated with me to survive didn't mean everyone followed the commander's decisions. However, with the final battle looming and the majority of the actual forces being immortals, even if the allied forces collapsed, there might not be a significant problem. It was a matter of whether suspicion and discord would lead to division first or reaching the final battlefield first. The current situation was the impossible coexistence of the Demon King's followers and the Empire's forces. Fortunately, they were not far from the capital city of Riceland, Diane. The divide would only come after the fall of Diane, and the rumors of the Demon King's involvement had not spread too far. One of those involved in the upper echelons had spread the rumor. I don't know about the rest, but this Heinrich guy, he didn't get beaten by his mother, did he? Perhaps. Charlotte seemed to agree with my harsh expression, nodding her head. In a sense, Heinrich had caused an accident. And what's with reporting the accident to his mother? Indeed. Heinrich obviously knew that Kernstadt had decided to be on our side. In fact, it was neither me nor Rowan who brought in other small countries or minor factions, but Louise von Schwarz. Because of that, she was exposed to considerable danger. She was essentially in a more dangerous position than Rowan, playing the role of a frontman on the front line, so it was only natural that she would be plagued by assassination threats. Louise took all of that into account and continued to serve as our frontman. In the midst of all this, Heinrich told his friends about Kernstadt's betrayal. Like you said, Charlotte, it's not a big accident since it was bound to happen eventually. I can't say I don't understand, and Heinrich did it with your best interests in mind. The outcome seems to be good, too. That's true. I couldn't say that I didn't understand Heinrich's feelings, nor could I say that his actions were necessarily foolish. In the end, he was thinking of both me and his friends. Heinrich probably wanted to prevent a situation where his friends would have to be hostile when they learned that the situation was rapidly changing, and he likely wanted to represent my position as well. Heinrich did what he did because he didn't want me to have to kill my classmates. We shouldn't fight amongst ourselves. But Louise would be flustered when her son directly informed her of what he had done. Did he really get slapped by his mother? The important thing right now isn't that. Heinrich's actions were problematic in their own way, but as Charlotte had said, it was something that would be revealed eventually. What Charlotte and I were worried about was not the fact that Heinrich had caused an accident. I had received a message. Since Louise had never met me in person, she had to go through Rowan to deliver a message to me. In other words, her son had leaked the secret to his friends, and he went to his mother to ask if she could deliver this message to the Demon King. That was what he said. And the person who needed to deliver the message was none other than the Holy Knight Commander Rowan, whom Louise personally despised. The fact that I received this message meant that Louise had swallowed her pride and humiliation, asking Rowan to deliver the message. If he were my son, he would have really been slapped. Charlotte seemed to agree with my words, nodding her head. Heinrich, you were lucky to be alive as a son. You should have known what you were asking your mother. So the message went from Heinrich to Louise, from Louise to Rowan, and from Rowan to me. Heinrich's actions might have been a blunder, but the message had tremendous significance for me. According to Heinrich's confession, it seemed Kono Lint had decided to side with me. This was huge. From Louise's perspective, her foolish son had caused an accident without any discretion. But for me, it was fortunate. Kono Lint's decision to side with me greatly expanded the scope of the accident. There were many more things I could do. Erich and Kea seemed to be contemplating. And finally, Cliffman, he had delivered a message to us. It was not a politically significant message, nor one that would have a significant impact on the overall situation. It's not a problem for us to decide, is it? Yeah, that's true. But the judgment of the message was not something either Charlotte or I could make. And whether it influenced the overall situation or not, it was by no means a light message. I want to meet Liana. That was the message Cliffman had sent. Chapter 651, the message sent by Cliffman was, to be precise, a request or perhaps a demand. He wanted to meet Liana. From the beginning, it wasn't a matter for me or Charlotte to decide. Of course, we could have told her to meet him, but we didn't want to do that. Did Cliffman have the right to say he wanted to see Liana? It wasn't as if Cliffman would be on our side if we let him meet her. Even if he did join our side, would Cliffman's power hold any great significance for us at this point? Cliffman had undoubtedly grown stronger and significantly improved his skills. However, in a situation where masterclass and archmages were prevalent, Cliffman's power would have little significance. He could not be a variable like Cone or Lint. Such things could be considered, but we decided not to take those factors into account. We didn't even want to think about them. Relationship issues were important. Maybe they were the most important thing in the world. That was what I believed. The world had come to this point because of those damned relationships and emotional issues. If I hadn't been the demon king Valia, if Ellen hadn't been Raggan Artorius's younger sister, if Charlotte hadn't been the Emperor's daughter, becoming close without properly resolving those issues was the root cause of all problems. We should not treat such issues lightly. Therefore, in the end, this was not a matter for me to decide. It was up to her to decide. Me. Liana wore an indescribable expression upon hearing Cliffman's message. Her dilated pupils told just how surprised she was. During the temple days, Cliffman had been a timid fellow. No, even that was an understatement. He didn't know how to handle women or men, and it took months after countless encounters in the training arena for them to exchange their first words. Moreover, when girls like Ellen or Harriet spoke to him, he would stutter and sink into silence. In other words, he had a day's worth of social skills, and his capacity was as small as a soy sauce dish. He would often become dazed while interacting with someone and collapse. On the other hand, Liana had no problem with strangers. Although she seemed quite irritable on the surface, she was actually quite easygoing and didn't take things to heart. She was always proactive, and it was always Liana who suggested going somewhere to have fun after becoming friends with the others. Someone who discriminated against everyone. Someone who discriminated against no one. Although they were opposites, I believed that people with completely different personalities got along better than those with similar ones. In fact, Liana had always been dragging the passive Cliffman around since some point in time. Although I was the one who decided to let Cliffman participate in the Mr. Temple contest, Liana was the one who supported him the most. Eventually, the two became close. When Duke Grants died, they pledged to avenge me together. But on the day the gate incident occurred, Liana appeared to save me without saying a word to Cliffman. She hadn't told him the real cause of her father's death or her decision to rescue me. Could that be called a betrayal? Although the events of the temple days had taken place a few years ago, they felt like something that had happened decades ago. Everyone had changed. Both Liana and Cliffman had changed. Cliffman, who had always been passive and struggled with dealing with people, requested to meet Liana. And then, Liana, who had always been active, bold, and acted as if she didn't know the word shyness. Liana's face turned pale, and she trembled. Was Liana's behavior betrayal or not? Liana wouldn't have wanted to take Cliffman on the dangerous path. At that time, I really had no significant power. Following me and trying to save me, who was imprisoned by the Empire, was insane. The only one who had decided to act with Liana that day was Harriet. Liana didn't even know that the vampire lords were trying to save me. It was a life-threatening, crazy act, and Liana must have expected death that day. So she couldn't tell Cliffman about it. She couldn't take Cliffman with her on a practically suicidal mission. But even if it wasn't a betrayal, there could be a feeling of betrayal. I don't know how Cliffman felt about Liana's actions. Of course, Liana wouldn't know either. Cliffman only said he wanted to meet Liana, not how he felt about her. I also don't know what Cliffman thinks about me. Like Christina or Ludwig, he might have wanted to question my responsibility. We've been through too much to imagine it would be like our time in the temple. Neither Liana nor I could know what purpose and with what feelings Cliffman wanted to meet. So Liana's face turned pale and she trembled. She didn't know what to expect. After all, she could be attacked. Because so much had changed, Liana wasn't the old Liana, and Cliffman wasn't the old Cliffman. It was only natural to be afraid, not because the meeting was dangerous. Seeing and hearing firsthand how things had changed, the moment of confirming it could be terrifying. Charlotte and I couldn't judge this message. At the very least, we had to inform Liana. You don't have to meet him if you don't want to. All things considered, it was better not to meet. Whether Cliffman sided with us or not, it didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But Liana was one of the most important people on our side. There was even a slight possibility that Cliffman could harm Liana. So it was better not to meet. The potential gain was minimal, while the potential loss was enormous. With a simple calculation, this meeting wasn't even worth considering. However, I could make a calculation, but I had no intention of involving the result in the decision. There was only one important thing. Did Liana want to meet or not? Liana could make such calculations without me even telling her. If she didn't want to meet, she didn't have to. Whatever the reason, the decision was up to Liana, just as the outcome and reality of this world were not the results of a cost-benefit analysis. In the end, what's important is not the gains and losses. Liana was terrified. It was strange. During the temple days, Liana was undoubtedly a superhuman with enormous potential, but her power at that time wasn't that strong. However, Liana had always been brimming with confidence and self-assurance. What about the Liana now? It wasn't an exaggeration to call her the most powerful supernatural in the entire world. Now, Liana's power had reached a level that not only supernaturals, but even the most powerful mages couldn't rival. As Liana grew incomparably stronger, her personality, ironically, became the opposite. She easily became depressed, struggled, and suffered. She had changed to be more passive. Upon hearing Cliffman's desire to meet her, she was paralyzed with fear, not knowing what to expect. As Liana became stronger, she also became weaker. Liana spoke. Yeah. Liana's eyes were trembling. I'm too scared. She hadn't even met him yet. She didn't know what Cliffman was thinking. But Liana's eyes were filled with hot, red tears. I'm so scared. I feel like I might die. There was only one reason for such an intense reaction. It was because Liana cherished Cliffman. She was afraid that someone so precious to her would treat her differently than before. That fear was so overwhelming. It was so terrifying that she couldn't help but say she felt like dying. Yes, it was a similar context to how much I hated and feared facing the changed Ellen. Liana bowed her head and trembled for a long time. She had shown vulnerability many times before, but this was the first time she had ever appeared this weak. Still, I have to meet him, don't I? She thought that as Liana de Grance, a human being, regardless of her position as the Thunder King, she couldn't refuse. You don't have to meet him if you don't want to. Was it absolutely necessary to meet? I wasn't sure. Instead, after meeting, there's a chance she might be hurt physically or emotionally, but she might not get hurt as well. Let's think about it later. Later? Yeah, I don't know what will happen, but let's consider it for later. The future was uncertain, but now she was in a situation where she could make a decision about meeting Cliffman. Later. If you decide not to meet now, do you think you'll regret it later? Or do you think you won't? She didn't know whether she would have another chance to meet Cliffman later. But if, at this moment, she said she wouldn't meet him, if she delivered such an answer to Cliffman or completely ignored him, what would happen? What would Cliffman think, and would Liana regret it later or not? Setting aside whether she should or shouldn't meet, she thought only about regret. Would she regret not meeting him, or would she not? I'm scared to death right now. But, Liana raised her head. If I decide not to meet him now, tears finally fell from her flushed eyes. I feel like I'll live with this feeling for the rest of my life. She didn't know whether this situation was an opportunity or a crisis. However, if she didn't meet him, she felt like she would regret it for the rest of her life. That's what Liana seemed to think. Were there things that one must face, even if they were frightening and scary? Couldn't they run away, avoid it, or pretend not to know? But there were such things in the world, things that would definitely be regretted later. However, if one avoided something out of fear, they would inevitably regret it later. Thus, there were things that were frightening and scary, but had to be done to avoid regret later on. For Liana de Grance, this was that very task. I can go with you, Reinhardt had said. Liana shook her head. No, I think it's better to meet alone. She didn't want to give any hint of preparation for a possible confrontation, so Liana chose to face it alone. Although she would need someone's help to come and go, they should be alone in the moment they faced each other. Even if it couldn't atone for the time when she had left without a word, it was, at the very least, a matter of courtesy. Liana thought as much. There was no reason to accept Cliffman's request in the first place. The messenger Heinrich who relayed the message to Louise who had heard the absurd request, Rowan who had passed on the message, Charlotte and Reinhardt as well. Liana was no exception. And finally, Cliffman himself who had made the request. None of them could have imagined it would come to this. However, through each person's judgment, the message was passed on, and by Liana's own decision, the meeting was arranged. The world had changed, the era had transformed, and people were different. Although they used to be close enough to meet by simply knocking on the door of a dormitory hallway, now countless people had to be involved to convey even the simplest of messages. Just to see each other once, so many people were involved. Merely passing on a single word had become much more difficult. A meeting that had been arranged in such a way took place deep in a forest, beyond a field strewn with the corpses of defeated monsters. Had the time that had passed been long? However, due to the characteristics of the era when one could only feel the passing of more time than had actually elapsed, psychologically, it felt as if decades had passed. Cliffman could have the meeting he desired at a certain tree stump in that place. There was the face Cliffman had wanted to see, always confident, sometimes even overbearing. The person who used to firmly grasp Cliffman's arm and drag him around, confidently swinging the young boy around, she told him to trust and follow only her. Now she stood with her hands together, her eyes downcast, as if she didn't even deserve to make eye contact, as if she had committed a great sin, making it impossible to look the other person in the eye. "Hello." Her voice was barely audible, struggling to get the words out. "And so, it's been a while." Cliffman was able to see Liana de Grantz, who had shrunk to a size she could not possibly become any smaller. Chapter 652. There were times in life when one's heart seemed to pound so fiercely that it might burst. It could be due to extreme shock, fear, excitement, or overwhelming emotion. At that moment, Liana was experiencing such a heart-pounding sensation. It was because of fear, but it wasn't just fear. These heart-pounding moments could be caused by a mixture of emotions. As overwhelming as the fear was, Liana's heart felt like it would burst. There were moments when the sound of one's own heartbeat seemed audible not just within the chest, but also to one's own ears. It was that overwhelming. But unable to guess what words would come from those lips, Liana could not look him in the eye, her gaze lowered in front of her friend, whom she had not seen in so long. There had been a moment when they had vowed to kill the Demon King together. That thought had been deeply appreciated. But the two who made that resolution were too young back then. They were too small to consider the great name of the Demon King as their enemy. There had been a time when it seemed laughable that they, as well as their friend, could even consider seeking revenge. But at some point, the days when that name weighed heavily had passed. The determination for revenge lost its direction, and Liana, who had intended to kill the Demon King, had become his most loyal servant, one of the Demon King's most important minions. To be precise, she had become one of those who should only be called the Four Heavenly Kings. It would take days and nights to explain all that had happened in the meantime, but in the end, conversation could only begin if they wanted to exchange words. Despite Liana's hesitant and strained greeting, Cliffman only stared at her silently, saying nothing. Even in the past, Cliffman had not been particularly talkative. Whether or not he was dealing with Liana, Cliffman was always a listener, giving short answers when prompted to speak, or rambling when he had more to say. He had been terribly inarticulate. Just like then, he was silent now, but Liana couldn't help but notice that it was different from the past. The Cliffman of the past had been short on words because he couldn't find anything to say. But now he wasn't unable to find something to say, he was simply choosing his words. It wasn't that he didn't know what to say, he was just considering where to begin. Time had passed. People change. Just as Liana had changed, Cliffman had naturally changed as well. "You really came to see someone like me." The boy who had once been timid had become a cynical man. "You really came to see someone like me." There was so much meaning in that single sentence that Liana felt dizzy. In those few words, all of Cliffman's thoughts, self-loathing, and disillusionment up until now were contained. "What are you saying?" "Someone like you." Liana looked at Cliffman with trembling eyes. "I'm weak, aren't I? That's why you left me behind, right?" That was a harsh statement. It wasn't an insult to Liana, but a self-deprecating remark. "I was only able to activate magic body strengthening back then. Someone like me would have been useless if you had taken me with you." It was only natural for you to leave me behind." Unable to bear Cliffman's self-deprecating words, Liana had no choice but to interrupt him. "No, that's not it. Then what?" "Ha! Was there another reason?" Cliffman inquired. Liana could only bite her lip with a sorrowful expression. "If you had come with me, you would have gotten hurt. No, you would have died. I didn't want you to get hurt because of me." "So you're saying, even if I had gone with you, I would only have been hurt or killed, and my presence would have been of no help to you?" Essentially, he was saying that she knew that he would be useless and meaningless by her side. Would the situation have been any different if Cliffman had been there? Probably not. He would have only been a burden. She didn't want him to get hurt, so she didn't take him with her. She didn't take him with her because the chances of him being a negative factor were high. In truth, both statements were the same. Only the way they were expressed was different. Liana had spoken in the former way, and Cliffman had understood it in the latter way. And the truth remained that the latter interpretation was true. But wasn't that too harsh a way to put it? Wasn't the sentiment more important? It hurt that her actions, born out of concern for him, were interpreted as being dismissive. Liana's intentions didn't matter. He was discarded because he was useless. He was too weak to go with her. That was how Cliffman took it. And ever since the gate incident, Cliffman had continued to think that way. "Liana, I'm not saying that I'm bitter or that you shouldn't have done it. You had to do it, and it was the right thing to do. I wouldn't have been any help. I'm sure of it. I don't think much has changed even now." Cliffman, who once couldn't even choose his words properly, was now able to coldly organize and express his thoughts. But the direction of all his words was still sad. It wasn't resentment towards Liana. It was disillusionment with his weak past self, a self-assessment bordering on self-hatred. Cliffman was just stating facts. He listed the facts without any sign of resentment towards Liana. All the resentment and disillusionment were directed towards himself. If he had been strong enough to be of help, Liana would have sought his assistance. Resentment for his weak past self. Disillusionment with his weak past self. Cliffman had continued to feel what the armless Ludwig had felt, and that was why Cliffman couldn't leave Ludwig alone. Liana was definitely afraid. Afraid that Cliffman would pour curses on her, resent her, or blame her in his feelings of betrayal. She was afraid, thinking that way. But now Liana faced an unexpected scene. Cliffman didn't blame anyone. Not Liana. Not the Demon King. No one. "Thank you once again for coming to see someone like me." He just resented himself. Liana was more afraid of this side of Cliffman. Seeing the broken Cliffman, Liana gritted her teeth and trembled. "It's my fault. I'm sorry." As Liana finally burst into tears, Cliffman still gazed at her with a hardened expression. "It's not your fault, Liana." "It is. It's all my fault. You didn't do anything wrong." He didn't blame the person who should have been blamed. Liana couldn't help but know that it was the hardest thing to bear. Cliffman was not angry, nor did he feel betrayed. He seemed to accept it as a matter of course. He hadn't been taken along because he wouldn't have been of any help. In that case, it was his fault for not being helpful. It was simply because he was weak. And even now he still thought he was weak. That was all he thought. Cliffman waited quietly in front of Liana until her tears stopped. With the same expression as before, Cliffman just stared at Liana. "Are you calmed down now? Shall we talk?" He didn't blame her, but he wasn't affectionate either. He didn't hug the crying person or pat her back. He wasn't that kind of person to begin with, but now it seemed he didn't even want to try. Hearing him say that she wasn't at fault only intensified her guilt. Liana found Cliffman unfamiliar. He had become a completely different person, in a different way than she had imagined. After Liana stopped crying, Cliffman asked her various questions. Since he genuinely didn't blame her, Cliffman conversed with Liana rather calmly. In the end, the one who had done wrong was the only one who was restless. Liana had no choice but to watch Cliffman's reactions throughout, and Cliffman asked what he wanted to ask. "Your father's death. It wasn't because of the Demon King, right?" "Yes. So it was the Empire after all." "I see." When Liana vanished without a word with the Demon King, Cliffman had no choice but to grasp what had happened to some extent. If Liana, who had known the Demon King as her enemy, suddenly saved him and disappeared, there would be no other reason. "Actually, I thought I was going to die that day. It was reckless. I moved with Harriet, but even she was prepared for that. But I didn't want to involve you." The overlapping situations allowed Reinhardt to escape the temple, and Liana had intended to fight a losing battle. It was a place where death was certain. That's why she couldn't take Cliffman with her. But in the end, it was true that she had conspired with Harriet, but hadn't taken Cliffman. Harriet could be helpful. Cliffman couldn't. Wasn't that the truth? I understand. Liana clenched her teeth at the resignation in his tone. No, you don't understand at all. I understand well enough that I was useless. I hated the idea of you dying because of me more than I hated the idea of me dying. In the end, Liana's expression twisted miserably. Cliffman stared at Liana in silence as she raised her voice. It wasn't because you were useless or because you were weak. Tears welled up in Liana's eyes again. It was because you were precious to me. At Liana's miserable confession, Cliffman's eyes widened. You were important to me. I wanted you at least not to die. That's why I did it. It wasn't like that. It wasn't that kind of meaning. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for doing that. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. It's just, I was wrong, and it's true that I left you behind. It's true, but please, it wasn't because you were meaningless or useless or unhelpful or weak. It wasn't like that. Please believe me. I'm telling the truth. She had left him behind, but the reason she had left, in the end, it was a story about him. Liana's words, as she tearfully spoke of her emotions to a Cliffman who was now accepting her feelings differently, were closer to a plea than a confession. Just hit my cheek, curse at me, ask why I left you behind, call me a traitor. That would be better. She was terrified of being scolded, her breath caught in her throat as if she were about to die. However, seeing Cliffman's state, Liana thought it would be better if he hated her instead. It was better for someone to find the cause of their problems in others. If one only sought the cause of their problems within themselves, they would become ill. Those who lived believing that everything was someone else's fault could at least continue to live. Those who lived believing that everything was their fault would rot from the inside out. Liana found it more painful to see Cliffman wallowing in self-pity than to bear his anger. It wouldn't matter if it were anyone else living that way. But Cliffman wasn't just anyone to Liana. Seeing Liana crying, Cliffman stared blankly at the sky. In the forest, sunlight streamed through the leaves. I cherished you too, but I couldn't be of any help to someone precious. I didn't want to think you were bad. There must have been a reason for everything, a reason for not speaking, a reason for not taking me with you, a reason for the gate incident. I thought there must be a reason for it all. Cliffman spoke of thoughts he'd had for a long time. I didn't want to resent you. Out of countless choices, there was just one. Cliffman did not want to choose resentment towards Liana. To not resent you, there was no other way. Because Liana was precious, he tried to think that all her actions were justified. Why she didn't take him with her, why she didn't say anything. To do so, he had to find the cause within himself. If only he had been stronger, if only he had been more useful, if he had been reliable enough for Liana to seek help and tell him everything. That would have been enough. To believe that Liana had done nothing wrong. To not resent Liana, he had no other path but self-hatred. Watching Cliffman make such a wretched confession, Liana tried to hold back her tears. Really? With red-rimmed eyes, Liana looked up at Cliffman. You're still such a fool. He could have simply resented Liana. It would have been an easier path to think she had gone mad and followed the Demon King and resent her for not saying anything. But if not a fool, what was he, choosing to resent himself in order to understand her? Liana grasped Cliffman's hand. Liana held on tightly, her grip nearly crushing, but Cliffman felt the strength in her grasp was pitiful. A powerful supernatural, but her physical strength was still lacking. They had changed. Both Liana and Cliffman had changed. But there were things that remained unchanged. After countless incidents, the fact that they still cherished each other had not changed. Being a fool has its good points. What are they? I knew I am still useless and weak, but even if it was utter nonsense, I did the foolish thing of saying I wanted to see you. Cliffman squeezed the hand of Liana, who was holding his own. Like this, I got to see you again. There was no reason for Liana to come see Cliffman. He knew that too, but he said it anyway, knowing that it made no sense, that he wanted to see Liana. Logically, he knew it was impossible. There was no reason for Liana to come see him, yet he said it just in case. It was foolish, but there was a slim chance. In the end, the other party responded to his strange request, and so they got to see each other again. Ultimately, they realized that even though they were both broken, they didn't blame each other. One was blaming themselves, and the other felt sorry. They both knew that. Foolish acts don't always lead to bad outcomes. Really, truly, at Cliffman's words, Liana's lips trembled slightly. You, as you've grown older, truly, tears welled up in Liana's eyes again. You've become sentimental, saying it made her want to throw up. Her body shook as if she couldn't bear it. But in the end, Liana laughed. A laugh of pure joy. It was her first laugh in 3 years. My eyes met with the blockheads. It turned out well, right? It went so well that I feel nauseous. Ah, yeah, it's a bit like that. Cliffman, that guy had become incredibly sentimental. He hadn't been like that when I watched him as a cat. No, maybe it was because Liana was in front of him that he was acting like that. We didn't mean to eavesdrop in the first place. Well, it was eavesdropping, but Harriet and I were watching from a distance just in case something went wrong. In case Cliffman did something unexpected, we needed to stop him. But seeing Liana's tearful appearance and Cliffman's excessive chatter, since we had been listening to their conversation through magic, both the blockhead and I felt quite nauseous. Anyway, it's fortunate, really fortunate. Yes, as the blockhead said, it was truly fortunate. What's the big deal if he's become sentimental? It's a great relief that nothing went wrong. At first, I thought the situation was going awry, but in the end, Cliffman had those thoughts because Liana was precious to him. So he was grateful to Liana, who had come to see him after hearing that he wanted to see her. Although it was sad for Liana to know that Cliffman wasn't blaming her, but blaming himself, she couldn't help but be moved. In the end, Cliffman confirmed that he valued Liana even more than she thought. It was impossible to know what he was thinking when we watched him as a cat because he was so quiet. But eventually, he spoke his true feelings in front of Liana. Actually, I was a bit nervous. Harriet's face turned red as she watched Liana, who was now comfortably chatting even with tear stains on her face, and the two who had started a somewhat normal conversation. Nervous. Do you like that sort of thing? Do you like sentimental stuff? Why do you want me to do it? At my words, the blockhead's brow furrowed. I had never tried something like that before, but there wasn't anything I couldn't do if asked. Don't do it, seriously. As my expression began to suggest some mischief, Harriet glared at me with narrowed eyes. But then again, it was a bit difficult to deliver a cheesy line without any build-up. What should I say? Meeting you was the greatest fortune of my life. That was the only thing I could think of. However, Harriet tilted her head, not entirely satisfied with my unexpected statement. That's true, isn't it? Am I wrong? No, that wasn't it. I didn't know how to respond since it came out so abruptly. Ah, no. I mean, you're right, but... Well, I couldn't deny it was the greatest fortune. But wouldn't it be a bit strange for you to admit that with your own mouth? Harriet approached me and crossed her arms. Then, looking up at me, she grinned broadly. Isn't our adorable baby cat happy to have an owner like me? No. No, excuse me. Why are you better at this than I am? I was wrong. Why are you acting up then? Cheesy and embarrassing. My heart almost stopped. Chapter 653, the tense atmosphere between Liana and Cliffman had eased somewhat. It was enough that they still cherished each other. Your ability, it's that powerful. Yes, I heard there was some strange weather last winter. Was that really? Yeah, it was me. Cliffman couldn't help but be taken aback when Liana revealed that she could now not only summon lightning, but also cause weather anomalies. That's why, knowing that the weather anomalies that had occurred thus far were Liana's doing, he could only nod blankly. That's amazing. Still, I can't use it just any way I want. It's a bit peculiar. Peculiar how? Well, Liana sat down on a rocky ledge and sighed deeply. I guess I should say, the worse I feel, the stronger the effect. I think my power reacts to my emotions. Weather anomalies, for example, seem to react to negative emotions. A power that responded to dark, negative emotions. Initially, it hadn't awakened through positive experiences. As long as she couldn't control her emotions at will, there were bound to be limitations if those were the activation conditions. It's a strong ability, but it doesn't seem easy to use. At Cliffman's words, Liana lowered her head. It's not exactly like that. I can use it whenever I want. But you said you have to feel bad to use it. There's a way. Liana pulled out a potion from her belongings. From Cliffman's perspective, it was just a bottle containing an unknown drug. Liana gave a bitter smile. If I take just one of these, I'll become so depressed that I'd want to hang myself right away. A depression-inducing drug. That's right. And you take that. There are no side effects. It's safe. And so what if there are some side effects? If I can kill hundreds of thousands of monsters in exchange for feeling a bit down, I should do it. It wasn't a matter of life or death, just a significant decline in her mood. At that point, Cliffman could only nod blankly, thinking it was a no-brainer. Some people couldn't even kill a single monster despite risking their lives, so if the price was just that, they should do it. However, Cliffman noticed that Liana, as she spoke, had a trembling hand holding the crystal potion. Undoubtedly, Liana was afraid of the drug in her hand. She would know best the horrible feelings she would experience when she drank it. It wasn't without cost, but she mentioned hundreds of thousands. Cliffman felt dizzy at the scale. Even if he combined all the monsters he had killed so far, would he even reach 10,000? But Liana made it possible with just one use of her ability. Though Cliffman had become stronger compared to the past, Liana was on a completely different level. With just one battle, Liana could annihilate tens of times more monsters than Cliffman had killed throughout his life. As Cliffman's expression hardened, Liana took his hand. "Why are you making such a face? Don't look like that." "No, it's not that. You and I just have different things we can do. I was just thinking about it for a moment." Right. Cliffman knew that everyone had different abilities. While Liana possessed an excessively powerful ability, the fact that Cliffman had killed over 1,000 monsters up to this point was already an incredible feat. It was just a matter of comparing with the wrong person. Could there be a supernatural more powerful than Liana? The moment Liana had gained the ability to summon lightning, Cliffman couldn't help but recall that memory. In front of her father's coffin, Liana had screamed and awakened her ability. Although he didn't know much about supernaturals, Cliffman clearly remembered the moment Liana had awakened to her new supernatural power after a shocking experience. And now she possessed an even greater power. Had she naturally gained such power? Or, Liana? Yeah, did something happen? Her father's death. Had she awakened another power through another, similarly significant event? From Liana's sudden change in complexion at his question, Cliffman could tell that something had indeed happened. After a brief silence, "I committed a sin so great it couldn't be undone." It was difficult for Cliffman to understand that it was not a sad event, but something she had brought upon herself. Liana briefly explained. She had killed people, not monsters, countless people. She didn't elaborate any further. "Why did you do that?" There was no way Liana would do such a thing without reason, so Cliffman had to ask. There was a reason, definitely. With a stern expression, Liana gazed at the wild grasses growing beneath the bare ground in the forest. "But I realized too late that there are things that shouldn't be done, even if there's a reason." She had thought it was something that absolutely had to be done, but in the end, it was something that shouldn't have been done. As a result of doing what shouldn't have been done, someone else was paying the price. So now, I don't think about revenge anymore. Having become someone for whom talking about revenge was laughable, she said that revenge no longer crossed her mind. Liana had merely stated that. Liana had returned. No matter how long they talked, their reunion would always feel too short. Cliffman had left, and Liana was waiting for us at the location we had agreed upon. "How was it? Did you talk well? Weren't you hiding and listening to everything anyway?" At Liana's words, Harriet and I couldn't help but flinch. "How did you know? You wouldn't do that, would you?" Me. Was I unexpectedly an obvious person? No, thinking that I wasn't obvious might have been a bit absurd. Liana's expression had lightened. Cliffman's probably had as well. If that was the case, Cliffman might later be able to support us, but that wasn't the reason Liana had met with Cliffman. There were things to be resolved before the final battle, apart from political meaning. "Do you feel relieved?" "A little." Liana smiled and nodded at my question. There was still much to be done. "Let's go back. There's no point in staying around here any longer." Harriet started casting after she finished speaking. Liana had certainly been afraid. Cliffman might have changed. Certainly, Cliffman had changed, but not in the way that Liana feared. I had certainly taken on a different appearance, but I checked on how everyone was doing. However, I couldn't tell what their reactions would be when they actually faced me. Just as Cliffman didn't resent Liana, there might be people who don't really resent me. Scarlett was one such case. Like Christina, who didn't show it on the surface, they could be harboring hatred within. Cliffman wasn't someone Liana absolutely had to meet. But Liana, who faced Cliffman, seemed considerably more at ease. I too wished to meet someone in that manner. There wasn't much time left. There was just one person I wanted to meet so badly. Besides Ellen, There was only one person. The day before the march, Adriana found herself in a barracks she had never visited before. She wasn't scared, but she couldn't help feeling tense in an unfamiliar situation. The owner of the barracks was sitting on a desk, not a chair, with her arms folded, silently watching Adriana. She had a youthful face. Her actual age was unknown, but she looked like someone who couldn't be more than 6 years older than her. She had a consistently smiling face, giving a good impression wherever she went. But this was Adriana's first time dealing with her, and somehow she couldn't help but feel a sense of unease from her smiling face. Although she was smiling, her smile seemed too plastered on her face. Despite the other person smiling, Adriana felt strangely that she didn't look like she was smiling at all. There was Adriana, a holy knight. And there was the highest commander of the holy knights, the holy knight commander, Rowan, right in front of her. Suddenly, indeed, Adriana had received a summons from the holy knight commander. As a holy knight who moved with the temple army rather than the holy knight order, Adriana was not under their direct control, even though she was technically a member of their order. Thus, she rarely had any reason to see the newly appointed holy knight commander, which made her feel both puzzled and tense when she was summoned. The sudden replacement of the former Holy Knight commander, Elaine Bolton, was strange news even for Adriana, who did not move with the Holy Knight order. The exact circumstances of what had happened still hadn't been made clear. Even Adriana couldn't make sense of the situation, so the confusion within the Holy Knight order must have been even worse. And that confusion was still ongoing. There were rumors about Rowan's background being quite unusual amid the controversy and suspicion. There were whispers of his involvement in the darker aspects of the Holy Order, rumors of being an inquisitor of heretics or a member of an assassination squad. Someone who shouldn't have come out into the open had done so. Was that even allowed? Adriana felt the weight of the circulating rumors filled with suspicion. And now, the new Holy Knight commander, Rowan, shrouded in suspicion, had summoned Adriana. She was someone who had never seen her before and had no reason to be interested in her. Adriana was not even a high-ranking holy knight, while her skills were beyond reproach, and she already possessed abilities equal to or greater than those of a high-ranking holy knight. She had no actual position or obligations, and so the summons from the holy knight commander felt strange to Adriana. Moreover, having called her and made her stand before her, she didn't sit on a chair but rather on a desk, staring intently at her. She was a smiling woman, but somehow it was uncomfortable. Rudely, she couldn't help but think her gaze was unpleasant. "Commander, did I do something wrong?" Eventually, Adriana couldn't help but cautiously speak up first. At Adriana's words, Rowan tilted her head. "No. Then, is there something I need to do?" Rowan remained silent in response to Adriana's question. She was an inscrutable woman. People can usually guess the mood of others from their expressions and reactions to some extent. However, Holy Knight Commander Rowan, who was right in front of her, was not someone from whom she could feel any such thing. She was smiling, but she didn't seem to be in a good mood, and she couldn't tell what she was thinking, as if she had received some sort of special training. When conversing with someone whose intentions and emotions were indiscernible, people tend to feel discomfort. However, if that person also held greater power and authority than oneself, especially if they held the power over life and death, it was only natural to feel fear instead of discomfort. Adriana couldn't help but feel that Rowan was accustomed to such situations. Someone who was accustomed to instilling fear in others just through their attitude. Naturally, Adriana couldn't help but sense that one of the floating rumors had a high likelihood of being true. Even though the Holy Knight Commander used polite language with Adriana, a low-ranking subordinate, she couldn't tell if she was being respectful or not. How much time had passed? Just as Adriana was thinking that she had become stiff as a board. "Adriana, your career seems quite impressive." She couldn't help but be more puzzled by the unexpected words. An impressive career. Did she have anything that could be described as such? Isn't being a Temple Royal class graduate itself an impressive career? Ah, it was that story. Adriana cautiously nodded her head. The temple, which gathers talents from all over the continent. Only those with exceptional abilities were granted admission to the royal class. Neither status nor power matters. Only talent determines admission to the royal class. That's why being a royal class graduate alone could be considered an impressive career. Other people might not know, but I'm not so sure. Adriana wasn't being humble when she said that. Indeed, powerful supernaturals and mages definitely possessed the firepower that suited their background and talent. Comparing herself to those with such formidable talents, Adriana thought she was rather shabby. Why? Are only mages and supernaturals considered talented? Your record in monster extermination is quite extensive, even compared to high-ranking holy knights and priests of the Holy Knight Order. Is that so? She couldn't remember how many times she had been on monster extermination missions, not only with the Allied forces, but also during the ongoing Gate crisis. She had continuously gone out to exterminate monsters. Thus, unbeknownst to her, she had amassed a career worthy of the Holy Knight Commander's attention. Rowan began reading the document laid beside her on the desk. Originating from the Artoon Monastery in St. Owen, the Duchy of St. Owen. Birthplace unclear. Received education at the monastery, displayed talent, and entered the royal class at the temple. It seemed to be a document containing Adriana's background. Adriana watched as Rowan quietly read through it. Left the temple around the second year. Joined the battle after the outbreak of the Gate incident. Returned to the Order. Afterward, enlisted in the temple army and served until now. As expected, the document contained not only her withdrawal from the temple, but also her return to the temple and enlistment in the army after the Gate incident. Rowan didn't read further, which was likely all about her combat experiences. In the end, what was the purpose of having her background prepared, and what was she going to say? Rowan stood up from his desk and approached Adriana. Our backgrounds are similar. I also come from a monastery, an orphan left there. At those unexpected words, Adriana couldn't help but be taken aback. Both Rowan and Adriana were children abandoned at a monastery. Their ages seemed similar, although Rowan seemed slightly older. Our talents also seem to have been similar. With Rowan's words, Adriana became increasingly confused. Both were orphans from a monastery, of similar age, and even had comparable talents. But she was the commander of the Holy Knights, and she was merely a holy knight in the temple army. Was she taunting her about their differences? Adriana didn't understand why the commander would make such pointless jabs at her. Rowan brought her hand to Adriana's cheek. Adriana felt a chill from Rowan's touch on her cheek. It wasn't due to her discomfort. The touch was genuinely eerie. Contrary to her innocent and clean appearance, Rowan's dry palm was excessively rough and firm. Adriana's hand was similar, but the touch of that dry hand undoubtedly expressed some hardships Rowan had experienced in her life. The commander of the Holy Knights looked at an ordinary Holy Knight and said, "What difference is there between you and me that?" It wasn't disdain or mockery. "I am like this, and you are like that." In her tone, there was unmistakable jealousy and envy. Adriana couldn't comprehend the emotions she sensed from Rowan. Why had the commander of the Holy Knights summoned her, and what did her incomprehensible words mean? "There is someone who wants to meet you." The commander of the Holy Knights simply said that. In the end, the commander of the Holy Knights only spoke cryptically. She just informed her that someone wanted to meet her and provided a location and designated time. The time was set for night. It was an inexplicable command, but she couldn't refuse it. Therefore, Adriana headed alone to the southern region of the garrison, a place where no one ventured. Why had the commander of the Holy Knights given such an order? Someone wanted to see her. Could someone make such a request to the commander of the Holy Knights just to meet a Holy Knight of Adriana's rank, who wasn't even a high-ranking Holy Knight? Who could that person be? Why would such a person want to see her? Amidst the uncertainty, Adriana left the garrison and continued walking south. A meadow far from the battlefield, with no traces of combat. In the moonlight, Adriana soon saw someone sitting in the grass. Ah! She still couldn't understand what was going on. She didn't even know how it had come to this. However, Adriana couldn't help but have some suspicions. What was happening? Why had the commander of the Holy Knights given such an order? What had happened to the Holy Knights? She couldn't know everything, but she couldn't help but guess what was happening and what had happened. And why would anyone want to see someone as insignificant as her? The person who had been sitting quietly stood up when he saw Adriana. It wasn't a face she could describe as one from her dreams. It wasn't a face she had been longing to see. Their relationship wasn't like that. They weren't that close. But undeniably, still, deep in her heart, there was someone she cherished, standing right in front of her. "Rain, Hart, it's been a while." Under the moonlight, her ill-tempered junior smiled sadly as he always had. "Senior." and he called her by the same title as before. Spellbound, Adriana knew she couldn't understand everything, but she knew one undeniable truth. "You're safe." As if enchanted, she rushed forward and tightly embraced her terribly ill-natured junior. "Well, who am I?" Just like before, her wicked junior spoke arrogantly. Chapter 654. In truth, it was a very shocking and complicated moment. However, when Adriana saw Reinhardt, all other concerns and situations flew out of her mind, leaving it completely blank. All other thoughts had vanished. So she couldn't help but rush to Reinhardt and embrace him. She had heard that he was safe somewhere, and she knew that he had appeared in the Imperial Palace. She knew he was safe. But when she saw his face, she couldn't help but embrace him, overwhelmed by a sense of relief that pushed everything else aside. And then, gradually, thoughts began to fill her once blank mind. She had hugged him too tightly, and Reinhardt, in turn, hugged Adriana tightly as well. It was a joyful reunion, but gradually it became awkward. The embrace had been so intense that it felt as if they were siblings separated by war, making the situation even more uncomfortable. Had they ever been this close? It was inevitable to wonder. Although she had hugged him impulsively out of joy, they didn't know when to let go, so they hesitated until Adriana carefully released her arms first. Ah, yes. Well, their faces turned red as they stepped back and stammered awkwardly. Adriana couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation, even though she found it somewhat ridiculous herself. For some reason, a surge of emotion welled up from deep within her chest. He had been an annoying junior who often made irritating noises. But still, the expression she saw most often on him was this one. When he couldn't run properly, when he knew nothing about fighting, that was the expression he always wore back then. "You haven't changed, Junior." At those words, Reinhardt gritted his teeth. It was as if he was trying to suppress a surge of emotions. Although she knew he was the Demon King, to Adriana, Reinhardt was still the clumsy junior who knew nothing but was full of confidence. And yet, later, he had risked his life to save her. It was only much later that she found out that it had been Reinhardt who had done so. Even later, he had become the protagonist of terrifying events. He was now synonymous with terrifying events. And seeing that he had summoned her through the Holy Knight Commander, Adriana knew that something she couldn't understand was happening. She still didn't know what had happened or how things had come to this point. But Adriana couldn't help but know. Junior, with just that one word, what exactly he felt with that one word, as his eyes reddened and he tried to suppress something from bursting out. That the person before her was not the Demon King, but Reinhardt of the Temple, the real person she had always wanted. She couldn't help but know that. Otherwise, that one word wouldn't have turned his gaze so nostalgic. At first, Adriana had been so surprised and overjoyed that she had hugged Reinhardt fiercely. This time, she carefully embraced his head. "Junior, you've had a hard time." The second embrace was filled with different emotions than the first. Not joy, but worry and comfort. Adriana was a more special existence to the Demon King than she could have ever imagined. It was a time when there were secrets, but no power to conceal them. In those days, he was truly weak and knew nothing. His only defining feature was his foul temperament. Before anyone else in the world, before Eleanor Torius, was Adriana. She had seen the frail side of the Demon King and was the first to guide him. Without hesitation, she took the hand of a person who was utterly detestable, with a bad temperament and an even worse first impression. That's why, more than she could imagine, the Demon King couldn't help but see Adriana as someone special. To the Demon King, Adriana was the only one. "Yes," the Demon King spoke, wrapped in Adriana's embrace. Adriana was the only person in the world who could see his vulnerable side. "It was hard," he admitted. At his honest answer, Adriana held back tears and embraced her junior, who was stronger than anyone else but in truth also more fragile, even more tightly. Their reunion wasn't tearful, but it almost was. In a moonlit field, Reinhardt and Adriana sat side by side. Although the awkwardness between them had somewhat subsided, Reinhardt hesitated. There's so much to say that I can't seem to say anything." "Actually, I feel the same way," Adriana confessed. Like Reinhardt, she didn't know where to start because of the many things they had experienced. Both the Demon King and Adriana had gone through more than a few trials. But among all of their stories, there was not a single one they could share with laughter. "In the end, there was so much I didn't know. I didn't even try to learn." She had become someone who moved according to the orders of the Demon King through the commander of the Holy Knights. There were countless things that could be imagined from that alone. Adriana couldn't help but know the significance of the sudden fall of Elaine Bolton. So Lord Bolton, he's alive. Ah, that's good, Adriana sighed in relief. Just as Adriana didn't know much about Rowan, she knew little about Elaine Bolton. Nevertheless, Adriana couldn't help but think it was fortunate that someone was still alive. Watching Adriana sigh in relief, Reinhardt grinned bitterly. But all 5 popes are dead. What? I didn't kill them, but I ordered their deaths. I see. Adriana lowered her head, her expression complicated. The death of the popes was a significant event. If such news had become public, Adriana would have known. The confusion caused by the change in the Holy Knights commander was still ongoing, but somehow the Pope's deaths remained hidden. Of course, this meant that the upper echelons of the religious order were all puppets moving according to Reinhardt's commands, and their influence was so great that they could even cover up the deaths of the popes. Adriana had expected Reinhardt to go through various trials, but she never thought he would have to decide someone's death. All of these tragedies were unwanted by both of them, Adriana knew. But in the end, deciding who lived and who died in these unwanted circumstances was inevitable. That's why Adriana couldn't help but be sad. To Adriana, who considered it fortunate that Elaine Bolton was alive, Reinhardt confessed that he had ordered the deaths of others. It must have been a warning not to harbor any illusions. Adriana did not ask for the reason, for speaking of it and hearing it would be a painful affair. And naturally, when confronted like this, there was someone who could not help but come to mind. Irene's wild dog. That's what she had been called. They hadn't known each other for long. But entangled with the Holy Knights and the 5 great religions, Adriana became a hostage and was later rescued. With nowhere to go, Reinhardt entrusted Adriana to the Rotary Club, and Adriana could not help but become very close to Loya. But that Loya was actually Lycanthrope, who had urged Adriana to flee at that time. In the end, Loya, who died saving Reinhardt, and the people of the Rotary Club could not help but come to mind. They all died. Loya thought she was keeping her secret well, but most of the club members already knew that Loya was Lycanthrope. Of course, the club members must have implicitly known that Reinhardt was not an ordinary person. If any of them had carelessly opened their mouths, neither Loya nor Reinhardt would have been safe. Neither Reinhardt nor Loyal knew that they were keeping the secret, not until they all died. Loya's name, too, and the people of the Rotary Club. Neither Adriana nor Reinhardt mentioned each other, but the long silence itself made it impossible for them not to know what the other was thinking. Neither of them brought up the sad stories on purpose. Now was the time to think about the future. Can everything be all right? It wouldn't be. Adriana could not help but realize that something else would come after the gate incident. The Demon King and the Empire. Something was already happening between them. As it always has been, it might not be. Reinhardt did not offer a positive outlook. Still, I'm trying to do as much as I can. Right. Adriana looked at Reinhardt. The junior, who had always been far inferior to her, was now in a position of incomprehensible strength and unreachable status. Junior, am I stronger than before? At Adriana's seemingly playful remark, Reinhardt smiled. I suppose so. I don't use a sword anymore, but a hammer to kill monsters. She now wielded a massive hammer instead of a sword, a giant hammer that ordinary people could barely lift. With it she had not sliced but crushed countless monsters. Reinhardt nodded at her words. I know. Ha, how do you know? I was watching. Reinhardt, who had been hesitating to say something, finally gave up and sighed deeply. The cat, do you remember? Cat. At the unexpected remark, Adriana tilted her head. In this place, mentioning a cat out of the blue could only mean one thing. Adriana's eyes widened with a sudden intuition. Oh, no way. That was me. At the shocking revelation, Adriana could only stand there with her mouth agape. The black kitten that had suddenly appeared, disappearing and reappearing, staying for a while and then vanishing again. Eventually, the black cat was taken away by Ellen to the temple. To be honest, it wasn't exactly like a dog. Well, fine, I admit it. It was a bit perverted. I know that. I know, but somehow. Adriana interrupted Reinhardt's attempt at an explanation. Reinhardt quietly stared at Adriana. Despite the bizarre story, Adriana was laughing. Smiling, she pinched Reinhardt's cheek. Somehow, that cat really liked both Ellen and me. Strangely enough, the kitten was particularly fond of Ellen and Adriana. The kitten would sit on Adriana's lap and eat jerky, and it wouldn't resist when Ellen took it to her room. That was definitely the case. If the cat was Reinhardt, it made sense that it behaved that way. That fact revealed a lot. The cat's behavior showed that Reinhardt hadn't changed from before. He still liked Ellen and cared about her, which was why he visited her in that form. And not just in front of Ellen, but also in front of Adriana, the cat was well behaved and tried to stick close. Junior, you must have really missed not only Ellen, but also me, huh? At Adriana's teasing words, Reinhardt, or rather, the Demon King, who was now in an almost unreachable position, blushed. Embarrassed that his true feelings had been discovered, he seemed unsure of what to do. In the end, even now, it was because he wanted to talk to Adriana that he had summoned her like this. You're so cute. What do you want me to do about it? Watching her junior blush, Adriana laughed for the first time in a while. And then she was surprised at herself for laughing. She couldn't remember the last time she had laughed like this. The realization that there had been days when she could laugh like this made her inevitably calm down again. So, is there no particular reason? Reason? Yeah, if there's something you want to talk about, it should come out by now. But it doesn't look like there is. They had embraced passionately, worried about saying something they shouldn't, and had a little conversation. So if there was something to say, it should have come out by now, but Reinhardt hadn't said anything about his purpose. In a way, the reason was that there was no reason. Ha! Reinhardt looked at Adriana. Since the gate incident, there has been a reason for everything I've done. So, it means that none of it was done because I wanted to. It was because something was needed, because he had to become stronger, because he had to form an alliance, because he needed information, because he wanted someone's power, to prevent some disaster, to prevent someone's death, or to kill someone. All of them were reasonable actions. Rather than reasons, to be more precise, they were necessary actions. Things that the Demon King had to do. He had been acting to achieve certain goals that he had to accomplish in order to achieve his desired objective. Even matters related to Ellen were necessary, as observing the hero's situation would help predict future events. But there was no need for him to meet Adriana. Before everything ends, I just wanted to do something for the sake of doing it. Something that wasn't necessary or had no reason, but I just wanted to do it. Adriana faintly smiled at his words. He had simply wanted to see her after a long time. The Demon King had sought out Adriana just for that. Was that the reason you came to see me? Is it strange? No, it's not strange. In fact, I'm grateful. Adriana suddenly stretched her arms towards the sky, yawning. But it does make me feel a bit miserable, knowing that I'm not someone of any real use. That's not what I meant. But it's true. I don't have much influence, and whether I'm on your side or not doesn't really matter, so meeting me would be a waste of time from your perspective. I know I'm weaker than you now. Do you think I'm stupid? Ultimately, Adriana was not someone directly involved in the grand scheme of things. Although she was much stronger than ordinary people, she was still infinitely weaker compared to those who made the big decisions. She had no power or authority. That's why the Demon King had no need to make time to seek out Adriana. While keeping an eye on other more important figures had its own significance, Adriana was not one of them. Adriana was someone he didn't need to use. Still, thank you for putting it nicely, my junior. Saying that you wanted to see me for personal reasons, that makes me happy. In the end, it's all about perspective. It could be considered a waste of time. But it could also be said that he had left important matters behind to see someone he truly wanted to see. Adriana couldn't help but be happy that she was the only person he sought out for personal reasons. Reinhardt quietly looked at Adriana. To be honest, I was scared. Scared of what? Just as Adriana thought Reinhardt hadn't changed much from before, the Demon King couldn't help but think that Adriana treated him the same way as before, based on her attitude. I was scared that you might have changed. Ah, everyone has changed, you know. That's why he hadn't faced Adriana until now, because her attitude and perspective might have been different from before. Someone had drastically changed, and it would be strange if they didn't change at all. Since he was the only one reminiscing and remembering the past, meeting Adriana again could lead her to curse the Demon King who had created the world as it was now. The Demon King said he was afraid of that, Not death or anything else, but the fear that Adriana might look at him with a twisted face and curse him. It's just that you were scared of. It's just that. And you're still scared. Adriana, as if feeling pity, bowed her head and shed tears. The Demon King didn't cry. He just talked about his fear with a stern expression, saying he was scared of just that. As if trying to throw away any weak appearance today, he talked about the fear he had never told anyone before. I didn't have any particular purpose. Right. But when I came here and saw you in person, one emerged. Purpose. Reinhardt looked at Adriana as they spoke, wondering what had come to mind when he said he had come without a specific purpose. Escape from here. Ha! Stop fighting. Adriana's eyes widened at the unexpected remark. Return to the imperial capital or follow me. I'll take care of everything else, and so will the others. Now there was only one battle left in the gate incident. Thus, the purpose of urging her not to fight the last battle emerged when the Demon King faced Adriana. My junior. Adriana's expression hardened. Are you telling me to be a coward? Yes. He didn't beat around the bush, insisting it wasn't about cowardice or offering other reasons. It's because she could survive the final battle or die. Run away in cowardice and live. The Demon King had no intention of using Adriana, but he said such words because he wanted her to survive. My junior, the power I have may be weak. I may be weaker than you, infinitely weaker compared to other strong people, and it might not mean much. But that doesn't mean my desire to do something is insignificant. The desire to save someone, the desire to help, even a little bit. The size of one's power doesn't determine the size of their heart. At Adriana's words, the Demon King bit his lip. Everyone had their own determination. To try to break that because of his own desires was arrogance. If Adriana wanted to fight, did he have to forcibly remove her from the battlefield because it was dangerous? Still, I can do more than my fair share. Reinhardt could no longer pressure Adriana. It was already selfish enough to ask someone to step aside out of fear for their death. He couldn't force someone to leave if they didn't want to. However, as if he couldn't stand it, Adriana could clearly see the expression that showed he wanted to do so, even by force. Promise me. What? Promise me you'll survive. In front of her junior, who said those words with a sad expression. Who am I then? Adriana smiled and threw back the same words her junior would often say when he acted like a fool. Chapter 655. In truth, it wasn't necessary for Lyanna to meet Cliffman. Whether Cliffman sided with us or not, it wouldn't make much of a difference. However, Lyanna had met Cliffman. Seeing that, I thought the same. At least once I did. After all, up until now, I had always pursued a purposeful goal. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt for me to meet someone I just wanted to see, even if it were only once. As Lyanna had been afraid, I too was scared. I feared that Adriana might unleash her anger towards me. But like Cliffman, Adriana didn't resent me. I wanted to take Adriana off the battlefield inappropriately, but she refused. I knew she would refuse. In fact, if someone shouldn't fight for such a reason, there shouldn't be a single soldier in the Allied forces. There wouldn't be anyone who absolutely had to fight. So it was only natural that Adriana rejected the words I selfishly uttered. I wished for survival. For Adriana, for myself, and for anyone else. A promise of survival wouldn't guarantee one's life. Regardless of such a promise, someone would eventually die, because that's what war and battles were about. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. After returning to Lazak, I nodded in response to Harriet's question. Your expression has worsened. Had it? With a worried look, Harriet touched my cheek and scanned my face. Lyanna seemed somewhat relieved. After meeting Adriana, my heart felt even heavier. There was no quarrel, and Adriana was even worried about me. I should feel better, but my mood sank further. Still, I didn't regret meeting Adriana. I just want to do better. That's why I'm like this. At the end of a brief break, I resolved to do better. I might not be able to protect everyone, but isn't it right to want to protect everyone? Christina, what's wrong with you? To Louis Ankton's question, Christina remained silent with a rigid expression, seated in front of the desk. It was Christina's sole decision to try to use Ellen as a hostage. Louis Ankton, Anna, and Ludwig had no idea that Christina would attempt such a thing. Therefore, to the others, Christina appeared suddenly pale and speechless. Christina couldn't speak of her involvement in the matter. What's going on? No, it's nothing. It doesn't seem like it's nothing. Why have you been like this for the past few days? You should eat something. Ellen Artorius. To overthrow the Demon King, Ellen had to be used. Christina was confident in that idea. That's why she believed it was just a matter of execution. She didn't think it would be easy to suppress Ellen. That's why she led the elite immortals and waited for a moment when they wouldn't be watched. However, instead of subduing Ellen in a place without watchful eyes, the immortals were brutally slaughtered. And after overpowering Christina, Ellen hesitated for a moment before she put Christina down and walked away. Christina hadn't even managed to put up the slightest resistance. It was true that the immortals had suffered because Ellen was strong. However, it wasn't Ellen's strength that rendered Christina unable to resist. Christina felt in her bones that she had underestimated the nature of combat. Even a fellow battle mage was unnecessary. There was no need for magic body strengthening. Simply fighting against a robust soldier would have been enough for Christina to realize how weak she was, vulnerable to death. Creating an immortal didn't make Christina herself stronger. She had been under the illusion that wielding great power made her powerful. But there were more important things than regretting her miserable arrogance. For several days after that day, the moment when Ellen was choking her haunted her dreams, but even that wasn't the most important thing. It's not human. That's not a human. She had discovered something very strange while trying to take Ellen hostage. Ellen's voice. A bizarre voice that could never belong to a human. A pain unlike anything she had ever felt before, as if tens of thousands of people were speaking simultaneously, tearing her soul apart just by listening. Ellen wasn't simply a formidable opponent. It wasn't something that could be described to that extent. Ellen had become something other than human. Dangerous, terrifying, and horrifying at the same time. Something that seemed to possess its own will. It's dangerous. This is dangerous. Originally, Christina intended to capture Ellen to kill the Demon King and lure him out. However, she had made the mistake of stepping forward and provoking Ellen while intoxicated by her own arrogance. But now, that mistake seemed almost fortunate. The most dangerous thing wasn't the Demon King, the Empire, the Immortals, or even the Gate incident. The sword that cut through anything. The cloak that blocked any attack. Ellen Artorius, who wielded those two relics, had been swallowed up by something strange. Christina had paid the price for her arrogance and error, and she learned a crucial fact as a result. The most dangerous existence now was none other than Ellen Artorius. Having suffered such a humiliating defeat, Christina wouldn't step forward again. She didn't plan to become a battle mage, unfamiliar as she was with fighting. As she had been doing, she would simply command from behind, using the immortals in a manner befitting her status. Christina believed she had already addressed the threat of Scarlet. But what about the other threat? How should she deal with Ellen, who could cut down the immortals like a scythe through wheat? Was there anyone in the world who could face Ellen? What had Ellen Artorius become? What did she want? But one thing was clear. Ellen, who had become something unknown, had definitely said this. She wouldn't kill Christina yet because she still had a use for her. Ellen could break through the barrage and attack of the Immortals' army. She was the only one who could actually do that. It meant she would kill Christina, regardless of what happened to the Immortals once everything was over. Ellen represented neither the Empire nor the Demon King. Thus, Ellen was the only one who could try to annihilate the Immortals without regard for the world's interests and kill Christina without hesitation. Only then did Christina truly understand the strength of Ellen Artorius, which she had only heard of before. People naturally assumed that the hero was on their side, and so they simply praised the hero's strength. But they couldn't imagine what would happen if Ellen Artorius, the hero, became their enemy. However, Christina had seen it with her own eyes. If the hero became an enemy, nobody could stop her. She had seen that no army, sword, or magic could stand against her. Ellen was better when she still had some semblance of humanity. Ellen Artorius, who was crumbling under the weight of guilt, could still communicate as a human. That's why it was possible to make her retreat by touching upon that guilt. But now, there was no dialogue to be had. Suppose the hero had become a monster-like existence. What should be done then? Humankind had developed weapons to end the Gate incident. They were neither titans nor immortals. The strongest weapon of humankind had always been in human hands since the Gate incident. Ellen Artorius was that ultimate weapon. But now, only the aspect of a weapon remained in her. Although the hero without humanity was still on the side of humankind, she was not on Christina's side. From the beginning, she was not a being that could be treated like bait. It was unclear whether Ellen would be a threat to humanity, but she was definitely a threat to Christina. I have to kill Ellen. The unknown itself was the biggest threat. If Ellen was not eliminated, everything might be ruined. Christina began to become consumed by this thought. Christina, what's wrong? There's obviously something going on. Don't worry by yourself. Talk to me. But it was clear that no one would agree to the idea that Ellen had to be killed, so Christina couldn't bring herself to voice that thought. The Allied forces had now begun their advance towards their final target, Diane. Would the Gate incident end, or would humankind end? Under normal circumstances, the military's combat power should weaken as they advance. However, strangely enough, the Allied forces' combat power was exponentially increasing as they fought. Firstly, it was because of the Titans' involvement, and secondly, it was after the Immortals joined. As the Gate incident became more dangerous, the Allied forces grew stronger. Everyone knew the identity of the Titan. It was a gigantic golem created under the leadership of the brilliant mage, of the Archduke of St. Owen and the Temple. However, nobody knew what the second power was, even though they had all seen it. It might have been fortunate that the horrifying military force was part of the Allied forces, but ultimately, everyone was bound to feel fear as long as they didn't know what it was. But the truth couldn't be kept secret forever by those who knew it. Inevitably, stories began to spread throughout the Allied forces, starting from an unknown source. The mysterious and powerful army was said to be an undead legion created by the Empire, using the corpses of fallen soldiers. That's why all the soldiers wore helmets with face-covering visors or robes that covered their faces. It was said that they covered themselves so thoroughly because someone might recognize the face beneath the helmet or robe. Rumors spread that the Emperor had turned to forbidden power to end the war. The truth, which was too hard to believe, spread like a groundless rumor. The rumors didn't end there. Whispers spread that there were traitors within the Allied forces, individuals who had sworn loyalty to the Demon King. The Emperor had intervened that week. Those who pledged loyalty to the Demon King were emerging from the Allied forces. Heading towards their final battle, the Allied forces were shaken by two bizarre rumors that threatened to disrupt their unity. And lastly, another piece of news spread through those who had no choice but to travel to the imperial capital for supplies and other reasons. In the imperial capital, a preposterous rumor circulated that the Gate crisis wasn't the doing of the Demon King, but rather the Emperor himself. That's nonsense. What would the Emperor be lacking to do such a thing? Naturally, there were very few who believed the rumor. There were many starving people on the imperial capital, so they have no one to blame but His Majesty. Yes, there was a huge disaster last time, and many people died, right? It must be because of that. Whenever something went wrong, people assumed it was their fault. The majority didn't believe the rumors. However, rumors have a way of growing and becoming entwined. The first rumor, an army made of the dead. The second rumor, those who swore loyalty to the Demon King. The third rumor, the bizarre notion that the Emperor was the mastermind behind the Gate crisis. There were those who didn't believe the rumors, but there were also those who were susceptible to them, and those who were weak to rumors often combined them. But if it was true that the Emperor caused the Gate crisis, then what exactly is the Demon King? Don't say such crazy things. It's a dangerous claim. No, it's strange. Don't you think it's weird that the Demon King hasn't attacked us so far? The Demon King's inaction in attacking humanity thus far had already become a foundation for speculation. The assumptions people had never made before were now becoming solidified within the unbelievable and bizarre rumors. Think about it. If the Demon King really wanted to eradicate humans, he could have done it already. He just needs to target a different place instead of here. So why doesn't he? Ordinary thinking would have deemed it impossible that humanity was still alive. But no one had ever thought of it that way, and even if they hadn't voiced it. However, once the name was mentioned, it became unstoppable. Conversations about the Demon King circulated throughout the Allied forces. Could it be that the Demon King doesn't really care about destroying humanity? That's nonsense. Didn't the Demon King attack the imperial capital last time? During the princess's execution ceremony, it was said that he turned the imperial capital into a wasteland then. No, from what I heard, he just took the princess and disappeared. There were very few casualties. I heard thousands of people burned to death. Are there any witnesses from the imperial capital? In the end, rumors gave birth to speculation, and conjecture disguised as truth became yet another rumor that haunted the allied forces. Eventually, everyone couldn't help but arrive at the greatest suspicion. Why was the Demon King leaving humanity alone? It was an undisputed fact that the Demon King had caused the Gate Crisis to eradicate humanity. But why were there no further actions taken? Though the Demon King had seemingly vanished, there was a clear record of his appearance not too long ago at the execution of the princess. There were those who had witnessed the battle themselves. Whether it was the Imperial army or another force, the Demon King had appeared at that time, mercilessly slaughtering the Swordmaster and the Archmages. In the end, the hero who emerged struck the Demon King's heart, and he disappeared. Did the Demon King actually die then? There's no way he died just like that. Rumors began to circulate, suggesting that the Demon King had actually died at that moment. Had the Demon King already died long ago? If the Demon King had died, what about the traitors who now claim to have sided with him? Right. Rumors spread, and it was impossible to tell where the truth ended and the lies began, plunging people into confusion. That's why rumor mongers were created. It was only natural for people to gather scattered stories and create their own version of the truth. The Demon King never intended to annihilate humanity. The fact that he hadn't attacked humans so far was evidence of that. The Gate incident was a conspiracy or accident orchestrated by the Emperor, who then pinned the blame on the Demon King. Upon discovering the truth, some of the Alliance's leaders, who learned that the true culprit was the Emperor, began to side with the Demon King. Feeling threatened, the Emperor started to secretly remove the corpses of fallen warriors and created an army of the undead to protect the Empire and himself. This story had no real connection to the facts, and the cause and effect relationship was arbitrary. There was no explanation for what the Emperor would gain from causing the Gate incident, nor why he would organize the alliance to end the Gate incident if he was responsible for it. Even the background of the Immortals and the emergence of the Demon King's supporters had a reversed cause and effect relationship. In the end, fabricated stories that were more believable gained credibility. At any rate, stories that began with the assumption that the Demon King was evil garnered people's trust. Now, stories that began with the assumption that the Emperor was evil started to gain credibility. Some stories were easier to believe when there was someone who had clearly done something wrong. Naturally, there were many who dismissed these stories as nonsense. The important thing was that confusion began to spread among the people regarding what to believe, when rumors became too exaggerated. Even though only a few people believed in the overly inflated rumors, some small parts of the rumors could not help but be treated as the truth. Those who believed in the fabricated truths were few. However, people began to believe in the sources of those rumors as the truth. The Emperor had created an army of the dead. The Demon King was interfering with the Alliance. There were leaders within the Alliance who had sided with the Demon King. Since the Gate incident, the Demon King had not attacked humanity even once. These four truths became deeply ingrained in people's minds. The exaggerated and baseless rumors made people recognize the foundations of those rumors as facts, regardless of whether they trusted the rumors themselves. Really, did the Demon King cause the Gate incident? If the Demon King didn't cause the Gate incident, it made sense that he hadn't attacked humanity thus far. On the contrary, if the Demon King was indeed responsible for the Gate incident, it became incomprehensible why he had allowed humanity to continue existing until now. In reality, there were no stories of the Demon King personally slaughtering people or destroying human cities, aside from the Gate incident. And so, the Allied forces advanced toward Diane in confusion, with an inherent chaos of not knowing who to hate, thus the path to the final battlefield. There's no need to do more. It's already reached the maximum charge. Redina spoke as she looked at Kaer Voiden, who was sitting in the Arc Crystal chamber. I know. Redina's role was to extract and use the magical power from the Arc Crystal, which stored Kaer's magic. However, since Redina found out that Kaer's physical condition had become extremely weak after the continuous battles, she hadn't been pressing him about the Arc Crystal-related issues. It was then that Redina realized. From the beginning, Kaer had been doing what he was supposed to do, whether Redina asked him or not. Therefore, even when Redina didn't push or rush him, Kaer continued to do his part, ignoring her pleas to stop. I told you not to come in here when there's no need to charge. Sitting there will only drain your magic. When magic was depleted to an extreme degree, a person dies. It was the depletion of the source of life. By now, Redinna knew better than Care himself how weakened his body had become. But as the battles continued, their already strained relationship completely fell apart. With only this task available to him, he questioned what else he could do. As Redinna's harsh words chipped away at Care, he had no choice but to obsess over the only task he could do. Even when Redinna apologized and begged in regret, Care wouldn't listen. That's not what I'm trying to do. Then what are you doing? What could he do in front of the already fully charged arc crystal? Redinna, who had warned him not to leave the chamber, now felt the most uneasy, knowing what kind of effect that action would have on Care's body. I have a magic manipulation deficiency, but I can put magic into the arc crystal. So I was trying to see if I could control the speed of magic infusion. The only thing he could do. Care seemed to be trying to see if there was something else he could do. I ruined him. With wide eyes, Redinna could only watch Care's actions. But it doesn't work. The arc crystal doesn't receive the magic from me. It takes my magic. It wasn't transferred by his will, but was taken by the arc crystal. In the end, Care got up from the chamber with a bitter smile, admitting he didn't know. Adelia must be amazing for creating something like this. An incredible talent said to be born with immense magical power. However, the inability to wield that magic. Seeing Care, who had nothing but made himself useful thanks to his gifted classmates, Redinna bit her lip. Care's self-deprecating words were all things Redinna had once said, that aside from having a lot of magical power, he was a useless, foolish child. She would snap at him to charge the arc crystal instead of fooling around whenever their eyes met. The sight of those who couldn't be saved due to a lack of magic during battles. Because of the sight of people dying, not just one or two, but in the hundreds. She couldn't help but think it was all because of a single person's negligence. Until now, she had hurt Care. Care didn't deny the wounds he received. Now he even said the words Redinna had said with his own mouth, I am useless. This is all I can do. Now, he says those words to himself instead. Looking at Care like that, Redinna lowered her gaze. Can we talk for a moment? Always giving orders and scolding was now a thing of the past. Redinna tried her best to treat Care with utmost respect. Ironically, Care himself didn't care about things like tone. Chapter 656, Don't Recharge the Arc Crystal. Upon hearing Redinna's words, Care furrowed his brow. Yeah, we can just use it as it is for the battle in Diane. Once the battle in Diane was over, the gate crisis would come to an end. Redinna's suggestion was to leave the crystal as it was and use the arc crystal just once more. We don't need to use it continuously during the battle. As Care pointed out, they had been using the arc crystal during battle by having Care recharge it and Redinna draw out its magical power. But you collapsed last time. Care's condition was terrible. Regardless of the fact that there was only one more battle left, there was no guarantee that Care would be safe if they used the arc crystal in the same manner. The arc crystal was currently fully charged. Redinna suggested using the crystal without recharging it for the final battle and to have Care stay out of the fight. Redinna nodded, looking at Care's stern expression. I understand what you want to say. With you, I'd be able to use more magic. That would definitely be helpful. But you know it too, there's that strange army. At her words, Care's eyes widened. Now Care knew what that army was. People say it's some kind of undead legion made of fallen warriors. I don't know how much of that is true. But anyway, it seems that our importance isn't as great as before due to that army. So I think using the existing arc crystal should be enough. There was no need to use magical power extracted by sacrificing lifespan. That was what Redinna was saying. Care knew about the immortals. Certainly, Redinna wasn't wrong. As long as the immortals existed, the importance and necessity of Redinna unleashing magic from the arc crystal were less than before. Soon, the need for Care to bear a huge burden would be lower. But was it all right to proceed like this? Before Care could say anything, Thud Redinna knelt before him. Please. Redinna looked up at Care as she knelt. Don't push yourself any further. Until now, I've been too much for you. I've wronged you. I didn't know anything. I only thought about myself. I acted selfishly. Care silently watched his younger senior pleading on her knees. I don't know what to do. I want to apologize, but I don't know how. I don't know what a proper apology is. I'm sorry. As Redinna began to sob, Care Voiden forced a bitter smile. It wasn't just Care who had been broken. Redinna, who had to decide the death of countless people with her own hands, couldn't remain unscathed either. But even though she was broken, she apologized while looking at what she had destroyed. Not knowing what to do, she hung her head, trembling. Care had coldly told her there was no need to apologize, to just keep doing what she had been doing. But now, someone else could take their place. If that was the case, there was no need to continue acting coldly. Persisting that they could still do more because they hadn't died yet would be a rather despicable behavior, wouldn't it? Risking one's life in a situation where it was not necessary was not for the purpose of ending the gate incident, nor was it out of a desire to save people. Even here, telling them to just do what they had been doing like before was merely petty vengeance. It was like coercing a miserable wretch who had always been oppressed and belittled by them, saying, "You made me like this, now try to save people with the power you created by sacrificing my life." Regardless of right and wrong, it was simply a mean act. It was only meant to torment Redinna, and so Care knelt down before Redinna, who was apologizing. "I really wanted to see you regret it for the rest of your life after I died. Please, please. What a pity." Although his words were filled with malice, in the end, he was saying that he would do as Redinna had suggested. There was no reason to obsess over something meaningless. Risking one's life in a situation where death was avoidable was simply a foolish act. Sob, sob. Care carefully patted Redinna's shoulder as she finally burst into tears. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I went too far until now." "Don't cry, it's just unfortunate." Care gently comforted his unfortunate and impudent senior. Reconciliation might be difficult, but once it was done, it felt like nothing special. In the end, it was the immortal that brought about the reconciliation between Redinna and Care. Since the appearance of the immortal, Redinna had felt that her existence, as a user of the Arc Crystal, was no longer as important as before. Care had no choice but to realize that being obsessed with charging the Arc Crystal while feeling an unwarranted sense of responsibility was meaningless. Of course, in the end, it was Redinna who tried to persuade Care, acting as a mediator for their reconciliation. Only those who have experienced reconciliation can understand. Before reconciling, it feels like the hardest thing in the world, but what's truly important comes afterward. An awkward silence, so tense that it caused cold sweat to run down their bodies. If they had been very close to each other originally, it might have been possible to reconcile and return to how things were before. But these two didn't have such a past worth mentioning. The Arc Crystal was a giant power cartridge. Originally, the project related to the Arc Crystal was not thought of by Care or Redinna, but by Adelia, a person with immense magical power but unable to use it. A person capable of near superhuman speed in magic casting, but with extremely low magical power. Adelia, who knew of their existence, created the Arc Crystal. Thus, although Redinna and Care were senior and junior, they were initially acquainted through work. Their relationship wasn't even about being on good or bad terms. They had simply met through work. So there was no returning to how things were before. At first, they tried to cheer each other up, but that was only for a brief moment, and their relationship only accumulated dissatisfaction, since they had never been close and had only grievances against each other before reconciling. Their relationship became even more awkward than when they had only been expressing their complaints. Redinna fidgeted with her fingers, and Care was no different. "It's a little awkward, right?" Redinna's words, forced out with difficulty, were merely that. "Yeah." That was all Care could think of. At times like this, a new topic was needed. The advancing army had halted near the Arc Crystal Tower. Redinna gazed up at the summer night sky, which seemed to be showered with stars. "By the way, there have been a lot of strange rumors lately." "Ah, that. It seems like all sorts of stories are emerging now that the war is coming to an end." Redinna dismissed all the ominous rumors circulating among the Allied forces as baseless. People were just excitedly spouting various stories, she thought. Indeed, many of the stories were hard to believe. As Redinna spoke, Care said softly, "Most of those are probably true." "What?" I said, "Most of them are probably true." Redinna, looking flustered, heard Care's words. "What do you mean? What rumors are true?" In response to Redinna's question, Care stared intently at her astonished face. "The ones about the Empire using dark magic to create an army of undead from fallen soldiers, and that there are people who have sided with the Demon King." that the Emperor is involved in the gate incident. All of them probably true. At Kaya's words, Radina's eyes widened. Just because the war ends doesn't mean everything will be over. Something else will start. Kaya gazed intently at Radina. Even if I don't know, you're an important person, so you should know too. The truth was not important. One had to decide which truth and facts to choose and follow. In her tent, Radina sat blankly. It was long past bedtime, but sleep eluded her. Most of the baseless rumors were true. An army of undead, traitors to humanity, the Emperor's involvement in the Gate incident. If the Demon King was to be hated or not, Radina had never thought about it. She couldn't equate the Demon King in her head with the one known to the world. However, she couldn't completely separate them either. She couldn't tell which side was the real Demon King. There were monsters before her eyes. So she had only dealt with the monsters before her, not thinking about the cause of it all or whom to hate. Even if she had thought about it, she couldn't judge what was wrong. However, now that the topic had been raised, she had to confront the concerns she had been holding back. Where had all this started, and whose responsibility was it? Had the traitors to humanity not actually betrayed them? Were there actually others who deserved judgment? Like many others who were confused, Radina also struggled to find her bearings amid the chaos. What was important was that the things she had believed to be true were crumbling at a rapid pace. Was the Demon King truly evil? Had humanity truly been the victim? As the boundaries of truth collapsed, everyone was thrown into a whirlwind of judgment. In the end, Radina couldn't help but cautiously leave her tent. Perhaps it was because sleepless nights were becoming more frequent as the end approached. Radina could see someone else, who also couldn't sleep, sitting in a dark corner of the tent. Adriana. It was none other than Adriana, who was absent-mindedly staring up at the starry sky. "Ah, Radina, what are you doing up so late?" Radina cautiously sat down beside Adriana and asked. "Just like that." Adriana smiled cautiously and said yes. To Radina, Adriana had always been like an older sister, or rather, something even more significant. When Adriana suddenly decided to leave the temple, Radina felt as if she was parting with life. Seeing Adriana leave with a cold but sad expression, Radina felt overwhelmed. Looking back at that time, Radina clearly remembered how Reinhardt's expression had also turned serious when Adriana said she would leave the temple. Adriana never returned to the temple after that. After the gate incident erupted, she suddenly joined the temple's military. Adriana still hadn't shared the details with Radina. "Can't you sleep?" "Aha." Radina nodded at Adriana's question. It would be a lie to say that Radina had no connection to the Demon King. Strictly speaking, it was more like a cursed relationship. However, upon reflection, it seemed ridiculous to call it a cursed relationship. And undoubtedly, the connection with Reinhardt was much stronger for Adriana than for Radina. "Adriana, have you heard the rumors?" "Rumors? Ah, you mean that." There were more than a few rumors, but the atmosphere among the allied forces was tense. Even those who were indifferent to gossip could easily pick up on the stories. The subject related to Reinhardt was a taboo between Adriana and Radina. That's why, even though it had been several years, it was almost the first time that the topic had come up, albeit indirectly. "Adriana, what do you think?" The unfounded rumors. It was unclear how Kaya Voiden knew, but most of the rumors were said to be true. Radina still had her doubts, but what should she do if it was indeed true? No matter how much Radina thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. After a long silence, Adriana looked at Radina. "I think it's a sad thing." It sounded like an insignificant remark, but to Radina it felt like a statement made after deep contemplation. "Radina, yes, let's make sure we survive." Adriana firmly held Radina's hand and spoke quietly. It was a statement that carried more determination and hope than ever before. In truth, not much needed to be said. Even though there were many unknown truths and countless unpredictable events, the goal was always the same: to survive, to live on in this world. In the end, all the words were simply an extension of that. Looking straight into Adriana's determined eyes, Radina ultimately forgot all her worries. It was too late to ponder the truth. She had fought to survive. She had fought to save. Now to put an end to it all. Yes, all they needed to do was survive. Let's make sure we do. Upon hearing that simple response, Adriana tightly embraced Radina. Amidst the chaos, the allied forces, showing signs of division, advanced towards the already fallen capital of Riceland, Diane. As they approached the location where the last gates were clustered, monsters appeared even though they hadn't yet reached the operation area. Therefore, once the Allied forces crossed a certain point, they had no choice but to maintain a constant battle-ready stance. As they closed the distance to Diane, it was inevitable that the number of emerging monsters would increase. The Immortals were constantly deployed, not only breaking through the advance route of the Allied forces, but also suppressing the monsters that circumvented the route and attacked from the rear. The battle fatigue of the Allied forces was not that high, as the tireless Immortal army was handling most of the surrounding combat. Thus, the Allied forces proceeded cautiously, bit by bit. They were about to put an end to this long and arduous journey. Allied Forces Command Center. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr tones could be heard in the distance. "Tomorrow is the day," Emperor Bertus quietly declared, looking at the gathered military commanders. The expressions of the commanders varied. There were those who had already chosen to side with the Demon King. There were those who still stood by the Empire. And there were those who, somewhere in between, looked at the Emperor with eyes full of suspicion. Individual judgments and opinions did not matter. As long as they were here, they had to fight, no matter whose side they took or who they supported. They all needed to put an end to the gate incident to survive. Currently, the Immortals have set up a defensive line near the base, and from tomorrow, the entire army will advance towards Diane. Each force will move according to the detailed instructions given. There won't be much difference from the previous operations, but make sure to be familiar with it. Retreat is impossible. The rear areas beyond the reach of the Allied forces are already teeming with monsters. Keep in mind that our forces are surrounded by monsters. The Allied forces, led by the Immortals, broke through the horde of monsters and penetrated into Diane. However, as the monsters continued to replenish, the path the Allied forces had cleared was once again swarming with monsters. The battle would not be fought in a linear fashion. It would unfold in every direction. The number of people who could escape through teleportation was extremely limited. Humanity's last army now stood in the absolute territory of death. It was an attack that could not even be attempted without enduring such a dreadful ordeal. Now that they had come this far, the Allied forces had to achieve a single goal: destroy all of Diane's warp gates. If the Allied forces were annihilated without achieving this goal, humanity would perish. With hardly anyone left on his side, everyone had no choice but to listen solemnly to Emperor Bertus's words, regardless of their feelings. 3 colossal gates, 5 large gates, 7 medium gates, and 15 small gates. These are the last remaining warp gates in the world, and the gate incident will end once they are all destroyed. It took all of humanity's strength to get the Allied forces this far. There is no next time. If even one warp gate remains while the army is annihilated, not only humanity, but the entire world will come to an end. At this solemn declaration, everyone's expression became somber. The same was true for Rowan, the Holy Knight Commander. There wasn't much left to convey. In the end, they had to go and fight. In the silence, someone spoke up, as if to acknowledge that this was the end. "Your Majesty." There was something that could only be said now, because it was the last of the last moments. "Did Your Majesty truly cause the gate incident?" At these words, the atmosphere in the room became tense. There had been a time when just uttering those words would have been enough to warrant hanging. However, the situation was quite special in many ways, so it was possible for such words to be spoken in front of the Emperor. Emperor Bertus stared quietly at the person who had raised the question. It was a question boiling in everyone's minds. It was just that someone had finally spoken it as their representative. Bertus looked at him with a stern expression. "Is that important now?" Neither a confirmation nor a denial. However, strictly speaking, it was a statement leaning towards confirmation. The Emperor closed his eyes as he spoke. "May the gods bless us all." That was probably the Emperor's only sincere wish. The roars and explosions of countless monsters could be heard not too far away. The offensive was to start the next day, but the battle was ongoing. The weapons of war would be assembled and begin firing as soon as they arrived at the operational area, and once the offensive began, they would have to clear the way. As it had always been with city sieges, the battle itself wouldn't last long. If the battle dragged on, it would mean annihilation from the start. While their forces wouldn't be replenished, the enemies would continue to pour out at an unimaginable rate. After the final meeting, the Emperor waited for the return from the warp spot. There was no need for the Emperor to stay on the battlefield. It was now uncertain whether the Allied forces would follow the Emperor's orders, so the Emperor's presence had no real meaning. The Emperor would only need to receive reports on the outcome of the battle from the imperial capital. If the Allied forces were annihilated, he would simply wait for the impending doom of humanity. If the Allied forces were victorious, he would wait for what was to come later. While waiting for the teleportation spell cast by the royal mages at the warp spot, Savelin Turner stood guard beside the Emperor. Due to the unsettling rumors circulating among the Allied forces, the Emperor's presence at the Allied base was actually the most dangerous place for him. That's why Savelin Turner kept a close watch on their surroundings while guarding the returning Emperor. There was no telling if someone, swept up by the strange rumors, would try to harm the Emperor. Only the Emperor and a few attendants would return. Of course, Savelin Turner was not only an excellent commander of Shanafel, but also an extremely powerful combatant, so she would participate in the final battle. The future was uncertain. However, Savelin Turner was determined to bring victory in the battle to come tomorrow. Whatever happened, she would make sure the wishes of everyone were fulfilled. She vowed to deliver that news without fail. Your Majesty. Yes, Lady Turner. Savelin Turner wanted to resolve a lingering doubt which might be their last. I have a question. Yes, please ask. That rumor. Savelin Turner bit their lip, lowered their gaze, and spoke. Is it true, Your Majesty, that you are responsible? The rumor in question was, of course, that the Emperor was the mastermind behind the gate incident. It couldn't be anything other than a baseless rumor. Savelin Turner felt it when she first learned of the strange rumor spreading. Reinhardt, the Demon King, wouldn't have done such a thing. Rowan, the Holy Knight Commander, might have acted rashly, but she wouldn't have permitted it either. In the end, there could be only one source of the rumor. At Savelin Turner's question, the corner of the Emperor's mouth rose subtly. Well, the Emperor did not give a straight answer this time either. However, just as his previous answer at the headquarters was as good as an admission, what was different this time? As Savelin Turner gritted her teeth in bitter frustration, not knowing what to do in that moment. Lady Turner, yes, Your Majesty, you will not participate in the battle tomorrow. At the Emperor's unexpected words, Savelin Turner's eyes widened. Pardon, you have a different task to fulfill. It was the final battle, and the most important battle. But Savelin Turner had forgotten what to say in response to the shocking news that they were suddenly being pulled out. We'll discuss the details when we return. Your Majesty, before Savelin Turner could say anything further. Flash. The flash of the mass teleport swallowed up the Emperor and Savelin Turner. Chapter 657. As dawn broke, the Allied forces had spent the day defending their garrison. Now they were about to welcome the morning of their advance. And so, the morning arrived in Lazak. Just like during the last battle, I had disguised myself as one of the soldiers in the Allied forces. In this guise, I would enter the battlefield as a single soldier and participate in the final battle. However, just like last time, Harriet, Olivia, Liana, as well as the vampire lords, had all completed their preparations. The holy knights and priests of the Holy Order, our full force, were already unknowingly deployed among the Allied force. Thus, as much as the Allied forces were putting forth their full strength, so were we. The 5 vampire lords, as well as the mages from each family, had also completed their preparations. I can go alone. By that logic, why should you go? Fair point. In truth, there was a high possibility that our power wouldn't be needed. That's why I could go alone. However, if I were to argue that way, I couldn't explain why I needed to go in the first place, so everyone else had planned to follow. But that wasn't all. Not only Olivia Lands, clad in the armor of a holy knight, was waiting for the departure. It's been a while since I fought instead of commanding. Elaine Bolton had decided to participate in the siege of Diane as well. No one had urged him, but he had volunteered. Though he was a retired Holy Knight commander, he argued that nobody would recognize him if he wore a visor. Like Olivia, who disguised herself as a Holy Knight, Elaine Bolton seemed to follow suit. Charlotte offered to fight for a day as well, but withdrew when I frowned. Charlotte had combat capabilities, but she didn't know how to fight. That's why Charlotte, with an uneasy expression, only came to see us off. Aerie also had tremendous combat power as a succubus queen, but since her horns made it impossible to disguise, I had told her not to come at all. Our forces weren't as large as the Allied forces, but our army was already within the Allied forces, so practically everyone capable of fighting in Lazak was heading for the battlefield. The number wasn't great. It made me wonder if this was really the full force of the Demon King. However, with just this small group, I had come so close to swallowing the entire continent. Anyway, before departure, as a king, I should say something. Not everyone was going to fight, but everyone was here. Harriet, Olivia Lands, Liana de Grants, Elaine Bolton, Elleris, Lucille, Galarush, Luvian, Antirianus, the vampires of Thursday, Friday, and Saturday family, Charlotte de Gardias, Aerie, Sakigar. I don't know how to make grand speeches. There was only one thing I could say in front of these people who could be considered my full strength. Everything we've done so far has been to survive. That's right. We had done all of this to survive. So let's survive. There was nothing else to dream or wish for other than survival, not only for these people, but for all those who sided with me. And for those who didn't side with me, I prayed for their lives and survival after this. In truth, the final battle had begun long before we reached Diane. The seething monsters had been roaming beyond the city's boundaries for quite some time, and they continued to appear. The day of battle was merely the moment when Diane arrived within a day's distance. In truth, the final battle had essentially begun 2 days prior. The Allied forces cut through the waves of monsters. As always, Ellen Artorius led the vanguard. She sliced through the monsters with the edge of the void sword, donned the cloak of the sun god that burned all attacks, and relentlessly pushed forward. Wara, Quara. The cries of the angry soldiers and the howls of the monsters tore through the world with terrifying intensity. This was the final battleground. Of course, the number of colossal monsters was incomparable to the previous battles, and the Allied forces not only had to push forward, but also had to fend off the tidal wave of monsters coming at them from all directions. It was a fight to see whether the annihilation of the Allied forces would come first, or the destruction of all of Diane's warp gates. To put it very cruelly, even if the Allied forces were annihilated here, as long as the objective of destroying all warp gates was achieved, it would be enough. The remaining monsters in the world could be slowly exterminated, as long as no more monsters appeared. Magic and flames, swords and claws clashed. Poison, flames, and lightning poured from the mouths of flying monsters, scorching the ground. In response, magic cannons and lightning strikes fired from the ground, tearing apart and burning the flying monsters in midair. Countless lives were lost, both human and monster. They all approached the end of this evil. Is the Titan here yet? Is the Titan coming? The Titan will be summoned when the attack on Diane begins. The final battlefield, drenched in blood and covered in flesh, was incomparably brutal compared to the previous battles. Ha, Quara! As sparks flew around Heinrich's eyes, a swarm of monsters that had been surging forward was swept away by a torrent of crimson flames. Thousands of monsters were incinerated in an instant, and those that survived the flames broke through and slaughtered the soldiers. There were monsters immune to fire. Heinrich was familiar with that fact, but he could never get used to the sight of people being killed by monsters that his powers couldn't handle. Flash. Boom. However, when Heinrich saw the monster that had broken through the flames get struck by a bolt of lightning from the sky and explode, his eyes widened. Lightning. It was undoubtedly possible through magic. But then, Kuwung, as the sky suddenly darkened, lightning began to churn between the black clouds. Soon, flash. Heinrich couldn't help but squint his eyes at the blinding light. In a very brief moment, dozens, no, hundreds, no, Kuwung. Heinrich could only stare blankly at the scene of thousands of lightning bolts sweeping the battlefield and annihilating the monsters. It didn't end with just one strike. Flash. Thousands of lightning bolts per second rained down on the battlefield. Even the highest-level magic spell, Thunderstorm, couldn't achieve this level of destruction. The shower of lightning strikes dyed the battlefield in white light, erasing the monsters as if they were being wiped away by an eraser, and it was happening across the entire battlefield. Liana, naturally. Heinrich couldn't help but know who was in this place. A storm of lightning struck from the ominous, overcast sky. Like targeted shots, they pierced into the monstrous waves. Are you all right? I'm so miserable I want to die. Liana, with her dark eyes, grimaced and retched in response to Harriet's question, in a corner of the Allied forces' battlefield. Only a few people knew that the downpour of lightning throughout the entire battlefield originated from Lyanna, who was retching in this very spot. Despite the chilling depression, Lyanna continued to focus on her power. More lightning, more thunder. With it, she erased the monsters and cleared the path. But now that I think it's all over, it's a problem because I feel like my mood is improving. At Lyanna's dark joke, Harriet forced a smile. Although they were surrounded, the allied forces were stronger than ever before. And while their numbers were small, the Demon King's forces that had joined them could not be ignored. If Lyanna's existence alone enabled her to perform tasks far beyond what several military divisions could accomplish, the same was true for each of the vampire lords and their kin. It was premature to be optimistic already, but they couldn't help but see the situation as favorable. Was this truly the end? Worried about what would come next, Harriet began to wonder if the gate crisis could really end like this. Flash. Ah! Flashes of light began to appear all over the battlefield. It wasn't the light of destruction. Where the flashes appeared, destruction didn't occur. They vanished. Both Lyanna and Harriet were in a position to overlook the entire battlefield, so they could see the simultaneous white flashes amidst the explosions and flames. It wasn't a light related to destruction. Teleport. It was undoubtedly the flash emitted by a spatial-based magic, but through that light, no one was arriving. They disappeared. Along with the flashing lights, someone vanished. It wasn't ordinary soldiers who disappeared. It was soldiers wearing full-face helmets. Lyanna mumbled in a daze as she witnessed the unbelievable scene. Are the immortals disappearing? Harriet, too, was wide-eyed at the spectacle. No way. It can't be. No way. It can't be. Harriet couldn't help but freeze in her terrible imagination. But the reality unfolding before their eyes told them the truth. The immortals were withdrawing on their own accord. Huff! Ludwig abruptly found himself forcibly teleported elsewhere, along with a cluster of white light, in the middle of slaying a monster. What? What's going on? Just as he had jumped into the battlefield and brought down a giant monster with a single blow, Ludwig was caught up in a recall spell without understanding why. When Ludwig opened his eyes, he found himself in a familiar place. The destination where the immortals were recalled upon being damaged. The underground research facility of Temple Magic University. Although the temple couldn't use spatial magic, limited teleportation was now possible within the underground facilities of the Magic University. The immortals had to return here for repairs if they were damaged. Ludwig blankly stared at the vast hall lined with recovery ports and large vats. Naturally, even if the immortals weren't destroyed, they could easily be resummoned. With a flash, it was not just Ludwig. Alongside the flash, the immortal mages and soldiers were being recalled at an incredible speed. Seeing the mage casting the recall, Ludwig could not help but understand what was happening. The immortals were leaving the battlefield, and he too had been forcibly summoned by the recall magic. There could only be one person capable of such a feat. Christina! Ludwig let out a sigh as he spotted Christina, standing calmly amidst the gathering immortals. Nearby, in a makeshift healing station, Anna and Louis Ankton were leaning against a wall, fast asleep. It was clear they had been forced to sleep. There was no way the two of them would agree to something like this. Don't panic, Ludwig. It's all part of the plan, Christina said with a stern expression, looking at the bewildered Ludwig. Christina, what are you trying to do? Ludwig couldn't accept the situation. It was the final battle, just one step away. But leaving that last step behind and withdrawing the most important force, the immortals, from the battlefield was nothing short of madness. No matter the intention, no matter how reasonable the purpose, this was something that should never be done. Seeing Ludwig's expression, Christina faintly smiled as if she knew what he was trying to say. You may not know, but most of the allied forces have sided with the Demon King. If the Gate crisis ends without any trouble, the entire alliance will fall under the Demon King's control. So, what do you intend to do? If the alliance becomes the Demon King's, humanity will become the Demon King's as well. Ludwig asked with his mouth, but he already knew. He couldn't help but understand why Christina was doing this and what would happen next just by thinking about it. We can't leave it like that, can we? No, Christina. No, this is not right. This is madness. Even if those who betrayed humanity and sided with the Demon King were despicable, and even if they couldn't be left alone, did that justify doing something like this? In the end, it would be the powerless ones who would die first, and they had nothing to do with this situation. Christina calmly said she would sacrifice them. It's not about annihilating the Alliance. It's about reducing their numbers. We have enough immortals to handle the situation. If there was an army destined to fall under the Demon King's control, it was as good as already being his. So they would weaken them, using only the immortals to choke them until they could no longer breathe. In the meantime, there's no better fortune than our enemies dying while fighting monsters. Right. Ludwig's eyes widened as he stood up from his seat. He couldn't stand idly by. He just couldn't. With a thud, Ludwig grabbed Christina by the collar. Stop this madness. Send the immortals back to Diane immediately. Ludwig may have crossed a line himself, but not to the extent of Christina. He could never have imagined she would do something like this. It was nothing but madness. It was an insane act, one that couldn't be understood or accepted. Despite Ludwig's cold voice, Christina smiled while being held by her collar. Really? So we should just deploy the immortal like this and assume the gate incident will be resolved? Exactly. It's not too late to think about it once everything is over. Doing this isn't for anyone's benefit. Then what about revenge? What? More than half of the Allied forces have fallen to the Demon King, and the Emperor is trying to abandon the Empire. In the end, to exact revenge, you'll have to kill the Demon King, the Emperor, Ellen, and everyone else. Do you think it's possible to just kill the Demon King and leave everyone who sided with him alone? Do you believe it's possible to sift through the massive entity of the Allied forces and only kill those who did wrong? What are you talking about? In the end, it's just the gate monsters killing those who should die instead of the immortal. The only difference is whether the immortal kills them or the monsters do. One faces not a person, but a group. If the war ended without any major damage like this, it would only result in strengthening the Demon King's army even more. It was better to weaken them beforehand. Whether it was later or now, the immortal had to kill a tremendous number of people. Ludwig, it's actually by doing this now that we can prevent a war between the immortal and the Allied forces later on. If the immortal and the Allied forces fight, even more people will die, right? That's just sophistry, Christina. It's not even a reasonable argument. If the gate incident ended with the Allied forces in good condition and the immortal then turned against the Allied forces, who had become the Demon King's army, even greater damage would result from the ensuing battle. By reducing their numbers in advance, won't the Allied forces just surrender to the immortal? They'll know they can't win. Think about it, Ludwig. This is the way to save lives. To avoid killing even more later on, one condones the deaths now. It's true that if the secondary battle between the immortal and the Allied forces, who had become the Demon King's army, resulted in the annihilation of the Allied forces, then more people would die if the war ended like this. However, if the Allied forces suffered significant losses in the Gate War, they might unconditionally surrender to the immortal, whether they had sided with the Demon King or not. In that case, fewer people would actually die. If things went as Christina said, it would be true. People won't just wait to die. The immortal won't be away from the battlefield for long either. What? Whether he's hidden somewhere watching the situation or disguised as something else. When they think the Allied forces will be wiped out, those we need to kill will reveal themselves one by one. Are you saying we should wait for that now? Of course. Someone had to fill the gap in power caused by the absence of the immortal. So if he was watching from somewhere, the Demon King's forces would reveal themselves, whether as individuals or groups, in some way or another. Once they reveal themselves, we'll deploy the immortal again. The immortal will kill those monsters, and them too. Don't worry. If the Demon King reveals himself sooner, the immortal will be redeployed to the battlefield just as quickly. When the Demon King reveals himself to support the Allied forces, the immortal will go to the battlefield to kill him. The plan was to exploit the Demon King's desire for the survival of humanity. Ludwig believed that the Demon King should also be held responsible for this situation. But was that really the case? This isn't. This isn't revenge. No, it's not. It's not. People are dying because of us, not the Demon King. If anything, we're the ones who should be killed, not the Demon King or the Emperor. Why do people have to die? Why should they be sacrificed for your whims? That's not why we've done all this. That's not why we created the immortal. Ludwig couldn't help but cry out in anguish at the thought of spilling the blood of innocents to summon the Demon King for the sake of revenge. What are you talking about, Ludwig? At Ludwig's question, Christina twisted her head, her collar gripped tightly. I've never once said, I'm doing this for the people. What? You're the same. You didn't want to do this for the people, but to make those who deserved punishment pay, didn't you? Ludwig had certainly said that. I just want revenge. Christina had never claimed to represent the sacrificed or to be the voice for their grievances. This was simply revenge on the world, nothing more than venting. For someone. They had never said they were doing this for a grand and happy ending. The Immortal was created to end the gate incident and use that power for revenge. It was all about making those responsible pay. Christina had never said she created the Immortal for the weak or to represent them. Weren't you the one who was mistaken? Ludwig, your intentions. To kill the Demon King, to make people pay for these events. Weren't you secretly thinking it had something to do with justice or something grandiose? It was a determination unrelated to the judgment of good and evil. Yet now he was questioning why they were sacrificing the weak and invoking something akin to justice. If you thought this was a good or righteous thing, Ludwig, then you're still. Still, with a horrifying smile, Christina said, you're still a ducking idiot. It had always been about revenge. They had started with vengeance in mind, seeking retribution, and now claiming that there were limits to what they could do, that they must maintain their morality, was laughable. At Christina's words, Ludwig stared into her dark eyes, now filled with the abyss, his own eyes wide with disbelief. Maybe you're right. But if this is what revenge is, if we have to do something like this to achieve it, if we're actually becoming the ones who should pay the price. Ludwig tightened his grip on Christina's collar. I won't take part in this so-called revenge. Christina, who had become a monster, couldn't understand or accept it. She had become an existence that shouldn't be in this world. However, killing Christina was not an option either. Send me back, at least just me. Upon hearing Ludwig's cold declaration, Christina's eyes widened. Are you serious? Christina had somewhat sensed that he would say something like that. Yes. Whatever you do, I can't stop you with my power, and you won't listen to me. So there's only one thing I can do. Ludwig knew he couldn't persuade Christina. Both had gone mad, each in their own way. Persuasion was impossible from the start. He knew that killing Christina would only cause greater chaos. So they decided to part ways. They had to do it as quickly as possible. That way he could fight a little sooner on behalf of those who would die due to Christina's decision. Christina had decided to let people die. Ludwig, however, hadn't gone that far yet. Send me back. Without the Immortal, the likelihood of dying on the battlefield was extremely high. As if it didn't matter, Ludwig asked Christina to send him alone, and she stared at him silently. Just as Ludwig couldn't persuade Christina, the opposite was also true. He wouldn't say anything more about her actions, and she couldn't break his resolve to be sent to the battlefield. Fine. At Christina's command, the Immortal mages began casting. Don't die until the Immortal returns. Somehow, Christina's words sounded amusing to Ludwig. Was there still someone precious to her, even in this state? Even while doing this? Could she still say she didn't wish for anyone's death? That was madness, and perhaps the epitome of selfish human nature. Christina. Just before the teleportation casting was completed, Ludwig looked at Christina and spoke. In the end, our choice was also the wrong one. The most terrible wrong one. He couldn't find the right answer. He realized that the so-called right answers were individual wrong ones created by everyone's thoughts. In the face of the choices he had made, Ludwig had to admit that not only himself, but also Christina and the whole world had made the wrong choices, just as they had always suspected. Everyone had chosen the wrong answer. Those who had chosen the wrong answers were fighting each other, claiming their wrong answer was closer to the right one. That was what was happening now. Amid Ludwig's words, filled with self-mockery and contempt, still, this wrong answer feels refreshing. Rather than insisting that her wrong answer was the right one, Christina simply wanted to resolve everything. Flash! Soon, Ludwig disappeared with a flash of light. Without the Immortal alone, Ludwig wouldn't die easily. He had been given a charm to not die easily. All she had to do was wait, until the battlefield revealed those who had to be killed. Then the Immortal would return to the battlefield and begin hunting. Hunting monsters, as well as the Demon King and the hero. If they felt sorry for the dying people, they just had to reveal themselves sooner. As Christina waited in silence for the situation she desired, Ludwig had left, and in the quiet underground laboratory filled with immortals, where Anna and Louis were sleeping, step soon somewhere, quiet footsteps began to be heard. Thud, rumble, and then the sound of the sealed laboratory's barrier being destroyed began to resonate. Christina's expression hardened. The laboratory was in lockdown. After the development of the immortal was complete, no one was allowed to enter. All of the royal mages had been expelled, and in case anyone managed to break in, immortal soldiers guarded the laboratory at various locations. The sounds she was hearing implied that the immortal forces were being defeated. Christina stared intently at the entrance to the underground research wing. Someone was coming, someone powerful enough to defeat the immortals and break through the barrier. A very powerful entity, Quagagang. With an explosion close to a massive blast, the sealed entrance to the underground research wing shattered, and someone revealed their presence. Christina looked at the person emerging from the rising dust. It was a familiar face, and someone who was not present in the Allied forces' battlefield. Savelyn Turner. Christina muttered the name quietly as she gazed at Turner, who had appeared alone. She was a woman who held the title of the world's strongest swordsman, yet she had not been able to participate in the Great Demon War. And even now, as the world's strongest swordsman, she was unable to join the final battle. She suddenly thought, perhaps this was a destiny or a curse laid upon her, unable to fight in the places where everyone remembered, in the most glorious of places where she could not stand. It might be the fate of Savelyn Turner, the continent's greatest swordsman, not in the most glorious places of the Great Demon War, nor in the final battle that marked the end of the Gate incident. There was no place for her. The Emperor had sent his sharpest sword to this place, a cursed genius who was born with a destiny unable to fight where glory and honor resided. Savelyn Turner closed her eyes quietly. Is this, in a place that no one in the world would remember, in a dark underground devoid of glory and honor? My final battlefield. She had to face her most challenging battle. Chapter 658, an immortal, struck by a blue flash, turned to ashes and disappeared on the spot. What? Christina stared at Savelyn Turner with a dumbfounded expression. Christina didn't understand fighting. However, that didn't mean she lacked common sense. Savelyn Turner was undoubtedly known as the continent's top swordsman or the strongest knight on the continent. But what Christina saw couldn't be considered a swordsman's battle. Whoosh! The blue aura swords floating around Savelyn Turner proved it. No, they didn't even take the form of swords. They merely seemed like shapes formed by condensing mana into sharp edges. In other words, they took on the shape of an aura closer to that of a spear. Since the start of the battle, Savelyn Turner had not drawn the Tempesta sword even once, fighting only by throwing aura blades. That figure resembled a mage rather than a swordsman. Christina knew this much at a common sense level. Those who could strengthen their bodies with the power of magic were individuals who had reached the pinnacle of magic body strengthening. If they could go beyond that and enhance their weapons with magic, they were called the master class. Going even further, those who could create weapons from aura alone, a level that few in human history had ever reached, were called grandmasters. It's strange. Savelyn Turner spoke while looking at the immortal she couldn't easily approach and at Christina beyond it. I've been at the realm called Grandmaster for several decades now. As Savelyn Turner snapped her fingers, blue flashes collided with the immortals attempting to attack her. Boom! With an enormous explosion, several portals, along with the immortals who couldn't react, disappeared. Why does everyone believe that I couldn't take even a single step forward from the realm of the Grandmaster? Last winter, Ellen Artorius had challenged her to a duel. That battle didn't become intense, so the outcome was unknown. However, the Savelyn Turner that Ellen Artorius imagined was different from the actual Savelyn Turner. It wasn't just the beginning of the Grandmaster realm. She had been at that realm for several decades, and her body was as youthful as in her heyday. It was far too careless to think that she would remain stationary for decades, satisfied with that realm. She was a person who had lived knowing nothing but the sword. As she lived, she realized that she had nothing but the sword hanging from her waist. That time, that age. The strongest person in the world, who earnestly realized the necessity of power after the Gate incident and devoted herself to refining herself once again, couldn't be the same as before. Why would one who reached the peak stay in place? Those at the peak continued to climb toward another goal. It was a misjudgment to think that she could be reached with just a bit more effort. No matter how hard those below diligently break through and pioneer the realms to climb up, the peak might have already disappeared from where it stood decades ago, possibly having ascended even higher. Thus, Seyvailin Turner had become an existence where the title of a swordsman now felt strange. She didn't need a sword. It wasn't because she didn't need a sword when she had a physical sword or an aura sword. She simply didn't need one anymore. The reason for truly wielding a sword and fighting had vanished. Seyvailin Turner was a being who had reached the ultimate state, where everything was ultimately interconnected. Those who had confronted Seyvailin Turner and disappeared after being pierced by that unfathomable spear were all individuals who had reached the master class. Even those beings vanished with a single blast of aura. The mental manipulation magic used by archmages was also completely ineffective. Anti-magic training was an essential part of a knight's training in order to counteract magic. Therefore, it was only natural that magical control methods did not work on Seyvailin Turner, who represented the pinnacle of knights. The sword didn't work, nor did the magic. Christina gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, I get that you're strong, but can you handle everything that's coming?" The full force of the immortals had gathered in this underground area. It was the force that should have been fighting in Diane. No matter how much of an extraordinary powerhouse Seyvailin Turner was, there were still impossibilities. The fact that she was now surrounded did not change. It was as if a lone tiger had been cornered by a pack of cats. But if those cats could keep attacking the tiger until it was exhausted and collapsed, the tiger would eventually die. So, no matter how strong Seyvailin Turner was, she had merely entered the enemy territory unarmed. Her inevitable demise might be delayed, but it would eventually come. The reason Seyvailin Turner could hold on now was because the battlefield itself was limited. The destruction of the laboratory itself would affect the existence of the immortals. Therefore, the battle hesitated to escalate, as the entire laboratory could be destroyed if it became too intense. The space was narrow, and the immortals could not attack properly because they had to protect the laboratory. No matter how much stronger Seyvailin Turner was than what was known to the world, the fact that she had entered the enemy's territory willingly did not change. Despite Christina's words, Seyvailin Turner summoned a few more spears of aura. "You'll know when you try." At that confidence, which was almost arrogant, Christina had no choice but to grit her teeth. Flash! With a flash of light, Ludwig reappeared on the distant battlefield. There were no immortals. "The monsters are coming." As the sudden appearance of a strong ally vanished, the sight of the confused allied forces entered Ludwig's eyes. The collapse of the allied forces was imminent. The existence of the immortals was important, but not absolute. The allied forces could fight without the immortals. However, the crumbling morale would bring everything down like dominoes. Christina was wrong. No, she hadn't even tried to find the right answer in the first place. Knowing it was the wrong answer, she had declared she would do something crazy just for revenge. Slowly, Ludwig took out a crystal vial from his pocket. Then he uncapped it and drank the contents. Ugh! It was an artificially created, terrible taste that he couldn't understand how it was made. Having taken the stabilizer, Ludwig roughly wiped the drool from his mouth. Growl, Ludwig had no army. All he had was his own body. He couldn't fill the gap left by the missing immortals alone. There was much he could do with his stronger body. But in the end, the fact that he had only one body didn't change. Amidst the battlefield filled with screams and monstrous roars, Ludwig could kill the monsters before him, but it still had nothing to do with the outcome of the war. He simply fought. Boom! With several leaps, Ludwig plunged into the midst of the monsters, his right hand holding the aura sword, which was formed by black magic. Whoosh! With a single, seamless spinning slash, a torrent of dark aura surged forth, sweeping away the surrounding monsters. Ludwig could clearly hear the soldiers' awe from afar as they watched his overwhelming, albeit ominous, power, although still unrelated to the outcome of the war. There was definitely a role for Ludwig in localized battles. Someone wielding the pitch-black aura sword in the form of a greatsword strode unhesitatingly across the battlefield. Instead of retreating, others followed upon witnessing that overwhelming presence. Everyone had not been like this originally, neither Christina nor the others who had changed. The days when they could laugh and chat happily together had all turned into illusions. Some became the villains who needed to be killed, while others became villains themselves in their attempts to kill the villains. And Ludwig, who watched all this, had also become an entity dreaming of his own evil while claiming to judge something. Those they loved had gone to places where they could no longer be loved. Those who survived had fallen to unworthy existences. But one thing remained unchanged: fighting for the people, fighting to save someone, because they had not abandoned that one absolute path, because they could not turn away from that. Ka, ah, boom, he fought, enduring the burning agony in his right arm, resisting the eerie sensation of the dark magic invading his flesh and thoughts. Without even thinking about wiping away the blood tears in his eyes, Ludwig swung his sword. Uarara, like a beast engulfed in black magic, turned into a lost, black predator. The black beast massacred the monsters and moved forward. The immortals had left the battlefield. In an instant, they all disappeared. The majority of the Allied forces knew what the immortals were. Even those who didn't believe the rumors knew they were powerful allies. They vanished entirely. Where? Where are they going? After the Immortals were deployed, all battles were planned with their involvement in mind. The Immortals had demonstrated more power than expected. That's why, even for those who knew the true nature of the Immortals, no one questioned their absolute necessity, though there might be issues with the process. Think later. For now, they were necessary. Because they were needed, they remained silent. They knew it was something that shouldn't be done, but it was too necessary. The Allied forces recognized and depended on the Immortals' effectiveness. I was no exception. Growl, boom, shattering a monster's head with a fistful of magical energy. I could only stare blankly at the waves of monsters rushing into the void left by the Immortals. Did it have to come to this? Did it have to come to this extent? I believed that at least a minimum of rationality would remain. They wanted to kill me, and they wanted to punish the mastermind behind the gate incident. But did they want me dead so much that they'd suddenly abandon everyone like this? Where is the necessity for going this far? Despite knowing that too many people were relying on the Immortals, they suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, the Immortal vanished, and the advancing army hesitated, starting to clumsily retreat. With the thousands of master-class warriors who had been sweeping the path ahead, and the destructive magic that the archmages in the rear had been pouring down, the army's hesitation was inevitable. It was only natural that the vanguard disappeared, and they had no choice but to follow. They gritted their teeth and forged ahead, but in the end, there was only one body. In areas where I could not take charge, the battlefront was gradually pushed back. Confusion and fury, bordering on nausea, welled up from within, but there was no stopping. The Immortal was gone. Gone. The vanguard is gone. Run away. It was dangerous. The Immortals certainly made up a significant part of their power. However, in the original work, the last battle could still be fought even without the Immortal, even without the Titan. It was possible. They could definitely do it. The evaporation of the Immortal also evaporated their morale. Commanders and soldiers alike began to make fearful speculations. He abandoned us. Broken morale was as contagious as a plague. Others who followed the terrified soldiers' cries began to emerge. It was possible. The battle would be more difficult without the Immortal, but it wasn't impossible. More people would die, but they wouldn't be annihilated. It was possible even without the Immortal. In the final battle, the Immortal may have left, but the Allied forces' strength was more than enough. They had come this far with plenty of intact forces. However, the Immortal held too much significance for the Alliance, and its sudden disappearance brought with it immense betrayal and a tremendous drop in morale. Once the front line began to crumble, the rear line would follow suit. If the entire alliance lost its morale and collapsed, it would be the end. The entire alliance was currently advancing, surrounded by monsters. If they collapsed, they would be swallowed up and annihilated with nowhere to retreat. The Emperor has abandoned us. At some point, the soldiers' screams about the Immortal's disappearance had turned to this. The Empire's secret weapon, the Immortal, was gone. That meant the Emperor had abandoned humanity. In fear and terror, those following the Demon King began to appear among the Allied forces. That's why those who believed the Emperor had abandoned the Alliance were retreating and yelling. It wasn't the Emperor who abandoned them. It wasn't Bertus who abandoned them, but it held no meaning. There was no way to persuade and convince soldiers who were shouting out of fear and despair. There was no time to be angry about the madness that forced the Immortal to retreat. However, if they retreated like this, everything would be over. They had relied too much on the immortal. That's why the void left by the immortal seemed dozens of times larger than it actually was. We're all going to die. We're dying. Run away. There was nowhere to run. Crying out that they were surrounded was pointless. Retreating would only cause them to trample their allies, eventually collapsing and being crushed to death. Then the waves of monsters would come crashing down, and it would be the end. And so, as the betrayal of the Emperor swept across the battlefield and plunged the Alliance into panic, krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr dozens of them. Not just above the heads of the allied forces, but all over the battlefield. Cracks like spiderwebs, projecting darkness, appeared in the blue sky as if it were a broken mirror. Ah, it was the sky. Naturally, everyone could see the sky. The soldiers who threw down their weapons and fled, the countless superhumans who didn't know what to do and kept looking back, and the mages who gritted their teeth and poured magic from the rear would all have seen it. A torrent of light pouring from the shattered sky. They saw a meteor shower raining down on the battlefield. It was a magic that had become trauma for everyone. The day the sky opened up, that was when it all began. That's why it was a cursed magic for all humanity. The Demon King. Everyone gazed blankly at the sky and uttered those words. It's the Demon King's magic, the falling meteors. It had become a magic, symbolizing the Demon King for humanity, for all those who remembered that day. For everyone who had witnessed that day on the imperial capital, it was a magic that meant the end of the world. The Demon King's magic is coming. The reason people's voices, shouting at the sight of magic that was no different from the symbol of the Demon King, were not desperate was because, Quarag, it was raining down on the monsters, not humans. Yes, if there was something to be done. In this situation, if there was something to be done in front of those who betrayed and ran away, there was only one thing I could do. I took off my helmet. I returned to my original form, which I hadn't taken for a while, with a pair of horns, an archdemon in the form of Valia, and I summoned them. Woong, Tiamata in my right hand, Alspringer in my left hand. No words were needed. Everyone just had to watch. I could no longer be a demon king disguised as a mere soldier. Oh, oh, ah, those nearby began to gasp in horror. No words were needed. Woong, the fire of the Tuesday, reacting to the magic power pushed to its limit, began to rip and burn the sweltering monsters drawn in by the reaction. I ran into the waves of monsters. I charged in, using all my strength now. The golden Tiamata wasn't strictly necessary. Woong! The devastating power of corruption pouring from the dark demonic sword Tiamata tore the monsters apart, and the blue magic power pouring from Alspringer crushed them, and the flames emitted by the fire of the Tuesday opened the path by burning the monsters. The talk of the Emperor's betrayal disappeared. The Demon King. The Demon King has appeared. People began to shout about the appearance of the Demon King, and the fact that there could be such a hopeful resonance in the words Demon King spoken by humans. In this situation, somehow, it felt ridiculous. Chapter 659, in the midst of the battlefield. Olivia Lands, too, was fighting while wearing the armor of a holy knight. The thousands of meteorites pouring down from the torn sky shook the ground with their impacts, and Olivia could clearly see the huge waves of flame and flashes of light that engulfed the monsters. Reinhardt, the immortal, had disappeared, and the Demon King's troops had invaded. Everyone would know that the Demon King's troops were not aimed at humanity, but at the monsters. Would this misunderstanding end? However, this story was only about covering one misunderstanding with another, covering the misconception that the Demon King wanted to exterminate humanity with the misconception that the Emperor had abandoned humanity. Reinhardt may not have intended it, but the situation was flowing in that direction. However, covering one misunderstanding with another was only possible if the Allied forces survived, destroying all the warp gates and ensuring everyone's survival. The annihilated Allied forces couldn't return to humanity with any truth or misunderstanding. First, they had to survive. That's why Reinhardt had removed his mask and revealed himself as the Demon King. He showed the magic that killed the monsters. To support the collapsing Allied forces caught in their own trap, the mask had to be removed. Any strong power would do. Although the immortal was gone, everyone needed to know that there was a powerful ally who would not bow to the monsters. So, flick. Olivia also threw off her helmet. As she untied the band that held her hair, Olivia's brilliant platinum blonde hair fluttered in the wind of the battlefield. In such a miserable battlefield, there was a presence that couldn't help but draw attention, and it was Olivia Lands. Even before the gate incident, Olivia Lands had gained enormous fame under the name of the Saint of Iridian. She had participated in the Great Demon War, and although she had taken a supporting role, she had gained an uncharacteristic nickname of Deathbringer for killing countless demons. However, even that fame was meager compared to the infamy she gained after the Gate incident. A traitor of humanity. She became more famous as a villainess rather than a saintess, and wanted posters for the traitors who betrayed humanity were posted in every city where humanity still existed. Those who had even a bit of hatred towards the Demon King, of course, would have no choice but to know the faces of the three traitors of humanity as well as the Demon King's face. Olivia Lands, Harriet de St. Owen, Liana de Grants. One of the three, Olivia Lands, revealed herself. Olivia Lands, the Demon King's saintess. Those among the soldiers in the battlefield who recognized her face could only be horrified, while those who didn't know her could only look at her following the horror of others. Even the holy knights were appalled at the fact that she was wearing the armor of a holy knight and fighting alongside them in the battlefield. But it was the middle of the battlefield. There was no time to discuss their horror and fear now. They had to fight. It was the same for Olivia. She killed monsters. The Empire had raised warriors to create an army to kill monsters. In the end, what they needed was power. The power to kill monsters. It didn't matter what the source of that power was. The power to kill the enemy. The power to end all of this. People wanted that. Rumble. The power that extended from Olivia's hands was clearly not benign. It was not the white and golden power used by the Saint of Purity, but rather dark and sinister energies that emanated from Olivia's body. For a moment, people were aghast at the sight of the seemingly malevolent dark power. The ground, imbued with this dark power, began to tremble, and something started to emerge from beneath the earth. One by one, ominous beings appeared, oozing an inky black aura of corruption that was not found in simple low-ranking undead. Countless death knights erupted from the ground. But that was not all. Screech. As the skeletons rose from the ground, they waved their hands in the air, and one by one, they mounted translucent phantom steeds that were nothing but bones. The Death Knights began to grasp the reins of the phantom horses. Olivia Lands, too, leapt lightly onto a phantom steed. The saint, now turned wicked, looked down upon the terrified humans. "Let's go." Snap. With a harsh crack of the reins, the phantom horses didn't run but slid at an incredible speed towards the wave of monsters. Led by Olivia Lands, countless Death Knights followed behind, mounted on their phantom steeds. Screech. The piercing cries of the phantom horses drowned out the monstrous wails. Crunch, crunch. The phantom horses' procession trampled the monsters ruthlessly as they advanced. It was as if a ship was breaking through a tidal wave. Everyone stood dumbfounded as they watched the phantom horses trample the horde of monsters. And then, as if it was a signal, several of the holy knights who had been fighting on the battlefield suddenly mounted the phantom horses and joined the procession. What? What on earth? Olivia Lands, who had disappeared as a saint, now wielded the powers of darkness and corruption, just like her altered reputation. What's more, a few of the holy knights of the order used the very power of corruption they were supposed to oppose. The Demon King's forces were within the order. Their use of the cursed power was clear. However, Roara, Screech, it was also clear that they were attacking the monsters, not humans. Everyone was in their place, doing their part. They were all doing their best to fill the void left by the immortal. Everyone's power was different, so they couldn't all fight together in the same place. Reinhardt had his place. Liana had her place. Olivia had her place. And the vampire lords and their followers had their place as well. Of course, Harriet had her place too. The vampire lords were summoning meteors to repel the monsters. Both Reinhardt and Olivia were at the forefront, revealing themselves to keep the morale of the allied forces from crumbling. Harriet was by Liana's side, who was concentrating her mind to summon even greater power after the immortal's disappearance. Harriet seemed to know why the immortal had been withdrawn. She must have known that it would come to this. It was not unthinkable, but she had never expected such a move. Did she hate us that much? Why did she hate us so much? Even knowing that the Demon King would take such actions to save everyone, the fact that they were being used meant they understood what the Demon King was thinking. Why on earth did she have to go through all this? Harriet didn't know. She couldn't understand it either. But now was not the time for anger, confusion, or tears of injustice. She knew that rather than complaining about the unfairness and irrationality of this situation, she had to support the crumbling alliance. That's why, knowing she was trapped, she tried her best. Harriet de Saint-Ouen, the magical genius known as the greatest talent in history, had already accomplished numerous miracles. However, those miracles had little to do with war. Now, Harriet de Saint-Owen's genius was needed, this time more than ever. She had to demonstrate her genius in destruction. Quietly, Harriet took out a pair of earrings she had been keeping in her pocket. Small, matching earrings. Tranquility magic is permanently engraved into this artifact, they said. I don't need it, and Ellen doesn't either. So it's for you. If you can maintain your composure while using magic, casting will be easier, right? Earrings imbued with mental stabilization magic. A treasure brought back from the Darklands by Reinhardt and Ellen. As an apology, Reinhardt had given them to Harriet, who was feeling down, watching the pair create a secret she couldn't be a part of. No, from the beginning, he had intended to give them to Harriet, regardless of the apology. Although it was undoubtedly a valuable item, it might not hold great significance to Harriet anymore. In reality, it didn't. Even without wearing these earrings, Harriet had reached the point where she could maintain her composure during battle. That's why she carried them around, but didn't bother wearing them. She believed that obtaining composure through magic manifested by an artifact was far from a way to become stronger on her own. However, now was the time when she needed to borrow any power she could get. She couldn't know how much help this small pair of earrings would be, but they held great significance. They were Harriet's treasure, a possession brought back by her loved one and her precious friend. Silently, Harriet put on the pair of earrings. The subtle green glow of the earrings provided minimal tranquility effects. But it was not the magic imbued in the earrings, but the meaning behind them that calmed Harriet's heart. She would succeed, no matter what it was. Reinhardt fighting in the front, and Ellen fighting even beyond him, and everyone on this battlefield, for her loved one and her precious friends, and for everyone. So their end wouldn't be brought by such monsters. To reach a proper conclusion for the two of them, she had to succeed no matter what, although objects couldn't hold feelings, believing they did. Even if it's the second, it's okay. No, even if it's the third, even if it's the last. Knowing the meaning behind the earrings, not the magic, Harriet gained the help of her heart, not magic. Even then, it's fine. Now, there was no confusion or sorrow in Harriet's calm eyes. There was no room for emotions such as resentment, sorrow, or pettiness. A time when even surviving was an overwhelming challenge. In that final battle, wishing for happiness for everyone was a luxury. Just survive. Let's finally reach the end of everything, so it's all right if my place is a little far away. As long as I can survive. If only she could reach the end, then whatever it took would be fine. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Harriet de Saint-Ouen began to take a deep breath. Woo! Blue magical lines appeared all over Harriet's body, on her earrings as well, and from the power cartridge hanging around her neck, light surged. The method of instantly activating magic by infusing mana into her body like a magical scroll. Harriet conceived this idea in her first year at the Temple Royal class and realized it. She also developed a power cartridge that allowed her to use external mana as if it were her own internal mana. Time passed. Harriet didn't live her life in battle and strife, but used her magic primarily to support Reinhardt. Although she had shown her power in battles up to now, she had never been the main character. However, just because she wasn't the main character in a fight didn't mean she didn't think about it. It wasn't for nothing that she scribbled something every night beside the sleeping Reinhardt. Magic that was beneficial to people. Magic that took care of the wounded. Magic that created new warp gates. Among them, how could there not have been magic for destruction? After all, she spent her days where strength and fighting were the most important. How could she not have conceived such magic? Now she had to show it, something she had never tried before, something she hadn't even thought was possible, something that had never succeeded even once, magic that existed only in her imagination. Now she had to bring it into reality, what she could achieve if her talent was used not for creation, but for destruction. It was time to show it. The blue magical lines drawn on Harriet's body soon began to fall off her skin. The magical lines that had been engraved on her body were now leaving her flesh. The blue magical lines that materialized in the air, floating like threads. Harriet! Liana blankly stared at Harriet, who was doing something. With wide eyes, Harriet bit her lip, seemingly concentrating on something. She was so focused that she didn't even notice her bitten lip tearing and blood flowing. Magic that used her body as a magical scroll. This was only possible for Harriet de Saint-Ouen. But now, those magical lines had left her body. A power cartridge that allowed her to use external mana like her own internal mana. All the principles of the power cartridge were in Harriet's head. However, even with the multiple improved power cartridges hanging around Harriet's neck, there was still not enough mana to realize the magic she wanted to implement. No matter whose mana it was, they wouldn't be able to implement the magic that Harriet imagined. What is magic? Harriet had pondered this for a long time. Even now, magic is the domain of geniuses. However, in the distant past, there was a time when even the most brilliant geniuses could not touch magic. There was no method of using internal mana, no way to accumulate mana within the body. When magic had to be used by controlling external mana, there were so few mages like that in the world that they could be counted on one hand. Even those few mages could only perform tiny miracles with their genius. In the distant past, magic was such a thing. How is it you can actually do this? It's not much, but that's all I can do. The Lord of Tuesday, Elleris knew some methods of harnessing the mana of nature. When asked if one could use the mana of nature as their own, Elleris demonstrated a small but magnificent miracle. It was an easy task for modern-day mages, but the magic was performed using ancient methods. She could summon flames, lightning, and even a fireball, although it took a long time to do so. Could I do it too? Even for a being who had lived hundreds of times longer than herself, it was barely possible. To the ancient entity, the young mage's question could only be seen as a childish boast. A mere 20-something like her could have been scolded for daring to dream of such heights. However, Elleris understood the longing in Harriet's question. Of course, Harriet, you'll be much better at it than I am. Thus, the Lord of Tuesday didn't mock Harriet, instead teaching her everything she knew. Reinhardt always felt sorry for not being able to provide a better environment for Harriet, but that was a misunderstanding born from ignorance. Harriet had an environment that was unmatched on the entire continent. She was in the company of the 5 vampire lords who had existed for an unfathomable amount of time. To simply call them archmages would be an understatement. Beyond their magical prowess and skill, they possessed countless spells and arcane knowledge gathered over a long time. Harriet was in the company of great mages who could not only possess this knowledge, but also put it to practical use. Whenever she had a question, she could ask them, and they would impart vast amounts of knowledge she had never known before. Having lived for so long, their magical achievements had essentially stagnated. They had all reached their individual limits. Yet they did not hesitate to pass on their knowledge to Harriet, who was willing to try anything. All of the vampire lords were curious about how far someone with an unparalleled talent could go. So, ever since Harriet arrived in Edina, she had been like a disciple to the 5 vampire lords. Most mages couldn't even have a single archmage as their mentor, but Harriet had 5 vampire lords who had existed for an incredibly long time as her mentors. Sometimes she learned from Elleris, sometimes from Lucinil, sometimes from Luvian, sometimes from Galarush, and sometimes from Antirianus. She received countless knowledge and inspiration from them, so Harriet wasn't in a poor environment, but in the best one possible. The greatest genius in history had been studying magic in an unprecedented environment. Harriet de Saint-Ouen had been spending moments bound to push her talents to their limits. Now, it was time to show the world the fruits of her labor, her vast knowledge and wisdom. The knowledge that had accumulated since ancient times, transformed into wisdom, would now be manifested by a young mage barely in her 20s. Harriet developed a system that allowed her to use magic almost instantly by turning her own body into a real-time magical scroll. Harriet created a power cartridge that allowed her to use external mana as if it were her own internal mana. And Harriet sought the ancient magic, the method of using the mana of nature. In fact, Harriet had once created a magic circle on the spot, and with her own mana depleted, called down lightning through the mana of nature. Already, Harriet had discovered a principle similar to drawing magic circles on her own body and implementing magic at high speeds. However, once the magical power contained within the vessel known as the body was depleted, and once the power contained within another vessel called the power cartridge was depleted, magic could no longer be implemented. Thus, a vessel approaching infinity was necessary. She would use the vessel called nature. If she could implement magic using a vessel that was nearly infinite, she could use magic beyond her limits, approaching infinity. But using a vessel that transcended the physical realm was by no means an easy task. What would be the difference between that and the Akasha? Pardon. Upon hearing Harriet's idea, Antirionus spoke with a meaningful smile. Isn't it essentially the same thing? A magic that can contain all other magics, and a magic that can implement all other magics. Hearing his words, Harriet realized how grand her dream was. However, the old monster hadn't said that to discourage her from dreaming. Wasn't Akasha just a magical tool? Why wouldn't it be possible for magic to implement the vision of a scribe? He said there was more than enough possibility for Harriet. Akasha was a magical tool that recorded and reproduced the principles. I've heard so. Then, who can say that you cannot create magic that is the origin of all principles? In the end, Harriet's dream was more magnificent than she had imagined. While the principles might be different, ultimately, she would create magic similar to Akasha. But it didn't need to be exactly the same as Akasha. There was no need to reproduce everything. Only the implementation of magic was enough. Hence, the magic she dreamed of was one. Everything, more precisely, the origin of magic that can become anything, just like Akasha. As the Akasha that was used for destruction created and unleashed anything upon the world. If she could create magic that could implement any other magic, she could create all the magic in the world. In other words, the seed of all magic. The fundamental magic that changes depending on how the seed is germinated. Akasha was a tool that recorded all principles. Harriet didn't intend to create Akasha, nor did she think it was possible for her. There was no need to record and know all the principles. No need to create anything. She would create an Akasha capable of implementing only magic, an absolute principle that could become all principles. With just that one thing, all magic could be created, gathering everything in the world and making it one. That was Akasha. So then, the one that could become everything, wasn't that Akasha as well? Even if the methods were different but the results were the same. It might be smaller in scale, but it could also be called Akasha. Akasha became the world. But Harriet couldn't dream of that much. To create countless ones, a vast amount of magical power was needed. Therefore, nature's mana, she must draw upon the world's magical power. That was not possible. No one even tried. But there was someone who had definitely said that such an absurd thing could be possible. Why not give it a try? You can do it, can't you? Didn't you say it's impossible without even trying? Do you think people are foolish enough not to use that method? The modern magical theory created by people smarter and more talented than you after making great efforts. Could all those people be idiots? What? At that time, she had thought that the words were spoken just to torment her, but they were not. The speaker had been sincere. What if all those people are dumber than you, and that's why they created the current magic theory? What? What the hell are you talking about? All the mages who have ever existed could be more foolish than you. Despite her being far from even the rank of a great mage at that time, he spoke with unwavering confidence. Are you serious? Of course I am. He had spoken so boldly about something no one would believe. How much of a genius do you think I am? On what basis do you think so highly of me? You'll become the greatest mage on the continent now, in the history of all races. You know my ability. Ah, yeah, the ability to believe in oneself and make that belief a reality. It was a bizarre power, but ultimately it was the driving force that had brought him this far. I believe in you like that. With that power, he had clearly stated his belief without a hint of doubt. Reinhardt had no doubt in his mind. Harriet didn't believe that all mages in the world, or throughout history, were more foolish than herself. But there was someone who believed so, someone who believed in her and told her she could do it. So, in response to that faith, that absurd faith, she had to answer, even though she didn't think that way. If you think so, I will believe once that I am such a being. I will hope that I am such a being. Yes, the greatest in history, unprecedented. I will show the world what the strongest mage can do, with infinite mana. I will become the Mage of Infinity, Krururang. Harriet's hair fluttered, and the power cartridges around his neck jostled. She used her own magical power and the power of the cartridges as ingredients. In other words, it was like a spark. A spark to ignite a massive flame had to be created by Harriet's hand. Blue lines of magical power emerged from Harriet's body and shot into the air, taking shape. The blue lines of magical power pouring from Harriet's body soon became visible to the other mages far away from her. Krurururung. No one but Harriet herself knew what was happening. Blue strands sprouting from Harriet's body began to take shape in the sky. Though no one had ever seen or attempted anything like it, the mages couldn't help but recognize what it was. Lines drawn in the air, shapes, symbols, characters, their interconnections. A magic circle. Is that a magic circle? Most magic circles take on a two-dimensional form. However, Harriet was drawing a magic circle in the air with lines of magical power, a form that had never existed before, a three-dimensional drawing. And beyond that, in order to detect and absorb the real-time fluctuations of mana, the shape of the magic circle that absorbed the mana of nature also had to change in real time. A four-dimensional magic circle that didn't have a fixed form but changed its shape in real time depending on the situation was drawn in the air. No, it was woven. Krururang. The lines of magical power pouring from Harriet's body shot into the sky, taking the shape of a massive sphere. It appeared as if a giant star made of magic was being formed. Liana, too, watched the bizarre transformation occurring alongside the storm of magical power with wide-open eyes. When the storm-like anomaly came to an end, all the nearby mages could see something manifested in the sky. A blue, glowing spherical magic circle. No, a magical star. The origin of principles capable of implementing all the laws of magic. Therefore, it could be said to represent the very laws of the world itself, the myriad phenomena of the universe. Chapter 660. What? What is that? Lucinil could not hide her astonishment as she gazed at the magical star that suddenly appeared in the sky above the gathering of the vampire lord's mages. It was a form of magic she had never seen before, and she couldn't comprehend what it was. It seems our adorable scribe has caused quite an accident, Antarianus chuckled as he looked at the enormous sphere. Lucinil glared at Antarianus as he cast a large-scale destruction spell. Harriet, what is that thing in the first place? I don't know. Why do you act like you know something? Flash. But before Lucinil could finish speaking, a flash of light shot from the massive magical sphere and struck the midst of the monster horde. It was simple, a single beam of white light. Rumble. However, the result was anything but simple. An explosion more extensive than a falling meteor wiped out the monsters. Lucinil's face drained of color at the sight of the overwhelming destruction. Who could have known this would happen with an unknown magic? What on earth? They might have been the inspiration, but they couldn't have possibly predicted that it would be completed in this manner. The flash of light wasn't a one-time event. Flash. The blue magical star was firing its destructive light not only at the ground, but also towards the sky. What is that thing, using an unknown destructive magic at that speed? Is anything impossible in magic? Antarianus' words were nothing more than a fantasy held by novice mages or those entirely ignorant of magic. Mages knew all too well what magic could not do. Therefore, the vampire lords, who could be considered the oldest mages in the world, knew better than anyone what magic couldn't accomplish. So Antarianus' statement was nothing more than a malicious joke. But that joke had become reality. Crackling. The sparks shooting from the magical star intercepted the flying monster swarms and unleashed flashes of light. It wasn't just that the scale of the large-scale destruction spells had increased more than before. They were also being cast at an immeasurable speed and in countless numbers. Living for so long, Antarianus smiled. You get to see so many things. Even a lunatic who enjoyed the heat of battle couldn't help but purely admire the miracle achieved by a single star. The immortals were gone, but inexplicable things were happening on the battlefield. Meteors rained down, sweeping away monsters. The Demon King appeared and pushed through the monster waves, and an unidentified giant star provided support fire from the rear. Not only destruction spells, but a blue barrier also appeared around every charging soldier. It provided both destruction and protection. Though they couldn't understand the situation, everyone knew it had appeared to help the allied forces. The crumbling morale of the Allied forces was barely maintained, and even the retreating soldiers began to feel they needed to find their place. Raw. On the other side of the battlefield, a presence that could fully restore the collapsing morale began to reveal itself. As the space opened up entirely, a massive figure appeared. Titan. The Titan is here. At the sight of the colossal weapon that could be seen anywhere on the battlefield, despair seemed to disappear, and the entire Allied forces began to cheer. Oh, the Titan is already being deployed. At Antiriones's words, Lucinil bit her lip. This isn't a good thing. I suppose not. The Titan was originally planned to be summoned after the Allied forces had made some progress. However, it had been deployed earlier than planned out of fear that the Allied forces might collapse before even reaching Diane. Deploying the Titan to boost morale meant that it wouldn't be able to play a significant role when entering the depths of Diane. Will it be all right? Adelia asked, to which the Archduke shook his head with a stern expression. It probably won't be. The Titan should have been used later. However, it couldn't be helped given the situation where, if not used now, the Allied forces might destroy themselves. But when it was truly needed to destroy the warp gates deep within Diane, the Titan would be recalled. At that moment, when the Titan disappeared, the Allied forces' morale might hit rock bottom once again. Whatever happened, today was the last day. Whether it would be the destruction of the continent or the end of the monsters, everything was at stake in just one day. The Archduke looked at the blue star floating in the distant sky above the battlefield. It was a massive miracle with an inexplicable meaning. A miracle of destruction that shouldn't exist in a time of peace. Following the Titan and the Immortal, there was now even this. It was an era where all talents were used only for destruction. Everyone wished for the end of that era today. Hehehehe. With the eerie laughter of the phantom horses, the Death Knight's army swept across the battlefield. Riding the irregularly moving phantom horses, the Death Knights trampled over the monsters as if defying the laws of the world. The Death Knights and the Death Paladins, who ran wildly, leaping over the giant monsters as if they were mere obstacles, were too fast and unpredictable for the monsters to reach. It was a terrifying sight to any human, but that terror now belonged to the humans. And at the very front of them, Olivia Lands, wielding a massive spear, pierced, smashed, and crushed the monsters. To save her Tiamata for Reinhardt, who would face the most challenging battle, Olivia didn't use it. However, for Olivia, who had already mastered the power of the divine, Tiamata's power wasn't that important. As she swept through the battlefield and raised her hand towards the sky, a vast light poured down from the heavens, enveloping the wide battlefield. Ooh! The wounds of the injured and the dying began to heal. The warm divine light itself was a healing light and the source of life. The power of purity. Olivia, now more potent than when she was called the Saint of Iridian, scattered healing light across the entire battlefield in an instant, healing everyone. The dramatic healing was spreading unbelievably far and wide. To those who experienced this miracle of life, the matters of the demon king or the emperor didn't matter. Such a sacred presence, such a beautiful presence, a being that manifested such a warm light in the world. The very existence that had chosen to follow her could not possibly be evil, could it? In fact, wasn't she the very embodiment of purity, a manifestation of the divine within? However, Olivia Lands was not interested in the thoughts of such people. As if to deny the changing thoughts of those people, her right hand, which had been riding the phantom horse through the battlefield, was suddenly filled with dark, murky shadows rather than the power of purity. Atop the phantom horse, Olivia stood as if performing acrobatics and soon leaped towards the monstrous creature as tall as a bell tower. Whoosh! Compared to the massive creature, the spear in Olivia's right hand was nothing but a toothpick. Roar, however, the black energy pouring out of the spear exploded like lightning, slashing through the gigantic monster. Gah! As the monster seemed to be about to fall from the single fatal blow, it instead stood up straight. But the expression in the eyes of the massive monster, which had been spewing flames just moments before, had changed. It was as if something had contaminated it. In the depths of the monster's huge pupils, a dark, murky darkness was smoldering. Those who had been watching Olivia Land's battle finally realized. The monsters that had been pierced and killed by Olivia Land's spear, which had been sprinkling the light of life, were not dying but rising back up. No, they were rising up despite already being dead, and they were now charging towards the other monsters. As if controlled by something, The giant monster turned its body away from the human army and towards the other monsters, spewing forth blazing flames. She had sprinkled the healing light of life and wielded the corrupting power to control death, the saintess of life and death. Olivia Lands had raised the dead monsters to kill the other monsters. Climbing back on the phantom horse, Olivia ascended the massive monster's back and made her way to its head. She didn't stop there. Rumble, a giant dragon-shaped monster, which had been spewing flames to burn the allied force, began to dive down, claws bared, towards the head of the monster. Olivia aimed her spear towards the dragon, from the ground to the sky. Crash! With a sound like thunder, the dragon-like body was pierced by the spear she had thrown. Boom! The falling dragon crashed into the ground, crushing countless other monsters beneath it. Olivia, riding the phantom horse, raced towards the dragon pierced by her spear. The dragon was already dying, but it was forcibly resurrected by the power of corruption. A smile appeared on the lips of Olivia Lands as she rode the phantom horse. Yes! Until now, she had to hide her true self, unable to fully reveal her power. But now she had to do everything she could. I've always wanted to ride one of those. Riding the phantom horse, Olivia had leaped onto the back of the dragon, which was now covered in the power of corruption and rising back to life. The phantom horse disappeared, and Olivia had gained a new mount. Whoosh! With a gust-like flap of its wings and a single leap, the dragon, returned from death, soared into the sky. Ruara, rumble. The dragon spewed lightning and flames from its mouth. Crash, clang. And on its back, Olivia Lands, with the energy of death and healing in both hands, formed the shape of a spear and began to deliver death to the flying monsters. The flying monsters that fell dead began to rise again before hitting the ground and took to the sky once more. In her right hand, the light of healing. In her left hand, the spear of death. The monsters killed by Olivia returned from death to slaughter other monsters, while the humans touched by Olivia's sprinkling healing light came back from the brink of death. The saintess of life and death. Everyone on the battlefield could see the light of death and life being cast by Olivia Lands, now mounted on the dragon. Chapter 661. As fierce battles unfolded in Dayan, an equally intense battle was taking place in the underground of the Temple Magic University. It was just that there was no one to remember this battle. Undoubtedly, the battle was intense. However, the intensity wasn't due to Savelin Turner. Savelin Turner silently watched as the immortal knights were skewered and killed by Aura Spear. She had not moved a single step since the battle began. All approaching immortals were intercepted. This monster, Christina muttered in a daze, grinding her teeth. She was unmistakably human. She wasn't a revived immortal who had become more powerful, nor did she possess anything beyond a human body. However, Savelin Turner, maintaining her initial stance, effortlessly blocked all of the immortal's assaults. She hadn't even drawn her sword. Even among the grandmasters of the immortals, who were considered the elite, it was impossible to make Savelin Turner draw her sword. It was a battle of thousands against one. Even if the narrow space didn't allow for thousands to attack simultaneously, how was such a feat possible? Ellen Artorius at least had the power of the divine relics. However, Savelin Turner completely blocked the immortal's assault without any such assistance. If anything, she was the more unbelievable monster. The nickname of the strongest in the continent was attached to her, but Savelin Turner's reputation was weaker compared to that title. Before the Great Demon War, there was the commander of Shanafel and her mentor, Larkin Simonstite. Just before and during the Great Demon War, there was the hero, Ragan Artorius. Currently, after the Great Demon War, there was Ellen Artorius. There was always someone mentioned before her. Only when those individuals disappeared did she briefly become known as the strongest on the continent. That's why some considered Savelin Turner to be the strongest of the non-champions before the appearance of the next world's strongest. However, that was just the opinion of the world. She was always the second one mentioned, but whether she was truly second or not was unknown to anyone. Strength wasn't determined by the evaluation of the world. Strength was just strength. Only those who saw and experienced it could know how powerful it truly was. Ellen Artorius was powerful, but it was Savelin Turner who had ascended to that realm without even the help of a divine relic. It was Savelin Turner who had steadily accumulated strength over a long time and had reached that position, who was the truly magnificent existence. But that magnificent existence was blocking her path, a shield that would shatter the spear if she tried to pierce it. If the battle escalated, the laboratory would be destroyed, and the immortals would be unable to regenerate. That would be playing into the enemy's hands, trying to launch a large-scale offensive to kill Sava Linterna, only for the entire laboratory to be destroyed. Sava Linterna would want that. Wait! But as her thoughts reached that point, Christina felt puzzled. Just as Christina had predicted the self-destruction of the Allied forces and the demon army, and withdrawn the immortals, Sava Linterna likely had the same intention. The entire laboratory collapsing while attempting to break the unbreakable shield with an all-out assault. She would want that. No, that's not it either. Sava Linterna would surely know that Christina wouldn't make such a choice. Destroying the entire laboratory just to kill one Sava Linterna was a choice Christina had no reason to make. Since the battle had started, Sava Linterna had not moved an inch. Christina thought it was a display of confidence. It seemed like a show of strength, as if she could block all the attacks of the immortals without even moving. No, that was not just a display. It was an indication that she had no intention of actively attacking the immortals. In fact, while Sava Linterna continued to neutralize the immortals, she made no move against Christina, nor against the immortals that did not approach her. Despite all the immortals in the laboratory being within range of her magical spear, she did not attack or move against those who did not come within about 30 meters of her. Though she appeared to be concentrating on defense and maintaining distance, she deliberately refrained from attacking the immortals. It was simple. If she began to attack everything in sight, the immortals would launch an all-out offensive. Sava Linterna knew that facing all the immortals was an impossible task for her. That's why she only dealt with the approaching immortals while maintaining a stalemate. There was only one reason. Was it? To buy time. It was because she knew what Christina planned to do when she sent the immortals back into battle. It was to prevent the immortals from being redeployed to hunt down the Demon King and his forces. That's why Sava Linterna did not actively attack. She maintained the stalemate, keeping Christina's immortals tied to the spot and preventing any choices from being made. Sava Linterna had not come here to annihilate the immortals, nor had she come to kill Christina. She had come only to keep the immortals tied up here, to prevent the immortals from returning to Diane. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, all you wanted to do was that. Don't you see? You're no different from me. If the immortals didn't return, there would be more casualties among the Allied forces. Both Sava Linterna and the Emperor had decided to allow the deaths of others in the hope that the Demon King would not die. With a sneer at how they were no different from herself, Christina listened as Sava Linterna spoke softly. That's how it is. What? With a stern expression, Sava Linterna gazed at the alchemist who had gone mad amid the frenzy and despair of war and spoke softly. Killing the citizens of the Empire while claiming to protect it. Killing people who are just like them, only with different appearances, while claiming to protect others. Only killing and destroying in the name of standing for something and protecting it. Claiming to do it for everyone, but in the end, not being able to help anyone. Forgetting the original purpose and intent, and in the end, going down a path that is no longer the right way, even though they know it, simply because they can't let go of the path they've walked. That's how it is. Sava Linterna had walked that path. For a long time, as the sword of the Empire, she had killed anything and everything. She had killed more humans than demons. It was uncertain whether her actions had truly protected anything. She might have had to kill, or there might not have been a need to kill at all. There had simply been countless slaughters. And so, the gate incident, as difficult as it was a clean war. Monsters were evil. There was no room for dialogue. And so, killing them was the right path. There was no reason to hesitate in a fight against an enemy that could not be compromised with or was impossible to negotiate with. Therefore, the gate incident was a war where there was no reason to question the slaughter itself, regardless of the war's difficulty. But now, Sava Linterna found herself in a place where such an absolute line did not exist. She was in a place related to people, not monsters. Whether her actions were to protect something or to destroy something, she could not tell. She was there to carry out his orders. Yes, that's how it is. When it comes to protecting something, eventually even that reason for protection is lost. At the end of orders and commands, Sava Linterna was no longer there to protect the Empire. She merely stood there as the last sword of the crumbling empire. Like how you, who wanted to bring your dead friend back to life, ended up driving your other friends to death. At Savelin Turner's pointed remark, Christina bit her lip and glared at her. She had wanted to bring her dead friend back to life. But the truth she learned during that process taught her that her anger should be directed at everyone. She had dreamt of revenge. But Christina, by withdrawing the Immortals and leaving her friends in a life-or-death situation within the Allied forces, had caused countless deaths. Not only would many people die because of Christina's actions, but her friends could die as well. Of course, Christina knew that too. Savelin Turner had merely spoken a fact that Christina was already aware of. Christina, do you still want to bring your dead friend back to life? She thought there was a way to do it. The immortal was only a half-hearted resurrection. If she could find a more complete, more perfect method, she believed she could achieve a true resurrection. Had that thought changed by now? I can do it. She still believed it was possible to find a way, even if she hadn't found it yet. Christina thought that way. There must be a way. It wasn't impossible, she thought. But Christina understood Savelin Turner's words correctly. She didn't ask if she could do it. She asked if she wanted to. But I no longer have the right to do so. Even if there was a way, she had no right to bring Asher back to life. The moment she drove countless people, including her friends, to death in the name of revenge. She lost any reason or right to search for a way to bring her dead friend back to life. She didn't have the right to try and reclaim what she had lost after throwing even the remaining people into the fire. That's how it was. The original intentions and thoughts, what seemed like the cause, ultimately became meaningless. Asher's body was in a pod somewhere in this laboratory, but Christina hadn't gone there in a while. There was too much work to do, thinking that she would deal with it after everything was over. In the end, the things she originally planned to do, the dreams she once had disappeared. Do you think I didn't know that I would end up becoming this kind of person? Savelin Turner's words were ultimately something that even Christina knew. She had not been ignorant. She knew that everything would come to this, and that the thought of saving Asher would eventually fade from her mind. Once she had decided to dream of revenge, she knew it would all flow like this, with the whole world as her target. Christina had the most powerful army at her command, but in reality she had to face her greatest enemies. The Empire, the Demon King, the hero. In a way, these enemies were even more dangerous and formidable than the Gate incident itself. After all, taking revenge against the whole world wouldn't be easy. That's why such extreme measures were necessary, and the opposition was responding in kind. The Gate incident would come to a safe end. The Empire would disappear. The Demon King would dominate the entire world. That was the conspiracy the whole world was plotting. Those who sought to thwart the truth of the Gate incident with lies and deception would once again attempt to wrap the world in lies and deception. No complex thoughts were necessary. Christina would kill all those who tied the knots of lies and deception, not for someone else. For no one else, as words like, for a friend, had all become meaningless. In the end, for the smallest unit. For herself, she would take revenge. She wished for destruction upon everyone. She wants to buy time. The space was narrow, and since it was difficult to attack, Savelin Turner could hold out. Someday her stamina would run out, and she would collapse, but her role was to prevent the Immortals from returning. However, Savelin Turner's actions had a significant weakness. What if we do this? As Christina signaled, the Immortals surrounding Savelin Turner began to retreat one by one. Instead, they cleared a path. Savelin Turner watched the scene with a stern expression. As if to keep an eye on the situation, she surrounded herself with a multitude of aura blades. But the Immortals no longer charged or attacked. In a flash, rather, they disappeared one by one. With a hardened expression, Savelin Turner watched as Christina began to laugh. The Immortals vanished somewhere along with the flash. Surely, the Immortals were returning to the battlefield. If they returned to the battlefield to hunt monsters and the Demon King's forces revealed themselves, they would hunt them as well. Savelin Turner had no choice but to watch. She had no way of stopping their movement. Why should I deal with you? In an instant, all the immortal forces had disappeared, and the research facility grew cold again. If Savelin Turner charged, Christina could do nothing. Look, but in the first place, there was no need for forces to protect Christina. After all, even without the immortals, you can't kill me, can you? If Christina were killed, the immortals would go berserk. They would not only hunt the Demon King and monsters, but also indiscriminately attack the allied forces. However, Christina couldn't help but feel a sense of unease in Seyvailin Turner's expression. She was neither flustered nor surprised. She slowly walked towards Christina, in a situation where no one could protect Christina, step by step slowly. But as Christina's eyes widened at the sight of Seyvailin Turner approaching with certainty, she merely walked forward, not uttering a single word. Surely, surely not. Stumbling backward, Christina continued to retreat. She couldn't read any intentions from Seyvailin Turner's expression. You know what will happen if you kill me, right? Naturally, she couldn't help but be terrified. She knew her opponent's intentions and desires, so she understood what choice she should make. People would try to protect her, so she believed they would never kill her. But as the stony-faced Turner approached, a myriad of possibilities raced through Christina's mind. There were people who had gone mad. Was there any rule that said Seyvailin Turner couldn't be one of them? Exhausted by hatred and malice, she might just twist Christina's neck without a second thought, right? In the end, Christina collapsed in the very spot she had been retreating to. Christina knew nothing of fighting. She had sent away all the immortals. She had never been slapped in the face, not even once. She had brazenly talked big in front of a being with the status of a grandmaster. Don't come closer. Looking at Christina, who was terrified even though she hadn't been exposed to any violence, Seyvailin Turner, now close by, gazed down at her. It was neither a sneer nor a look of contempt. Seyvailin Turner's clenched eyes were filled with sadness. How could someone like you, have to end up like this? She had shouted confidently from afar, but the moment the being who might kill her came close, she collapsed in fear. Once the thought of possibly dying crossed her mind, she began to tremble. Such a pitiful and wretched existence, dwarfed by the fear of death. She had dreamed of an overly grand revenge. Seyvailin Turner could only find the wretchedness of Christina, who cowered and looked up at her, unbearably sad. She was neither the villain of the century nor an immortal absolute being, just a slightly intelligent alchemist. Seyvailin Turner, suppressing her sadness, reached for Christina's collar. However, before she could grab it, Christina thrust her hand into her pocket. I told you not to come. In Christina's hand, pulled from her pocket, was a teleportation scroll. Flash, along with a flash of light, Christina, Anna, and Louis Ancton disappeared. Christina might be small and insignificant, but her life was far from worthless. She knew better than anyone what would happen if she died. She acted as if she would die if they tried to kill her, but when death approached, she ran away. Turner looked around the now empty laboratory, left alone in an instant. Christina had fled, but Seyvailin Turner was curious. Had Christina run away out of fear of death, or had she fled because of what would happen if she died? Regardless, it was in the past. That wasn't Turner's concern. Seyvailin Turner's original goal was not to kill Christina. Rather, it was to protect her. Christina had misunderstood and fled on her own. A blue curtain of light spread from Seyvailin Turner's body. And then Seyvailin Turner took something out of her pocket, a signal-emitting artifact. Seyvailin Turner pressed it. She was not trying to stall for time. Rather, she had known all along that this would happen. She knew that if she pretended to stall for time, Christina would send the immortals back to the battlefield. It wasn't to protect the Demon King. She had left the fight between the immortals and the Demon King to them, and had come to send the immortals back to the battlefield. And the moment it was confirmed that the immortals had returned to the battlefield, to blow up the entire laboratory that resurrected the immortals, that had been Seyvailin Turner's purpose for coming. Click. Seyvailin Turner pressed the button. There was an explosion. Chapter 662 on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Flash. Gasp. Ha! Christina, drenched in cold sweat, found herself in a remote location after using a mass teleport scroll. She had almost been killed. Seyvailin Turner had tried to kill her without a second thought. Christina glanced at the unconscious bodies of Louis and Anna, feeling a tightness in her chest. Insane. She knew she was in over her head, but she never expected Seyvailin Turner to take such drastic action. Did she even think she could handle it? However, Christina couldn't help but harden her expression. As someone who had to issue numerous remote commands, Christina was connected to many facilities and immortals. Among them, there was no response from the laboratory. Evelyn Turner was not the only one who had lost her mind. The underground laboratory of the Magic University had vanished as soon as she disappeared. Could it have been? From the very beginning, with a pale face, Christina mumbled to herself. Once destroyed, the Immortals could no longer be repaired. Without the massive support of the Empire, the facilities couldn't even be built. While the Immortals were intact, they were now irreparable once destroyed. With a hardened expression, Christina stared blankly at her two unconscious friends. Now, she had to see the end with the remaining Immortals. No matter what happened. How much time had passed? Ha, Christina watched her friends slowly regain consciousness. Wah, where are we? Knowing that they would undoubtedly object to her actions, Christina had drugged them to sleep at the laboratory before the battle at Diane began. However, it was only natural for them to be shocked when they woke up outdoors after falling asleep in the laboratory. Where should she begin to explain? Christina bit her lip as she watched her friends slowly get up. Rumble, all that remained in the place, swept by a dazzling flash of light, was a massive crater. Not only had one of the Temple Magic University's research buildings been blown away, but the surrounding buildings had also collapsed due to the impact of the explosion. In the middle of the crater, where everything seemed to have evaporated, there was a person at the edge. Evelyn Turner, and the area where she had activated her aura field remained intact, as if the explosion hadn't touched it. I buried explosives in the underground of the Magic University. Explosives? Are you serious? If the Immortals return to the battlefield, detonate it. However, those three must not be killed. That was the Emperor's order. There's no reason for the Immortals to exist after this battle anyway. The Immortals were only needed until today. Thus, facilities to repair Immortals were meaningless after today. No, not only were they meaningless, but their existence was also dangerous. The problem that would arise from killing Christina wasn't the same as the problem caused by blowing up the laboratory. With the explosives Evelyn Turner had planted, they couldn't kill the Immortals, and they could have actually responded to the explosion. That's why the laboratory could only be destroyed once all the Immortals were gone. But if it's as His Majesty said, then the Immortals, they will try to kill Reinhardt. That was undoubtedly what would happen. The Immortals would hunt monsters once they returned to the battlefield, but if Reinhardt and the Demon King's forces revealed themselves on the battlefield, they would engage in battle with them as well. The Emperor's response to this concern was simple. Reinhardt will have to deal with that. Right. Isn't our job already done just by preventing the destroyed Immortals from recovering? If Evelyn Turner hadn't come, Christina would have sent the Immortals back to the battlefield anyway. However, if Evelyn Turner hadn't come, the Demon King's army and the allied forces would have had to fight the recovered Immortals as well. The Immortals would no longer revive. From now on, the people on the battlefield would have to resolve the situation. Evelyn Turner could return to the battlefield and continue to fight. The Emperor did not issue any further orders. He told her to live her life as she pleased. That's why she did not head to the battlefield. She had not died in the last battle. She was heading somewhere to do her last task, not because of someone else's command, but to do what she had decided on her own volition. On the battlefield, countless unpredictable events were bound to occur. However, in this final battle, the Battle of Diane, there had been an excessive number of unforeseen situations. The first was the sudden disappearance of the Immortals, who were believed to annihilate the monsters at the vanguard. The second was the sudden appearance of the Demon King. The third was the emergence of an unknown magic. The fourth was the earlier-than-expected deployment of the Titan. The fifth was the appearance of a brave soldier who simultaneously demonstrated the miracles of both healing and death. And the sixth, the Immortals who had disappeared, suddenly started returning to the battlefield. It was inexplicable, but the Immortals had disappeared and then returned. They rejoined the battlefield and continued to annihilate the monsters, advancing relentlessly. Morale, which had been plummeting, slowly began to rise, and once the Immortals returned, it soared. The unstoppable advance into Diane had begun. In the end, neither the soldiers who could only see the monsters in front of them, nor those who could observe the entire battlefield, could know everything happening on the battlefield. The Immortals' march tearing through the battlefield seemed to be breaking the waves of monsters. In reality, however, they were chasing the Demon King who had paved the way beyond. Rumble. The Immortals were not heading to Diane by breaking through the monsters. They were heading there to kill the Demon King. Growl. However, it was clear that the path was still covered with monsters, so they were undoubtedly making their way through. It was just that their destination was different from their actual goal. The Demon King had leaped into the midst of the monsters, heading forward, while the Immortals chased after him, killing the monsters. The allied forces advanced along the path the Immortals had cleared. The Demon King and the hero joined forces to clear a path to Diane. The Immortals followed them. Then the allied forces followed the path they had opened. To those who did not know the truth, it appeared that way. However, for the parties involved, the situation was entirely different. The Demon King was not breaking through the monsters. He was fleeing from the Immortals. Harriet and Lyanna could also see the return of the Immortals from their location. The Immortal has returned, and they could see the entire horde converging towards the location of the Demon King. Though the Immortals clearly killed monsters, they would undoubtedly attack not only the forces of the Demon King, but also Lyanna and Harriet. The distance between Reinhardt and Harriet was too great for any assistance to be provided, too far away. Harriet was in the middle of the coalition forces, repelling the waves of encroaching monsters from all directions through the magic star. Helpless, and the Immortals increasingly rushed towards the Demon King, prioritizing his death above all else. Too many. If things continued like this, even Reinhardt would eventually be overwhelmed. Too far away, and if they recklessly activated large-scale destructive magic, Reinhardt might be swept away as well. However, the immortal mages summoned throughout the battlefield had already begun their magical barrage against Reinhardt. The immortal mages didn't care if the other immortals were caught up in the crossfire. Not only were the pursuers a problem, but the mages were too. The best course of action in this situation. Harriet lifted her head. All around, the air was filled with explosive sounds, screams, and monstrous roars. An excessively clear sky. Harriet's eyes widened. Lyanna, rain, rain. We need to make it rain. Understood. Without asking for a lengthy explanation, Lyanna, who had noticed the unusual situation, immediately used her power. While they couldn't provide much help to the distant Reinhardt, they had to ensure that at least the mage's spells wouldn't reach him properly. And Olivia Lands, who was spreading the light of healing across the entire battlefield, was also too conspicuous. Both Reinhardt and Olivia would be targeted by large-scale magic if things continued like this. Blocking the mage's line of sight was the only way to secure their safety, even if just a little. Rumble in the blink of an eye, the clear sky was shrouded by ominous clouds at an astonishing speed. Drip, plop soon. Raindrops began to fall one by one. Whoosh! Then a torrential downpour began. It was not magical, but it was the most effective way to block their vision. With this, Reinhardt would hopefully be able to hold out a little longer. However, the problem was that the pouring rain not only blocked the immortal's sight, but also severely limited everyone else's vision. There was no issue in discerning friend from foe. But now, they could no longer tell what was happening deep within the battlefield. Although this might create an unfavorable situation for the coalition forces, they had to prevent the worst-case scenario of Reinhardt's death. Whoosh! Rumble as the downpour continued, lightning struck from the dark clouds, and meteorites continued to fall. Hell itself had arrived. It was a scene that seemed like the end of the world, but they couldn't stop. They couldn't focus solely on Reinhardt. Despite successfully activating powerful magic, it was a spell they were not familiar with. Harriet concentrated her mind once more, believing that she must do everything she could. At that moment, Harriet saw something rushing towards them beyond the torrential rain, near the limit of her visibility. It was not from the direction of the monsters, but a soldier wearing a plated helmet and armor, running towards the coalition forces. Chills ran down Harriet's entire body. The Immortal didn't just attack the Demon King. Rather, with their vision obstructed and unable to pinpoint the Demon King's location, some of the Immortals began to hunt down the visible forces of the Demon King. Naturally, that would include Harriet and Lyanna. There was no time to scream. As the Immortals' gazes were divided, the burden on Reinhardt, who was being pursued by the most Immortals, would be somewhat alleviated. Lyanna, I see it. Lyanna had clearly seen the charge of one of the Immortals. Zap! Dozens of lightning bolts poured down from the sky in an instant, striking the charging Immortal. Rumble! Along with the shockwave that tore through the air due to the explosive lightning, the charging Immortal tumbled across the ground several times like a torrential downpour. However, It charged again despite being hit with a level of lightning that would have blown apart any ordinary monster or human. It was the charge of a monster that had reached the master class. Its speed was not that of an ordinary human's full strength, but rather that of a battle horse running with all its might or even more. Roar, roar. The immortal charged again, taking Liana's lightning strike. Unbelievably, it deflected the lightning with its sword and kept on running. It wouldn't fall. Huff! Rumble. If the attack couldn't be blocked, then press it down by applying pressure to the ground. However, as if the force pushing down on the ground had no effect, the immortal only slowed down a bit and continued running without hesitation. Most knights received anti-magic training, and the immortals were war heroes or ancient heroes who had become even stronger after death. Naturally, those who reached the master class possessed an enormous level of anti-magic abilities. Not only physical strength, but also lightning was blocked by their aura armor. Oh no, Harriet gaped, watching the immortal that dodged dangerous magical barrages, deflected lightning, and resisted interfering spells while charging. It was just one creature. They couldn't even stop the charge of a single master class-level immortal. It was a fact that everyone had inadvertently forgotten because the number of immortals had suddenly surged when they were created. The master class was originally considered a strategic weapon, even if there was only one. The master class, equipped with the ultimate anti-magic capabilities to become a strategic weapon, was no exception for Harriet, who had completed the most powerful magic. If only they were a little more familiar with this magic. They couldn't stop a single one. And right now, Reinhardt was being pursued by thousands of such strategic weapons. Worrying about Reinhardt in this situation was foolish. They had to survive. Only by surviving could there be a next time. Both Liana and Harriet tried their best to stop the Immortal's charge, but it wasn't coming through the monsters. It was leaping over the allied forces. They might be able to stop it with ground-shattering, destructive magic, but that would also kill a huge number of allied troops. That's why they couldn't stop a single Immortal. There were countless ways if they were alone, but the Immortal seemed to use the humans as bait, preventing Harriet from using her powerful magic, and continued to charge. A decisive moment. In the moment when they thought a decision was needed, the immortal soldier, who had been running at a furious speed, raised his sword and thrust his aura blade toward Liana, who stood in front of Harriet. Liana, the moment Harriet, who had decided that she couldn't let her die, reached out to cast a spell. Whoosh! Someone flew in from somewhere and fiercely collided with the immortal's flank. Cliffman! Cliffman had appeared, having run from somewhere. Neither Liana nor Harriet had time to be taken aback. There was no time for a long conversation. Liana threw herself toward the fallen immortal, and before it could regain its posture, she grabbed its nape. Rumble! Fierce lightning began to pour down on Liana's body from the sky. The lightning seemed to flow through Liana's body and into the immortal's flesh. It was as if she was trying to forcibly insert the lightning. Zap! Harriet had to cast a shock-resistance spell on everyone nearby. Rumble! If it wouldn't fall after dozens of lightning strikes, she would shoot hundreds of times. Beyond the limits of its limits, the immortal was already convulsing, unable to even stand up. Die! Crack! With a fierce flash that could no longer be called lightning, the immortal turned to ashes. Huff! Ha! A concentrated lightning strike at close range. Cliffman had created an opening, and Liana had finished it off. Chapter 663, they had nearly failed to suppress a single immortal master-class entity. If it hadn't been for Cliffman's timely arrival, the situation would have been undoubtedly dangerous. I had a feeling you were here. Thank you, thank you. That was close. Really? Breathing heavily, soaked from the rain, Cliffman looked at Liana and Harriet. In the midst of the battlefield, Cliffman, who had been fighting somewhere, saw the lightning striking down in the middle of the allied forces and knew Liana was there. And he realized that they were about to be attacked by something within the alliance rather than a monster. Liana staggered to her feet. It was just one. Despite being a master class, it was only a single entity among the thousands of immortals on this battlefield. Both Harriet and Liana had exhausted tremendous energy trying to stop that one entity. Even though there was a torrential downpour, many had noticed the numerous lightning strikes and explosions resulting from their tremendous use of power. Cliffman, who had been somewhere on the battlefield, had seen this and hurried to protect Liana and Harriet. Naturally, if Cliffman could see it, so could the immortals. Liana and Harriet looked around with despairing expressions. More are coming. They had felt the threat to their lives by just stopping one entity. But now, immortals who had pinpointed Harriet and Liana's location were approaching from all over the battlefield within the heavy rain. This time it wasn't just one. Seeing the immortals approaching from all sides, Harriet clenched her teeth, having struggled to handle even one. We might have to move. To where? At Liana's question, Harriet bit her lip. This place was a battlefield, and the allied forces were already surrounded by monsters on all sides. If they were to flee, they'd have to flee completely. And fleeing completely would mean leaving the immortals to be dealt with by someone else. Was survival more important, or was it more important to reduce the number of immortals? At this critical juncture, Cliffman spoke to Harriet. Cast all the enhancement magic you can on me. You're going to face them. Yeah, I'll try to hold them off somehow. If it doesn't seem possible, then run. Cliffman took a deep breath. They had to do as much as they could. They had to hold out to their limits. That was Cliffman's conclusion, and neither Liana nor Harriet disagreed. The magic star still unleashed a fierce barrage of light against the monsters. If Liana and Harriet fled from this spot, the number of sacrifices would only increase. They had to hold on. It was up to Cliffman to protect the two of them. The forces of the Demon King were strong, but their numbers were not overwhelming. And none of the allied forces fighting had an obligation to protect them. Protecting or killing was up to each individual. Harriet's protective and enhancement spells coursed through Cliffman's body, invigorating him. He had escaped from the place where he had to fight, but how many of them could hold their ground on this battlefield? It was a battle to protect something. That's why Cliffman had rushed to protect what he had to. But did he have the ability to do so? He didn't know why the immortals had suddenly disappeared, only to return and try to kill them. In fact, there was no need to know. It was natural for Cliffman to stand here, in a battle to protect something, in order to protect what was most precious to him. Phew! The movements approaching from all over the battlefield, clearly indicating the presence of immortals, were unmistakable. The Demon King was being pursued by thousands of immortals deep within the battlefield. Everyone was already overwhelmed by the tasks at hand. There were no reinforcements. The saving grace was that, except for the master class, the mage's attacks were being neutralized by Liana and Harriet's long-range sniping. The real threat was the master class, who charged with overwhelming magic resistance and defensive power. Liana and Harriet had a significant impact on the entire battlefield. Their deaths would bring about an irreversible, tremendous loss for the entire battle. Cliffman's best course of action was to deal with the immediate enemies. The two of them had become far too significant. Master-class immortals were approaching from all sides, and he had to protect them despite not being at the master-class level himself. Wasn't that too presumptuous? Wasn't that impossible? Could someone like him really accomplish such a feat? But it wasn't because he could that he stood there. It was because he had to. So he went for it. He rushed in before the enemies could reach them. He hadn't reached the master class level. But at that moment, Cliffman's body was enveloped in a blue magic barrier, and even his sword radiated an ominous aura. Rumble. Fierce flames and lightning surged, and the sword glowed with a thick blue magic light, much like an aura blade. Harriet had cast the most powerful spell she could. The most powerful mage provided the most significant support. With this much support, it was possible. Cliffman thrust his sword at the charging immortal. Squelch. Thud. The sword should have been deflected or shattered the immortal's body upon impact, but the body remained intact, as did the weapon. It was possible. While there were limits to his physical abilities, the limitless magic had his back. Flash. Liana's powerful lightning strike also provided support. The distance was too close, and he would inevitably be electrocuted, but Harriet's protective magic prevented the lightning from having a significant impact. Clang. Ugh. Bang. After repelling the charging immortal, Cliffman swung his sword wildly, as if he had lost his mind. His body and mind quickly adapted to the unfamiliar state. Crack. He repeatedly struck the aura armor on the immortal's body. Liana's lightning and Harriet's efforts to restrain the immortal's legs and create an opportunity for a decisive blow provided support. Screech. Finally, the sword penetrated the immortal's chest, and the powerful aura enchantment within the sword itself exploded, reducing the immortal's body to dust. Ha! Ha! One. He had defeated one. With the support of the most powerful magician and the strongest supernatural, Cliffman had succeeded in facing a masterclass being. However, even after exchanging just a few blows, his body felt as if it was falling apart, and more approached. He had barely managed to handle one, but as the battle intensified and became more visible, more immortals discovered the trio and approached. Could he do it? Cliffman wiped the rain from his face and took a deep breath. Could he do it? Obsessively gnawing on his thoughts, Cliffman clenched his teeth. He had never won a battle because he was capable, not even once. After the gate incident, every battle had been like that. There were countless variables, more enemies than expected or unexpected foes. It had become almost routine for his fellow soldiers to die, and he frequently returned from the battlefield alone, with everyone else dead. People considered Cliffman strange. Many had fought alongside him, even those more skilled, but only Cliffman always returned alive from battles where everyone else perished. And it wasn't cowardice. He would complete the mission alone and return. A peculiar power. Wasn't a talent for combat, in truth, closer to a supernatural ability. Even his friends started to say so. But Cliffman didn't deny their opinion. Instead, he merely thought his talent was closer to luck than supernatural ability. He had been lucky. His life had been such that he could only think that way. Even in battles where master-class fighters died, Cliffman somehow survived. The one who found that most bizarre was Cliffman himself. Eventually, he started to think that he might have survived by sacrificing the lives of others. He hadn't survived because he was strong. Hadn't he survived by stealing someone else's luck? There had been times when he killed the remaining monsters after the most dangerous ones and stronger fighters perished. That's why Cliffman considered his talent to be in the realm of luck. He knew better than anyone that he hadn't survived by fighting well or being strong. And in a battlefield, someone's luck becomes someone else's misfortune. He had survived through someone's misfortune. Seeing it with his own eyes and experiencing it countless times, Cliffman had no choice but to be extremely reluctant to fight alongside someone. If his talent was to achieve victory and survive through others' misfortune, it was almost a curse. So he continued to push himself into harsh battlefields. He wanted to fight alone in the most dangerous places. In some sense, it was a defiance towards an unknown someone. If it was his talent to win in any battle, let them see if he could survive again. Let them see if he could survive even without allies to sacrifice in a dire situation. In that way, he had volunteered for suicide-like missions and yet survived in the end. He wasn't even that strong, but he always won. He always survived. But not once had he taken pleasure in that victory. What he thought was dangerous turned out not to be, and it was just a battle he could easily win. His luck had followed him in every aspect of those battles. It was a cursed life of victories and survival. Cliffman now knew that his talent was not a power for strength, but a power that brought about some coincidence. A coincidence of survival and return. Then, because he was here, they might win the battle, but perhaps Liana and Harriet would die. However, he couldn't not come. He couldn't choose to keep his distance, thinking that his presence might cause their deaths. He looked at the approaching immortals throughout the battlefield. Now, he was not alone, so he had to fight to protect them. That's why Cliffman prayed. His body had been strengthened through immense supportive magic, enough to face a master class. But in the end, he had to be strong. He had no choice but to be strong. If he didn't surpass his limits, he would only fall. So, at least for today, for just this one day, the talent that had only guaranteed survival and living. This time, he hoped it would grant him strength, dodging the enemy's sword by chance, someone else taking the hit instead of him. He didn't need such cursed luck anymore, a sword that could pierce through enemies, and manifesting as a shield that could protect his friends. So, the talent called battle. He wished for its direction to change now. The countless protective and enhancing magics that Harriet had cast upon him. Whether it was the effect of stabilization magic that acted upon his mind, he didn't know. Or perhaps his damned talent had responded to his desire. Regardless, in the face of the impending crisis, Cliffman's mind became incredibly calm. Whew! As Cliffman steadied his breathing, the boiling magical power within him soon stabilized, and the magical power gathered in his hand, holding the sword gradually flowed along the blade. You! Liana stared at Cliffman's transformation with wide eyes. He couldn't hear her. He could only hope. He could only wish. Hadn't he already had enough coincidences and luck? Wasn't it time for that to bear fruit? How much longer must he rely on absurd luck to scrape by with a miserable life? A life built on coincidences is still a life. A life gained through luck is still a life. There was no doubt that he had accumulated experiences over time. Coincidences eventually pile up and become something that can no longer be called a coincidence. When luck continues, the experiences gained from that luck must eventually create something. Even if it had been cursed misfortune up until now, it undoubtedly remained in the form of combat experience, and Cliffman himself had carried out those battles. Never, no one else had fought in his place. The experience of those moments had definitely accumulated. The lucky experiences gained at the cost of the blood of comrades and colleagues who had stood on the battlefield together had definitely piled up in the form of combat experience. Overflowing, Cliffman's body disappeared in an instant, and then, swoosh, the immortal that charged to a close distance was cut in half with a single strike. A sudden awakening. What is it? Harriet and Liana, who had seen his transformation, were rather flustered. Cliffman rushed towards the immortal that was charging directly at Liana and Harriet and swung his sword. His body had surpassed its limits, and the most powerful mage in the world had cast immense enhancement magic upon him. The only thing lacking was himself. Now that this insufficiency was filled, it was only natural that the immortal wouldn't notice Cliffman's approach. No, at this stage, Cliffman might not even need Harriet's help anymore. Clang, crash, clash. After 3 swift sword clashes, Cliffman's sword pierced through the immortal's neck as it found an opening in its chest armor. Cliffman neither gasped in surprise nor marveled at his own feat. With endlessly calm and cold eyes, he assessed his next target and immediately moved. Although he had surpassed his limits, he hadn't merely opened the path to becoming a master class. Cliffman's transformation was a bit different. In the end, the cursed luck that had always been with him was meant for this very moment. By luck, by chance, he had survived. Now there was no longer any need for it. No more need for chance, fortune, or luck. Through the experiences built upon them, the things accumulated by chance and luck had already reached a critical point. From then on, at the end of coincidences that forced survival, at the end of accumulated experiences, it was only natural to become a being whose victory was inevitable. Thus, reaching the state where there was no longer any need for luck, fortune, or chance for survival, rejuvenation, and victory, reaching a destiny where victory was the only possible outcome. That is why it was inherently a growing talent, straddling the boundary of superpowers and destiny. So, the bloody fate built upon countless sacrifices and deaths. The talent called battle, it had just been completed. Shah! The sudden downpour must have been due to Liana's power. He understood the intention. Indeed, the mage's barrage had become very inaccurate. However, the immortals within sight relentlessly pursued him. Kagagang! Ah! With the flames of Tuesday, Tiamata, and Alspringer, he pushed through the monstrous waves. Although torrential rain fell, the fire of Tuesday explosively evaporated the rainwater, turning it into steam that obscured the pursuer's vision. In that sense, it was rather helpful. His focus was more on moving forward than killing the monsters. There was no other way to describe the situation except as absurd. The disappearance of the immortals. It was hard to accept, but he knew what the situation was leading to. That's why he knew that the moment he revealed himself, such a situation would soon follow. The immortals returned and pursued him. If the immortals succeeded in killing him, they would now try to kill Olivia, Harriet, and Liana and hunt down the vampire lords. His death would be the beginning. If he died, the immortals would try to find those who followed him. So he couldn't die. In a way, the situation wasn't all bad. The immortals followed him. Quora, Hugh, Thud. All he had to do was keep moving forward. The immortals followed him, breaking through the waves of monsters, monsters in front, immortals behind. Was this what it was like? He was actually doing something that seemed ridiculous, like fleeing towards the enemy lines. Should he call it an assault-like retreat? Rather, he didn't need to worry about attacking. He just had to step on and kick the monsters aside while moving forward. The immortals would sweep them all away. I'm here, you sons of bitches. Instead, he strained himself, swinging the flames of Tuesday and Tiamata's radiance. While doing so, he evaporated the puddles of water with his flames, blocking their vision. Should he call it a decoy tactic? It was a good situation for him, whether the monsters died or the immortals were destroyed. As long as he wasn't caught. The moment he was caught, He would be surrounded by thousands of immortals, and there was no cunning way to survive in that situation. While running, he had no choice but to look back to see how far the pursuers had reached, as he stepped over and evaded the monsters trying to grab and tear him apart. Throughout his life, he had seen countless terrifying scenes, and after the gate incident, he had faced countless horrifying sights. By mere appearance alone, there had been countless hideously grotesque monsters. Insane. However, he had never felt fear as intensely as he did in that moment. The torrential downpour and the waves of monsters could not stop them. Clad in blue aura armor and wielding weapons like spears, axes, and swords, each adorned with aura blades, about 1,000 master-class warriors pursued him with single-minded determination. Some broke through the monsters, killing them in their path, while others, like him, leaped over the monsters and charged forward. The master-class warriors were beings who had reached the peak among superhumans. These beings, numbering in the thousands, furiously pursued him with the intent to kill. Sure, the grotesque monsters were disgusting and terrifying. However, those who could literally crush and shred the terrifying monsters, leaping tens of meters in a single bound, were coming after him. And they were not just a few hundred, but thousands. Quoo! Monsters were shattered by the aura shockwave, not even from being hit by a weapon, but merely from the impact of their bodies. They swarmed in droves. There was no option to confront them. He ran. He had to in order to survive. It was the only thing to do if he wanted to live, but very regrettably, SSSSSSS. Cuckack. Uh, uh. The Immortals also had a large number of archmages capable of long-range support. They blanketed the area above where he was running with large-scale destructive magic. That way, the monsters would die, and he would die along with them. Since they couldn't properly locate him due to the rain, they indiscriminately unleashed large-scale destructive magic. Ice spears, lightning bolts, and sudden explosions. And then, plop, damn it! Suddenly, the ground turned into a swamp. Thousands of swordmasters followed me, and the blinded by the rain archmages rained destructive magic upon him, as if it didn't matter if the immortals were swept away. Gyurururu. Ugh! He grabbed onto the horns of a sinking monster, stood up, and continued forward, trampling over the floundering monsters in the swamp. Perhaps that was even better. Damn it! But they leaped after him, trampling over the other sinking immortals in the swamp. Those who sank also managed to struggle and escape. If any of them touched him, it would be the end in an instant. The immortals were scarier than the monsters. Cuckack. Ka. Direct destructive magic struck his head as well. Thanks to the aura armor and magic resistance protection, it couldn't be a fatal blow. The magic that struck him was powerful enough to kill an ordinary person hundreds of times over. At that moment, when he thought he might be caught by the immortals due to the interference of the magic, with a deafening roar that tore through the sky, a breath of fire and lightning struck the immortals chasing him from behind, and for a moment, a gap was created between him and the immortals. With a speed similar to crashing down to the ground, a massive body landed right in front of my eyes. A distinct golden figure could be seen atop the massive creature. Reinhardt. Get on, Olivia, who had mounted the dragon, gestured to him. Had she come to save him? Was that dragon? He was so disoriented that he couldn't grasp what was happening on the battlefield. The result was clear. Olivia had ridden a dragon to save him, but the answer was predetermined. No, go. What? Go quickly. I have to stay here. His role was to lure the immortals while destroying Diane. If he were to flee, the immortals would instead attack others, and they might already be under attack. He couldn't forget the worth of his ability to lure the immortals. The quicker he took risks, the sooner the war would end. So he couldn't leave. If he hesitated any longer, the immortals would attack not only him but also Olivia. Then both of them would die. He alone would bear the risk. Just go. At my shout, Olivia hesitated no longer. You idiot, Olivia gritted her teeth and yelled. Don't die, you fool, Kagagang. The dragon, which had appeared before him, leaped roughly and soared back into the pouring rain. It was clear that everyone was doing more than their fair share. So like them, he had to do more than he was capable of. Once again, in the place where lightning and fire had swept through, he simply ran, luring the immortals, toward Diane, the core of this battlefield. Chapter 664, The enemy of my enemy is my ally. At that moment, I was putting this saying into practice, but the biggest problem was that my enemies were closing in on me from both the front and the rear. The moment I faltered on the tightrope, I would be devoured by both enemies at once. It was a bizarre sight, as if I was doing a weightlifting act on the front line. But ironically, I wasn't in the deepest part of the battlefield. The heavy rain made it hard to see, but I could spot the flashes of the Void Sword's trajectory from a distance, and I saw the corpses of the monsters cut down in one blow here and there. Ellen, who had jumped into the battlefield from the beginning, was far ahead of me. She had already entered the midst of the battle, cleaving through the waves of monsters with the Void Sword and Lapelt, completely obliterating them. Ellen, who had recklessly plunged into those depths without a single escort, was indeed reckless, but she had Lapelt and Lament to back her up. In contrast, I was in greater danger with the Immortals attached to my tail. As I delved deeper into the heart of the battle, not only did the number of monsters increase, but it became increasingly difficult to choose between breaking through the Immortal behind me or the monsters in front of me. Ironically, I was able to get this far because of the concentrated fire aimed at me. Thousands of archmages were still unleashing massive spells above my head just to kill me. Quack quack quang. However, because they couldn't properly secure their line of sight, the destructive magic was sweeping away the monsters, blocking my path. Karung Sira. The magic that was trying to kill me was killing the monsters that were trying to kill me as well. Flashes of indistinguishable magic, explosions, cold and fire and lightning. It was an immense relief that no spell managed to bind my feet, whether it was because they couldn't see me or due to my magic resistance power, but they didn't directly affect me. I was a walking, indiscriminate bombardment zone, so I actually had to move forward, pushing through the flames and heavy rain. While Ellen trusted the Void Sword and Lapelt to lead her forward, the attacks that sought to kill me, ironically, became the spearhead of my advance. That being said, I couldn't afford to slow down. If I didn't run, the Immortals would catch up to me. Due to the rough pursuit of the Immortals and my breakthrough, the Allied forces were quickly advancing towards the heart of the battle. I already had the locations of the warp gates in my head, even though the visibility was low. All I had to do was lead the Immortal towards the direction of the warp gates and keep running. Although it seemed simple at a glance, I had to run through the most dangerous areas of the battlefield without being caught by the enemy. Something was protecting me, but there was no telling how long it would last. Grua. And then I saw a massive explosion of fire erupting in one area of the battlefield. What is that? An explosion occurred in the distance. The sheer amount of raindrops that were instantly pushed away allowed me to see the spectacle. The raindrops displaced by the massive explosion soon turned into steam and soared into the sky. The shockwave of fire that erupted from Lapelt crushed the monsters, and I could see the darkness flowing from the Void Sword, accurately bisecting the warp gate. In an instant, one of the warp gates in the heart of Diane was destroyed effortlessly, and the origin of the monsters had been reduced to an empty plot. Ellen was doing on her and what I intended to do with the Immortals. I knew Ellen was strong, and having awakened two divine artifacts, she was even stronger. But in the final battle, could she really do that alone, without the Knights of Shanifel that she usually brought along? I had heard that Ellen had grown stronger since her condition became irreversible, but I didn't realize she was this powerful. Like a ghost rampaging through the battlefield, Ellen destroyed a warp gate and disappeared into the downpour once more. If I encountered Ellen in her current state, would she attack me first or deal with the monsters? I couldn't be sure, but it was dangerous to get too close to Ellen, and the Immortal might even attack Ellen instead. While pondering these thoughts, I started running in a direction opposite to Ellen's. Couriering. In another location, a strange black energy surged. As with Ellen, me, and the Immortals, it was close to the heart of the battlefield. I wasn't sure if the expression, "darkness burns," was truly accurate, but the burning shape of darkness was undoubtedly sweeping through the monsters in Diane's core. It wasn't just me at the vanguard. The Allied forces had multiple fronts. Something penetrated one of the fronts, and the Allied forces followed suit. It didn't take long to figure it out. It was definitely Ludwig. I didn't know the limits of the power he gained through dark magic. However, like me and Ellen, he was at the forefront of the battle. Regardless of his thoughts, unlike Christina, I could feel a firm resolve in Ludwig's steps, a strong determination to end all of this somehow. There was a warp gate in Ludwig's direction as well. And like how I could see Ludwig through the downpour, he was dangerously close to me. I had to avoid him. Just as encountering Ellen on the battlefield was dangerous, so too was encountering Ludwig. Everything else could wait. Destroying Diane's gate was the priority. Couriering. With every swing of Ludwig's greatsword, the dark magic energy created a path by crushing the monsters. The ominous aura emanating from Ludwig's form reminded me of a berserker. The allied forces advancing in the wake of Ludwig's opened path must have been equally frightened by the sight of the berserker wielding such sinister power. I couldn't see every part of the battlefield due to the heavy rain. Even if it wasn't raining, there wouldn't be time for that. Quack-a-cack. I leaped over a monster that caused the ground to tremble and finished it off. Quang, quorung. Finally, I arrived at the warp gate while avoiding the monsters and the immortal. It was medium-sized. Monsters were pouring out of the crimson dimensional hole. It seemed as if it was the end, with monsters pouring out like water gushing. I didn't need to deal with the monsters myself. Couriering. The destructive forces targeting me shattered, ripped, and burned the encircling monsters. It felt as if I had become a god of destruction. As various types of destructive magic rained down upon my location, it was as if I was deliberately wielding such power. I achieved my goal using the power of those who sought to kill me. It was quite amusing, yet a plausible situation. The battlefield was chaotic and brutal, but all I needed was to achieve my objective, to survive. To do so, I had to destroy the warp gates. Vroom. As if a whirlwind was condensing, the power of destruction and corruption gathered in Tiamata, which had turned into a demon's sword. The maximum aura. And holding Tiamata, imbued with the maximum power of destruction, I ran between the monsters that were being pulverized by the barrage of destructive spells. I thrust it into the maw of the dimension that spewed out the monsters. Quad-dee-dee-dee-dee. I could clearly see the warp gate being destroyed as soon as the power was released. I may not be able to cut it in one stroke like Ellen, but I could still destroy the warp gate with my power. Vroom, I couldn't be sure that the immortals wouldn't ignore the gate and chase after me, so I destroyed the gate with my own strength. However, as one warp gate disappeared, the immortals pursuing me became faster. There was no time to rest. Damn it! No matter how helpful the immortals' attacks were, the fact that they were trying to kill me remained unchanged. I ran, and I ran again. It felt like a game of tag where everyone around me was trying to catch me. I didn't know how long I had been running. There were so many spells and monsters altering the surrounding environment that I couldn't rely on my barrier alone. I ran away, and I ran away again until I reached the warp gate, which I then destroyed. And I ran away once more. I had no idea how much time had passed. As the warp gates were destroyed, the number of monsters decreased, and the allied forces had already entered Diane. The immortals were still chasing me, just out of reach, while slaughtering the monsters of Diane. Ellen, acting alone, and I luring the immortals, destroyed the warp gates one by one. And the allied forces that had reached Diane were also destroying the gates one at a time. My heart raced like mad. It wasn't because of the fear of the immortals catching up to me. It was really the end. We were almost there. Somewhere, I heard the sound of phantom horses galloping as if in a hallucination, and I saw the sight of massive monsters crashing down and crushing the armies. The warp gates of Diane were shattered one by one. The moment when I could talk about what happened next. What should I do next? Would there be a time when I could talk about such things? So, the allied forces that had reached Diane were on the verge of destroying the last gate, which was everyone's ultimate goal. As the number of warp gates decreased, the number of monsters pouring out from a single gate increased. However, the total number of monsters had to decrease as the number of gates decreased. The allied forces had gone beyond being surrounded by monsters and had now encircled Diane, dealing with even the monsters on the outskirts. The number of monsters had decreased significantly. So, the number of monsters blocking the immortals also dwindled. As I approached the end of this task, my life hung in the balance. The moment I began to consider how to deal with the immortals after enduring this long, I saw something in the distance amidst the downpour. Ah! I knew what that phenomenon was. They had destroyed warp gates all over the battlefield. Now there was only one left. No, it was already over. Only a single warp gate remained. Then, when that happened, the gate crisis would end. Although the gate crisis would be over, they still had to face what came out of it. Rumble. The last remaining gate ceased to spew monsters and instead grew larger. The red hole of the warp gate, now hovering in the sky, expanded like a burning sun. From there, something appeared. No, it poured out. Thud. A massive creature fell to the ground from the red hole of the warp gate, which had swelled to its limit. As the last warp gate remained, after spewing the final monster, the gate vanished. There had been many monsters in the form of dragons, but none were as massive or as alien as this one. The final calamity. A grotesque dragon with a body resembling the projected night sky, adorned with 6 pairs of enormous wings. In the original work, it was merely referred to as the final monster, without even a name, but I called it the dragon from another world. It was so massive that, even in the pouring rain, its overwhelming presence could be seen from anywhere. Roar, rumble. With a deafening sound that could shatter the world, the dragon from another world roared. Now, the gate crisis was over. If they could somehow deal with the dragon from another world, they could all move on to the next matters. The dragon from another world opened its maw towards the world. And then, whoosh, from its gaping maw it unleashed a void. There was no explosion. Simply, as the void passed by, the world was erased. The unexpected appearance of the final monster. The irrational violence it unleashed left the battlefield feeling cold. Hiss, in the midst of the downpour, everyone could see the alien, pitch-black mass from afar. The sudden appearance of the grotesque mass, and the pitch-black breath that wiped away everything it touched. Whoosh, thud, with each breath the mass released from its gaping maw, there was no impact, no explosion, no blast. Things simply vanished. What is? What is that? Harriet, at the rear of the battlefield, stared in horror at the irrational destruction caused by the sudden appearance of something. Cliffman, who had just finished off the last immortal around them, and Liana were no different. Many mages were already hurling magic at the dangerous-looking figure, but their attacks passed through it. Lightning, fire, and explosions. It was as if they could not even reach the knight-like figure. The flashes from the magic spells could not reach it either. They simply pierced through it and exploded behind it. It had form, but not substance. Perhaps it was an ethereal enemy. That's why Harriet unleashed a powerful light, imbued with the power of exorcism, but even that merely passed through it. Though they couldn't see it clearly, it was a monster using a power completely different from any they had faced before. What? Is it? Monsters were diverse. There were monsters immune to fire, and monsters immune to magic. But this one exhaled a breath that erased everything it touched and effortlessly deflected all attacks, as if it existed in a place unrelated to the principles of the world. Harriet widened her field of vision to observe the creature more closely. Even upon closer inspection, its form was incomprehensible, and she clearly saw it repelling all the magic being cast upon it. The projection from the otherworldly dragon's body was similar to the projection of the void sword held by Ellen. If the void sword Lament could sever everything it touched with its blade of night, then that creature could do what the void sword Lament did on a larger scale. That was why Harriet had no choice but to realize what power Ellen's sword possessed in reverse. The void sword didn't merely cut everything it touched, it erased everything it touched. They had merely mistaken the thinly spread void blade for cutting things away. That creature could realize what the void sword did by spewing its breath, a dragon with the form of the night. Therefore, it was untouchable by the principles that existed in the world. But it could destroy the world. How could something like that exist? How were they supposed to kill it? The moment Cliffman awoke to the path of the master class and overcame the crisis of the immortal's assault, that creature appeared. It felt as if, at the very last moment, all that they had done had been rendered meaningless, as if it had appeared to mock the entire world. Zap. Then, in front of the creature, a crack in space formed, revealing another massive figure. A titan, a colossal weapon that could rival the size of the overwhelming dragon. In the brief moment it had left the battlefield and recharged minimally, the titan appeared, ready to do anything to stand against despair. H-Woom. This time, the creature swung its tail instead of its breath, and the titan's waist vanished, not destroyed, but the part of its trajectory where the dragon's tail touched disappeared. The morale that had been holding the allied forces together up to this point crumbled as the titan fell apart. Even though not everyone could properly see the spectacle, they could hear the titan collapsing and feel the vibrations. That tremendous tremor was the despair felt by all the members of the allied forces. How are we supposed to? The immortals had disappeared and reappeared. The titan had been deployed. What difference did it make in the end, with a creature like that appearing at the very last moment? What were they supposed to do? Were all these events, in truth, unending? Liana and Harriet both felt a sense of emptiness beyond despair. Swoosh. Rain continued to fall. Chapter 665, the Titan had fallen, and with one breath, a part of Diane was wiped away. I knew it. Attacks with weapons other than relics would not be effective. In the original story, only Ellen and Ludwig could fight the dragon. The others had to leave the dragon to them and exterminate the other monsters. The others couldn't even attack it in the first place. Back then, Ellen didn't have the sun's cloak, and Lament wasn't a void sword. In the end, no one could match it. Ludwig used the Allspringer to summon a divine incarnation and face the dragon in mutual destruction. I had entertained the idea. The situation was much different from the original story, so new events could unfold due to the different circumstances. Ellen's lament transforming and obtaining the sun's cloak were situations that didn't exist in the original story. So I thought that perhaps we could confront the void dragon in a different way than in the original story. I thought that perhaps we could overcome this final situation without using Allspringer. But it was a foolish thought. The moment I saw a part of the army erased by a single breath, other possibilities vanished from my mind. We could fight. Surely, Ellen and I could fight it. But even if we could kill it without using Allspringer, there would be nothing left afterward. Raw, it was an overwhelming violence. A dragon from another world. This situation was the last injustice I had to face. Suffering from the unfairness I had created, paying the price myself. What needed to be done had been decided from the start. Killing that final monster on this spot using Allspringer. From the moment Allspringer was in my hand, that was my fate. Some doubts lingered in my mind, but now wasn't the time to think about them. If it had to be done, it had to be done. That's how it had been so far. The only difference was that what needed to be done now was the last thing to be done. Everything I had done to survive, because I didn't want to die, had vanished. When the violence I had described in writing became reality and confronted me, all other thoughts disappeared. But still, the immortals were chasing me from behind. All the warp gates were gone. There were still a huge number of monsters that had already been expelled, but no more monsters appeared. All I had to do was deal with that dragon. I looked back. The Immortals' army, which had suffered tremendous losses but was still powerful and trying to kill me, followed me. I was annoyed by what was behind me. It wouldn't matter if that thing followed me, but it was time to finish it off as well. The Immortal wouldn't be of any help in fighting that thing. The remaining monsters could be dealt with by the Allied forces alone. So now, the Immortal was just a threat. So there was no need to run anymore. No one had to risk their lives to face the Immortal. Now, I pulled something out from my belongings. Click as soon as I pressed the button on the artifact. Pop, two people appeared before my eyes. We don't need the Immortal anymore. And in an instant, the Immortals who had been slaughtering monsters and following me all this time. Crumble, turned to dust and disappeared. A wave of neutralization. The Immortals shattered as if they had all hit an invisible wall. Two people appeared in response to my signal. Should we take care of all the Immortals now? Please. One was Scarlet. Let's go, Lint. The other was Kono Lint. The two had been waiting for my signal. Scarlet had been holding her breath, waiting for this crucial moment. After Kono, Lint had brought Scarlet, who had been imprisoned, to this place. They watched the situation and waited for me to send the signal. It was obvious that the Immortal would attack me, so they were waiting for this moment. I had been running away until the moment the Immortal could disappear. Somewhere on the battlefield, my people were fighting the Immortals as well. That too would soon end. From the moment I gave the signal, Kono Lint would transport Scarlet around the battlefield in an instant, neutralizing all the Immortals. Scarlet could turn an Immortal to dust with just a little bit of strength, and Kono Lint could quickly move her all over the battlefield. As long as Scarlet was present, the Immortal could not kill me. Of course, there were many dangerous moments to see. I had to erase all the Immortals before they could do anything more out of the ordinary. Hey, can you do that? Kono Lint muttered, staring at the massive dark figure in the distance with anxious eyes. We can. Yes, that was no lie. There's no time for long conversations. Scarlet spoke with a resolute expression, but one that showed unwavering determination. Survive. It wasn't a plea to save humanity, nor was it a plea to save everyone. It was a plea to survive. I couldn't bring myself to say that it was harder than saving everyone else. I erased all other thoughts. How absurd it was to think that I wouldn't use Allspringer in this situation. Even if I could fight it, what would be the point if everyone else died in the process? As I dodged its attacks, more and more people died. The dragon's screams and body were getting closer and closer. As I approached the proximity of the otherworldly dragon rampaging through the rain, I saw someone running towards me from the opposite direction. It was Ellen. Raw. Ellen reached it first. With the sun's cloak draped around her, she leaped high into the air through the extended curtain of night. She swung her void sword towards the dragon's head, and then, slash, the dragon's head was severed. It was incredibly easy, almost anticlimactic. The next moment, it vanished with a deafening noise. What? What had I just witnessed? Because of the downpour, there might be some who had no idea what had just happened. Those who were too far away might not even know that the otherworldly dragon had appeared. However, those who had witnessed the spectacle from a distance would have been shouting in a mix of awe and jubilation as they saw the dragon, which had neutralized the Titan in a single blow, being sliced away in just one stroke. The final boss had appeared, and it had been sliced away by Ellen. But there would be no one in the world more shocked than me. That was not a monster that could die like that, not so anticlimactically, not so easily vanished. It wasn't even a fight. Ellen had merely swung the void sword, cutting down the monster as easily as any other. The void sword, capable of cutting down anything. If the powers of the dragons from the other world and the lament were essentially the same, could the dragons from the other world also be cut down by it? Only I was aware of the absurdity of the situation that had just unfolded. I had intended to use the Allspringer. However, Ellen had easily dispatched the enemy I had struggled with, agonizing over every decision in a single stroke. Regardless, I didn't use the Allspringer. After Ellen's lament took on the form of the void, was that final monster destined to vanish so futilely? I simply couldn't be sure if the void sword would work on it. I knew the void sword could cut down anything, but not divine relics. However, the dragon from the other world was not an exception to the void sword. Should I be happy about it? Yes, I should be happy, but I knew it wasn't that simple. The dragon had disappeared. The gate incident would end once the remaining monsters in the area were dealt with. The immortals could be handled by Scarlet. But my remaining tasks had just begun. That's why I couldn't be happy. Thud. Ellen, who seemed to have flown through the sky, landed lightly on the ground. Roar. In the now vast clearing where the dragon from the other world had appeared, Ellen, soaked in rain, was looking directly at me. About 100 meters, maybe. The distance wasn't that great. The dragon from the other world had vanished all too easily. I had to confront something here anyway. It's just that it changed from the dragon of the other world to another being. I had to face the hero. Somehow, the moment I saw the dragon from the other world, I thought I had to use the Allspringer. And I had actually tried to use it. But if I did, what would happen to the future I had seen? The future where I die and Ellen dies. What was that all about? The thought crossed my mind for a moment. It turned out like this. There could never have been a situation where I would have to use the Allspringer to hunt down the likes of the dragon from the other world. Ellen looked at me from the rain. No, that wasn't Ellen. A gathering of souls that controlled Ellen's body, an aggregation of vengeful spirits, perhaps even more massive and enormous than before. It definitely had a will of its own. When we first met, I had a conversation with it. Could I win? I had fought countless times in my dreams. I had died countless times. But could I win in this battle that had become reality? It was destined. As long as I was the son of the Demon King and Ellen was the sister of the hero, it was bound to happen someday. From the moment I got closer to Ellen, I sensed that this moment would eventually come. Even knowing that it would happen someday, I didn't hesitate to get close to Ellen. This was the price. If I had shunned Ellen from the start, if I had kept my distance without any help or interaction between us, perhaps, none of this would have happened. Even knowing I would regret it, I had grown closer. I wanted to avoid this moment somehow, but deep down I knew. One way or another, I would have to fight a life-and-death battle with Ellen. It was a predetermined course. I had overcome the last trial with ease. With that, there would be no more sacrifices of others to the dragons of the other world. Instead, the trial was bestowed upon me alone. A cruel trial, only for me. I had to defeat Ellen. No, merely defeating her was not enough. I had to reclaim her without taking her life. Somehow, I had to subdue Ellen, who was determined to kill me without killing her and even take her back. I had to face a battle with slim chances of victory without even being prepared to kill. Was it even possible? But there was one thing I knew for certain. If the future I had seen was correct, if I lost, it wouldn't be just me who died. Ellen, who would have killed me, would take her own life. I could have sacrificed my own life to kill that creature when facing the otherworld's dragon, but this time I couldn't even die. I couldn't even fight with the resolve to kill. If I were to die, Ellen would die as well. The gate incident was over, and the last monster was dead. But could there be a day as cruel as today for me? The torrential rain poured down, running down its face and eyes. It looked like it was weeping helplessly, without any expression. No, it was a being that was undoubtedly crying for real. It pointed its sword at me silently. "Oh, Demon King!" A voice that seemed like a blend of multiple voices. It was a bizarre resonance that felt as though not only the eardrums, but the soul would be torn just by listening. Just hearing that voice seemed to recreate the pain and fear I had felt when it had swallowed my body. How long had Ellen endured that? A culmination of hatred towards me, a collective of anger and sorrow from those who had to lose so much without any fault. It had definitely told me before that it would take away everything I loved. It spoke, "Now let us end this." With a brief and concise declaration of war, it slowly approached me. In the depths of the evaporated Diane, there was only Ellen and me. The battlefield's deafening noise and the monster's screams had grown distant. Swoosh, splash. The sound of footsteps splashing in the puddles amidst the rain was loud enough for me to hear. No one would likely be watching this place, which had become a massive crater. Splash, rumble, calm footsteps were neither desperate nor impatient. The distance was certainly closing. The atmosphere was different. Ellen, who had reached the master class, was not only clad in blue aura armor, but was also emanating an unknown pale white smoke from her body. Countless vengeful spirits must be exerting their power. Their true objective was not to end the gate incident, but to kill me. So they would exert their most powerful force. They would do everything they could to kill me. Gruer, an indescribable eerie resonance and faint melody flowed from Ellen's body. The hero. Perhaps Ellen at that moment could be considered the strongest among humanity. Such a being wore the sharpest sword and the sturdiest armor in the world. The vessel, called the Hero, contained the anger of all those who had died because of the Demon King. It would be strange if the last enemy the Demon King had to face in order to rule the world wasn't the one right in front of him. Amidst numerous unfavorable conditions, the one fortunate thing was that I was different from the otherworldly dragon Ellen had slain in a single strike. I had previously confirmed that the void sword couldn't cut through divine relics. Splash. With a light sound of splashing through a puddle, Ellen approached me and casually swung the void sword. Her light and calm leap, along with the trajectory of the approaching void sword drawing an arc, almost appeared beautiful at a glance. The void sword definitely couldn't cut through divine relics. Screech. However, just because it couldn't cut through them didn't mean I could withstand it. A single stroke of the void sword, I managed to block it, and my wrist broke. TL note. The long-promised battle finally arrived. Chapter 666 in a forest on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Christina did not tell Anna and Louis Ankton everything that had transpired. Savelin Turner had attacked the underground laboratory. She could only flee with them, and now the laboratory had been destroyed. That was as far as she explained. She deliberately withdrew the immortals, or that she re-engaged them to kill the Demon King. She didn't bother mentioning those things that wouldn't make them feel any better. Anna and Louis were both astonished by the fact that they couldn't stop even one Savelin Turner. The Empire had interfered with the Immortals, so they could no longer be restored. But in the end, it was Diane's situation that mattered most. Christina had watched the entire battle of the Immortals. She tried to prioritize killing the Demon King, but he kept eluding them like a rat, using the monsters. Neither could she kill Harriet nor Liana, not with the sudden appearance of the unexpected monster, Cliffman. It was a blood-curdling feeling. The Immortals continued to be destroyed, and their losses couldn't be recovered. As if knowing this would happen, she only used the Immortals to escape. And then, Christina saw it. The arrival of an unknown, colossal monster. Its overwhelming and unfathomable presence. But before she could truly feel fear from the destruction and disaster it caused, she saw it being cut down by Ellen Artorius. Christina had a hunch. The gate incident had ended. However, before that, something more shocking happened to Christina. Seeing Christina with wide-open eyes and blood on her lips from biting them so hard, Louis Acton cautiously asked, "Christina, what's wrong?" "Scarlet." At those words, not only Louis but also Anna's expression hardened. "Scarlet and Kono Lint, they're destroying the Immortals." Scarlet, who should have been safely evacuated somewhere in the city, was breaking the Immortals alongside Kono Lint as they moved through the battlefield. There wasn't even a fight. As Scarlet used her power where the Immortals were, they simply turned to dust and disappeared. Her power was absolute against the Immortals. Scarlet could do what was impossible for Ellen or save Eileen Turner. It was certain that Scarlet was on the side of the Demon King. But since when? Scarlet. Yes. Louis Acton asked with a puzzled expression, and Christina slowly nodded her head. Scarlet betrayed us. Christina spoke in a low, twisted voice. There was no way to know the reason or circumstances that led Scarlet to be there. Ludwig's words that they could trust Scarlet had turned out to be nonsense from a naive fool. They should have killed her, but the Immortals could never kill Scarlet. No, from the beginning, no one, not even the Immortals, could kill Scarlet now. Kono Lint was with her. Catching them, let alone touching them, would be impossible. When Eileen Turner attacked the underground laboratory, Christina thought her intention was to buy time so the Immortals couldn't return. So she sent all the Immortals back to the battlefield, knowing they couldn't hurt her anyway. But then Eileen Turner destroyed the laboratory without killing her. The Emperor had read everything. The Immortals, who had returned to the battlefield, were hunting the Demon King. However, the Demon King, instead of fleeing from the pursuing Immortals, had manipulated them, making it appear as if the Immortals were leading the vanguard, throwing the entire Diane forces into chaos. And when the monsters that had been used to fend off the pursuit were finally depleted, and the Demon King was caught, he seemed to have been waiting, summoning Scarlet and starting to crush the Immortals in return. The Immortals were exploited to the extreme by the Demon King. They had been read by the Emperor. They had been used by the Demon King. Now, the Immortals would be rendered powerless as Scarlet and Kono Lint tore through the entire battlefield. The research facility that could revive the incapacitated Immortals had been destroyed. At this rate, all of the Immortals would disappear. We have to remove the Immortals from the battlefield. The absolute number of Immortals had been rapidly decreasing even as Scarlet and Kono Lint appeared. It was a desperate situation. If all the Immortals disappeared like this, there would be nothing they could do. First, they had to preserve the power of the Immortals. They had to find another way. More than half of the Immortals still remained. At this rate, the Immortals would be annihilated. They had to recover the remaining Immortals and find another way. First, they had to find a way to deal with Scarlet somehow. Using the Immortals as a means to devise something could come later. Is the gate incident over? In response to Anna's question, Christina stared at her. Yes, it was right to discuss it from the gate incident. It seems so. We may have to kill the remaining monsters, but Diane will fall. However, if we don't take the time to reorganize the Immortals first, we'll be in danger. Thump. What? Christina couldn't help but let out a bewildered sound. Anna. And then Louis Acton shouted in the sudden turn of events. Anna's blackened hand was lodged in Christina's heart. Christina couldn't even feel the pain. The events unfolding before her eyes were just something. A dream. Should she call it that? She couldn't think of anything other than how surreal it was. Anna de Journa spoke calmly. The pathetic villain act is over. What? Thump. Anna pulled her hand out of Christina's chest. Bright red blood flowed from the hole in her chest. Anna stared at Christina with dark eyes. Let the Immortals disappear. You, what on earth? Why? Christina was dumbfounded, unable to say anything, while Louis Acton stood pale, unable to comprehend the situation. WH. Why? As Anna calmly watched Christina's lips twitch in disbelief, she spoke. Christina knew magic, but she didn't know people. You're no longer useful. Anna stared coldly at her dying friend. Bertus said to tell you that. She left a cold farewell message. Christina died. Her eyes didn't even close. It was only moments before her breath completely stopped that she realized what had happened to her. Tears streaming down her face, her eyes wide open, and biting her lips, she died. Louis Acton couldn't understand what had just happened before his eyes. Anna, Anna, what have you done? If Christina dies, the immortal would start killing indiscriminately. Now, the immortal would completely lose control and run amok. But if we recall the immortals like this and start planning the next move, no one will be able to stop Christina. No one could respond if that terrifying army began guerrilla warfare against the entire continent, Scarlet or Kono Lint. Before they appeared, it would be enough to carry out destructive operations or assassinations and then disappear. It might be impossible to recover, but if they induced local battles, the immortal could not only endlessly hinder the Demon King's world from being established, but also destroy it at any time. Just as the Demon King had been able to destroy the human world until now, but had not done so. It was clear that if Christina couldn't kill the Demon King now, she would attempt such a thing in the next stage, and she could actually do it. The Immortals were in one place, and Scarlet was there, who could certainly neutralize such an immortal. If not now, the chance to completely erase the Immortals would never come. So I killed her. Asking if the gate incident was over was to confirm that. If the gate incident was completely over, it was now the Immortals' turn to disappear. Timing was crucial. If Christina was killed too soon, the Immortal would crush the Allied forces. If she was killed too late, they wouldn't be able to deal with the rampaging Immortal. So Anna had been holding her breath until the most certain and safe moment to kill Christina came. Anna had been receiving Bertus's instructions. It was impossible to know when Bertus had approached Anna. She had been waiting until the last moment, until the moment when it was okay to kill Christina. A friend had died. There was someone who, in trying to save that friend, had ultimately put their friends in danger. There was a friend who had killed that friend with their own hands. There were things between friends that only ended with death. In the end, Christina was killed by a friend's hand, unbelievably. That's why Christina was a third-rate, no, not even a third-rate villain. She had been unable to doubt her friend until the end. Such a third-rate villain. Anna, carrying Christina's corpse, looked at Louis. Anna's back was soaked in bright red blood. Anna had fulfilled Bertus's command. Anna had not received Bertus's orders in exchange for a promise. Bertus had no intention of giving anything to Anna, and Anna had no intention of receiving anything. It seemed like something she had to do, so she did it. Like Christina had done this because it was something she had to do. Anna had also done this because she felt she had to. There wasn't really anything she wanted. Bertus hadn't expected any more from Anna. After all, the Empire would disappear, so even if Bertus promised something, it would be meaningless now. Let's go. There was no place they had to go now. Louis Ancton, a silent observer and collaborator of all situations, muttered blankly at Anna's words. Where to? Did they have a place to go? A place they could go? Was there one? After all, since all three of them were criminals who would go down in history, there was no place for them to set foot. I don't know. Carrying the friend she had killed with her own hands on her back. There must be a place where we need to go. With dead eyes, Anna smiled faintly. Chapter 667 Clang. Countless times his wrist had shattered. Just enduring the sword pressure carried by the void sword caused his wrist, shoulder, and arm to break. If it hadn't been for Tiamata's regenerative power, he would have died the moment they crossed blades. He was accustomed to pain. Having died thousands of times in his dreams, he was familiar with death, and pain was no stranger to him. Ellen slowly approached him, having been flung away. She wasn't hasty. Her movements took into account that he couldn't avoid this battle. Thus, she approached neither leisurely nor hastily. Her slow and calm advance suffocated him on its own. A blue aura and a faint grey energy flickered all over Ellen's body. He hadn't even been able to defeat the Ellen he had imagined in his dreams. He had thought the real Ellen would be different, and the Ellen who had even acquired the power of the vengeful spirits would be even stronger. He had never underestimated her. He had thought she would be stronger than anything he could imagine. But he couldn't bring himself to kill Ellen. He dared not even entertain such a thought. And so he couldn't give his all. But that was arrogance. Even if he put in all his effort, even if he employed every means possible, he realized that he couldn't defeat Ellen. Ellen, who had been walking slowly, closed the distance in just a few strides as it narrowed. Crash! The moment the void sword and Allspringer clashed, the ground was torn apart by the shockwave. Bang! Clang, two consecutive strikes, and then thud. HNGH. She knocked him away with a knee strike to his solar plexus. His rib was shattered. He recovered with Tiamata's power. He had pushed his magic regeneration to its limit. Even so, the moment he withstood a single exchange, he was destroyed by the overwhelming force. The gap was too large. He had thought he had grown strong enough to rival anyone, but Ellen was too strong. The gap wasn't as wide as it used to be. It wasn't like he would lose his grip on his sword while blocking Ellen's attacks. However, each time their swords clashed, the bones and muscles protected by his aura shattered and tore. The gap was still that wide. Ellen in her right mind. This was not the Ellen who had felt guilty for even pointing her sword at him, the one who had only taken hits during Charlotte's execution ceremony. If she weren't in that state, could he not even land a single effective blow on Ellen? The one born with all kinds of talents had the strongest weapon and the strongest armor, and even possessed countless vengeful spirits. Was it impossible for him to defeat her when all that was pitted against him? It wasn't just close combat. Womb. A flash of flame, like lightning, grazed his cheek. The flames emitted from the sun cloak, not just the void sword, penetrated his defenses. Sizzle, the sound that should not have come from human skin, accompanied the healing of the wound. The only thing he could rely on was his regenerative power, and the power of Allspringer, which heightened his abilities against stronger opponents. Ellen had grown stronger through the power of the divine relic, but without a divine relic, he couldn't even engage in this battle. His wrist would have broken, and he would have dropped his sword in the first exchange, and his neck would have flown off with the third attack. If not for Tiamata, he would have died long ago. The void sword and Tiamata clashed. Clang! As the void sword and the holy sword collided, producing sparks, his attempt to push Ellen to the right was thwarted as she twisted his wrist, causing him to stumble. No, to be more precise. From the moment he lunged, she knew exactly how he would react. She had read him like an open book. Thud! In an instant, his chest was pierced, and his lung was skewered before he could even react. Before her sword could cut through his body, he kicked Ellen's body and retreated. Ugh, ugh, whoosh. Tiamata's divine power healed his fatal wound. Without a divine relic, one could not block the attack of the void sword. Although he was used to pain and his concentration did not waver, the sensation of a sword entering his chest was always unsettling. She attacked relentlessly. Bang, crash, clang. In the suffocating onslaught, one misstep would lead to a fatal injury and death. The problem was not just that. Ellen had no weaknesses. In fact, she had too many. Ellen, who focused solely on offense, did not defend at all. Screech. Karag. But when I tried to exploit that opening, I only felt a pain so intense that it seemed as if my whole body would shatter due to the powerful backlash. It wasn't because of the aura armor Ellen wore, but rather the backlash created by the sun's cloak itself. It wasn't that she didn't defend. She didn't need to defend. Even an all-out attack couldn't get through. There was a reason she had been slaughtering monsters alone at the deepest parts of the battlefield. A sword that could cut through anything. A shield that could block any attack. He knew Ellen was strong. But to this extent, he couldn't even touch a single hair on her head with his all-out attack. On top of that, the difference in the level of their divine relics was too great. Against Ellen, who wielded two relics specialized in offense and defense, he had no chance of reaching her. Bang, crash, clang. He was barely able to dodge Ellen's relentless attacks. There was a fundamental gap between them. His attacks couldn't touch her, and even one wrong move against her attacks would cost him his life. Screech. Ka! With a single powerful kick, he felt as if all the bones in his body were breaking as he was sent flying helplessly backward. At least he could recover from non-fatal injuries. The power of healing. Tiamata's divine power that allowed him to regenerate no matter how injured he was. But in this situation, it only prolonged his life a little. With an emotionless expression, she stared at him as he was flung far away. Swoosh. Her emotionless gaze was heart-wrenching. Could he not defeat her? From the day they met, was this destined to happen? Was he fated to be defeated here? What had he been doing all this time? In the end, he couldn't surpass her. Was the story of the Demon King being defeated by the hero always waiting for him? He didn't endure all this pain and struggle just to die here. And it's not just him who will die, but her as well if she killed him. He didn't know. Somehow, he had managed to avoid fatal injuries, but soon his life would be lost. Luck wouldn't last forever. As it measured the distance, it silently opened its mouth. Is it unfair? There was clearly a will within it. I didn't know exactly how it worked, but I knew that conversation wasn't impossible. I saw you trying to protect the humans, so it must have seen everything. Now, we also know that you tried to protect the humans. It must know that I was doing all of this for a reason. It just turned out this way. It knew my intentions were not directed towards evil. It asked me. Even so, is it unfair that it ended up like this? How could it not be unfair? Many people had died, but due to the altered progression of events from the original story, the Allied forces' losses were relatively minor in comparison. There was only one step left, just one more step. All I needed to do was reclaim Ellen. If I could do that, I would have no more wishes, no more greed. But in the end, I didn't reclaim Ellen and died. I couldn't even match my opponent in battle. How could that not be unfair? I just needed to take one more step, but I couldn't. I might have to lose everything because of my defeat in the final battle. Of course. I didn't want to say it wasn't unfair. I couldn't bring myself to say it wasn't unfair. All these things, all the days I'd spent so far, I thought I might be able to find her. And sometimes, after everything returned to normal, occasionally living as we used to. Really, just occasionally. I had imagined that, all those days. It was heartbreaking. Was that all? By the time I came to my senses, I was the frail prince of a demon race, on the verge of extinction, with no memory at all, knowing only that the world was soon to end, desperately not wanting to die, relying solely on a weak disguise magic that could be undone with a single dispel. I fell to the imperial capital. Until now, trying somehow to save everyone, the world ended up like this because of me. Still, I clenched my teeth and came this far. Now you just need to come to your senses. But you're on the verge of death, and I can't bear to see it. Isn't it unfair? In fact, everything happened because of me. It seemed like I would die with only the last step remaining in the conclusion of everything. Wouldn't it be strange if I didn't feel this was unfair and heartbreaking? I was angry, indignant, and heartbroken. How did I come this far? To die after coming this far? Amidst my appeal of unfairness, which didn't fit my current situation, it didn't ridicule me. How pitiful! It neither reproached nor criticized my confession. It just closed its eyes in the rain. The rainwater flowed down its eyes endlessly. Countless raindrops fell onto its head, streaming down its face and eyes, pooling in puddles. Were those tears? It should be the downpour summoned by Liana. Esara, I felt as if this torrential rain was the tears it shed. If the whole world was crying, and its tears became rain. In this miserable downpour that seemed like that, it spoke amidst the world's sobbing rain. Then what shall we do? I couldn't tell how many of we there were anymore. Weren't we pitiful? Simply swept away in your stories, we had to disappear. We had no role to play. We couldn't resist. By monsters. Sometimes by humanity. Sometimes by you, because of your reasons alone. The I that had to disappear. Our trampled lives. Shouldn't we feel more wronged than you? With just the words, it couldn't be helped. Should we accept that? With eyes closed, the mingled voices spoke dispassionately, not shouting in rage and despair, but conveying a profound sadness. They had not dreamed of anything. They were crushed and vanished because of the dreams of others. More precisely, because of the dream I had. No matter how much I say that wasn't my intention, the deaths that occurred because of me are undeniable. Their grief and anger are natural and undoubtedly justified. For me to complain about my own grief to them would be unbearable and unjust for them as well. There's nothing we can do about our sadness. There's nothing we can do about our grievances, just like how we died amidst those words. Your Majesty, if you cannot restore our lives to us, if you cannot return everything you took from us, in grievances and sorrow, and within anger, embrace your inevitable death. Only by dying like that will you at least receive the minimal recompense. For all the deaths that have occurred because of you, restoring lives was impossible. Both it and I knew that. So I had to die too, one step short of achieving everything, with only one step left. In agony and despair, in grievances and anger. Only by dying amidst sorrow could it be the slightest atonement. I shouldn't be alive. Trying to live is excessive greed. It looked at me with its eyes open. But your heart, we understand. Had time refined it somehow, it didn't appear as if it was engulfed in intense emotions like when it first appeared. Or had it, in Ellen's body, come to resemble her calm demeanor, its gaze? Its eyes, once filled with emptiness and abyss now, looked like a frozen, deep lake, not warm, not without animosity, just serene. We have no intention of forgiving you, nor of sparing your life. But at the very least, out of respect for you, Let's make a deal. It acknowledged me but couldn't spare my life. I had to pay the price. Knowing my intention didn't change the outcome and the dead didn't come back to life, I had to pay the price. But it seemed to have a proposal, a deal, it said. Just die. It was a simple and cruel statement. Your loved ones, your precious people, everything you want to protect, we will spare everyone except you. Even from this child you loved we will depart, and then disappear. You will never see with your own eyes how everyone you loved lives on. To such a world of insensitivity, come with us, filled with sorrow, resentment, and rage, becoming a being like us, vanishing from the world. So that's what it was. I finally understood what that future meant. The scene where I was killed and Ellen committed suicide. That future wasn't a future of defeat. It wasn't about losing a battle. It wasn't about dying in combat. I saw the scene after this deal. Since I could solve everything with my life, I would have accepted this deal. Even if I fought, I'd lose. I knew I would die anyway. If I hadn't seen the next scene, I would have definitely accepted this deal. What I saw in the preview was my lifeless body and Ellen taking her own life. It wasn't my appearance after defeat. It was the aftermath of accepting the deal to die and end everything. If I didn't accept the deal, it wouldn't just kill me. Not just me, but everyone, including Harriet and Olivia. It would start killing everyone who sided with the Demon King. And eventually, it would kill Ellen, who it was possessing. But if I died quietly now, it would vanish. If I hadn't seen that future, I would have accepted the deal, because that would have been the best choice I could make. Dying in a meaningless struggle, and everyone I loved dying too, or just me dying. It was obvious which one to choose. There was no need to die with others for nothing. It wasn't lying. It was sincere when it said it would kill only me, and then disappear. The reason Ellen took her own life in the future I saw was because she realized she had killed me with her own hands. The promise would be kept. But there was one truth I knew because I knew the future. It wasn't just me dying, but Ellen, who killed me, would also die. This wasn't a deal where only I died. Demon, King, and the hero. If in the end only the two of them die, would peace come to those who remain? Would vanishing with it be the only ending allowed for me? I might have been able to beat Ellen if I used the Allspringer, but even if I did, Ellen and I would die together, so it would be pointless. Whether Ellen killed me and then committed suicide, or I killed Ellen with the power of the divine artifact and died as a result, it was ultimately the same thing. The future I saw was not a matter of the result of the battle, but a matter of choice. If I refused, I would have to fight it, and if I lost, it would kill everyone I loved. If I accepted, only Ellen and I would die, and everything else would be left to those who remained. Even without me, everyone would somehow survive. Some would grieve, and most people would cheer that the hero had defeated the Demon King. How ridiculous! The Great Demon War ended with the mutual annihilation of the hero and the Demon King. And even now, beyond time, were the hero and the Demon King destined to vanish together? Was it always the fate of the hero and the Demon King to die together? I proved that I have done all this not to destroy something, but to protect something. By giving up everything and dying at its hand at the very end, I prove it. Even when reaching the end of everything, I shouldn't have anything. If I were alone, it would be fine. If it were just me, it would be all right. In the end, I saw the image of Ellen, who killed me with her own hands and looked confused as she regained her senses. And then I saw Ellen, who ultimately chose death. Numerous times, dozens of times, hundreds of times. Whenever my will weakened, whenever my determination wavered, I saw that sight and clenched my teeth. I didn't accumulate this time to see such a future. I vowed and did something. I was killed by Ellen in my dreams. I tried desperately to hold up the collapsing world. But in the end, I have to choose the future I never wanted to see. I've talked too much about things that can't be helped. It can't be helped. So let's do it this way now. I must accept it. Those unavoidable things. This time I want to try somehow. I don't want to choose the obvious option, at least not this time. I might lose, but I won't necessarily lose. I won't necessarily die. There isn't only the possibility that I'll lose. Just as I can't buy my happiness with someone else's misfortune. I can't buy someone else's happiness with my misfortune, can I? It's a horrible and cruel thing to say. But can't I be happy now too? In the end, I don't want to die. Dying is scary. I'm afraid of the situation after my death. Ellen, who will take her own life and those left behind. Though I've only seen Ellen's appearance, I'm afraid and trembling at the thought of imagining the thoughts and emotions of those I haven't seen. That's why. This time, I will make a choice that shouldn't be made. I'll choose even knowing that it's an option that shouldn't be chosen. No, I shake my head. Yes, let's think of it simply. I made a promise. I definitely made a promise. There were countless days when I almost died. I've encountered enemies I couldn't defeat in battle. There was a time when I survived in front of such an enemy just because of a single promise. I won't make you sad, Luna Artorius. The only reason she saved me was that. I wouldn't make Ellen sad. I said I'd try to do something about the later events. I made a promise with your mother. She didn't believe my words. Just as I knew this would happen, Luna knew too. But in the end, if I die by Ellen's hand and Ellen takes her own life, that promise will be broken. She was not an ordinary being. It's a promise I made with the god's incarnation, so I must keep it. No, I want to keep it. So even if I want to die for you, I can't. The moment I said that, suddenly, really suddenly, the world stopped and turned red. What is this? Everything stopped, and only I could move. Even the falling rain had stopped. In a world where time had stopped, something had changed. The sky, which had been full of dark clouds, had cleared, and there was a huge hole. A black hole pierced through the center of the sun, which had become dozens of times larger than usual. No, it wasn't a hole. Something was blocking the sun. The sun, which was dozens of times larger than usual, and the moon, which covered it. A solar eclipse. The world stopped with an unexpected solar eclipse. And then, between the suspended raindrops, something that had never been there before appeared in front of me. You haven't forgotten the promise. At the sudden appearance of someone's voice, familiar and yet nostalgic, I turned my head. I couldn't help but doubt my eyes. The person I thought I would never see again in my lifetime was there. The moon and the sun. I knew someone related to those two. And as far as I knew, there was only one person who could cause such a miracle. Mother, Luna Artorius. The person who had appeared in the moonlight now stood before me, accompanied by a massive solar eclipse. Didn't I tell you? The words she said when she let me go back then. The blessings of the moon and the sun will be with you. Was that not a promise, but a prophecy? Chapter 668, Luna Artorius. She revealed herself as the eclipse occurred. Had she been watching from somewhere? When she spoke of the blessings of the sun and the moon, I had assumed it was just a customary phrase to wish for good luck. Was it important that I had refused the deal, or was something else more important? I didn't know. The promise to not sadden Ellen. Was my determination to keep that promise what caused Luna to intervene? I couldn't know the exact reason. As far as I knew, the person closest to the absolute in the world had appeared. It was impossible for me to defeat Ellen in her current state, but Luna might be able to. Allspringer summoned an avatar. However, she was the avatar of two gods. She could undoubtedly do it. How were you able to come this far? She asked, seeming both pitiful and proud. Luna looked at me with a wistful smile. I'll take care of that for you, she said, plainly stating her purpose. Take care of it. So Ellen will return to her original state, in the form you desire, the form you've been longing for, completely whole. At those words, my heart raced like mad. I could have Ellen back, whole again, back to her original state. All the vengeful spirits would vanish. The gate incident would end, and I would gain everything I desired. That would be enough. That would do. Had the time I spent traveling to Rosera to meet Luna not been about making me stronger, but instead about causing a change that would allow Luna to intervene in the world. I'll leave the matters of the future to you, she said. Luna walked silently toward Ellen. It seemed there was no need for further discussion. Was this the end, with everything resolved? There would still be other issues, but would they simply be matters of the world that could be resolved if only we tried? That's how it was. That's how it was. In this damned world, there could be nothing but good fortune. What about you, Mother? At my call, Luna's steps halted. If it had been so simple, there would have been no reason not to do it by now. There had to be a reason for Luna to appear only now. If it had been as easy as turning her palm, she should have done it sooner. Watching, watching, and watching, it was clear that she had no choice but to appear. Will you disappear? That's what's going to happen, right? There would surely be a price to pay. If there were no price, Luna would have intervened long ago. In the Tomb of the Lick, Luna had tried to kill me. She had said that if she killed me then, she would have disappeared from the world as the price. The same was true this time. By doing this, she would disappear. That's why she had appeared only now. She wouldn't want to disappear either. She appeared because I still wanted to keep my promise. She must have wanted to help in any way she could. I was never a being that belonged to this world in the first place, Luna said, stopping and turning to face me. I've existed without origin for a long time, performed actions without origin, and experienced happiness without origin. I have no regrets. If I have no regrets, what reason do you have to feel sad for me? Would that be enough? If Luna sacrificed herself to restore Ellen, would that be enough? I didn't know. I didn't know how to defeat Ellen. Even if I won, I didn't know how to extract those vengeful spirits from her and extinguish them. Luna said she would take care of it all. Was that enough? That was. Such a convenient conclusion that it was difficult to accept. I think I knew the reason for the future too. I would have rejected Luna's intervention as well. If Luna intervened, she would disappear. I would have rejected her intervention and made the deal. And Luna couldn't prevent Ellen's self-destructive actions. I wouldn't have wanted Luna to sacrifice herself when I could solve everything on my own. But things had changed. I knew the outcome after accepting the deal. The predetermined future, where I knew nothing, and the present were clearly different. Leaving Luna to sacrifice herself was the best solution I could find through the future I saw. Was I really incapable of doing anything and playing any role? What about father? My question might have been too irrelevant in this desperate situation, as Luna seemed a little taken aback, as if it were pathetic for me to ask such a question in this situation. I finished talking with Ronan, as if to say that I didn't need to worry about it since they had talked enough. But, contrary to the image in Rizera, I had a rough idea of what their relationship actually looked like. The wife, an incarnation of the gods, a human husband. Of course, Ronan wouldn't have had any say in the matter. So, it's not because you decided to do that you told him, right? You're right. I had no choice but to know that Ronan had been informed, as Luna only stared at me without speaking. Luna, who was about to approach Ellen, eventually came to me with a very annoyed expression. Poke Luna pushed my forehead with the tip of her index finger. In a situation like this, Poke, a good child. Poke should be shedding tears of gratitude. Poke and staying quiet. Poke, that's what manners are. Slap. Ouch. I fell back from the final slap of her reprimand. Despite the situation, I couldn't help but laugh. I don't want that. I promised not to make Ellen sad, but it's not right for you to die either. I'm not dying. I'm just returning to the will and power I originally belonged to. If I can't see you anymore, how is that any different from dying? In the end, it was just replacing one sorrow with another. If I exchanged Ellen for Luna, wouldn't Ellen still end up being sad? Whether I died to get Ellen back or Luna disappeared. In the end, something important would be lost from Ellen all the same. The irritation disappeared from Luna's expression. Her face turned cold. The first time she saw me, it was the expression she had when she tried to kill me in all seriousness. Just facing that expression sent chills down my spine. Then do you have any other options? If I disappear like this, you'll die in a reckless fight, and that thing will go mad. Even though there's no other way but for me to disappear, you're just throwing a tantrum because you don't want me to. Yes. Luna's brows narrowed at my words, which had come out without any hesitation. How can you be so? Luna heaved a deep sigh. Could you be any more stubborn and foolish? Her words weren't just empty, she seemed genuinely disappointed. Even in this situation, when everything could have been easily resolved by someone else, I was throwing a tantrum without any solution. It seemed unbearable to her that I was so pathetic. There was no way, no method. I was just being obstinate. I wanted to get Ellen back. But I didn't want Luna to disappear either. Was there no better outcome? Why did something always have to be sacrificed? That's how it always was. You know, looking back, it had always been like that. There had never been any clear way. I didn't know how to become stronger. I didn't know the cause of the gate incident. I didn't know how to find Rizera. I had never had a complete solution for any problem. But I had faced them head on. While I had failed countless times, miraculously, I had found some way or somehow resolved the problems. Though not absolute, I had become stronger. The gate incident happened, but I eventually found out why. I didn't know the way to Rizera, but I had found it somehow. That was why Luna appeared before me now. You think I don't know that? But how everything worked out until now was truly miraculous. That's why. Shut up and listen. Where's the guarantee that it will be like that this time? There isn't one. It was reckless. Refusing the only solution while having no alternatives was undeniably foolish, even by my standards. But what could I do? I didn't want to lose anything. If I accepted Luna's sacrifice now, because there was no other choice, what about next time? Since Luna had accepted her fate, she would eventually make another sacrifice when she deemed it necessary. I knew that compromise was necessary to survive, but if I grew too accustomed to compromise, I would eventually sacrifice everything I held dear. I was afraid of taking that first step. It might be impossible to live a life without compromise, but I didn't want to live a life accustomed to it. I had clenched my fist tight, and I didn't want to let go of anything, neither Ellen nor Luna. I didn't want to grow accustomed to the idea that I had to give up one thing to have another. You foolish boy. Finally, Luna turned her head away from me, grinding her teeth. She was clearly furious. Considering everything she had done for me, it was only natural that she was angry when I stubbornly refused her help despite having no alternative. Don't think I'll help you twice. That was the truth. After much deliberation, she had made up her mind to help me. But I had chosen a path that could only lead to death, rejecting the easy way out. She wouldn't appear to help me twice. It had been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With Luna's help, I could have gotten Ellen back, and it would have been the solution to everything. But I had refused, so there wouldn't be a second chance. Since I had no intention of accepting the deal with the vengeful spirits, I was highly likely to die. I would probably regret not accepting Luna's help as I faced death. But the decision was mine to make. I didn't want to get Ellen back from a world where Luna had disappeared. A mother died for her daughter, and I didn't want to rejoice that the daughter had returned. Luna turned her back on me and walked toward Ellen. With a disgusted expression, Luna looked down at me lying on the ground. She waved her hand in the air. Then, in her hand appeared a sword. A cloak was draped over her shoulder. What? This is all I can do. What she held in her hand was unmistakably the moon sword Lament and the sun cloak Lapelt. The void sword and sun cloak that Ellen had held in the stopped world had disappeared. Luna had stolen Ellen's divine relics, which had been the biggest problem. This was something that hadn't been in the preview. The changed future had produced a different result due to my changed words. I didn't know what had changed, but something was definitely different. See, there is something. Hey, smack. Ouch. In the end, I got hit. That probably wasn't something for which she needed to pay the price of disappearing. Right. In the end, there was something. There was something she could do without paying the price of disappearing, without compromising. I wouldn't have known this if I had just stayed put. I would have had to console myself with the words, I had no choice, and just relayed the message to Ellen that her mother had saved her and disappeared. My thoughts must have been written all over my face. Even in this situation, you're annoying to the very end. Luna looked at me, gritting her teeth. I was so detestable that it seemed to drive her mad. Yet she couldn't bear to see me die like this. She couldn't just leave me be. If you still can't do anything after all this, you might as well die. You're such a worthless guy. She cursed at me while looking at me. Her expression was angry, annoyed, and incredulous. She wasn't the type to reveal so much in her expression. Come to think of it, Ellen was the same. I must have had a talent for infuriating people with similar personalities to Ellen. Weren't you the one who asked if I had plans to have another child? Oh, yeah. Could it be that she really tried? I never want to give birth again. Luna clenched her teeth. If I have a child who's as high maintenance as you, it'll be a disaster. Luna and Ronan were lucky with Ragan and Ellen. What if their luck had run out and they ended up with a child like me? That's why she felt anxious and scared to give birth again. But still, she said those words. Live. Even though she had told me to just die, she ultimately said that. Whether you are a good son or a bad son, whether you are a strong son or a weak son, I don't need any of that. Most of all, I like my living son. Like how you want me to be alive, not the me that helps, but the me that you can meet anytime. I feel the same. And so, leaving behind those sad words that stemmed from her experiences, as she always had, she disappeared with a single step. Chapter 669. As Luna disappeared, the world began to move again. With the sky growing cloudy once more, the raindrops that had been suspended in the air came pouring down to the earth. Woo-whoosh. Deafening thunder roared and lightning flashed, while all around, the battle between the monsters and the allied forces raged on. Deep within the chaos, hidden in the torrential rain, the final battlefield, the being beyond. It was the only one, besides myself, who had noticed the sudden anomaly. Lament and Lapelt had vanished unexpectedly. A strange trick, indeed. It must have thought that I had done something, not realizing that the world had stopped, the cloak of the sun god and the sword of the moon. It was only natural that Luna, the incarnation of the sun and the moon, could take them away from their owners, giving me the maximum possible assistance without paying the heavy price of disappearing. Or perhaps she had taken on a cost for this, but she hadn't said, so I couldn't know. Luna didn't want me to die. Look, Mother, I was acting like a stubborn child, she said. Being stubborn, she still helped in ways other than disappearing. If I hadn't known the future, I would have acted like I was going to die and told my mother to leave, and Luna would have eventually given in to my stubbornness. Then I would have died, and so would Ellen. If I had just stayed still, Luna would have solved everything, disappeared, and Ellen would have lost her mother. I chose the third option, not accepting the deal, not taking the hand Luna had extended at the cost of her own existence. I would find a way. So I told her to step back. As a result, Luna didn't disappear, but the two relics that made Ellen the most powerful being in the world were gone. The absolute attack of the Void Sword, the absolute defense of Lapelt. She had lost both, and I still had two relics. It would have realized that the two relics that had suddenly vanished were no longer responding to its will. The hero had lost her relics, so it might have thought that I could now be a worthy opponent. And Luna said she would no longer help. The price for refusing the favor of an incarnation was great. She really wouldn't help anymore. If I still lost after all this, it would be better to die. She must have meant it. Absolute attack, absolute defense. Both were gone. It wasn't an equal condition. I still had two relics. Now, rather, the conditions were in my favor. If I still lost, if I still faced defeat, yes, as Luna said, I might as well die. Rumble thunder rumbled in the distance, somewhere far away on the battlefield. Woo-whoosh. In a massive puddle formed from the heavy rain, the being that had lost its relics looked at me. The disappearance of the relics must mean that the gods have abandoned us. It means the gods want you to win. They must want our deaths to be forgotten. Yes, then we shall reject the gods. It did not demand the return of the lost relics. Instead, it declared that if the gods had forsaken them, it would no longer seek their names. It moved slowly. Swish between the wreckage of a collapsed building or some other unidentifiable ruins. Something was there. Something sprouted out from that corner, and she grabbed it. It was a rusty sword, with only half its blade remaining, so broken and old that it was impossible to even know who it belonged to. It was a sword of such poor quality that it couldn't have been much better even in its prime. It was likely the sword of someone who had fought here long ago, during the initial gate incident at Diane. For the first time, an expression appeared on her face. Undoubtedly, it was a smile. Rather, isn't it better this way? Ellen laughed, holding the broken sword. It's not some grand artifact. It's the sword of some nameless person who got swept away in your story. A trampled, broken weapon of a nobody. Isn't it more fitting to pierce your heart? A nothing sword, trampled and forgotten. Countless such swords, spears, and bows would have been discarded in the world. While it may not have been the most powerful weapon to kill me, it was a weapon that had the right to do so. A grey aura began to surround the broken sword. Whoosh, the ominous grey aura enveloping the weapon began to emit a shape reminiscent of death like smoke. A weapon of nothingness. Rather, the ancient and fragile sword seemed as if it would break with a mere touch. Something within that sword. Neither magical nor divine, but something else. A culmination of hatred, anger, and despair. Surely it was resentment. Behold, Demon King, can our resentment reach your heart? We're curious too. Could it really be called a weak weapon? Rather, being the weakest in the world, the most dangerous and the saddest weapon of all. After the gate incident, there were countless people who had died, and countless moments when they had to fight monsters with nothing more than mundane swords and spears. There must have been as many broken weapons as there were people who died. How many moments did powerless people have to fight with powerless weapons? How many people fell without even a weapon in hand? As if all those weapons were combined and refined, the sword of resentment exuded a dangerous aura. The moment that sword collided with Alspringer, clang! Ugh! I felt indescribable pain, not from the flesh, but from the soul. It was precisely the same kind of pain I felt when the vengeful spirits tried to swallow me and entered my soul. The mere collision of the swords brought on an unbearable spiritual pain and fear that felt like my brain would be torn apart. Sweating coldly, I retreated, and she smiled at me. It wasn't a weapon like the Void Sword, where one misstep meant death. However, the eerie power within that sword caused a chilling pain in my body without even touching me. It was the same kind of pain I felt when my soul was almost swallowed. The fear and pain I never wanted to remember again. That's what I felt with just one exchange of sword strikes. Ha! Physical wounds could be regenerated by Tiamata's divine power, but the pain inflicted on the soul accumulated. It could not be healed. If the Void Sword could kill me at any moment, that weapon was one that slowly whittled me down. Not as sharp, but it attacked another part of me. When it entered my body, I had experienced unconsciousness several times. Although not as powerful as the Void Sword, a massive gap emerged when my mind wavered. Kwang, K. Kairak. The broken sword couldn't pierce my aura armor, but the powerful impact and the horrifying sound it emitted pierced my brain, threatening to tear my soul apart. Jagiok, Ku. Ellen's body was not only a weapon, but also a lethal instrument itself. Even without a weapon, she could tear monsters apart with her bare hands. Hadn't the situation actually worsened, allowing her to perform both physical and spiritual attacks? Hadn't stealing the divine artifacts only led her to find an even more dangerous weapon? Excuses were pathetic. The future had already changed. Luna had given all the help she could. What mattered was that although she had found another weapon, she hadn't found another shield. That was crucial. Oh, flame! Kurarang. With the will-infused incantation, a massive wave of fire erupted from the flame of Tuesday, causing a huge explosion beneath Ellen's feet as she charged towards me. Quackang. However, as if she had known about the flames even before they appeared, Ellen evaded and lunged at me simultaneously. The explosion of water vapor created by the evaporating water was meant to obstruct her view, but her heightened reflexes remained unchanged. As if she already knew without seeing, she charged through the steam, aiming straight for me. Kakang! Yuk! Just by blocking the sword, it felt as if my mind was being torn apart. In a split second, my unwavering spirit was disrupted. The aura within Tiamata and the aura armor protecting my body wavered, just for a brief moment. Squeak! But in that short gap, the broken sword pushed out the protective aura and cut into half of my neck. Thankfully, my wavering spirit lasted only for a brief moment. Bang! I managed to create some distance by kicking Ellen away as she attempted to land the finishing blow. Tiamata healed my bleeding neck. If the cut had been any deeper, I would have died. No, it seemed like the cut was deep enough to have severed an artery. That sword disrupted my will. Even if just for a moment, I was rendered powerless. If it hadn't been for the special training in Rizera, my spirit might have been shattered at the first clash with that sword. No, I wouldn't have even made it this far, devoured by those vengeful spirits instead. My fingertips trembled. Dangerous in a different way than the Void Sword, that broken sword attacked me directly. The longer the battle lasted, the more my mind would deteriorate. Once I lost consciousness, it would all be over. Kajuk, Kang, Kang. As the onslaught continued, I felt a pain that seemed to tear my soul apart throughout my entire body. Beyond the physical limitations of the broken sword, it deflected and countered all my attacks. Hugh, Hueok. After dozens of exchanges, I finally realized the problem wasn't the Void Sword. It wasn't the Sun Cloak. It wasn't even the broken sword. We had crossed swords multiple times. For days, weeks, months. There were times when we spent entire nights fighting. Although Ellen's body was controlled by vengeful spirits, I was ultimately facing Ellen. She had no will of her own, but she fought in Ellen's style. That was the problem. The fight from my dreams was reenacted. I had learned the sword from Ellen. Therefore, Ellen not only knew everything about me when it came to the sword, but she was always ahead of me. How to slash, how to stab, how to measure distance and close it, how to use angles, how to utilize joint techniques, how to use counters, how to counter a counter. I learned all of this from Ellen. Of course, Ellen, who had taught me all of this, was incomparably better at everything than I was. Now, I had to fight the person who had taught me everything. Without surpassing my master, I had to fight against her, even though she held a broken sword. Even with a divine weapon, I couldn't win. Click! Suddenly, Ellen charged and struck her sword directly downward from above. As I tried to deflect the sword diagonally at that moment, swoosh! Ugh! Ah! I was hit by her knee, which she raised while maintaining the same speed as her charge, and I was sent flying into the sky. I rolled several times on the ground while feeling the agony of my innards being crushed. As I landed and rolled several times in a puddle, I barely managed to get back on my feet. She feigned a downward strike, drawing my gaze upward, but in reality, she didn't put any strength into the sword at all. She read everything about me. She knew my weaknesses all too well. Ellen, having taught me everything, couldn't lose to me even if she wanted to. Ellen Artorias was my arch-nemesis. As a result of learning the sword from Ellen, I quickly grew stronger. I learned how to fight, and thus my skills were no longer inferior to anyone. However, because of this, I became someone who could never defeat Ellen. It was similar to the old days. I kept getting hit, falling, and rolling, but I didn't feel any nostalgia. I wasn't dead because of Tiamata's divine power. I should have died several times by now. I could only recover because the injuries weren't absolutely fatal. And now, an unbearable mental pain was accumulating. My vision blurred, and I felt like I was about to lose consciousness. Even channeling magic through my entire body was becoming increasingly difficult. Despite having come this far, without lament and Lapelt, am I still losing? Can't I win even after all this? Or am I just weak? Then how? What should I have done? I thought I had done everything I could on my own. The pain accumulating in my mind weakened me. Negative and self-destructive thoughts rose up. I knew that these thoughts were forcibly induced by the whispers of the vengeful spirits. An urge to give up everything and let go welled up within me. If there were no broken swords, then what? Would it be better if she held a truly ordinary sword instead of that grotesque one? No, if she had no weapon at all, would anything change? It was a fight against someone who knew everything about me. Now it felt like I would lose even if Ellen fought with her bare hands. No, without the penalty of that broken weapon, I felt like I would be defeated even more overwhelmingly. There was no reason for my opponent to watch such a mindset of a loser rise up. Lightly, as if leaping, Ellen charged at me. I raised my sword to block her charge, but I already knew as I held the sword. I wouldn't be able to stop her this time either. My spirit was broken. Certainty of victory couldn't guarantee victory. However, certainty of defeat, that would surely bring about defeat. In the midst of the pain that once again enveloped my soul, as Ellen struck my listlessly raised sword. At the same time as I was completely disarmed, Tiamata left my hand. Splash! The moment Ellen swooped down on me, the water in the puddle spread in all directions, creating a rough spray. Was I going to die? I lost my grip on the sword, and Ellen pounced on me, crushing me underneath her. My entire body was entangled and crushed, leaving no chance to escape. I knew it. It was simple. I had fallen for this several times before. While charging and deflecting her sword, she would send her whole body flying at me, crushing me beneath her. Looking down at me from above, aiming her sword at my neck, always, "You're dead." Yes, always like this, she had said. Chapter 670, what I heard was unmistakably Ellen's voice. I couldn't help but be surprised, and it seemed the same was true for my opponent. With lifeless eyes wide open, it shook as it aimed its sword at my throat. It was something we had done many times before. Although Ellen's will was absent, it was as if we were fighting in Ellen's style. After numerous habitual battles, instead of thrusting the sword into my throat, Ellen stopped. I had always been defeated. Ellen had always won. Just as it had become a habit for me to lose to Ellen, it had become a habit for Ellen to win against me. So that habit of stopping at the last moment carried over. Even those familiar words involuntarily escaped my lips. Ah, hick, hick. Tears that couldn't be contained flowed from Ellen's lifeless eyes. Tears mixed with rainwater streamed down endlessly. The one who shouldn't cry was crying. These were not tears of bitterness or anger. They were simply tears of sadness. Ellen, hick, ah. I didn't know what was happening. However, I could sense the violent struggle within the silence. Ellen hadn't disappeared completely. Somewhere inside, Ellen was still there. Yes, Luna had said she could bring Ellen back. Although I didn't actually borrow Luna's power, it meant I could recover Ellen. And from the beginning, it had said it could bring Ellen back as well. Ellen hadn't vanished. I was just too weak. I was so weak that I couldn't recover Ellen. Luna could bring Ellen back, and it could return Ellen on its own. I just couldn't find the way. Ellen could be restored completely, and Ellen was still somewhere inside it. Biting my lip, I tried to do something, but the sight of Ellen sobbing helplessly told me it was painful. A wave of pale energy erupted from Ellen's body. GH. clutching its head. Who? Hick? Who? Ah, with a roar like a lost soul, and a shockwave that could tear apart not only the surrounding earth, but my body as well. I was swept away for dozens of meters. Barely managing to stand after being thrown back, Ellen clutched her head amidst the torrent that seemed to pour down. A tremor like an earthquake resounded as something erupted from her body. I'll must kill. You too. The hero too. Everything you love, everything precious to you, must be taken away. That's fair. That's the only way. Holding a broken sword, she glared at me with a bizarre appearance as vengeful spirits emanated from her body. I couldn't tell if her condition was bad or good. If her condition worsened, would that be good for me? I didn't know if the torrent of vengeful spirits surging from Ellen's body was because they were leaving, or if they were going berserk. However, the rough grey torrent erupting from the broken sword certainly told me that not only was it dangerous for herself, but also for me. Approaching carelessly might have killed me, but there was a strong conviction that now was my only chance. It was clear. The method to repel that thing, I didn't know. The method to kill that thing, I didn't know. But there was one thing I did know. Having been consumed by it, I learned one thing while my soul was being attacked by the strange power of the sword it wielded. It could kill a living being, but it couldn't kill a soul. It could possess a body, but it couldn't kill the soul's original owner. If it could, it would have killed my soul the moment it possessed me from the beginning. The fact that it couldn't meant that, although it was a collection of souls, it could never kill or eliminate a soul. I who was swallowed by it, and yet not killed, was the proof. The fact that Ellen's soul still remained somewhere out there proved it. So I went, KRRR, facing the thing that rushed at me, clad in a tumult of vengeful spirits. I didn't back away, but instead approached it. Quaduck, not only attacking my mind, but I felt a tremendous physical pressure from the colliding swords. KRRR. The raindrops pouring down in the shockwave were pushed away by the sheer physical force, never reaching us. From the broken sword that collided with Tiamata, a fierce flame erupted as the pressure of the surging spirits and Tiamata's divine power clashed. I didn't know if it was the flame of the spirits being burned away or a physical flame. The flames of vengeance engulfed me, and my sanity seemed to fly away from the pain that felt like it could tear my brain apart. In the turbulence of vengeful spirits, it tried to kill me somehow, as if squeezing out the last flame. The pain that felt like my soul was being torn apart, and the otherworldly pain trying to rip my heart apart both loomed. But I knew the pain could weaken my soul, but it couldn't kill me. The void sword could cut my flesh. The dark sword of resentment could attack my soul, but it could never kill my soul. I just had to not crumble in the pain and fear. Kadak. I knew I couldn't win. I had never won, not even once. In the days when I learned the sword from Ellen, who knew nothing, hiding the fact that I was the Demon King, it had always been like that. I didn't learn the sword to fight and win against Ellen someday. But in the end, we ended up fighting like this. Whenever Ellen was serious, losing miserably was my fate. Defeat was all I had, but it wasn't always the same defeat. Collapsing in 1 round, later in 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds. At some point, I could even fight for about 10 minutes. It's hard. Once I got Alspringer, Ellen had even said those words, exhausted from facing me. I always lost. I always fell. But I was a loser who progressed. Knowing I couldn't win, I clenched my teeth and tried to win anyway. I didn't become strong to fight Ellen, but I tried for the things that would happen someday. I lost to you all my life. KRRR. As I faced Ellen's gaze, filled with hatred and rage, trying to push my sword away in the midst of the turbulent spirits and aiming for my neck. I said, just once, since the gate incident, for the first time, tears that had never been shed until now. Only. In the end, I couldn't hold back any longer. Really, just once. I knew that tears wouldn't change anything, but still I cried. Even if it's only once. I was so desperate, so helpless. Tears streamed down my face as they were swept away in the raging torrent of vengeful souls in the midst of a soul-rending storm. Can't I win? Just once, just once. For this crucial moment, I wished for victory. I could lose to you for the rest of my life, as long as I won now. Because if I lost now, I wouldn't have any chances to lose to you in the future. Because I was willing to spend the rest of my life being defeated by you, just like in the days of the temple. So, that eternity, that endless time would be enough if I could just get it back. I pleaded with my own self-suggestion. My own word magic, just this once, only once. I will, for this moment alone, I will defeat you, no matter what happened. I will win, quarrurung, ah, ah. As it reached some kind of limit, it began to release power wildly, its actions becoming more and more erratic. Bang! Instead of blocking the upward swing of the sword, I stepped back to avoid it. No matter what power was imbued in a weapon, there was always an absolute limit. The broken sword. It had its limitations. This time, I deflected the thrust of the sword that lunged towards me. Fighting with Ellen's senses, it was clear that the thing controlling her body was feeling confused. It had become dull. Ellen Artorius knew my swordsmanship better than anyone else in the world. But in the end, that's why the person who knew Ellen's swordsmanship the best in the world was also me. As I deflected the sword that was aimed at me, she tried her best to target my neck this time. I dodged the swing aimed at my neck after my sword was pushed aside. Lowering my stance, I avoided the knee that was thrust upwards towards my face. Her twisted face, filled with confusion, anger, and despair, was just inches away from me. The sword pierced through pain and despair. But knowing that this gap would not come again, I took the hit. Thud. I did not block the sword that pierced my heart. An eerie pain shot through my brain, but this level of pain was nothing compared to the pressure on my soul at this moment. Instead, I pulled. I pulled the arm that had stabbed me. Thump, I grabbed her neck. Kururung. There was no escape. I would gladly be stabbed in the heart countless times for a single victory. Dozens, hundreds, even thousands of times. I could do anything. I had done everything to get her back. I could endure so much more than this. The torrent of vengeful souls exerted physical force on my body, but my body regenerated as it shattered. As long as she didn't kill me in one blow, I would regenerate forever. I still had the divine relic, so I could do it. For a single victory, for just one opportunity. I had endured this moment of weakness, without sacrificing Luna, without sacrificing myself. I had clenched my teeth and let go of countless opportunities, not knowing if this moment would ever come. It had to be done now, or never. Reaching towards the creature that flailed about, as if to free itself from the grip on its neck, towards Ellen. I had only been accumulating everything up until this point by killing monsters. All of the achievement points I hadn't used even the tiniest bit for this moment. I used them now to get you back, and perhaps this would be the last time, using all 287, 620 achievement points. I perform a revision. Ha, ah. From now on, there was no need for power like word magic. No need for power like self-suggestion. These powers could disappear after this last use, for all I cared, because they were no longer necessary. More than any other time, more than any other moment, with the most intense desperation, with the most powerful intention. I wish self-suggestion, I command word magic with these words. Disappear. Chapter 671. Rumble. Countless events were taking place on the battlefield, and anomalies continued to occur in the heart of Dayan, where the otherworldly dragon had appeared. However, very few people could witness these anomalies firsthand. Whoosh, a torrential downpour obscured the scene, and a massive cloud of steam, caused by explosions, also hid it from the people's eyes. Even without that, it would have been impossible for the Alliance forces to focus on that area. Battles with the remaining monsters were happening, and the frenzied immortals indiscriminately slaughtered both the Alliance forces and monsters, causing tremendous chaos. As a result, no one was watching what was happening deep within Dayan. But suddenly, a swirling white torrent shot up into the sky and then subsided. Yet the anomaly happened again. A massive cloud appeared. It was a dark, thick cloud with a color similar to that of storm clouds, scattering heavy rain. However, it was too close to the ground to be considered a cloud. And within that cloud, despairing human faces appeared and disappeared continuously, writhing as if alive. Very few people knew that it was a collection of souls of those who had died so far. Still, wail the ominous, strange, and sorrowful wails emitted by the massive cloud whispered into the ears of everyone on the battlefield. Some people unknowingly shed tears due to the despair embedded in those sounds. Right below the giant cloud, whoosh, there was a man holding a dazed woman in the pouring rain. The man gazed up at the sky with a blank, despairing expression as rain fell on his face. He had done everything he could. In the end, he managed to regain what he had lost. but it wasn't a complete success. The curse he had shouted, hoping for the spirits to vanish, only brought half the success. The curse disappeared from Ellen Artorius's body, but it did not vanish from the world. It still had a physical form and wailed eerily. It could find another body to dwell in next, or bring about the destruction of everything by scattering curses throughout the world. The Demon King held the girl he had finally regained in his arms, looking up at the sky with a hardened expression. If he couldn't make it disappear, the calamity it caused would continue. It could dwell in someone else, or return to Ellen Artorius's body, or even possess the Demon King's physical body. Puff! Suddenly, someone appeared next to the Demon King. An extraordinary event has occurred. It was an old mage. He was a vampire named Antirionus. As always, he wore an expression that suggested he was scheming something sinister. Though they had achieved their first victory, the girl had fainted, and the Demon King had no energy left. The Demon King, sitting and embracing the precious girl, pointed shakily at the sky. Even that gesture was weak. "Will you be all right? I don't know what will happen next." The Demon King raised his head with difficulty and looked at the old vampire, who wore an expression of unbearable delight. Unable to muster the strength to speak, the Demon King's vision began to blur. "At last, you succeeded in reclaiming everything. At this moment when you possess it all, I want to relish the exhilaration of twisting your neck without necessarily having to swallow that thing." Intense despair. The old vampire enjoyed such things. "But even now, if I were to swallow that thing, wouldn't I naturally try to kill you as you are now?" The Demon King proposed to the old vampire when he transferred the spirit to Ellen Artorius, and when he learned that it was Antirionus who had suggested it, and when he saw the future in which he himself would die. The Demon King didn't kill the old vampire, but made a proposal instead. "I'm going to make you an offer that's hard to refuse." Hee hee, how intriguing. That irresistible offer was a story that even the old vampire could not help but be surprised by. "So, what is it?" At the very end. "Wouldn't you like the chance to become my final adversary and destroy everything I have? If that thing somehow escaped from Ellen's body and couldn't be completely annihilated, before it wreaked havoc on the world, how about you try to consume it by becoming my final enemy? Not lurking on the outskirts of the story, but becoming the ultimate evil in the story. What do you think? If it wandered around without a host, it would become an even bigger problem. If it can't be annihilated, someone has to bear it. So, at the moment when it was driven out of Ellen's body, next, someone has to bear it. If I were to consume it, what would you do? I'll subdue you somehow and annihilate you. If I can't, I'll imprison you. So you cannot do that to Ellen Artorius, but you'll turn me into that." "Exactly." "Heh, how candid of you. If you don't want to, say so." Witnessing the final despair, or creating the final despair with his own hands. Which one did he desire? The Demon King made such a proposal to the despair-enjoying vampire. Originally, this old one enjoys watching everything from behind, not leading in anything. The old vampire didn't enjoy excessively decisive behind-the-scenes actions. He liked twisting stories, but he didn't enjoy cutting off their lifelines. He might intervene and make suggestions, but determining the end of the story himself wasn't a hobby. If there was a happy ending, he would enjoy it. If a story ended in despair, he would enjoy that too. He preferred stories that flowed naturally and found their fitting conclusions. He might add a little commentary, but he wasn't one to insist on a story ending in despair or happiness. He had always had the opportunity to end this story in despair, but he chose not to as evidence. But this time, the situation was different. "However, as a loyal subject, how can I, Antirionus, refuse my lord's command?" There was a request not to sit idly by, but to become the final despair. If he lost the final battle, it would still be a great story. If he won, it would be overwhelming despair. The old vampire was not one to refuse such opportunities. And so, in the end, at the end of an impossible battle, the Demon King reclaimed the hero, and his thoughts remained unchanged. As if commanding to carry out the agreed-upon task, the weak gesture pointed towards the massive cloud of vengeful spirits. The one who swallowed it would no longer be themselves. Even Antirionus didn't know what would happen next. No one could predict the events that would unfold. Gruel Antirionus gazed up at the massive cloud of vengeful spirits that let out a grotesque howl. In truth, the elderly vampire might have come to this place even without the Demon King's request. He was a being that reveled in despair. How immense must the despair contained within that thing be? To take it into his body and savor it to the limit, to truly feel the countless tears of countless individuals as if they were his own. How could this be? So tempting. Thus, Antirionus seemed to be driven mad with ecstasy. He would likely die from consuming it. Even knowing he would die from eating it, the mad vampire decided to consume it. There was no reason not to eat it. Having lived for far too long to live for the sake of living, seeking twisted pleasure had become his purpose in life. To lose his life in exchange for tasting, it seemed almost too cheap a price. He would pay even more if needed. The elderly vampire reached into his chest. Then a deep crimson gem revealed itself. He was willing to die from consuming it, but he wanted to savor it a bit longer. Therefore, he had been secretly preparing since he received the proposal, preparing to properly consume it. The red gem was not originally Antirionus's. It belonged to another vampire, older than Antirionus, who no longer existed. Others believed he pursued the philosopher's stone, but the truth was different. It was a gem containing a failed wish, created to give a soul to a certain girl. This was a vessel to contain a soul. The wish had failed. It was a simple truth. A soul could not be created. What did not exist, did not exist. Thus, after completing his long research on the failed wish, he left only the gem behind, accepting the truth he had always known, and returned to the void, a vessel to contain a soul. A great thing, but at the same time, an utterly useless object. A miraculous stone that could offer no help to those who needed it most. That, too, was despair. The elderly vampire never told the Demon King about the existence of the stone. He couldn't grant a simple resolution, like sealing away the thing or making it vanish from the world, with this stone. Just as he didn't actively interfere. He didn't like providing crucial help either. But now it was necessary to properly seize it, to become the ultimate despair. The Demon King had requested it, so he intended to do his best to become the greatest despair. Come, lost souls. The crimson gem floated in the air above the elderly vampire's right hand. I want to feast upon your despair. Wooing. The crimson gem emitted light, and dozens of circles began to appear around it. A grand-scale soul absorption took place. It was something the elderly vampire had never attempted before. It didn't matter if it couldn't withstand the process and shattered. If that happened, he would simply absorb it with his bare body. Gruel. The massive cloud of vengeful spirits seemed to react, gradually beginning to move. No. Rather than being led, it was more accurate to say, Q-oo-oo-ah. They were being dragged. As if being forcibly pulled by something, the cloud of resentful souls was drawn into the crimson gem. Ki. The scream-like wailing clearly showed that the cloud of souls was resisting the pull. However, the gem that was made to contain souls began to devour the cloud of resentful souls as if swallowing them whole. Kurururururu. Despite the soul's raging torrent resisting, the vessel of souls sucked them in violently like the eye of a storm. As it absorbed them, the crimson gem grew increasingly murky, but it continued to swallow the cloud of souls that enveloped the area, seemingly without limit. Oh, Maximilia, how did you create such a magnificent thing? The elder vampire cried out the name of the vampire who created this, as the soul stone began to devour all the souls without end. How much time had passed? The razor-sharp wind that shattered the ground and tore through the air gradually subsided. In the middle of it all, an old man holding a red gem stood quietly. Ooh-ooh-ooh-wang. However, the gem was in turmoil. Due to containing too many souls, it seemed as if it would shatter at any moment. It was a magnificent object, but it was only natural that it couldn't withstand the pressure. The elder vampire simply, gulp, swallowed the stone. Heh, heh, heh. He, hick. You-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. You-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The half-mad vampire burst into laughter. Tears filled with sadness welled up in Antirionus' eyes, with a sickeningly joyful smile on his face. How? How can there be so many sad things? How can there be so many in this world? The elder vampire laughed for a long time. As if his soul had left his body due to the overwhelmingly sweet despair, the vampire's expression soon turned cold and bitter. Ah, to feed. There was something else I needed to do first. With a bizarre voice that overlapped and echoed, the existence of Antirionus, who had swallowed the stone of souls, began to fade away. However, this time was different. Until now, it had merely taken the place of the physical host. But in this case, they would become one. Antirionus, will, and the will of the souls would merge. The elder vampire would assimilate and dissolve with the souls. He was both Antirionus and the collective embodiment of the despairing souls. Antirionus looked at the demon king, who was still crouching, and the girl in his embrace. There was no final battle. The demon king had fainted. He had achieved an impossible victory and exhausted all his strength. So it was only natural. The monster, no longer a vampire nor a collection of souls, but something else entirely, quietly gazed at the demon king, who, even unconscious, desperately clung to the girl he had saved. S-O-R-R, in the rain pouring down like despair, the monster quietly spoke towards the unconscious demon king. I assume you didn't wish for something like this. Killing you when you can't put up any resistance is no fun. I will return later. Maybe you envisioned a scenario where I would appear to kill you when you are fully prepared. But that's not the case. I enjoy stories that are so despairing they're great, and stories that are so hopeful they're sacred. Of course, I also like stories that are so dreadful they're empty. The monster slowly approached the fallen demon king. There was only one dilemma: whether to kill the demon king first or the hero he loved. In any case, both would die an empty death at the hands of the monster, having reached the end of everything on this spot. A miserable and pathetic ending would be bestowed upon them. To put an end to the story that had gone beyond great despair and great hope and ended so emptily. Since it was the demon king's choice, he had to endure it. Thinking so, a pale resentment arose in the monster's hand when the monster, about to approach, sensed something and retreated. Bang! Then something blocked the space between the demon king, the hero, and the monster. A gigantic dark sword pierced the ground between them and disappeared like a mirage. The monster turned its gaze to where the sword had come from. There, a single ghost clad in bloodied armor, whose blood had been turned so much that it couldn't be known, stood. The ghost's right arm burned with a strange darkness. In the ghost's right hand was the dark sword made of darkness, which had blocked the space between the monster and the demon king. The ghost standing before the monster muttered in a trembling voice, "I still don't know what the answer is, but I think I know the most definite wrong answer. Here, these two dying. That at least seems to be the most definite wrong answer, since I don't know the answer, as much as the definite wrong answers, as much as the worst possible endings. I have to stop it. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you are. I don't know what you want. But step back, rumble." The dark sword in the suddenly appeared ghost's right hand aimed at the monster. The human-turned ghost said, "These two must not die here." Upon seeing this, the vampire-turned monster cocked its head. "Who might you be, suddenly appearing before me?" Regrettably, the monster didn't know who the ghost was. He was still too small a person for anyone to remember. But there was no need for an explanation. Knowing that his name was too small to be remembered by history, he no longer mentioned his name. You don't need to know. And he wasn't sad about it. Chapter 672, only a handful of people could see in detail what was happening deep within the battlefield. Among those who were close to the heart of the battle was Ludwig. He slashed through monsters in the rain, cutting and cutting his way through them. As he built a mountain of monster corpses while crossing the battlefield, Ludwig also witnessed the strange occurrences on the field. The dragon that suddenly appeared seemed to contain the universe within its body. The moment Ludwig saw the dragon destroy a titan up close, he, like the others, felt despair. However, before that monster could wipe out the entire allied forces with its overwhelming destruction, Ellen brought it down in a single blow. And soon, Ludwig witnessed the beginning of the battle between the demon king and the hero. It was a series of incomprehensible events. Although the battle between the demon king and the hero was natural to the people, it was something that should not have happened from Ludwig's perspective. The two fought. Ludwig watched from afar, but even just felling the monsters pouring from all directions was challenging. The fight between the demon king and the hero. However, what was even more unbearable was what happened next. The immortal suddenly began indiscriminately killing not only monsters, but also the soldiers of the allied forces. The screams and resentful cries from all over the battlefield told of this. Ludwig knew exactly what this meant. Either Christina, who should have controlled the immortal, had gone mad, or she had died. Ludwig did not know how the situation would unfold. What was important was that the evil monster had appeared, but then vanished. With all the warp gates destroyed, all that remained was to deal with the remaining monsters, and humanity's last enemy had become the immortal. The immortals left the battlefield, and as it re-entered, everyone saw it trying to kill the demon king who was fighting for humanity. Ludwig saw that scene as well. The demon king lured the immortals while turning Diane into a wasteland. Ludwig saw the demon king fighting for humanity more desperately and in a more dangerous place than anyone else. Even when humanity's weapons tried to kill him, he continued to fight for them. Could the demon king be forgiven? Could the demon king avoid paying the price? Such concerns were not possible. From the moment the immortals began slaughtering the allied forces, people would think that the immortals' actions were the emperor's orders. All the causes were, in fact, Christina, but people didn't even know of Christina's existence. Therefore, all the responsibility and arrows of sin would be directed at the emperor. The empire was not in danger. The empire would not disappear when this war ended. The empire had already vanished. When the immortals disappeared irresponsibly, and now that their swords were aimed at the allied forces, the empire ceased to exist. Everyone in the allied forces had already seen the demon king fighting for humanity, even if the rest of the world didn't know. Everyone saw him trying to kill monsters by using the crisis of being hunted by the immortals. He couldn't even feel betrayed as he watched Scarlet appear all over the battlefield, neutralizing the immortal. Who knew what horrors would have happened if it weren't for that act of defiance? To Ludwig, Scarlet's betrayal was actually a blessing. The Empire was gone. The war was over. In this world, there was a need for someone to take up the next baton, and that person was the Demon King. But if the Demon King were to die in this place? In just one day, the Demon King had transformed from humanity's enemy to its savior. If he were to die here, humanity would once again be plunged into chaos. It didn't matter if the being was good or evil. Without someone to hold the baton, humanity would be torn apart. If the Demon King were to die in this place, to whom would the allied forces pledge their loyalty, and how would they proceed? It wasn't a matter of whether the Empire or the Demon King was right. The problem was the division between those who believed in the Empire and those who believed in the Demon King. If the Demon King died, that rift would intensify. Someone had to ensure everyone's safety, even in the name of oppression. The price shouldn't be paid by the Demon King alone. The responsibility of not stopping Christina, the responsibility of not persuading her. That's why Ludwig himself had to take responsibility for this moment when the Immortals were slaughtering the Allied forces. No, in truth, it didn't matter. Ludwig saw as he cut through monsters and vaulted over them. The Demon King's desperate struggle. The sight of him, who was using some unknown power, trying to save Ellen. What he had tried to protect, what he had tried to regain. He saw how it had all been ultimately restored to him. Ludwig could not protect her. He couldn't persuade her either. But the Demon King, in his desperate battle that could be seen even from a distance, succeeded in retrieving Ellen from something unknown. That victory. The Demon King who succeeded in protecting something after that desperate battle. Reinhardt. He couldn't leave the victory of the Demon King, who had reached something he himself couldn't do, to end in a futile death. He had seen it already. He had said that he must pay the price. He had said that he must bear the responsibility without knowing anything about Reinhardt. He didn't understand what Reinhardt had been dealing with as he watched him being chased by the Immortals from afar. He still couldn't know everything. He didn't know what had happened or what was going to happen. But this victory, Reinhardt's victory, shouldn't be reduced to nothing in the midst of miserable futility. Finding the right answer was impossible, and that thought hadn't changed. He couldn't think that the arrival of the Demon King's world was truly the right thing. However, the Demon King dying in this place, and Ellen, who the Demon King had somehow managed to protect, dying, that was the wrong answer. It was something that shouldn't happen. Because the path he had intended to take was also one of the worst wrong answers, Ludwig no longer had the right to demand someone else to pay the price of the wrong answer. Then the minimum good. In the end, he returned to his original mindset. He had to fight for someone's life, not for the death of something, not for the price of sin. In the end, he fought for life. Ke qua gang, that's why Ludwig fought. No one would remember it. Even those who were saved wouldn't remember the final battle. What a strange power. A strange grey light flickered in the eyes of the old mage, whose identity was unknown. Ludwig could tell that the old mage had taken away something that had burst out of Ellen's body. He had thought the old man might be Reinhardt's subordinate. But he actually intended to kill Reinhardt with a mere outstretched hand. The old mage blocked the massive dark sword that Ludwig swung. The black magic-infused sword, which had been tearing through monster's flesh until now, was blocked all too easily. That right arm doesn't seem to be yours. The old mage pointed at Ludwig's right arm, burning with darkness. I feel like I've heard your story somewhere before. The old mage tilted his head. Well, I can't remember it clearly. It's a common thing for an old man like me. Although he couldn't explain it properly, the old monster he faced was an unpleasant presence. But in the end, I was disappointed that no one was in my way. Perhaps it's for the best. The old monster was satisfied with the fact that someone had eventually stood in his way, despite the emptiness he felt. So he had no intention of killing the Demon King before defeating Ludwig. That was the story, after all. He still didn't like ruining the story with petty tricks. There was a final enemy. Therefore, overcoming each other first was beautiful. Ack. Although he tried to approach the two, Ludwig had already crossed the line several times. Like Reinhardt, who reached his limit and collapsed, Ludwig was already at his limit as well. Furthermore, Ludwig didn't gain his strength through normal means. Grrrrr. Arg. The torrent of black magic gushing from his right arm was not only uncontrollable, but the pain engulfing his whole body was also invading Ludwig's consciousness. He had come this far after a fierce battle. So by the time he arrived here, Ludwig's stamina was nearly depleted. The Demon King had a healing method called Tiamata, but Ludwig had nothing like that. Moreover, Ludwig's condition couldn't be healed with holy power. He couldn't control the rampaging power of his right arm properly. He didn't know who the enemy was, but the situation was at its worst, even though he had to face the most powerful enemy he had encountered so far. The old mage, watching Ludwig's agony, quietly stretched out his right hand. Young man, ZZZZZZZ, great price follows easily acquired power. He lightly swung his hand towards Ludwig, which he had lowered towards the soaked ground. Despite being more than 20 meters apart, Ludwig saw a rift in space. The blade of wind created by compressing the atmosphere was swung towards Ludwig. Quackakang. Ka! The mage, who sent Ludwig flying with just a swing of his hand, was already at Ludwig's nose in the next moment with a short-range spatial leap. Yuwuo. From the mage's right hand, an eerie greyish storm not made of mana was raging. Qua, the torrent of vengeful spirits engulfed Ludwig. Huhuhuk. He was invaded by spiritual pain, not physical torment. Ludwig, who had become accustomed to pain through the chimera procedure, couldn't help but scream at the unfamiliar pain. Swallowed by the torrent and rolling across the ground, Ludwig couldn't even stand up properly as he trembled. He didn't know what it was, but the Demon King had certainly fought something like this. Thus, there was no way Ludwig could not realize that he was now feeling the pain that the Demon King had felt. Beyond the pain, an innate fear surged forth. It wasn't just the level of pain and suffering, it was a sensation as if his soul was becoming sick. Despair filled his mind. I can't do it. How can someone like me? This is not my place. Such thoughts filled his brain. The Demon King, lying there defeated. Did Reinhardt fight something like this? How could the Demon King fight something like that? What was even stranger was the monster before him. Why did it seem so happy, harboring such a thing inside its body? For the first time in his life, he experienced an unfamiliar pain and fear, the rising sense of despair. The monster approached the trembling Ludwig with a sinister smile. Isn't it more beautiful, a power that cannot kill someone? I enjoy the expressions made by broken-hearted humans. He gritted his teeth, trying not to back away, but Ludwig unknowingly stepped back, afraid of the pain he had just felt. Splash trembling with fear, Ludwig soon stumbled and fell into a puddle, sitting in the water. Uh, uh. Since I cannot witness the despair I truly wanted to see, how about you show me that expression instead? He couldn't make an expression while unconscious. How much despair would he feel? How much pain would he suffer? It was impossible to know. So the monster would extract that expression from the nameless someone who had appeared to protect him. Fear crept over Ludwig's entire body. The first time experiencing such pain. The first time encountering such a being. A creature worthy of being called a true monster approached, not to bring death, but to deliver pain and fear. Yet he could not back down. He mustered strength he didn't have. Supporting himself on his trembling legs, he stood up. Biting his lip until it bled, he offset the pain of his soul with physical pain. Taking a step forward, Ludwig swung his sword of darkness. Clang! The great sword was blocked by the barrier the monster had spread. If once wouldn't work, then twice. Clang! Clang! And if that didn't work, then thrice. Screech! The barrier shattered, but in that moment the monster was already preparing its next barrier. What on earth was this thing before him? How could it possess such power? Or had he become too weak? The old mage waved his hand. How about this? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground trembled as chunks of earth began clinging to Ludwig's body. What? And then they tightened around him as if to shatter his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Pieces of the torn earth enveloped Ludwig's body, compressing him without end. Soon, the rocks became transparent, gradually turning into crystal. Trapped inside a prison of crystal, Ludwig's eyes bulged. An ordinary human would have been crushed by the pressure. However, Ludwig was far from ordinary. Though he had no noteworthy title or reputation, he didn't belong to the realm of the ordinary. With a crack, fissures appeared in the crystalline prison that held Ludwig, soon causing a massive explosion. Quackakang! Crystal shards scattered, and Ludwig, who had been trapped within, fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Essara drenched and stretched out like a wet rag in the rain. His appearance alone made him a defeated man. Who? However, as if admiring his effort to escape, the monster watched Ludwig, who lay collapsed and gasping for breath, as he somehow tried to stand up. Once again, Ludwig's hand held the great sword of darkness. The fight continued. Ludwig was undoubtedly strong. The great sword of darkness was a powerful magical weapon in and of itself, threatening enough for the old mage, and could easily destroy any defensive barrier. It was truly a monstrous power. However, his opponent was an all too unfamiliar being. The old monster, who had absorbed even strange powers, was too alien an enemy for Ludwig to face. Magic that transcended space, and Ludwig had neither a way to block nor dodge the torrent of vengeful spirits. The monster did not have to face him. Ludwig knew that he was merely being toyed with. He could somehow dodge and shatter the incoming earth spears, explosions, and lightning strikes, but he could not block the torrent of vengeful spirits wielded by the old mage. Just touching them would erode his mind with fear and pain so intense that it felt like his sanity would collapse. Kahug! Antirionus delightedly watched Ludwig writhing in pain. It was the power that the old monster had never desired, a power that did not kill humans but could break them. A power that could twist anyone's face in despair, fear, and pain. Although he had never coveted it until the Demon King suggested it, once he grasped it, it was as if the very power he himself had always desired. Only Antirionus, the sole being in the world, could use this power joyfully. His opponent before his eyes was nothing. The pupils of the trembling opponent were filled with fear from pain. Antirionus did not know who was in front of him. However, merely being here meant that he was not an ordinary human or a being with ordinary willpower. Thus, the monster was curious. How far could this power break a human? Show me, boy. Curararung. The torrent of vengeful spirits emitted from Antirionus's grip engulfed Ludwig. Kuug. Ludwig, who had collapsed, began to scream as his whole body trembled. I wonder what expression one who has been broken and bent, with no will left to stand, would wear. I am curious. Although it did not kill humans, it could break them to their limits. Antirionus intended to test the extent of this power. What a splendid toy to verify the power he possessed. It would provide good entertainment until the real toy awoke. Cururururung. Kuhuarg. Like tearing off the legs of an ant before crushing it, Antirionus looked down at Ludwig, who was slumped and convulsing, and he watched to see if he would stand, if there was any strength left to stand, any mental fortitude. After one storm had passed, Antirionus saw Ludwig, still on bended knee, struggling to stand on trembling legs. The dark greatsword still remained in his right hand. You're getting up. Uh, uh. Ludwig knew that his opponent was merely toying with him. He also knew that he couldn't win. Nevertheless, he tried to buy time. If the unconscious Demon King were to awaken, the situation might change. He himself might not be capable, but Reinhardt might be. He had always failed, but Reinhardt had always succeeded. He had to hold on, until Reinhardt rose. It's not that he agreed with the Demon King, but there had to be someone who could find a new answer. And it wasn't him. It was the Demon King, just like Christina. It was wrong to kill and destroy things solely with malice. In the end, everyone dies. and someone gets sacrificed against their intentions. If such incidents occur regardless of who is in front, if anyone only brings about sacrifices, if there's no right answer for anyone, then at least a being without malice should exist. He had seen with his own eyes that Reinhardt had no malice. He had to protect him. Running away, fighting, and in the desperate moments of battle, he had seen him fighting to protect even the malice directed at himself. He had to endure, until Reinhardt rose. He also knew that the monster in front of him was interested in him for the time being. He didn't know what kind of monster it was, or what kind of pain he was going through, but all he had to do was not fall. If he could just get up, if that could change the situation even a little, he had to get up. Antirianus smiled as he saw the life still remaining in Ludwig's eyes. That was, perhaps, what the monster loved most in the world. It didn't matter if his will was extinguished or not. He enjoyed the process. Kururung. Once again, a torrent of vengeful spirits formed in the monster's right hand. Chapter 673 Swoosh. The rain continued to pour down. Antirianus's expression had already hardened. It's happening again. He silently watched Ludwig, who managed to withstand the onslaught of vengeful spirits once more, staggering to his feet. The dark flames that once flickered on his right arm had gone out, and saliva absent-mindedly dripped from the corner of his mouth. But Ludwig, like someone who wouldn't collapse due to the fact that he couldn't be killed, rose once more. A normal person would have lost their sanity upon encountering the attack of these vengeful spirits, yet Ludwig endured it. Even the Demon King had fainted from being attacked by them, but Ludwig gritted his teeth and stood up, fully aware that he was being toyed with. All he could do was buy time. Despite knowing that his existence held no greater value than that, he refused to fall. Could an iron-willed soul truly exist? Was there such a thing as an unbreakable human? Once again, the raging torrent of vengeful spirits engulfed Ludwig. Rumble. At first, Ludwig had screamed as if he couldn't breathe, but now he no longer let out pain-filled cries. It wasn't because he was enduring it. He simply no longer had the strength to scream. Still, he managed to rise once more. He was sure to fall this time. This was no longer amusing for the monster. If he killed the boy who somehow resisted, it would be a defeat of its own. He needed to break him and trample him. Wouldn't it only have to kill the boy once he could no longer rise? If an unbreakable being existed, he wanted to see it with its own eyes. If such a being truly existed, he wanted to know. That had been Antirianus's long-held curiosity. He had to see if he would break. If he didn't, it would be astonishing. If he did, it would confirm the truth that existence is always swallowed up by despair. So now, it was a defeat for the monster to kill the boy himself. In that moment, as he watched to see if the boy would rise again, swish, crack, the dark greatsword, piercing through the storm of vengeful spirits, shattered the barrier the monster had created and grazed his right ear. Antirianus's right ear disappeared, along with the storm of dark magic. Ha! 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 At the spot where the torrent of vengeful spirits had vanished, a boy sat, gritting his teeth and gasping for breath. So you still had that much strength left. The boy's face contorted with despair as his crucial, desperate, but ultimately single surprise attack failed. He had waited for the monster to let its guard down, conserving his last ounce of strength. It must have been his final, desperate ambush. But it had missed. The miraculous attack had indeed found an opening, but in the end, it couldn't inflict more than a scratch. Antirianus smiled at the sight of Ludwig's expression as his one chance evaporated. The boy hadn't been trying to hold on. He had been waiting for the right moment. What a wonderful expression. There was no such thing as an unbreakable being. Didn't that expression say it all? Is that right arm your hope? Ludwig's deeds were of little importance to Antirianus, and thus hadn't reached his ears. At a glance, the right arm appeared to be transplanted from another being. Something sinister related to dark magic. Perhaps it was related to the immortal. The boy had endured in order to seize a single moment of reversal with that arm, which must mean that the arm was everything to him. Antirianus waved his hand. Sharp blades of wind flew through the air. Swish! All too easily, the foundation of strength that the boy had been desperately clinging to was severed in vain. Ugh! Having lost his arm for the second time, Ludwig groaned while gripping his bleeding stump. There was no more power left to attempt a reversal. The toy's sting had been removed. Now all that remains is pain. Rumble. A storm of spirits formed in the monster's hand once more, rushing towards Ludwig. Since his hope had been broken, he would finally break. Without the ability to seize a moment of reversal, he had only to enjoy the sight of his despair-filled expression. But rumble, ugh, rumble, no matter how much time passed, Ludwig managed to stand up again, albeit staggering. Holding onto his injured right arm, he struggled and definitely stood up. Antarianus's expression hardened. His eyes, as if to declare that as long as his will remained, he would continue to rise. He stared at Ludwig's eyes that kept getting up. The light did not fade, even while writhing in agony, even though now all he could do was buy time, and he knew he was merely being toyed with, a worthless enemy. No, not even an enemy anymore. He kept getting up. Why do you keep getting up, you who are nothing, knowing you can do nothing, without any basis? Why do you keep getting up? Even though he had no power, he kept getting up just to buy time. Did he believe there would be some variable when the Demon King awakened? Ludwig, battered and barely able to stand on his two legs, spoke. A boy with fading eyes muttered blankly, "Because this is all I can do, because I know nothing else. I have to do this, at least. I don't regret losing my right arm. It wasn't mine to begin with. That's right, getting up even when I'm knocked down. That's what I was able to do. I was good at nothing but this. All I could ever do was this. Being stupid and having only stamina was my advantage. Always running, always holding a sword. Thinking that if I did something, I'd become something. That's how it was, in the end. I couldn't become anything. I could only become something by attaching someone else's arm. That's right, I'm nothing. I have no power at all. But this must be my true self. If you could kill me at any time, but you're keeping me alive because it's fun, then let me try a little more. I'll keep getting up as long as I can. Play with me a bit longer. I'll keep getting up. Because that's the one thing I'm good at, even though I'm nothing." Terror, despair, and pain battered his body, but he resolved that his will would never break. He was determined to keep getting up, if only to buy time. For the first time in his life, Antarianus felt an odd emotion. It was discomfort. Was there an existence that would not break? He wanted to see it. However, when faced with an actual unbreakable human, Antarianus felt an unbearable discomfort. How could one be so foolish, and yet so persistent? Knowing full well their own insignificance, defying the odds, refusing to fall. Antarianus felt it, that one would not fall. Rather, unconsciousness due to blood loss would come first. As long as the will was there, he would continue to rise, and when he finally fell due to blood loss, Antarianus would experience something, an overwhelming sense of defeat. When he lost consciousness without breaking, he would only be acutely aware that he had failed to destroy the unbreakable human. The fading light in Ludwig's eyes told him. It wasn't the collapse of his spirit, but the blood loss that would cause him to lose consciousness. You say you are nothing. Not knowing who stood before him, how could he be so self-deprecating? In my immeasurably long life, I have seen many humans as insignificant as they are great. There were those so strong as to be inconceivable, and there were those of noble blood who acted more disgracefully than the lowest of creatures. I have seen countless despairs and countless hopes, all of them, in the end, reduced to the emptiness of inevitable death. I have seen many great and insignificant beings, but never have I seen someone as insignificant, yet as tenacious, as you. Indeed, how can I not call that greatness? Among all the humans I have known, you are the most uniquely great. How can I call such a person nothing? The boy was not strong enough to surpass the old monster, but he was utterly unbreakable. Unbroken by pain that could not kill him, he just kept rising, even knowing he could do nothing, only hoping for what he desired. Not because it was the right answer, but because the death of the Demon King was an absolute wrong. He had to do whatever he could, no matter what. It was the first time Antarianus had faced such determination. "I have lost," he said, lifting his right hand. This time it wasn't a force to torment or cause pain, but a blade of wind. He had tried to break him, but he would not break. Acknowledging defeat, he would take the boy's life. If he would not break, then he would be shattered. That was the highest compliment and respect Antarianus could give to the nameless human before him. Whoosh! Ludwig looked at the wind blade forming in the monster's right hand. It had been a hopeless fight. All he could do was rise, but even that was now meaningless. The opponent had lost interest in the unyielding enemy and now sought to take his life. Next would be the fallen Demon King and Ellen. He didn't even know what was before him. He didn't know what was happening. However, in the end, he had tried to change his mind and protect the Demon King, but even that had failed. Like despair, like emptiness, swoosh, the rain fell. His life had been a series of failures. Protecting someone, becoming stronger, everything. Repeating failures, losing everything, making wrong decisions, and finally losing his life. Was it to end like this, a life of a loser? Was this the only outcome prepared for someone as incompetent and foolish as himself? Pathetically persistent. Would it all end like this? He had confidence that he wouldn't crumble, but not that he wouldn't break, and he had no means to attack the enemy before him. Could someone like him not dream of victory? He had done his best. It was his best up to this point. It was sorrowful and infuriating that his best only went this far, but he had done everything he could. He couldn't ask for more than this. Wasn't this enough for someone like him? Considering his status, hadn't he done enough? The moment he thought that, Ludwig couldn't help but recall a conversation from long ago. In the rain, he glanced at the unconscious Demon King and Ellen, who had fainted, held by the Demon King in his arms. He had respected, hated, and decided to kill that being. But in the end, he had resolved to protect them. He had definitely heard those words from the Demon King. Those words had spurred him on. It was no exaggeration. Was it the night before the temple tournament semi-finals at the training ground? Feeling a sense of defeat, Ludwig had asked Reinhardt. Reinhardt, I have a question. What is it? Have you ever fought knowing you'd lose? Yes, I have. But you won them all, didn't you? The Demon King, who had always fought recklessly, hadn't been hiding his strength but was genuinely weak. He had hidden his identity but not his power. He hadn't pretended to be weak. He really was weak. Insignificant. Despite that, he had always fought impossible battles. He had entered the battles knowing he would lose. But he had always won. How do you think that was possible? Ludwig had been curious. Why fight when you knew you'd lose? And how on earth had he won? You have to believe. Believe. Yes, he had definitely heard those words. Even if I'm going to lose, even if I have no choice but to lose, I still have to believe. That you can win. Yes. There was no victory in any battle where defeat was assumed. I'll find a way to win, and I have to believe I can win. But what if you still lose in the end? What does it matter? The Demon King had rejected Ludwig's mindset. I'll do my best even if I'm going to lose, is just an excuse prepared for defeat. It's like saying, I still tried my best. I'll do better next time. Isn't it just a way to create an escape route for yourself after you've been defeated? The resignation of having done one's best is ultimately just an excuse for oneself. The same was true now. The moment he thought his best was only up to this point, it was over. He had already given up. The Demon King had said, instead of making excuses for defeat, one should make resolutions for victory, because then, perhaps, by some chance, there might be a different outcome. However, even in this impossible battle, the Demon King gained something through an impossible resolution. As always, the Demon King, who had seized something in such battles, proved himself once again. After all, who could confidently claim that they could not achieve such a victory? Why was I giving up, claiming I had done my best, accepting this as my limit? Why was I meekly accepting death? Rather than continuing to lose and ending up as a good-for-nothing who could do nothing, I desired a single victory. I wanted to seize it just once. I hadn't died yet. Life was not over until my breath had completely stopped. Although I had lost my right arm, which had given me indescribable strength, I still had my body. My legs trembled, and I lacked the strength to stand properly, my consciousness blurred. But it seemed like there was still a drop of power somewhere. If death was approaching, I would not wait for it idly. Even if I couldn't reach it, I tried. That was the driving force that allowed Ludwig to come this far, despite constantly failing and losing on all those days when he was exhausted and fell asleep. Not giving up, stubbornly moving forward. Ludwig finally realized that this was his only weapon and his most absolute weapon. Thus, before the blade of death approached, he took a step towards it himself. Ooh, he drew upon the magical power that might have been left somewhere in his body and strengthened his physique. Even with the arm of the Grandmaster that had been transplanted, he had been unable to bring down his opponent. But if death approached, he should at least try to confront it. He had always walked forward with the thought that it might not work, but one never knew, with the determination to see his lifelong compulsion through to the end. Are you trying to fight? A look of discomfort beyond annoyance appeared on the old monster's face. It was astonishment. With a faint blue magical aura around him, the boy who shouldn't have had the strength to move a single finger took a step forward. It wasn't much, but there was still power left. Even if it was a light that seemed to flicker out any moment, it was definitely a light. Even a weak light could dispel some darkness. He poured that strength into his weakened body. Yeah, I have to fight. If it was a fight in which he was bound to die, if an insurmountable enemy was trying to kill him, he was afraid. It was despairing. But if he was going to die either way, ooh. And if I fight, why shouldn't his heart's compass point towards victory? I should hope for victory. Even if the desire for victory didn't bring victory, because why should he submit, broken, and wait for death? So he wished. I will, a declaration for victory, defeat you. Here, bring it on. Rumble, a portion of the sky which had been covered in dark clouds opened up. A single ray of golden light struck the ground. Boom. Something was thrust into the ground in front of Ludwig, accompanied by a fierce shockwave. It definitely had the shape of a spear. Oh, that is. The old monster stared blankly at the spear that appeared in the sky with a flash of light and let out an exclamation. It had always been the weapon of the weak, the simplest form, the most deadly form. It had always been the weapon of the weak, a simple shape and a sharp edge. That most deadly straight line was precisely the form a weapon should take for the weak when they faced insurmountable opposition. The old monster knew the name of such a weapon, the weapon of the weak, the artifact of courage, the divine spear. Alexion. It certainly had such a name. Chapter 674, the Immortals had begun their indiscriminate slaughter, but the damage was minimal. This was thanks to the efforts of Scarlet and Kono Lint, who had focused on neutralizing the Immortals as they moved through the battlefield. However, the Allied forces had all witnessed the Immortals attacking them. None could properly see the battle taking place deep within the heart of Diane. Even those who fought nearby only knew that a series of incredible events had occurred there. Thus, the outcome and the process of the final battle remained unknown to all. No one had seen the series of events that unfolded after the otherworldly dragon had disappeared. Not even the monsters dared to approach the depths. So it was Olivia Lands, wielding the power of death to dominate the skies, who had penetrated into the depths of Diane, annihilating the remaining monsters. What Olivia saw was Reinhardt, unconscious and holding Ellen in his arms at the site of a fierce battle. Olivia had carried the two of them on the dragon's back as they returned. The Immortals were wiped out. All of Diane's warp gates were destroyed, and the remaining monsters either scattered or were defeated by the Allied forces. The rain had stopped. The war was over. Smoke rose from various parts of Diane, where the corpses of monsters were being burned. The gate incident had been completely resolved, and although there would still be countless monsters remaining throughout the continent, no more would pour in from the other world. Humanity had survived. However, the atmosphere among the Allied forces, which should have been more hopeful than ever, was gloomy. Firstly, the sacrifices were greater than in any previous battle. The Immortals, who had been able to wage war effortlessly until now, had suddenly attacked the Allied forces in the final battle. It seemed as if they were being made to pay the price for their easy advances. Confusion, distrust towards the Empire, and anger were rampant. Then the forces of the Demon King suddenly appeared, and the chaos that ensued was because they fought harder than anyone else. Not everyone on the battlefield saw the Demon King fighting, but those who did witnessed him desperately killing monsters while luring the Immortals, who sought his death. And it was vague, yet certain, that the Demon King was involved in the battle against the unknown final monster and the events that unfolded in the depths. Distrust towards the Empire, and whether or not to trust the long-despised Demon King. Amidst the complex situation, the Allied forces were at a loss, establishing a base but unable to find their bearings. Nevertheless, the situation was somewhat better for the commanding officers. From the beginning, they knew the Demon King was involved with the Allied forces, and there were even those who decided to support him. And now, even those who opposed the Demon King realized they had no choice but to support him. Knowing that the Empire had betrayed them at the most crucial moment, they were convinced that the Empire was no longer on humanity's side. The Empire would rather kill them than join the Demon King's army. The situation that unfolded during the battle in Diane could not be accepted by anyone. Thus, the Allied forces' command had already decided to support the Demon King wholeheartedly. And so, the top brass of the Demon King's army had no choice but to enter the Allied forces' general headquarters nonchalantly. And even though they received fearful glances from everyone, they took their seats close to the top. However, the person occupying the highest seat in the Allied forces' headquarters was a very unexpected figure. Has the damage report for each army been compiled? This person was no longer a citizen of the Empire, and this person's appearance was similar to that of a demon. But that person couldn't be considered not human. Charlotte de Gardiers was sitting in the highest position in the Allied forces as the representative of the Demon King's army in place of Emperor Bertus. Something had changed, but it was a strange shift in power, as it seemed that nothing had really changed. In the vicinity of the heavily guarded general headquarters, due to the presence of beings that shouldn't be casually exposed to others' eyes, the security around the headquarters remained strict even as the extermination of the remaining monsters was underway. But everyone would eventually find out that the entire leadership of the Allied forces would be replaced by the Demon King's forces. Shouldn't you be attending the meeting, sister? Looking at Olivia, perched on a wooden crate near the headquarters, Harriet cocked her head. I hate dealing with headache-inducing discussions. Won't all the tasks ahead be headache-inducing? What will you do if you already dislike them? What can I do about it? Just let me be today. I can't argue with that, but in reality, Olivia was the one responsible for all issues regarding the organization moving forward. There was much more for Olivia to do in the future than Rowan, the Holy Knight Commander, who was likely inside the headquarters, busily discussing matters. With that in mind, Harriet couldn't help but find it unsightly that Olivia avoided the meeting, claiming she disliked thinking about such matters, and was outside sighing heavily. Of course, Olivia had made significant contributions, leaving no room for criticism even if she took a break. She revived the legions of monsters and had them fight against the other monsters, and she flew across the battlefield on a dragon, saving countless people from death. When the dragon adorned in a brilliant radiance passed by, those on the verge of death were resurrected. It was such an overwhelming and miraculous sight that it left a deep impression on everyone, including Harriet, the holy maiden riding a dragon. That was already the talk among the Allied forces. Everyone was safe. It was a miracle. They all fought in the most dangerous places, but none of the Demon King's closest confidants were killed or injured. Everyone played a crucial role, and each one had a decisive impact on the course of the battle. In the Battle of Diane, even the absence of just one person from the Demon King's forces would have caused casualties in the tens of thousands. So important were their roles. Among them, Harriet, Liana, and Scarlet stood out for their significant impact. Without Scarlet, the Allied forces might have been annihilated while dealing with the rampaging immortals. Olivia looked at Harriet with exhausted eyes. Has Reinhardt not woken up yet? It seems so. What on earth happened? I don't know. But even those who had played such crucial roles didn't know the true nature of the ongoing anomalies at the heart of Diane, the overwhelming monster, the sudden evaporation. By the time Olivia had arrived, everything had already ended. She knew that Ellen and Reinhardt were safe and brought them back, but she still didn't know what had happened. What about that person? In response to Olivia's question, Harriet shook her head. She doesn't seem to remember anything. Obviously, she was talking about Ellen. Did something go well? Where did the thing that was cast on her go? If it's gone, that's fortunate, but was there a way? Ellen couldn't remember anything, and Reinhardt was unconscious. It was a peculiar conclusion, seemingly resolved, yet leaving an uncomfortable aftertaste. Still, I'm glad everyone's safe. At Olivia's sincere grumbling, Harriet's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, it's a relief. Embarrassed, Olivia pursed her lips with her face flushed, while Harriet looked at her and smiled. In a makeshift barracks near the headquarters, Ellen sat quietly on a chair in front of a cot, looking down at the unconscious Reinhardt. There was no way to tell when he would regain consciousness. Ellen? Yeah. Harriet entered the barracks and checked Ellen's complexion. Ellen knew what Harriet was worried about. When Ellen had just come to her senses, she had cried so much she could hardly breathe, and it took a while for Harriet to comfort her. It's okay. It's gone. I can feel it. I'm glad. Harriet smiled with relief and embraced Ellen's neck. They never thought a moment like this would come again, yet miraculously such a moment had arrived, a moment when they could embrace each other without any worries. That moment had come again. Touched by the overwhelming moment, Harriet began to sob, and Ellen comforted her for a long time. Ellen didn't know what had happened. It was crucial to know how the final battle had gone, but Reinhardt was unconscious, and Ellen couldn't remember anything. Olivia had just brought the two of them back after finding them lying on the battlefield, and she had heard everything about how the battle in Diane had gone. The departure and return of the Immortals, the rampage, even the annihilation. It wasn't difficult to imagine what would happen next. The Empire had disappeared, and everyone would be wronged. The Demon King would rule over humanity. Let's stay together from now on. Everything is over. The sad times are over, just like before. Okay, yeah. Ellen nodded slowly, tightly holding Harriet's arm as she embraced her. She couldn't erase what had already happened. She couldn't say there wouldn't be hard times ahead. However, there were things she could regain and return to. Ellen looked down at the peacefully sleeping Reinhardt. She couldn't know what he had done, but Reinhardt must have saved her in some way. Although she couldn't remember, she could clearly recall hearing a desperate voice from beyond her faint consciousness. She knew he must have fought a difficult and desperate battle. That's why he was sleeping so deeply now. Swish, Ellen summoned the Cloak of the Sun. She didn't know that the relics had left her hands for a while. The flames of hatred that had once flickered in the Cloak of the Sun were now gone. It was natural for the flames, which had burned on the fuel of hatred, because something overflowing with hatred had taken root in her, to be gone now. Hate had vanished, and so the flames of hatred no longer flickered upon the Cloak of the Sun. This time, Ellen summoned the Moon Sword Lament. However, the dark night sky was still reflected on the Moon Sword. Hate had vanished, but sorrow had not. Thus, the Moon Sword, which responded to sorrow, still projected emptiness. Swish, after returning the sword and the cloak, Ellen gently touched the forehead of the sleeping Reinhardt. Hate had vanished, but sorrow had not. This was because she knew they could not be together, whether she returned or not. With tearful eyes, Ellen gazed at Reinhardt, who had ultimately saved her but whom she would never see again. She stroked the forehead and hair of the one she loved. Endlessly, Ellen continued to caress, as if it were the last time. I love you, forever, though she wanted to whisper those words in his ear eternally. A hero and a demon king could not coexist. The existence of one always repelled the other. In a world where the hero triumphed, there should be no demon king. In a world where the demon king triumphed, there should be no hero. Really, I love you so much. Thank you, I love you. Ellen whispered those words several times. I'm sorry. Finally, she burst into tears. I'm so sorry. Her heart wrenched with the agony of not being able to be together, she wept endlessly. Nighttime. When Ellen cautiously emerged from the tent, Olivia Lands, leaning against a wooden crate, quietly watched her. They were not on good terms. They had made each other uncomfortable and had even come close to a fistfight. But Olivia Lands had brought back not only Reinhardt, whom she had found on the battlefield, but also Ellen. Thank you for taking me here. Where are you going? However, Olivia asked a question before even receiving Ellen's gratitude. Olivia noticed the dried tear stains on Ellen's cheeks. Olivia knew what Ellen was trying to do. Unable to utter a word, Ellen just lowered her eyes. Olivia continued to watch her silently. I don't know what you're thinking, but stay put. It's all over now. Ellen lifted her head with difficulty. Since it's all over, I shouldn't be here. Just because it was over didn't mean everything had truly ended. Something else would now begin. She had to travel a long, uncertain road. In the new history written in the name of the Demon King, a hero should not exist. Just by existing, countless discord would be created. Those who rejected the oppression of the Demon King would pin numerous hopes on the name of the hero. That could only lead to division. Didn't the enormous force called the hero religion already exist? No one could say that the process of the Demon King engulfing the world would be smooth. There would be tremendous bloodshed. And the existence of the hero would only absolutely increase the amount of blood that would flow. However, she couldn't discard the life that was ultimately saved. She had to hide and live somewhere in the world. The idea that the hero and the Demon King would join forces to create a new world was laughable and unbelievable. Those who supported the hero and the Demon King would be divided and at odds. In vain, hope would be created, only to tear the world apart and bring about countless deaths as a result. Thus, in a world where the hero had triumphed, there would be no Demon King. In a world where the Demon King had triumphed, there should be no hero. That was why, like the empire that had destroyed itself, the hero had to disappear. Olivia also understood what Ellen was saying. It wasn't that it was better for her to be gone. She had to be gone. It certainly wasn't wrong to say that. I don't deserve to be here. Ellen had betrayed Reinhardt. In the end, that truth remained unchanging. I shouldn't be here. Just being here is a problem, and I don't deserve to be here. Being saved was already more than enough. To receive anything more from Reinhardt would be an insult to those who had believed in him from the start. She couldn't afford to be greedy. I'm not ignorant of that. Do you think I want you to stay with us? Do you think I'm saying this because I like you? From Olivia's point of view, Ellen had always been a thorn in her side. If she were to disappear, Olivia would gladly welcome it with open arms. But Olivia didn't want to let Ellen go. Not even for Reinhardt, who had been waiting for this moment. She couldn't let her go like this. If it weren't for you, Reinhardt would be dead. You saved Reinhardt, and it's because of you that he's alive. That's enough. Don't worry about anything else. Is that so difficult? Stop acting like an idiot and say something. Thwack. Olivia roughly grabbed Ellen's collar. She returned the gesture Ellen had once given her. Tears welled up in Olivia's eyes. Just stay put. Is that so difficult? Just be with us. It won't be easy, but we've managed so far and we'll find a way. I want that too. I want to be with you all. Tears filled Ellen's eyes at Olivia's outburst. I want to be with you like before, to live that way, of course, with the others as well. And with Olivia Lands. Though they would bicker and get on each other's nerves, she wanted to return to those moments. As Ellen sobbed and trembled, Olivia clenched her teeth and stared at her. But I can't. So many people have died because of me, because of my selfishness. I can't let people die just because I want to be with Reinhardt, just because I want to be with all of you. There were those whose very existence justified their actions. Since the gate incident, Ellen had lived under such scrutiny. Having received expectations that differed from her own resolve, things would remain the same even after the war. Simply by being alive, Ellen would ignite the sparks of war, and they would grow into a massive wildfire. That was why she couldn't stay here, even if her heart ached to do so. As heartbreakingly joyous as the situation was, once the Demon King set his plan to engulf the world in motion, Ellen couldn't occupy the place beside him. It was a predetermined course. If the Demon King led a simple rural life, there would be no problem. But as he had grand plans, Ellen couldn't be by his side. Ellen was the biggest obstacle in the world the Demon King sought to create. In truth, death would have been preferable. Olivia could no longer insist. She knew. She understood that it would be best for Ellen to leave due to the problems that would arise simply from her existence. Olivia wanted Ellen gone, too. But wasn't it heartbreaking? In the end, they had succeeded in what had seemed impossible. Ellen had finally returned to her original state. After waking up, the first thing Reinhardt would face was the fact that Ellen had left. That couldn't be allowed. That's why Olivia wanted Ellen to leave, yet she couldn't let her go. Then, at least wait until he wakes up. That's why Olivia had no choice but to say those words in the end. However, as if even that was not possible, Ellen shook her head while sobbing. No, I can't do that. If I do, I won't be able to leave. The moment she exchanged even a single word with the awakened Reinhardt, she would collapse. If she were to just slightly embrace him, she would crumble with the desire to stay in his arms forever. Even now, she could hardly take a step away. If she exchanged even a few words with the awakened Reinhardt, she felt she would never be able to get up from that spot. So it was right for her to leave. If not now, she would never be able to leave. That's why Ellen wanted to leave while Reinhardt was still asleep. You really are a stupid, foolish girl. Just as Olivia was about to slap Ellen's cheek in frustration, let her go. Her hand stopped at the sound of the voice from behind. What? There stood Charlotte, the former royalty with jet-black hair, and the second archdemon who seemed to blend into the darkness. Ellen is right. Charlotte slowly approached and carefully released Ellen's collar from Olivia's grip. It's not the end, it's just the beginning. If we button the first button wrong, everything will collapse before it even starts. So, you have to let her go. The Demon King had only swallowed the allied forces. The work of returning to human lands and uniting all powers under the name of the Demon King had just begun. Even if the hero had surrendered to the Demon King, people would still project their hopes onto the hero simply by knowing that the hero existed. The hero, being too significant a symbol, could not be with the Demon King while alive. Either die or live the life of a fugitive. Those were the only two options. So, if Ellen wasn't going to die, she had to disappear. Charlotte looked at Ellen. Both had not trusted Reinhardt. However, Charlotte, who had transformed into the appearance of a demon, could be with the Demon King for that very reason. Charlotte had become a completely different existence in too many aspects to be the basis of legitimacy by her mere existence. As there's no eternal struggle. Charlotte quietly embraced the sobbing Ellen. There won't be an eternal farewell either. Let's believe in that for sure. Believing that it was only a promise for the future, not an eternal separation. Charlotte tightly embraced Ellen. Chapter 675. Ellen had left. Olivia gritted her teeth as she watched her retreating figure. Although she didn't like Ellen, she still thought it wasn't right to send her away like this. The mere thought of imagining Reinhardt's expression when he woke up was agonizing. Olivia couldn't understand why she had been asked to let Ellen go. She thought that if it were anyone else, Charlotte would have wished for Ellen to stay. But beyond just telling her to leave, Charlotte's attitude felt cruel. Charlotte had been responsible for Edna's internal affairs. So when the era of the Demon King began, it would be Charlotte who would actually rule the world. In the end, Charlotte would become the de facto emperor. With an immeasurable number of big plans to devise, she couldn't afford to be caught up in petty feelings. So, was it because it would be better without Ellen that she could tell her to leave so easily? With such thoughts in mind, when Olivia looked back at Charlotte, she couldn't help but hold her breath. With her eyes tightly shut and her lips sealed, Charlotte was crying more sorrowfully than anyone else. How could her heart be at ease? Charlotte, who had betrayed together with Ellen, felt the greatest guilt for saying that Ellen shouldn't be here. So, watching Ellen's retreating figure, Charlotte cried silently, unable to even make a proper sound. She knew very well that they were in the same situation. And because she made Ellen leave with her own words, she couldn't bear it. Although everything seemed to be resolved well, not everything could end well. That's why Olivia did something she would never normally do. Crying your eyes out on a good day like this. Ugh, ugh. Olivia hugged the silently crying Charlotte and gently comforted her. Ellen, with her hood pulled down, walked through the chaotic Allied camp. There were those tending to the fallen warriors, those checking on the damage, those crying, and those sitting somewhere, staring blankly. The extent of the damage was the greatest among all the battles thus far. The fight was over, but there was no one filled with joy. More people were filled with fear of the new world that would come now that a certain fear had ended. No one knew what would happen from now on. The Demon King, who was defined as absolute evil, and the hero who was designated as the one to defeat him. The Demon King saved humanity, and the hero fled from the Allied camp as if running away. People would never know who was truly in the wrong. Those who encountered the manipulated truth would only learn another manipulated truth. As one chaos ended, another began. The fight against monsters wasn't completely over either. But now that all the warp gates had been destroyed, civilization could be rebuilt. As time passed and passed, someday civilization would return to the era when it spread across the entire continent. And although it couldn't be certain, if the Demon King did his job well, there would be no fighting between demons and humans in that world. A world where demons and humans coexisted. Could such a world be created in its entirety? Could the hatred between them be overcome? No one knew. However, as Ellen was the last remnant of the ancient era, she could not join the new world. She had to live somewhere quiet, as if she existed, yet did not. There were still two relics. Monsters remained. So Ellen still had much to do. The people must not know that the hero was still alive. From a lowly position on the edge of the world, she would live, killing the remaining monsters. If she could take responsibility for her actions in such a way, she had to do it. Charlotte said they would meet again someday, but Ellen didn't think it would be possible. She couldn't even hope for it. After such a long time, wouldn't it be too shameless to return and ask if her place was still available? As time passed, her name would remain a memory of the past for Reinhardt. Therefore, it was enough to watch from afar, hoping that the new world would be a good one. It was enough to do what could be done for the people from a lowly position. And so, as the chaotic Allied Forces base was left behind, a dense cloud of smoke arrived at the outskirts. Where should she go? In the vast, desolate field, she was about to walk aimlessly, following the stars when Ellen, unable to ignore the tearful voice from behind, Ellen clenched her teeth and looked back. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Harriet de St. Owen, with a distraught expression, was running desperately toward her, crying. Barely able to run, stumbling on the rocky ground, she approached, wailing. Although she had become a great mage, her physical strength was still poor. Gasping for breath as she arrived in front of Ellen, Harriet clutched Ellen's sleeve. "Don't go. Where are you going? You said we'd stay together. Together. You said we'd be together. It's all over now. We can be together now." Her face reddened as she sobbed, gasping for breath. "Don't go. Please, don't go. It's all over now. Sad things, they're all over. You don't have to go, right? Huh? Why are you doing this? What about Reinhardt? What will Reinhardt do? Ha! She didn't want to see this. It was painful enough for others to hold her back, but seeing Harriet was especially painful. She told Ellen everything would be fine now, and only good things would happen in the future. Seeing Harriet cry her heart out after hugging her when she woke up, and then smile brightly while saying those words, Ellen felt pain. That's why she had tried to disappear while Harriet was briefly away. Why were they doing this? People who should be happier without her were holding her back from leaving. Even those who should wish for her absence more than anyone. With Reinhardt unconscious, those who should hope for her departure were holding her back. As Harriet clung to her, crying as if determined to never let her go, Ellen looked down at her silently. Harriet had been her friend, second only to Reinhardt since their time at the temple, but they couldn't fully like each other. From the beginning, they knew their hearts were heading in the same direction and became friends despite that. As such, they couldn't help but resent each other to some extent, as much as they liked and cared for one another. And that resentment had always manifested itself, to some degree, as Harriet's jealousy towards Ellen. But now Harriet was pleading with Ellen not to leave, asking what Reinhardt would do, talking about such things. "Don't go, okay? I don't know why you're doing this, but if you don't have to go, then you shouldn't. Let's stay together, all right." It was probably because Harriet de St. Owen valued herself as much as she loved Reinhardt. Come to think of it, it had always been that way. At some point, Harriet had always been that kind of person, always yielding, always wanting to be together, but always giving up so much to Ellen. When her jealousy and sadness had reached their peak, she would merely say, "How pathetic." That was the harshest thing a friend could say to another. Actually, I might not have to go. In truth, there might not have been a real reason for her to disappear. She could have just stayed by his side somehow, for whatever reason. Whether people said the hero had surrendered to the Demon King or that she had betrayed him. Leaving people to their own imaginations, pretending not to know what was happening, and simply enjoying happy days together. But she had been selfish enough up until now. She had betrayed Reinhardt and received far too much in return. In the end, she had crossed an uncrossable river and somehow been saved. Having received so much, she couldn't be any more selfish, blind to the problems that would arise because of her, longing for love, longing to be loved. Wishing for more than that would be a cruel thing. She couldn't allow herself such a thing. She couldn't accept such happiness, such safety. She couldn't convince herself that such a life was coming her way. The compulsion to live in despair, the compulsion to live for atonement in the midst of guilt. Casting aside all other reasons, the dark compulsion to leave just for that reason was recognized. So don't go. If you don't have to, it's right not to go. Looking down at Harriet, who was pleading through her tears, Ellen didn't cry. Instead, she smiled. Reinhardt is right. Ha! At the sudden words, teary-eyed Harriet looked up at Ellen. The words Reinhardt always used to call Harriet, wishing only for everything to go well, not wanting anything good just for herself, not knowing how to act selfishly, pleading for Ellen to stay for Reinhardt's sake, even though his biggest problem was willing to disappear on its own. You're a blockhead. Ha! What else should one call such a person, if not a fool? Harriet may have been the smartest person Ellen knew, but in the end, she was the biggest fool. Harriet stopped crying and stared blankly at Ellen, confused by her sudden words. I've already received so much, haven't I? An overwhelming amount, too much. There was also a sense of anxiety that if she were any greedier, she would be punished severely. If you continue to act so kindly, you won't be able to have anything. Being kind alone won't let you have anything. After yielding, yielding, and yielding again, in the end, your place will disappear. In order to have it, one must take it. If you dream of a too perfect situation, by the time you come to your senses, you might find that everything else has been taken away. Don't let Reinhardt take you for granted. He may cherish you, but if you let him take your presence for granted, he won't feel desperate. Then you will always be pushed to second place, or even third. Without Ellen, Reinhardt was desperate for her. Because Ellen's life was in danger, Reinhardt thought only of her. Ellen didn't know Reinhardt's heart either. The heart is neither absolute nor eternal. After so much time had passed, everyone's feelings had changed, and the same was true for Reinhardt. They might not even realize it themselves. Upon reflection, Ellen had never yielded before. She hadn't even thought about it. She didn't know if what she was doing was yielding, or if she had the right to say such a thing. However, having received so much, it was time to step aside for those who deserved it more. Any more greed would only bring about more pain. That's why, even if only a little, such a kind person must come to their senses. Looking at her friend, who didn't even know what she was hearing, Ellen smiled sadly. As her precious friend said, she was pitiful. It had always been that way. I'll go. In the end, she would disappear pitifully and selfishly. It was an unfamiliar ceiling. The moment he thought that, his body sprang out of bed. Somewhere there was a pungent smell. He could instinctively tell that it was the smell of a battlefield, a simple bed, and a barracks. It meant he was in a tent. What had happened? Ah, ha. Then, as he turned to the sound from beside her, there was someone who had been startled awake by his sudden movement. Harriet, you're awake. Wow, he was relieved to see Harriet was unharmed. What happened? He had passed out at the last moment. After giving the final order to Antarianus, he didn't know what would happen next. Being alive meant that Antarianus either hadn't killed her or had failed to do so. Harriet gently patted Reinhardt's trembling back, filled with anxiety. Don't worry, it's all over. In Harriet's voice, he could sense many things, a sadness mixed with relief. That told him that many people were safe. However, the sadness in her voice, he couldn't help but sense what it meant. He had been unconscious for 3 days. Soon, 3 days had passed since the end of the Diane battle. He heard about what had happened afterward from Harriet. Charlotte was reorganizing the Allied forces and quelling the chaos in his stead. It must have been an exhausting situation, dealing with the chaos and division of each army. At the end of various stories, he heard the words that Harriet uttered through her tears. Ellen had left. I'm sorry. I couldn't hold her back. I wanted to stop her somehow. Somehow, as Harriet sobbed, struggling to speak about something that had happened 3 days ago, Reinhardt carefully embraced her. Ellen had left. Her heart felt heavy, but she was safe, wasn't she? In any case, she had returned to her original state and left on her own accord. There were several reasons why it was shocking, but not utterly devastating. Perhaps it was because he had somewhat known that Ellen would do such a thing. He only thought about getting Ellen back. Just thinking about how to do it was overwhelming. After getting Ellen back, he hadn't considered at all how to proceed with Ellen in his arms. He didn't know how to handle it and couldn't even fathom it. As Ellen had said, her existence in the world they would create was a seed of great discord. So, rather than being relieved, he was almost frightened. He had an inkling that he could only become a different being in the path he had to take now. Things he once cherished became worthless in the face of reality. There would be moments when he would have to let go, and even destroy things with his own hands, and now he would have to accept them as a matter of course. Ellen had returned. She was alive. Wasn't that enough? Their relationship had been one of luxury for both of them. They had no future other than one of them dying, or both of them dying. It had been impossible for them to face the future while both were alive, so shouldn't they be grateful for this situation where it was somewhat possible? Wishing for more than that was too much, wasn't it? With such thoughts, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. She probably left with those thoughts too, thinking that anything more would be a luxury, just like he did. She must have felt the same way. Don't cry, it's okay. Sniff, sob. That's why he quietly patted the sobbing Harriet's back while holding her in his arms. Chapter 676. He had won. He had gained much and would continue to gain more. Yet, even in victory, there were things he had to lose. It was inevitable. There was still much he did not know. What had become of Antarianus after he absorbed the vengeful spirits? How he had managed to survive remained a mystery. Ellen had left. She must have had her reasons for leaving him. He could no longer dwell on such things. The end of everything led to a new beginning. Now, there would be even more tasks to undertake. He had to truly begin the journey of becoming the ruler of the entire world. If he crumbled over the disappearance of a single person, he would not be worthy of ruling the world. He got up from the bed and straightened his clothes. He was not a superhuman, but he had to walk the path of a superhuman. At the very least, he had to imitate what he could. Harriet looked at him as if he were a completely different person. He was neither shocked nor saddened by Ellen's departure. There was no time for self-pity. What had been recovered was recovered. What had been lost was lost. He did not cling to it. Harriet, yes, let's go see Charlotte. From now on, he had to become an entirely different person. His existence had to be so thoroughly different that even he would eventually forget himself. He would become the ruler of the continent. Charlotte had been overseeing everything happening in the vicinity of Diane, from consolidating the damage reports at the Alliance's command center to treating the injured soldiers. As a result, the highest-ranking officers of each army were coming and going around the headquarters. It was strange to think that he now sat at the head of the table in a place where previously he could only enter through subterfuge. He called Charlotte aside and listened to her report on the current situation of the Alliance. The scale of the damage is quite significant, and the confusion is still severe. Most of the soldiers don't even know that we've taken control of the Alliance's top brass. If they find out, the chaos will only increase. That's why we're enforcing a gag order on the top brass of each army. The top brass was uncertain whether their actions were right or wrong, and they were unsure about the fate of the Empire. They couldn't properly direct their hatred. It would be absurd to tell them that the Alliance had been swallowed up by the Demon King. Although noise and confusion were inevitable, there was no need to deliberately amplify them. We need to decide whether to make a big fuss or keep it quiet. In broad strokes, yes. Would they publicly announce the Demon King's rule or conceal it ambiguously? Concealing it would bring the fear of repercussions, while revealing it would invite immediate chaos. More importantly, we need to think about the return of the Alliance's forces. The Alliance's troops were gathered from various places and marched from the imperial capital. Considering the time and food needed to return safely to the imperial capital, this is also an issue. And once they return to the imperial capital, it's not the end. Sending those troops back to their respective regions will consume a tremendous amount of time and resources. True, a vast amount of resources had been invested to bring humanity's combined forces this far. The war may have ended, but in reality, it wouldn't be truly over until these troops safely returned home. They all had to be sent home. How would they move and how would they be disbanded? Returning the Allied forces to the first return point, the imperial capital, would take nearly a year. During that time, we would have to feed the army. Just thinking about one of these issues was enough to make my head ache, and I was already running out of breath. As Charlotte and I discussed these daunting problems, Harriet cautiously interjected, I think I might be able to help with that. Ha! I remembered that Harriet had invented a new warp gate system, but didn't you say that you needed a nexus or something like that? We would need to create a warp gate. We couldn't make one that would take us directly from here to the imperial capital. But considering the time it would take to restore all the destroyed gate facilities so far, wouldn't that also take an enormous amount of time in the end? No, I can send the entire Allied forces not only to the imperial capital, but anywhere in the world in an instant. This kid again. What kind of trouble had she gotten herself into? During the battle at Diane, I hadn't known what was happening in various places. I had used all my strength to escape from the Immortals. So I had only heard about the strange magical sphere that had appeared in the rear of the battlefield. It was magic that manifested by drawing mana from nature. For example, it was magic that drew mana from the atmosphere to activate. I couldn't understand the specific principles even if I heard them. However, I knew that Harriet had managed to make my old nonsense a reality. The important thing was that through this magic, a massive spatial teleportation capable of returning the entire Allied forces from this place directly to the Imperial capital was possible. With a nervous expression, Harriet fidgeted with her fingers and continued, I don't know what to call it, but I've become able to use such magic. You really? Ah. As if anticipating what was about to happen, Harriet's face turned pale and she slowly backed away. You're my top genius. Wham. I knew you'd do something like this. I hugged Harriet tightly, and as always, she grimaced. This magical genius had reduced astronomical military expenses with just one spell. Charlotte watched me hugging Harriet, who didn't know what to do with a warm expression. Really? What a relief. Just sending this army back was suffocating. So what do we do now? The greatest, most sublime, noble, beautiful, and even cute genius of the universe had blown away all our problems at once. The rough way, the secretive way, neither was needed. The Allied forces will withdraw. We'll tear it all apart. All the troops would return to their homelands in an instant. In the end, whether one became king of the world or sat at the top, what soldiers wanted was to return alive. Wouldn't they be unable to hate us unconditionally for opening the path to their survival? The Allied forces withdrew. And as I was preoccupied with resolving the post-war situation, I walked through the busy Allied forces camp, heading somewhere. There were things I needed to see with my own eyes. My destination was the Temple Royal Class Garrison. The moment I entered, I couldn't help but feel the atmosphere change drastically as people recognized me. The Royal Class members must have already known that I had seized control of the Allied Forces Command. However, encountering me in person was quite a different matter. Amid the frozen atmosphere, I faced the fearful gazes directed at me. Yet among them, there were bound to be those who looked at me without fear. "You're here, Kono Lint." He approached me and extended his hand. Just as he approached me without hesitation, I firmly grasped his hand. Yeah, if it hadn't been for him and Scarlet, the Allied forces might have been annihilated by now. In a sense, Kono, Lint, and Scarlet had done even more critical work than I had. There were casualties among the royal class members, but none of the people I knew had died. Adriana, Scarlet, Erich, and Cliffman were all safe, as were the rest of the people. It was a miracle, but it was also inevitable. Although the situation had changed considerably, our forces were much larger and stronger than in the original story. Thus, the absolute number of casualties was extremely low compared to the original. What about the others? Well, they're just standing around dumbfounded. But Kono Lint's expression was not good. What about Care? He still hasn't woken up. I see. While everyone was safe, there was one exception. I heard that Care Voiden had fallen into a coma. As I opened the tent and entered, I saw a familiar face. Ah, it's been a while. Redina, who had grown up so much that I could no longer call her a little girl, saw me and jumped up from her seat. She seemed to want to say something, but couldn't find the words, and her mouth just twitched. Even if they didn't see me as an enemy, everyone probably felt the same fear of me. Only a very few people, like Kono Lint, could approach me first. I just came to see how things are. At my words, Redina lowered her head. Care lay on a makeshift bed in front of the chair where Redina had been sitting. It was a relief that everyone was safe, but someone had to be hurt. Care was not a fighter himself. Redina clenched her teeth and slowly explained. The Immortal had taken over their role, and Redina had promised Care that she would use the Arc Crystal only sparingly in the final battle. But the Immortal disappeared. I had no choice but to use the Arc Crystal. But the Immortal suddenly vanished. So Care, who had been on standby, had to charge the Arc Crystal immediately. He fought by charging the Arc Crystal, which he had used to its limit, in real time, and he charged it beyond his own limit. As a result, even before the battle was over, Care had already fallen into a coma. Harriet couldn't have used her magic everywhere on the battlefield. With their immense power and Redina's ability to wield it, many people were saved thanks to the pair. But as a consequence, Care was in a coma, with no indication of when he might regain consciousness. Redina began to sob. You must promise that you'll create a world where everyone is happy, promise. A world where everyone is happy. What a naive phrase. It was a naive thing to say, knowing that even children understood it was impossible. Redina, who was no longer a child, begged with tears. There was no world where everyone was happy. One couldn't promise such a thing. In front of Redina, who cried with a disheveled face. I will do it that way. I couldn't bring myself to say otherwise. It's all over. Yes, Adriana's expression seemed more overwhelmed than moved. It was the moment they had been running towards, with the sole goal of ending the gate incident. It was an absolute goal, an absolute good. That absolute good had been achieved. Adriana and I, who had vowed to survive together, were able to meet again, intact. Now there was no more absolute obligation to follow. From now on, it would be a time of choices and decisions. In this process, we might again summon irreversible events through wrong choices and wrong decisions. There might have been people among us whom we would never see again. Someone had actually died. Adriana and I had survived. Now are you going to become the emperor of the continent? Adriana looked at me with a strange smile. The emperor of the continent. Yes, I had to become that. Perhaps. Why? At my response, Adriana looked at me with a lukewarm expression and slapped my shoulder. Slap? Why did you hit me? If you use ambiguous words like perhaps when you're trying to become such an important figure, will others, including myself, find it trustworthy? Can't you say it with more conviction? Adriana's expression, as she forced her eyes wide open, was quite fierce and also adorable. So that's it. Ambiguous words were no longer allowed. No, on the contrary, it seemed like people in such positions often used ambiguous words. Of course, there was no need to follow that. Then I will definitely become it. That's right, it should be like that. Finally, Adriana smiled as if she was satisfied. As I walked around the royal class garrison, I encountered several familiar faces. Those who knew me only looked at me from a distance with fearful eyes. It was only because of Cliffman that I could endure until I called Scarlet and Kono Lint. Miraculously reaching the master class, I heard that he played a crucial role in protecting Liana and Harriet. The talent for combat. Cliffman didn't seem particularly thrilled about it. He just seemed grateful that he could protect Liana and Harriet. You've worked hard. So have you. Despite the long time that had passed since we last met, the conversation between Cliffman and me was limited to that. But it had always been like that with him. There wasn't much conversation. It always felt like this was enough. The fact that it was still the same was quite fascinating. In this way, I met people while walking around the garrison. And then I realized something. Reinhardt, have you seen Ludwig by any chance? Ludwig was nowhere to be found. No, I haven't seen him. I see. Scarlet lowered her head with a desperate expression. The rampage of the immortals meant there was a very high possibility that Christina had died, and Ludwig had been moving with Christina. However, I saw Ludwig in the deepest part of the battlefield. I was sure he was moving in a different direction from the immortals. Christina must have been dead. I had no idea what had happened to Anna and Louis. After the battle ended, Ludwig might have joined them, but the possibility of his death was also high. It seemed right to assume the possibility of death, as he had fought in the most dangerous place. Could Ludwig have died so meaninglessly? I couldn't have any certainty about that. No matter how much time passed afterward, I never heard any stories of finding or sighting Ludwig. Chapter 677. The Allied forces were like a massive beast. Their mere existence required a vast amount of supplies every day. Thus, it was best to disband them as quickly as possible once their purpose was fulfilled. Fortunately, thanks to Harriet, we could disband the Allied forces in the shortest amount of time. This had several effects. It dispersed the remaining human forces across the continent, making it impossible for them to unite. Harriet's power was, in itself, the ability to transport legions, rendering an enemy attack on us impossible, while allowing us to attack the enemy forces. After dividing humanity, we exerted influence on each of them. We were too strong an enemy for them to resist, and even if they had the intention to rebel, realizing that would be an impossible feat, this reinforced the effectiveness of our rule. After gaining their loyalty, we disbanded the Allied forces. The fact that the soldiers could return to their homes without a lengthy march was satisfying in itself, and the knowledge that it was possible thanks to the Demon King would have some positive effects. Of course, we couldn't win everyone's hearts. Divisions would arise, and the seeds of it were scattered everywhere. But before we could disband the Allied forces, there was something to be done. At the headquarters of the Supreme Command, Charlotte sat on my left, and Olivia Lands was on my right, the last of the Empire and my left arm, the symbol of the Holy Order and my right arm, and in front of me were the representatives of all the remaining human factions. Welcome, everyone, I said, looking at the frozen audience. From the moment they sat in this place, they might have cast uncomfortable and fearful glances at me, but none of them could resist me. They couldn't even rise from their seats. I am the Demon King, Valia. This scene already signified that I had become the ruler of the continent. So far, Charlotte had acted in my place, so they knew that the rule of the Demon King had begun. But it seemed that they really realized that everything had fallen into the hands of the Demon King when they saw me in this form. In this place, countless people who had already decided to join me were seated. Louise von Schwarz of Kernstadt, who had led the event, was sitting close to the head seat, and naturally, Rowan, the commander of the Holy Knights, was present. Of course, the Archduke of St. Owen was also in this place. It was amusing that his seat, which had been close to the last, was now closer to the head. He had been pushed to the very last seat because his daughter sided with the Demon King. Naturally, it wouldn't have been his will to sit there. But now that his daughter sided with the Demon King, he found himself sitting closer to the head. This, too, would have been irrelevant to the Archduke of St. Owen's will. From being a traitor to humanity, he was now becoming a meritorious figure in the new empire. The Archduke of St. Owen's stern expression clearly revealed that he had no interest in his changed position. How should I put it? He seemed like a pillar, regardless of how I looked at him. He appeared to be someone living in a place unrelated to the world's interests. A doting father, that is. A strange person, too. In fact, when I had passed out, the Archduke of St. Owen was the first to find Harriet and held her in his arms. Anyway, a considerable number of representatives in this place had decided to join me even before the war ended. Louise von Schwarz had taken on the role. The imperial forces affiliated with the coalition were already in our grasp. Naturally, not only was the emperor absent from this gathering, but there were also a considerable number of imperial commanders present. They had already turned their backs on the empire due to the massive betrayal that occurred during the Diane battle, and Charlotte had completed the process of capturing all the imperial officers and commanders. They were no longer part of the imperial forces. The Guardia's empire shall disappear, and I shall be the ruler of the continent from now on. I hope that this will not be taken as an oppressive and rigid relationship of absolute domination and loyalty. Indeed, let's think of it as a promise. I will help you when you need me. So, help me when I need you. There won't be much change. The important thing is that monsters still roam the continent. Rebuilding a broken civilization will require an incalculable amount of time and resources. Of course, the chasm of distrust and resentment built up between us is deep, and our races may even be different. So, whatever thoughts you may have inside, I cannot do anything about it. The first thing you need to do is not to show excessive loyalty to me or offer me something. Do your best for yourself in your own position, rebuilding the civilization and restoring the collapsed livelihood. That should be the task you must perform before showing loyalty to me. You don't need to offer me anything. I don't intend to force anything from you. Just accept me. And above all else, live well. That is the greatest loyalty you can show me. They were not capable of giving anything to me, living well while scattered in every direction, rebuilding a broken civilization and rising again. Reconstructing and revitalizing a ruined civilization was my goal. So the loyalty they could show me was not a few tributes, but rather to establish a foundation on which they could stand on their own again. Had they expected some terrifying words to come from the mouth of a being called the Demon King? You are all finished now. Pay back what you received. Foolish humanity shall now pay the price of defeat. Or perhaps, if you defy me, a tremendous blood vengeance will ensue. Were they waiting for such words? But when the words came to live well in their own positions, they all wore a bewildered expression. Do not think that this is an easy command. In this despairing era, I am giving you the most difficult command. Is living well easy? To the people who had to live in a broken world, it was, in fact, the most difficult command. In this reality, where monsters still roamed, and most of the civilization had been destroyed, living well was undoubtedly the most brutal command. As I added more, only then did they all start to think about how to live well, and their expressions darkened. It seemed that they now understood that this was indeed the most difficult and harsh task. They were all tired of discussing death and blood. There was no need to warn those who did not serve me or those who betrayed me. Such matters could be discussed later without being too late. I said I would help you. It was a joyful day. The first thing I can give, I will give. The war was over. First of all, everyone go home. Go home, clean your feet and rest. No exceptions for anyone. No one was surprised by the news that the Allied forces would prepare for withdrawal as soon as the cleanup of the battlefield was completed. It was probably because they thought it was a procedure similar to the return to the capital and the occupation battle. But when I explained that the withdrawal I mentioned was literally just that, everyone's expressions became puzzled. When they heard that they could instantly return to their respective hometowns, their mouths gaped open. In just one day, they could return to their hometowns. Though there were those who had lost their hometowns, everyone had a place to return to. And it wasn't only the soldiers who wanted to go back. Everyone looked as if they had been struck by a bolt of money while they were asleep. There was no need to fight the empire. All they had to do was return as they were. There they could simply live. Everyone was astonished that accepting my rule came with such a condition. No, this wasn't a reward but a sweet fruit that could be received by accepting the Demon King's rule. It was a price so sweet that it was worth doubting whether it was a poisoned chalice. Didn't I say, go back and be faithful to your own tasks, but there will be no more supplies to feed you. Surviving on your own will not be easy. It was definitely not an easy task. Only then did everyone start to worry, realizing that being able to return wasn't necessarily all good. There is nothing more to say. Prepare for withdrawal as soon as you're ready, and report when your units are prepared. I'll send you back immediately. Among those sitting, there were those with determined expressions. They seemed to have prepared some incredible words, and looked as if they were ready to face death at this place. There certainly seemed to be those who wanted to say something about dirty tricks or the like. However, due to the meaning contained in the words I had thrown, they couldn't bring themselves to open their mouths. They were overwhelmed by the mere fact that they could return immediately, and seemed to have forgotten what they had wanted to say. Their wide-eyed expressions were quite refreshing. Go back and live well. That was the first decree of the new emperor of the continent, but among them, someone suddenly raised their hand. Excuse me, Demon King, I didn't know who it was. What is it? He had a flustered expression. If the allied forces withdraw, how do you plan to occupy the empire? Judging by their curiosity about whether it was possible to do so with only the remaining imperial and demon armies, it seemed like they were supporting me. Occupying the empire, huh? May I speak on that matter? Before I could say anything, Rowan opened her mouth. The emperor has already fled. I had already heard this, but the fact that the emperor had fled. With that word, even the last loyalists of the empire, who might have still been in their seats, vanished. The throne and the palace were empty. All we had to do was enter the empty palace. Inside the swaying carriage moving at a steady pace, Bertus gradually regained consciousness. Ugh! In the dim carriage, Bertus hastily sat up. Where was this place? His entire body felt as heavy as waterlogged cotton. He couldn't even tell how long he had been asleep. He was simply lying in a dark carriage, moving somewhere. Bertus tried to recall his last memory. The Battle of Diane had ended, and so Bertus prepared. He prepared as the last emperor of the disappearing Guardia's empire. He prepared to pay the price for betraying humanity and being the root cause of everything. A sacrifice was needed for the new era. Thus, the empire would vanish alongside the absolute evil of the emperor as the symbol of hatred. With the true source of all evil, the emperor, hanging on a scaffold, all hatred would burn away and a new era would begin. He had been accumulating all these actions for that purpose. So Bertus prepared. He prepared to transfer everything to the new power, and he prepared for the proper attitude that the one who needed to die should have. However, Savelin Turner returned. The order Bertus had given her wasn't just to blow up the underground of the Magic University. She no longer needed to obey his commands. She was no longer his knight. She was told not to return and to survive. He had said to leave the empire and to quit being a knight of a country that would disappear. She was told to live according to her own will. So cutting off the vow of loyalty that bound her was also part of his command. However, Savelin Turner returned after the Battle of Diane, and a few days had passed. Lady Turner, the knight who was told not to return, had put the emperor to sleep. I'm sorry, your majesty. That faint voice was the last thing he remembered. In the dim carriage interior, Bertus felt his body. His clothes had been changed. In the dim light, his clothes were clearly not very luxurious. Thump, thump. After knocking on the driver's seat of the carriage a few times, the carriage stopped with a slight jolt. Soon there was movement at the driver's seat. Clunk. As the door opened, there was, of course, your majesty. Lady Turner. Savelin Turner's face. What? What are you doing? He had told her to live freely and to survive. The Emperor's knight had done the unthinkable act of kidnapping the Emperor. Savelin Turner's expression was miserable because she knew what she had done. This can't be. This shouldn't be. Turner had to know what Bertus was trying to do. She had to know what the Emperor was doing and preparing, even if he didn't say it. The Emperor had dug his own grave. All he had to do was enter it. The moment was right in front of him, and he had already made up his mind. Having prepared for the new era by embracing everyone's sins and dying as the symbol of evil, in the final moment, Savelin Turner's actions had thrown off all his calculations. Bertus didn't know how far the carriage had come or where it was heading. It was obvious what Savelin Turner was trying to do because of the ordinary clothes and the unadorned carriage. We must go back. It was time for that, and it was all a part of the conspiracies and schemes for that purpose. Why must it be like this? Tears finally filled her eyes. I must die. Someone has to take responsibility. The death of the emperor wouldn't extinguish all the sparks of hatred, nor would it erase all the sins. But at least some of it would disappear. Everyone resented the emperor, and wouldn't the number of people resenting the new era decrease at least a little if the emperor, who was the symbol of that resentment, died? That is not courage, your majesty. From a very young age, the knight who had been with him since his infancy, who occasionally played with him when he was young, finally shed tears that he had never seen before in his life. That is ultimately running away. It was passing the world onto someone else and escaping into death. If I have paid my own price, to die satisfied, it was not about taking responsibility, but avoiding it. Do you have the courage to die, but not the courage to live a disgraceful life by running away? Why? Why must it be like this? Death does not complete everything. Death does not solve everything. Why insist on dying? Wasn't it courageous to endure the life of a disgusting and dirty fugitive? In the end, wasn't his desire for death just a way to find his own honor? If he sought solace in dying with a false accusation on him, what reason was there not to live a truly despicable and dirty life as a fugitive? Wasn't it better to survive, even if it meant wearing the real disgrace rather than seeking fake honor? Lady Turner, I don't want that. Thud Savelin Turner finally knelt down and lowered her head. She had always been a loyal knight, but this was the first time he had seen her throw herself so completely and kneel like this. No matter how much of a subject she had dignity. Even the emperor could not dare to demand such a level of submission from her, with her head pressed to the ground. And yet there she was, sobbing with her head pressed to the ground. Please, please, I have lived a life of following orders. Although loyalty does not require a reward, I save Valinturna, the emperor's sword, a servant of the empire. I have dedicated my entire life to the empire. Your Majesty, please live. Even if it's a disgraceful life, even if it's a coward's life, I beg you to live. That is the only reward I desire. Didn't you tell me to live according to my own will now? This is my will. With wide eyes, he looked at his knight, who was not kneeling but lying down, crying. She had devoted her life to the sword and her life to the empire. She had lived her entire life solely for the empire. She had been a knight of the empire even before he was born. No, she had been a knight of the empire even before his parents were born. She had never asked anything of the empire. She was the oldest loyalist of the empire, the person who had served the longest and served the royal family from the closest position. She had done dirty jobs and any necessary tasks. She had lived like that without any complaints, although it was a knight's virtue not to expect a reward for loyalty. If it was her, if it was someone who had served as long as she had, she would undoubtedly have the right to demand a reward. She was even afraid to use the word reward, so she called it a repayment. The only thing she wanted in return for her long-standing loyalty was just one thing: to live. Please, Your Majesty, please. A cowardly life. Would it be better for the last emperor who had betrayed humanity to hang from a gallows? Or would it be better for him to run away and survive somewhere? Focusing hatred on the dead demon king was impossible. When Bertus learned that there was a surviving successor in the demon world, he was delighted. He had said that without even realizing he was speaking to the demon king's successor. The existence of the demon king was actually necessary for the unification and maintenance of the empire. The last demon king was alive somewhere. Just by that fact alone, people trembled in fear and focused all their hopes on the empire. All of humanity's power was concentrated in the empire. They had used the demon king as a symbol of hatred. Was it now time for the emperor to perform that role? The life of a fugitive, a life of a despicable and disgraceful loser. The reality that the emperor had run away rather than the reality that the emperor had died. Would that be better for a new era? Bertus could not know. However, his knight was wailing. A person who had lived their entire life for the empire. Now, having lost the empire, she was begging him to live, throwing her whole body into protecting the last remnant of the empire, the emperor. With gritted teeth, Bertus looked at Savelin Turner, who was desperately pleading. He stood there blankly, unable to hold onto or push away the last knight of the Guardia's royal family. Chapter 678. The words that needed to be said to the Allied force commanders were not long. withdraw all the Allied forces, and send them back to focus on reconstruction. Effective control was not immediately possible, nor was it meaningful. It would come after they became self-sufficient in their own lands. For now, it was better to disband the Allied forces, scatter them, and ensure they couldn't regroup or disperse without our strength. My decision to rule over you does not bring actual control. The more problems we solved, the more they seemed to increase rather than decrease. After ordering the withdrawal preparations for the Allied forces, I entrusted all these matters to Rowan, Louise, and Harriet. The rest of us had to deal with more pressing issues. The vacant Imperial Palace. We needed to fill the emptiness of the Imperial throne as soon as possible. Since there were no battles scheduled anyway, only Charlotte, Olivia, and I arrived at the palace. The palace guards seemed to know that we were coming, and they naturally cleared the way as I appeared. I could not see the expressions of the guards inside their helmets. However, all preparations for a bloodless takeover of the palace had been made. Of course, it must have been done by Bertus. The palace was almost empty, except for the guards at the entrance. In truth, people were not needed for the palace's defense, as the magical barrier did the job. Nevertheless, the most important people remained. Your Highness, you have returned. I can't be called that anymore, but yes, I have returned. The master of ceremonies was there, the person in charge of all internal management of the palace. Though he wasn't someone who went outside, he remained in his position, taking care of the palace's operations. The empty palace became mine with just a single step. To be precise, from here on, it was Charlotte's responsibility, not mine. Charlotte, naturally, was well informed about the palace's situation and would quickly grasp the palace's operations. So I had nothing to do. Olivia and I walked through the central imperial palace, Tetra. The central palace was solemn, quiet, and vast. Olivia gazed at the high ceiling of the central palace. It doesn't feel real. I agree. We had raced towards the end of the war, but the events that unfolded after the war's end were so consecutive that it felt like a dream. I had only thought about getting here safely, and the tasks that followed seemed overwhelming. The Emperor's palace, which was once unapproachable, was now mine, but it didn't make me happy. Is it? Overwhelming because I'm too small. Olivia seemed to feel more overwhelmed and distant than accomplished, looking at the huge palace. I feel the same. This palace alone was huge, but the world was incomparably larger. Our words would make the world turn, and a single mistake could be irreversible. There would be divisions, mergers, and conflicts at times. Just as I took on a central role, Olivia also held a massive responsibility. She bore the heavy mission of unifying all those who believed in the five great gods and carrying out religious reforms. So both Olivia and I couldn't help but feel the pressure. Still, we've managed to come this far. Olivia hugged me quietly. We can't lie that there will only be happy moments. Yes. Still, let's believe that we can do well. We've managed somehow so far. We'll manage somehow in the future too. The girl who had once rejected religion was now forced to do what she had never wanted to do. It was all because I had wished it upon her. I had always been the one to receive. Even now I could only give her, thank you, always. Having no reason not to be grateful to her, I hugged Olivia tightly, as if I was trembling a bit. Olivia, who was hugging me, was definitely trembling too. Still, we had to believe that things would turn out well, just as a sense of defeat would inevitably lead to failure. Because a despairing vision would bring only despair. We had to believe that things would turn out well. How much time had passed? Summoned by the attendants, Olivia and I headed to the Emperor's office. Charlotte tidied up the piled documents on the desk and placed them neatly on the right side. You just need to come and sit down. Is that all? Yes. Though Charlotte knew most of the matters, Bertus had made sure to hand over everything properly before he left. It seems like most of the core bureaucrats knew what would happen next. You can just summon them and have them continue their work. Of course, there will be those who are scared and run away, but even in those cases, it's already arranged who to appoint as successors. The administration was not left in a void. Bertus had arranged everything in advance so that the situation would be maintained just by my presence. That doesn't mean the situation is good. The absolute famine issue is still severe, and of course, there's the resentment against the empire, as well as the opposition and uprisings that will occur when you ascend the throne. Those aren't problems Bertus can solve for us. We'll have to figure it out ourselves. As the war continued, people became increasingly exhausted. We could take over the empire, but the crumbling empire embraced countless problems. We were not drinking from a poisoned chalice, but swallowing the poison itself. Taking over the empire wasn't easy, nor was managing it. We had inherited a sandcastle on the verge of collapse. Although we could operate the empire through the remaining bureaucrats, the challenge of stabilizing the imperial capital remained. Would everything be over once the imperial capital was stabilized? There were still issues with the imperial territories and the vassal states. We would have to begin winning their complete obedience and providing assistance for them to become self-sufficient. The one silver lining is that when the Allied forces withdraw, we can use the resources that would have gone to the military for the imperial capital. Originally, this situation would have lasted for about another year. It's a blessing in disguise, I suppose. The quick withdrawal of the Allied forces meant the preservation of resources. The existence of Harriet was of great help to us and to everyone in the world. Truly, Harriet had become the greatest mage in history, not only for humanity, but for all races. Charlotte stared blankly out the window after finishing her words. I couldn't help but know what she was thinking. She must have been thinking about Bertus, who had disappeared. After completing all the preparations, Bertus disappeared. No, he had fled. However, neither Charlotte nor I had expected Bertus to flee. Somehow, it seemed like he had resolved himself in a different way than we had anticipated. Actually, this might be better. People will hate the emperor who ran away, and then they can easily let go of their attachment to the Guardia's royal family. If the emperor had been executed, there might have been those who believed in his innocence. But the fact that the emperor had fled would lead to the disappearance of any last lingering attachment to him. So, Charlotte would have thought it was fortunate that Bertus had escaped and was still alive, just like I was thinking now. However, neither Charlotte nor I could be certain whether Bertus had really thought that way when he fled. We can't pinpoint the whereabouts of Christina, Louis, and Anna. We probably won't be able to find them. We'll have to check on their situation eventually. The facilities for creating immortals have all been destroyed, and it's impossible for individuals to rebuild them, but we can't know for sure. We needed to find out if Christina was really dead, and if she was, whether the other two were dead as well. We couldn't rule out that possibility either. And what had happened to Ludwig? On top of that, there was the issue with Antarianus. Not everything had been resolved yet, and I didn't know everything. The list of things to do kept growing, as did the responsibilities I had to bear. 2 weeks had passed since the Battle of Diane. During that time, Charlotte had managed the overall affairs of the Empire. The Allied forces began to return slowly under Harriet's guidance. As soon as they returned, word would spread across the continent that the Gate incident had ended in victory for the Allied forces, and the story of the Empire's betrayal and the Demon King would also spread. The people of each region would deal with the ensuing chaos on their own. Conflicting claims would arise between those who rejected me and those who had seen me directly in the Allied forces, which would lead to numerous conflicts across the continent. I couldn't handle everything at once. I hoped that the leaders of humanity would carry out my words properly. For now, I didn't know about anything else, but at least they should eat well and live well. Governing them in practice would come later. It was already difficult enough to manage the affairs of the Empire. After the withdrawal of the Allied forces, the complete end of the Gate incident was announced in the Empire. All forces had returned to the Empire. And then, the story of the Demon King swallowing up the Empire would spread simultaneously. A joy so great that it would quell all the confusion that had arisen thus far. And a strange story that would suddenly make that joy seem bizarre. The betrayal of the Empire and the reign of the Demon King. It was a story that would inevitably be revealed someday. A black propaganda campaign began. The Gate incident was actually caused by the Emperor, and the Demon King had been trying to protect humanity. That was the gist of the content. In the Central Palace Tetra's conference room, me, Harriet, Charlotte, Olivia, Airy, who had been summoned from the Edna archipelago, Liana, Sarkigar, the vampire lords excluding Antarianus, Rowan, the commander of the Holy Knights, and finally Louise von Schwarz. In other words, all those who would have to take on the role of the real power in my regime from now on were gathered together. If only Archduke St. Owen had been here, but he had returned to his duchy with his army, leaving behind the words that he would entrust everything to his daughter. Honestly, I wouldn't believe it either. At my words, everyone gathered in the room slowly nodded in agreement. The black propaganda. To be frank, it was too obvious. It was nothing more than a new regime attempting to justify its rule by slandering the previous one. But we can't just not do it, can we? At Olivia's words, I nodded. Whether people believed it or not, it was a good thing for me if even a few more people believed it. The testimony of those who saw you fight in the Allied forces will serve as evidence. The unbelievable black propaganda. Real combatants would testify to it. That would give it some degree of persuasiveness, and I agreed with Charlotte's opinion that it would be enough. Charlotte began her explanation. The affairs of various parts of the continent are not yet at the stage where we can intervene. First and foremost, our goal should be to support and stabilize the imperial capital. Over time, a significant portion of the forces that return to their homeland will likely harbor different intentions. Many of them may refuse to accept our rule when we start functioning as an empire. This could be the position of the rulers, or a result of representing the oppressed. However, there isn't a single force in the whole continent that can invade the imperial capital with military power. So their resentment can only reject our rule, but cannot pose any substantial threat to us. Securing political legitimacy will be difficult. However, once they become dependent on us, obedience will follow. Dependence doesn't always require force. It could come from our strength, resources, or technology. In the long run, we can subdue the entire continent under the empire through economic means rather than political or military ones. Once they are well fed, denying our rule would mean creating a situation where everything falls apart. Everyone may hate us, but if we make them realize that everything they enjoy would disappear without us, we can rule them. Fortunately, we have the blueprint for the new warp gate. With those words, Charlotte looked at Harriet, who nodded in response. The new warp gate. It was the second button for us to rule the entire continent. First, let's focus on stabilizing the imperial capital. Then, we'll restore and redesign the warp gates throughout the continent to economically integrate it. If we control the warp gates, no one can defy us. Living a peaceful life by miserably submitting to the Demon King. So, we would subdue them economically rather than militarily. In the end, economic prosperity would accelerate the reconstruction of civilization. The moment we possess the warp gate, the leash of the entire continent would fall into our hands just by having control over it. We briefly discussed the path we should take in the future. There might be situations where we actually have to use force. Food supply is tight, and we need to worry about Edna's issues. So let's stay in the Imperial Palace for the time being. We never know when or where a situation may require our presence. The imperial capital was like a boiling pot. With the potential for an emergency to break out at any time, we had to stay within the imperial capital for now. Chapter 679, on the terrace of the third floor of the central palace, Tetra. Even though a turbulent political climate was about to begin, the chaos didn't reach the central palace. It had been quite some time since Harriet and I had shared a cup of tea together. I still can't believe it. I don't even know what's happening. Just as Olivia felt bewildered, Harriet too seemed to be in the same state as she let out a deep sigh. Despite saying that, Harriet had shortened astronomical costs and time by using her magic. In fact, she had annihilated a tremendous number of monsters with that magic and saved countless people. If one were to list the great mages in history, Harriet would be among the first. As time passed, it would only become more evident. From now on, practically all decisions would be made by Charlotte. My role was to approve or disapprove of them. During the war, we were the busiest, but now Charlotte would be the busiest. Although Harriet was exceptionally talented, she lacked experience in politics. It was best for mine and Harriet's powers not to be used now. Of course, once the political situation stabilized, Harriet would have to step forward to construct new warp gates. In many ways, Harriet had become an indispensable presence. With her arms crossed, Harriet gazed out the window. Where had the arrogance and disdain in her eyes gone? Now they were filled with worry and deep thoughts. Concern and fear about what would happen next and what had already transpired were evident. How much time had passed while we drank tea? Harriet's gaze seemed to gradually settle. I couldn't tell what she was thinking. Reinhardt. Suddenly, Harriet called my name. We need to talk. At that single sentence, I unknowingly felt chills run down my spine. I awkwardly got up from my seat, watching Harriet rise from hers. Somehow, something about that phrase, it was damn scary. We were talking in the first place, but saying we need to talk made me feel like I was going crazy. Was she talking about something other than this? Right. Trembling with an inexplicable fear, I followed Harriet as she walked somewhere. Was it not appropriate to talk in the place where we were sitting? Harriet led me to a door, flung it open, glanced around, and gestured for me to enter. It was a bedroom, but I couldn't tell who it belonged to. It wasn't the Emperor's bedroom I had been staying in since arriving at Tetra. It was one of the many empty rooms, just like the countless others that were vacant. Creak as I entered, Harriet closed the door and locked it. Wait, why lock it? Was she trying to prevent me from escaping? Leaning against the door, Harriet looked at me, and Harriet silently stared at me, who was paralyzed with fear. We need to talk. I realized anew that this short phrase was more terrifying than any declaration of war. Was there a problem? Did I do something wrong? What should I do? I racked my brain to figure out if I had done anything upsetting or wrong in the midst of the hectic recent events, but I couldn't figure it out. When I thought about it, there were countless things that might have upset her. I had not attended to what I should have, and it wasn't that I hadn't done anything wrong. Rather, there were too many wrongs to even guess at. My heart pounded. Are you scared? Ha! Harriet asked, seemingly reading my expression. Scared, of course. In my life, I couldn't count how many times I had been scared. But experiencing an unknown fear like today was a first for me. I didn't know why I should be scared, but I just was. Not exactly scared, more like tense. Incredibly tense. Couldn't she just tell me what I did wrong? I was confident I would kneel. If I admitted my wrongdoing and knelt, I would be asked what I had done wrong. With such a history of wrongdoing, I wouldn't know where to start if a resentful word came out of that mouth. Aren't you going to answer? Harriet asked quietly. Why was she doing this? Why did she suddenly start acting this way? Wasn't this what I used to do to other kids during my days at the temple? I'm scared, I'm scared. In response to Harriet's question, I could only nod with a flustered expression. At my admission of fear, Harriet tilted her head. Why are you scared? I felt like I was going crazy, like I was losing my mind. Well, you're not usually like this. From a certain point on, it became impossible for me to be harsher than necessary with her. I felt both apologetic and grateful, and so, shouldn't I be like this? No, it's not that you shouldn't. Harriet approached me with a subtle smile. As she came closer, I backed away until I had no choice but to sit down on the bed. Harriet looked down at me sitting there, with that subtle smile. Are you scared of being scolded by me? Scolded. The word was cute, but the thought of it was terrifying. Harriet had never been truly angry with me, save for the beginning of the first semester when we were not yet close. It wasn't just that she didn't get angry. From some point on, she always understood me, accepted me, and did something for me. The thought of that Harriet getting angry and pointing out all my wrongdoings made my vision blur. I didn't even know what to say to apologize. I'm scared. So I had no choice but to nod my head. If she came at me like that, I might really bite my tongue and die. Harriet asked again, why are you scared when there's nothing to be scolded for? It seemed like I was the only one taking this seriously. What did she want to say? Of course, there must be a reason to be scolded. But still, it's scary when someone who never got angry gets angry. Like that. It wouldn't matter if someone completely unrelated got angry at me, because it's you, not just anyone. Because it couldn't be. Wouldn't it be scary if such a person got angry? Did she like the words that slipped out in a panic? Harriet straddled the bed, sitting on top of me. Pressing her body close to mine, she stared into my eyes, our noses almost touching. Why was it like this? However, actions and words were so different. I've been away from my family for too long. Is that? So, now that I'm almost done with what I have to do, Harriet glanced out the window for a moment. I want to go back to the kingdom for a few years. You don't need me right now either. Those words felt like a stone dropped onto my heart. I understood. Certainly, I knew what she meant. She had no choice but to feel that way. I knew Harriet really loved her family and missed them, but so suddenly, not just for a short while, but for a few years. Harriet asked, can I do that? She had already done more than enough. She had done so much that it couldn't possibly be more. And what Harriet had done for me was something no one else could do but her, to ask for more. Wasn't it too much? She wasn't leaving forever. When needed, she would return. But of course, she wouldn't always be by my side, as close as she was now. She had always been within reach. She had always been in a position where I could talk to her as if it were natural. She had been the first to listen to my stories and watched my struggles up close. It meant she wouldn't live like she had all this time. Is that okay? She wasn't trying to scold me. She was asking for permission. Harriet spoke of parting at a distance so close that we could feel each other's breath. Harriet asked, "Do you hate it?" Of course, I hated it. I hated it. But demanding more, asking her to stay by my side as if it were natural, wasn't that too much? However, in the end, I hate it, of course. My answer was pathetic, but that was all I could say. It was an acknowledgement of something. At my response, Harriet smiled. I wondered if she could smile like this, a smile I had never seen before. Harriet pressed her body closer to me, and before I could say anything more, Harriet overlapped her lips with mine. In that overwhelming moment, how long did we kiss? Harriet pulled away from me. She looked at me and smiled. I knew, actually. What? She whispered quietly into my ear, smiling. That if I did this, you wouldn't be able to push me away. From some point, I knew that if I spoke a little firmly, you couldn't stay still. I thought it was because you were sorry, but it's not just because I'm sorry. I knew that from some point. I knew how to do it long ago. But that's cowardly. It's cheap, so I didn't do it. But I don't want to do that forever. Now I want to be cowardly and cheap too. Now I'll do things my way. I couldn't understand what Harriet was saying while listening. Marry me, Harriet whispered into my ear. Otherwise, I will never see you again. Was that what she meant when she said she knew what to say? Marriage. The moment she said that, my feelings became strange. If I didn't agree to marry her, she would leave. Was this her way of threatening me? But wait. Don't tell me you don't want to. Harriet's expression began to change. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't about whether I wanted to or not. Would you have not done it if I hadn't agreed? What? At my question, Harriet was clearly flustered. No, I mean, would you have not done it? I had been scared for a moment when she mentioned leaving, but now I was the one feeling perplexed. Of course, we have to do it. At my words, Harriet's face turned red, as if she couldn't understand the situation. Marriage, wasn't it something we were destined to do? So, it was, that kind of thing. I wasn't sure what she had been thinking. Had she thought that maybe we wouldn't go through with it? Gathering her courage to ask, Harriet's lips trembled, just as if she had forgotten her bold move moments ago. Of course we have to, we must. Yes. At my affirmation, Harriet's face finally flushed. Our blockhead. Finally, you, this girl, finally, made me say such words, and even worse ones. And this might be a strange thing to say, but what? Will I only be doing that with you? It seemed she finally realized it was a little different than she had imagined. The blockhead's expression hardened. With you and, Charlotte and Olivia too. Are you going to do that? Of course, I'm an emperor. I have to create power through marriage if necessary. I might even have to do more than that. Whether or not I did it wasn't up to me. It was bound to happen. Now it would be strange if I didn't. I see. That kind of thing. I see. Of course. Harriet nodded blankly. Then her expression gradually cooled. In the end, it was still a piece of trashy talk. In front of her, who had mustered the courage to suggest marriage. Yeah, I'll do it with you and with others too. I said such a thing. In the end, Harriet, who was on top of me, had a resentful expression. And finally, thud. She began to choke me. I knew it. I hate you so much. Tears welled up in her eyes. I really hate you the most in the world. In a situation where there were no words to say, even if I had 10 mouths, I had no choice but to let her choke me. Then, do it with me first. I said do it with me first, you trash. Harriet screamed, as if she would die on the spot if she didn't do it like that. Chapter 680 Central Palace Tetra, the Emperor's Office. You've got to be kidding me. Harriet and Reinhardt, who had arrived first thing in the morning. That was all Charlotte could say in response to Harriet and Reinhardt's words. At Charlotte's icy response, not only Harriet, but also Reinhardt turned pale. Well, I guess we have to do it. It's the right thing to do. It's obvious. Marriage is your duty, your job, your state affair. I'm glad you understand that. Marriage. Just as Reinhardt had insisted the day before, it had to be done. There was no longer an option not to. The only uncertainty was how many more times it would have to be done. Charlotte, too, was fully aware of this and might have thought she needed to do even more than agree. You, of course, have to do it with Olivia Lands, and with Airy, too. It might be a bit difficult, but you might have to force yourself to do it with Liana, too. It's a situation where even if we created non-existent people and forced them into a marriage alliance, it still wouldn't be enough. What are you talking about? Liana is not included. If it needs to be done, it will be done. Reinhardt was startled by Charlotte, who was adding fuel to the fire, and Harriet's face began to turn blue. But still, you're saying you're going to pick and choose your duties now, according to your circumstances. As Charlotte's expression grew colder, Reinhardt froze. Just as she said, Reinhardt might now have to marry someone he hated so much he'd rather die, regardless of whether it was a good or bad match. So Reinhardt never really had a choice. If it had to be done, it would be done, and if it shouldn't, then it couldn't. That's not it, but... Well, Liana was just an example. There's no need to go that far. Anyway, you have to get married. Quite a lot. Charlotte didn't say she was shocked because Reinhardt said he was going to marry them. The part that shocked Charlotte was something else. Charlotte's cold gaze was directed not at Reinhardt, but at Harriet. But what, you want to go first? Is that not okay? Harriet hesitated and cautiously added to Charlotte's words. Marriage. She could bear the idea of him marrying this person and that person. But she wanted to be the first one he married. That was, arguably, Harriet's last shred of pride. Didn't I just say marriage is a state affair? Yes, you did. A ceremony of state affairs, right? Yes. Of course, expenses are involved in such ceremonies, right? At that point, both Harriet and Reinhardt had no choice but to understand what Charlotte was getting at. Do you think we can afford to hold this event multiple times, considering our circumstances? Do you want to ruin a country that hasn't even begun by holding separate weddings? Then, how about a simple? Charlotte's expression distorted at Reinhardt's cautious suggestion. Do you think the wedding of the emperor of the new empire can be held in a simple way? Do you want rumors to spread that we're a frugal empire, a worthless empire? Is that how it is? Fortunately, given the current circumstances, it's not a flaw to hold such an event on a smaller scale. It's fine even if it's modest. However, the reason the emperor's wedding is a national affair is not because it signifies the union of two individuals, but because it announces the alliance of two powers. It's all about making that known. Do you think an emperor or a king would hold a wedding ceremony in a modest manner, inviting only known individuals or secretly on a small scale? What do you think this is? Some covert operation? Charlotte sighed, as if even thinking about it was giving her a headache. How many years do you think we'd need to hold a proper wedding ceremony with each and every one of you? I have no idea. We'd first need to restore the economy to a state where the emperor's wedding ceremony wouldn't impact the national economy, right? Are you saying we die of old age while preparing for the wedding? You got it. Charlotte gave Harriet and Reinhardt a frosty look. Saying you want to go first means you want to do it separately, but that wasn't possible in our current situation. Well, good. Since it's been brought up, we need to sort this out now. Charlotte pulled out a blank piece of paper and began to write something. After completing the writing swiftly, she handed the paper over to Reinhardt. As expected, it contained a list of names. Go and deliver the message. Message? What message? Stop playing dumb. At Charlotte's threatening demeanor, Reinhardt asked again, his face pale. So you're saying, right now, announce the wedding, go find these people, right now. Reinhardt bulged his eyes, looking at the names written on the document. As Charlotte saw the bewildered Reinhardt and Harriet, she tilted her head in confusion. Are you two getting married? Well, are you marrying me as well? Well, yes, and others as well. The wedding was inevitable, and it was going to be with many others, and the parties involved understood and accepted this. And having separate ceremonies was incredibly challenging under the current circumstances. So what exactly was the problem? Then, if we're going to do it anyway, we should do it all at once. All at once with everyone. At that statement, Harriet and Reinhardt's mouths slightly dropped open. No, but... That's... Seeing their expressions, Charlotte smirked. Charlotte pointed at the door with her finger. Once you understand, go and deliver the message to the people listed there. We're all getting married on the same day, at the same time, at the same place. Let's make the day of the ceremony the founding day. Especially, tell this to Olivia Lands. If she wants to grow old and die while preparing for separate weddings, she can refuse. Charlotte's bold decision to hold the wedding and founding ceremony simultaneously left not only Harriet, but also Reinhardt unable to think of anything else, but that this was absurd. Even so, holding the multiple weddings of the emperor, which were necessary, separately during this perilous time, would only waste national resources unnecessarily, and it wasn't even possible. The economy would collapse because of the wedding. Charlotte's judgment was economic and rational. The problem was only that it was inhumane. Reinhardt and Harriet came to discuss the future wedding plans of the emperor, but all they got was a response asking if they wanted to die waiting for separate ceremonies. "We're all getting married at the same time on the same day." That was Charlotte's response. "But that means—" "What? No matter how you look at it, certainly." Reinhardt's gaze was stuck on one of the names written on the document, unable to look away. Watching Reinhardt's shock, Charlotte's expression turned icy. "What did I tell you about marriage just now? You said it was a state affair. Do you want to neglect your duties?" The newly appointed emperor, who came to discuss marriage and ended up receiving a list of people he needed to marry, left the office looking as if he'd lost his soul. Looking at the bewildered Harriet in the face of the oncoming storm-like situation, Charlotte smiled. It was a subtle smirk. If the financial situation had been better, you could have monopolized him for a year. What a pity." "Well," Harriet couldn't help but blush even more at Charlotte's blatant comment. "You're cheeky, but you certainly have the right to be." Harriet knew that the emperor, who was not just a simple king, would inevitably face such situations, and even Reinhardt had directly discussed it. However, neither Reinhardt nor Harriet expected all of these things to come crashing down at once. However, the reason for Reinhardt's pale face. "But, is this okay?" Harriet had also seen the names written on the paper. That's why Harriet was also looking pale. This seemed a bit out of line, because there was such a name. "It's a duty, so we have to do it. What can we do? This might be the end. Depending on the situation, we might have to do it a few more times. Not 3 times, not 4 times, but several times." They couldn't know how many more marriages they would have to have in the future. Of course, it was a necessary thing to do. But because there was also a side where it seemed like she was being mischievous. "Shall we follow him around and watch in secret?" "Don't do that." Charlotte laughed for a while, imagining the scene. Under the command of Charlotte de Gardiers, who was virtually acting as the emperor, the new emperor Reinhardt roamed aimlessly around the central palace tetra. He had to get married. A lot. Often. Quite a bit. For anyone else, marriage for the emperor had to come with those qualifiers. He knew it, and he knew it was something he had to do. But without any mental preparation, all at once, all together. The emperor hadn't anticipated that. The first person the emperor visited was Olivia Lands. When his half-dead-looking, babbling explanation ended, Olivia Land's expression had turned icy. "I've often thought that I might not be able to marry you, but I never imagined it would happen like this. Group marriage, what is that?" She looked like someone so upset that she wanted to break something. For the first time in a long time, Olivia Lands was truly angry. "Since I'm going to tear apart and rewrite the doctrine of the Holy Order according to my taste, whether or not I get married is up to me." As long as she understood that the gods and doctrines were just accessories that could be used as earrings or nose rings, she could easily do away with the old-fashioned custom of the high priest of purity not being able to marry. Reinhardt was apprehensive, wondering if he was about to receive a resounding slap on the cheek. Olivia scanned Reinhardt's face quietly. "Do you feel sorry?" "Why are you sorry? In fact, it's inevitable, isn't it? I'm just in a bad mood. There's nothing we can do about it." It was, in the end, a matter of fate. "Ah, yes. It's lucky that it turned out this way. No one died. We shouldn't be too greedy. And if I refuse now, I might grow old and die. Is this some kind of nonsensical threat?" Upon hearing Charlotte's message, Olivia scowled as if displeased. If she insisted on doing it separately, she might be able to do it later when they could afford it. By then, the child might have even enrolled in the temple. Olivia seemed to imagine what would happen if she did not accept this proposal. It was not something that Olivia could stop by asking him not to do it, nor was it something that could happen just because she asked for it. But it was inevitable to feel bad, even though she accepted it as something inevitable. It was a fact that Olivia Lands was in a very bad mood at the moment. "I'll be watching how you handle this." Olivia Lands looked at Reinhardt with a chilly gaze. "Although it was inevitable now. If you upset me in the future, I'll make you regret being alive. Got it?" "Ah, yes, I understand." The cold look in Olivia Land's eyes told him that her words were far from false. She would make him the most tired and difficult person in the world. Even before they were married, Olivia had declared she would scratch him at every opportunity. The Demon King, who had been half dead in the morning, was squashed by afternoon, knocking on Ares' door. Demonkind may follow the archdemon, but that doesn't mean we're devoid of feelings. As if it were a matter of course, Aerie commented and nodded her head at Reinhardt's explanation. So, if your wives are filled with humans only, it will also work as a dissatisfaction for the demons. So it's certainly meaningful that I'm included. Aerie nodded lightly, as if she understood what it meant. Are you making this decision too easily? Reinhardt was at a loss for words at Aerie's reaction, which seemed to be not accepting the marriage but justifying it. Charlotte's right. You need to get married more, but filling it with humans alone isn't balanced. Wouldn't it be better to consider looking for suitable people among the demons? Ha! What about Sarkigar? Since the fall of Darkland, he's been playing a decisive role, so there's nothing to criticize. He can transform into any form you want anyway. Sarkigar. Reinhardt's face turned pale at the mention of a name unrelated to the one Charlotte had written down, an utterly unexpected name. That side might respond too fiercely, which could be a problem. Or how about looking for the surviving Dreadfiend clan? If you gather the demons left in Darkland, it should be good. The Mermaid Queen too. Though physically it might be a bit difficult, I've heard that there are some mermaids who can live on land occasionally. Excuse me. There was an archdemon who married an orc. Just swear at me. Come to think of it, there's Elleris too. What? Valia, aren't you technically the closest to Elleris among us? In actuality, only a handful knew that Elleris was an ancient archdemon, and Aerie was not one of them. Reinhardt could only turn as pale as a vampire. Don't talk nonsense. That's absolutely not possible. Because she's undead, it's not possible. No, it just can't be. In the end, Aerie made a comment that made the Demon King want to vomit blood. I'll slowly look for a suitable demon bride for you. Reinhardt, as if fleeing, escaped from Aerie's room and headed to the next location. In truth, he thought that what was bound to happen later had just come a bit earlier, but he never expected this. Reinhardt could say that for sure. Why did it have to go this far? Why did it need to go this far? However, in the end, he couldn't avoid it. Knock. Reinhardt knocked on someone's door. A moment later, the door cautiously opened. Squeak, is there a meeting? Louise von Schwarz tilted her head as she looked at the Demon King. Ah, if there was a suicide button, he would have pressed it right then. Should we? Atar talk, Reinhardt thought so. Yes, anytime, Louise nodded her head.